Chapter 1 Awakening, Binding to the Hokage System. Linjiang City, Number 2 Middle School Playground. Next, I'll just say a few words. First, I wish everyone can awaken their desired superpowers. Second, don't let yourself be outdone by those bastards from Number 1 Middle School. As Principal Wang finished his speech, the awakening ceremony of Number 2 Middle School began. The students lined up in an orderly manner and stepped forward one by one to awaken their special powers. Bestialization, Leopard, C rank. Elemental, Water, D rank. Special, Summoning, B rank. As the students were called one after another, some were ecstatic, while others were dejected. After 18 years of hard work, today is the day to reap the rewards. If I awaken a good superpower, it will mean that my future will be bright and successful. But on the contrary, if you awaken useless superpowers, your student life may end here. Next, Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was panicked when his name was suddenly called, because he had just traveled to this world a month ago. Seeing no response, the teacher in charge of awakening frowned and read out Xiaofeng's name again. This time, Xiaofeng walked out of the crowd and came in front of teacher Jueshing. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and feel the power in your body. Teacher Awakening said expressionlessly. Xiaofeng took a deep breath and did as the awakening teacher said. He is Xiaofeng? The White Rice King? Oh. What do you mean? Don't you know his sister? She was the top scorer in Linjiang City's college entrance exam 2 years ago. She's currently studying at Kyoto College. I heard she sends him tens of thousands of yuan every month just for living expenses. Fuck, I want a sister like this too. That's not all. Zhang Ju from the next class knows about this, right? Who wouldn't know this? She's the school belle of Number 2 Middle School. I heard that Zhang Yu and him were engaged as children. Fuck. Xiaofeng heard the voices from the audience, so he just wanted to say something. I just traveled through time and space, who knows about the romantic debts of my previous life? And now Xiaofeng is very panicked, because after so much time has passed, he still hasn't felt the energy in his body that the awakening teacher talked about. Could it be that he would become the first person in human history who failed to awaken superpowers since the revival of spiritual energy? Okay, awakening is complete, open your eyes. Hearing this, Xiaofeng opened his eyes and looked at the awakening teacher with a puzzled look. How come he had awakened without feeling anything? Xiaofeng, Special Department, Spirit Eye, Sea Level. Following the announcement by Teacher Awakening, Xiaofeng walked off the stage stupidly. Superpowers are divided into 7 levels, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Generally speaking, C-level superpowers are already considered good among ordinary people, but who is Xiaofeng? He is a well-known figure in Number 2 Middle School. Look, some people in the audience have already started to mock. I thought it was so powerful, but it turns out it's just a C-level ability, and a worthless spiritual eye at that. Although the C-level psychic eye ability is ranked in the C-level, it is not very practical and is generally only seen in the identification and detective industries. If it didn't matter, my student life would probably end here. Xiaofeng didn't get angry after hearing this. He just walked off the stage calmly, took out his cell phone and sent a message. Soon a message came on the phone. Aunt Bo has arrived, 100,000 yuan. The whole audience was silent. Xiaofeng scratched his ears and said calmly, my sister sent me a message yesterday. As long as the awakened ability is not a life-related ability, she will reward me with 100,000 yuan. If it is a D level or above ability, I can be admitted to Kyoto University. You're bragging. You're even getting a recommendation. Why don't you just go to heaven? At this time, the person next to him poked the person who was complaining with his finger. Last year, his sister was not only the top scholar in Linjiang City, but also in Linhai Province. She even awakened an S-level supernatural power. Maybe she can even get in through the back door. That person. Brother Feng, don't be angry. I admit that I spoke a little loudly just now. Looking at the people with forced smiles on their faces, Xiaofeng knew that it was only because he had a good sister. According to the original owner's memory, the brother and sister lost both their parents when they were young and it was the sister who worked hard to raise them. Their lives only gradually improved after the sister awakened her special powers when they were in high school. The host has been awakened, and the Hokage system is binding. Naruto? Did I understand that, Hokage? Ding, binding successful. The spiritual eye's ability automatically awakens into the Sharingan. A stronger aura has been detected in this world. Chakra has been automatically converted into aura. Host, Xiaofeng. Superpower, Sharingan. Level, Awakening Level 1. Spiritual Energy, 100. Following a burst of white light. Awakened already? On the stage, Principal Wang took a look and then looked away. There are people who have achieved breakthroughs right after awakening their superpowers, but a C-level spiritual eye is not worth your attention. If it's an A-level or above ability, then shouldn't he be able to accept a disciple before those old guys? The entire Linjiang city only produces an average of 1 or 2 A-level superpowers per year, and I don't know if number 2 middle school can produce a potential stock this time. Look! Following a burst of exclamations, Xiaofeng's attention was also drawn to the stage. There was a woman with outstanding appearance. The point is not this, the point is the movement of her awakening. The teacher in charge of awakening also stood there stupidly until the light turned off. The woman slowly opened her eyes and asked, "Teacher, what is my special ability?" The teacher stuttered when he came to his senses. Jiangyu, Elemental, Wind. S rank. The scene was silent for a while. Jiangyu on the stage also noticed Xiaofeng. A glance from him made Xiaofeng feel that the eyes of the men around him were full of hostility. Ha 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 ha. Finally, another genius has emerged from our number 2 middle school. Principal Wang walked down from the platform and came to Jiangyu in person. Would you like to be my disciple? The principal is going to accept a disciple himself. He's a powerful being in the transformation realm. Awakening, control, transformation, domain, well, that's it for now. If I can accept the principal's personal guidance, I will definitely be able to get into the top 5 colleges in the college entrance examination. Wow, Miss Jiang is not only beautiful and has a sweet voice, but she's also so talented. I wonder who can marry such a beautiful girl. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to Xiaofeng, who was not far away. Someone just said Jiangyu was his fiancé. Chapter 2, Enrollment Quotas at Kyoto Academy. Xiaofeng spread his hands and said casually, "Why are you looking at me? I broke off the engagement long ago." Yes, according to the original owner's memory, he and Jiangyu were engaged when they were just born because of his father's position in the military. Later, when his parents passed away, Jiangyu's mother came to cancel the engagement with tens of thousands of dollars. At that time, Xiaofeng was still young and didn't understand what the concept meant. But for Xiaofeng, it would be better to retreat, because the woman would only affect the speed of drawing his sword. Seeing Xiaofeng leave quickly, as if he didn't want to have anything to do with her, Jiangyu couldn't help but pout. The principal thought Jiangyu was dissatisfied with him, and quickly explained, "Don't worry, you won't suffer any loss by being my apprentice. Millennium Snow Lotus, 3rd level Blood Wolf Demon Core, plus 10 chances in the Trial Tower. As long as you become my apprentice, these are all yours." The speaker has intention but the listener does not. Oh. In fact, Jiangyu didn't listen at all. He just responded and left. When she was in elementary school, Xiaofeng and she were best friends. However, they became more and more distant since they entered junior high school. Under Jiangyu's questioning, she found out that her mother had secretly gone to Zhao's house and cancelled her engagement without her knowledge. No wonder Xiaofeng was unwilling to pay attention to him, and since then no matter how much Jiangyu wanted to repair their relationship, he never had the chance. After graduating from high school, there really was no chance. Seeing Jiangyu's distraught look, Principal Wang thought that this could not move her, so he sighed helplessly and left. However, with her talent, she deserves a better mentor. The other side. After leaving the playground, Xiaofeng began to check the system. In addition to the basic data panel, there was also a store function. Open the store. Kuruma's Chakra 10 million system points. Earth-shattering Star 5 million system points. Susanoo 2 million system points. Amaterasu 2 million system points. I confirmed with my eyes that these were things I couldn't afford. Is there anything cheaper? The system cleverly switched to store, and the items inside were indeed much cheaper. But the name. A store exclusively for poor people. I always feel that this system is implying me. But the stuff inside is indeed much cheaper. Firestyle, Great Fireball Technique 100 system points. Firestyle, Phoenix Fire Technique 100 skill points. The Art of Clonehood 50 system points. I understand the principle, but where is the system point? Xiaofeng fell into deep thought as he looked at his balance 0. The system recommended a lot of good things to him, but he couldn't even afford them. System points can be obtained by completing system tasks or hunting exotic beasts. Friendly reminder, you can also earn a considerable amount of system points by recycling magic cores. The price of a magic core for killing an awakening beast is between 199 system points. The price of magic cores in the awakening realm is between 999 system points. In other words, if I want to exchange for the items in the premium store, I have to hunt at least tens of thousands of exotic beasts. Since the revival of spiritual energy hundreds of years ago, humans have gained unimaginable abilities, and all animals have also been alienated. Although humans have acquired cultivation methods through wisdom, they cannot withstand the overwhelming number of strange beasts. The only option is to build city walls to keep the strange beasts outside the city inside. The city wall of Linjiang City is only 30 meters high, which can block the invasion of monsters in the transformation realm. If you encounter a higher level monster, you can only seek help from outside. But isn't it a bit naive to let a person who has just awakened his superpowers hunt strange beasts? How about you lend me some first? Xiao Feng was trying to bargain with the system, but unexpectedly he succeeded. The lending system is also very fair and equitable. You can use Amaterasu for 1 month, but you must pay me back 3 million system points at the end of the month. Xiao Feng. You call this fair and just? A $2 million item has gone up in price by half in just 1 month. What if I can't pay it back? Recycling, of course. Hearing this, Xiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a matter of recovering Amaterasu, so I will definitely make a profit. Borrowed. I'm talking about physical recovery, which means taking the eyeballs out. Is it too late for me to regret now? The loan service has been completed, Amaterasu has been received, please check it. To make it easier for you to use Amaterasu, I will also pay for you to upgrade your Sharingan to Mangekyo. Remember the 3 million in a month. After saying this, no matter what Xiao Feng said, he got no response from the system. Suddenly I recalled a famous saying from my previous life. Life is like that. Since you can't change it, just accept it with a smile. Classroom. The students who had awakened still formed small groups to discuss their abilities, but Xiao Feng sat in the corner and didn't want to get involved. At this time, a man wearing glasses walked in. He was their class teacher. The head teacher came to the desk, cleared his throat and asked the students to return to their seats. I know that the students are all very excited about their newly awakened powers, but awakening is only the first step. The college entrance exam is only a month away. Everyone should work hard to cultivate and strive to be admitted to a satisfactory university with special powers. Of course, for those who are not suitable for combat, our school also offers supplementary classes and life classes. If you want to join, please remember to come to me after school to fill out the application form. After the head teacher finished speaking, he announced the end of school, and the remaining month was a process of self-cultivation. The cultivation method was learned last semester. Of course, if you think the cultivation is too slow, you can also practice through magic crystals. It can be obtained by hunting exotic animals in the wild, or by purchasing. But after school, the head teacher specifically asked Xiao Feng to come to his office. Confused, Xiao Feng could only follow him into the office. When he came out, besides the head teacher, Principal Wang was also there. But now he is nodding and bowing to part.If for a man in black. It is obvious that he is a big leader from above. Are you Xiao Feng? The man in black looked a little disdainful. Although Xiao Feng was a little unhappy, he still nodded and said, "Yes, it's me. This is the direct admission quota form for Kyoto College's supplementary class. Fill it out." In this way, Xiao Feng could probably guess the other party's identity. At that time, my elder sister Xia had S-level supernatural powers and was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in the entire Linhai province. It can be said that she could choose from any of the 5 major supernatural academies. But no amount of cultivation resources could impress her, because she had only one condition, which was to allow her younger brother Xiao Feng to enter the school. This condition is actually very easy for universities. Isn't it just arranging for someone to enter the college? That's easy. But Xia's condition was not just to let Xiao Feng enter the school, but to let him become a student and study in the school. This put the admissions teacher at the time in a very difficult position, because he didn't dare to take the gamble at all. The number of places for each tuition fee is very limited. Even students in the Department of Life Studies will only be specially admitted if they have academic achievements in a certain area. Now, letting a person whose special abilities are still unknown whether they are good or bad to reserve a place is tantamount to a gamble. So at that time, Kyoto Academy and Xiaoya agreed that as long as Xiao Feng could awaken a talent above sea level, he would be arranged to enroll. Unexpectedly, Xiao Feng actually awakened a sea level ability, because although the spiritual eye is also a sea level ability, it is indeed the most useless. Apart from surveying, they are useless for anything else. Even the admission records of the 5 major universities have never shown any students with clairvoyant abilities. So this is also the reason why the man in black was in a very unhappy mood, because his nephew awakened an A-level superpower and could have gotten an internal quota by relying on his own connections. I didn't expect that Xiaoya could grab that spot with just one phone call. Chapter 3 Jianyu, is that the money I need? For the sake of public opinion, Huang Yi couldn't make things difficult for him, but he couldn't say anything to express his dissatisfaction with a sullen face. Boy, I have another option. I'll give you 1 million, plus my recommendation letter, which is enough for you to study in other first-class colleges. I won't hide it from you, this spot was originally my nephew's, but now it's suddenly given to you, which makes me very unhappy. Huang Yi was not a mean person. He was straightforward and said it directly. If Xiao Feng had a B-level combat ability, he would not say much. But it's a C-level ability, and the most useless C-level spiritual eye. Isn't this like a flower stuck in cow dung? The place in the school is so precious, why waste it on him? Xiao Feng was also stunned when he heard this. He originally thought that his sister was just joking with him last night, but he didn't expect that she would actually get him a spot. Actually, I don't really want this spot. As soon as these words were spoken, Principal Wang was shocked. The head teacher was shocked. Huang Yi was also shocked. Because this is a place in Kyoto University. A special place that allows direct admission without the college entrance examination. It is a huge attraction for anyone. Unexpectedly, Xiao Feng refused without even thinking about it. Huang Yi put on an excited smile, like a weird uncle who gave candy to people after school in elementary school. Principal Wang wanted to persuade him again, but was shocked by Huang Yi's look. After all, he was a teacher at Kyoto Academy. Once the pressure from his domain realm was released, Principal Wang was suppressed so much that he dared not speak. Okay, 1 million will be deposited into your account tomorrow, and I'll write you a letter of recommendation right now. Huang Yi was in a good mood because the nephew was actually the child he and his sister-in-law had conceived many years ago without telling his elder brother. How can I not be happy now that my children can go to the best schools? Huang Yi couldn't help but find Xiao Feng more and more pleasing to the eye. What's wrong with the spiritual eye? The spiritual eye is also a good ability. No need for letters of recommendation or money. As for the college, I will take the college entrance examination. Huang Yi asked, how can you take the college entrance examination with only a spiritual eye? This is not a mockery, but the fact is that taking the college entrance examination with psychic eyes is like going to the battlefield with a piece of chalk on your head. You will die without a burial place in a minute. Xiao Feng smiled. Are you kidding me? Amaterasu has already taken out a loan. Why don't you go hunt strange beasts and wait to have your eyes gouged out after the college entrance examination in a month? Huang Yi was a little embarrassed. Why was this kid so indifferent? Giving him something in exchange for this spot is a fair trade, and no one can say anything about it, not even his sister Xiaoya. But this way, it seems like I'm robbing. Damn, when I think about that monster Xiaoya who broke through to the realm last month, if she thought I was bullying her brother, she would be beaten to a pulp, right? Why don't you just beg me? Xiao Feng. How could you be so humble as to say such a thing? Suddenly, Xiao Feng seemed to think of something. Why don't you give me some magic cores? The more the better. Magic core? As long as you have money, you can buy as many low-level magic cores as you want. But why would a person who has just awakened need so many magic cores? You should know that although the speed of cultivation by absorbing magic cores is very fast, because there are many impurities in the magic cores, generally you have to meditate and clear the body after practicing with 1 or 2 magic cores, otherwise it will easily cause spiritual energy to be blocked and the body to explode and die. Why do you want so many magic cores? Huang Yi still wanted to find out. If this guy absorbed all the energy without knowing the reason and exploded, wouldn't Xiaoya fight with him to the death? I'm only 38 years old and I want to live a few more years. Don't worry about what I do, I'm useful anyway. Huang Yi didn't know what to say at this point. He said that he would deliver the magic crystal to Xiao Feng within 3 days and left with the registration form. After Huang Yi left, Principal Wang pointed at Xiao Feng with regret. Do you know how precious a place in one of the 5 great universities is? And it's a place in Kyoto University. It's a recommendation. There's no precedent for this in the entire Linjiang city. Principal Wan looked heartbroken. Xiao Feng said, there's still the college entrance exam. You can still get into a good school. You even know about the college entrance exam. What's your special ability? Psychic eyes, you don't even have any practical auxiliary skills. Do you still expect to form a team and pass it? The college entrance examination also allows team formation, otherwise, how would the students from the auxiliary department come? However, the spirit eye profession, which has neither amplification skills nor healing and control releasing skills, is a burden in any team. I rely on myself. You're on your own. With your psychic eyes, it's hard for you to even get into a third-rate school. You don't even want a place in Kyoto University? I will pass the exam on my own. You. Go out. Okay. Principal Wang didn't want to talk to this prodigal anymore, for fear that he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. At the school gate. Jiang Yu waited here for a long time, but didn't see that figure. Is he really hiding from me? At this time, Xiao Feng walked out of the school. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up and he immediately walked up to Xiao Feng and asked him about his well-being. I heard that your homeroom teacher kept you here? The first thought in Xiao Feng's mind when he saw Jiang Yu was, I was planning to go outside the city to test my skills, why is this guy still waiting for me here? Could it be that she is here to collect the debt she borrowed from her for the $100 in elementary school? I thought that since the engagement was cancelled, there was no need to change it. Then he took out a 100 yuan coin and a 1 yuan coin from his pocket and stuffed them into Jiang Yu's hand. The extra amount is considered interest. Just as Jiang Yu was staring at the money in his hand in a daze, Xiao Feng had already walked away in a quick step. Jiang Yu came back to his senses and stomped his feet as he looked at the receding figure. Are you so unwilling to see me? After returning home, Xiao Feng threw his school bag to the ground, took out a can of iced Fat House Happy Water from the refrigerator and lay down on the sofa. When I think about the fact that I just entered the world of superpowers and already owe the system a huge loan, how can I rest at my age? Seize the time to practice. Ding-a-ling. The phone rang, it was my sister calling. Xiao Feng took a deep breath and immediately put on a smiling face. My dear sister, how come you have time to call me? But all he got in response was a roar. Xiao Feng, you're going to die. You actually sold me the admission quota? And you only sold me such a small amount. If you need magic crystals, tell me, I'll give you as many as you want. Do you know how precious the admission quota to Kyoto Academy is? I have already bought a ticket home, I will deal with you when I come back. Beep beep beep. Before Xiao Feng could argue, Xiaoya hung up the phone. After the call was hung up, Xiao Feng knew that he was bound to be scolded this time. As for the physical pain? It seemed that Xiao Feng had never been beaten by his sister since he was old enough to understand. Chapter 4 Xiao Hot Potato Feng. Since the revival of spiritual energy hundreds of years ago, humans have been living under the suppression of strange beasts. Even if they have developed their own methods of cultivation, it is of no avail in the face of the huge number of strange beasts. Therefore, hunting exotic beasts has always been something that every city supports, even for high school students who have just awakened. But hunting is not about sending people to die. If you want to go out of the city to hunt exotic beasts, you must be in a team of 5 or more, and there must be a teacher at the control level as the team leader. A message was sent in the class group that night, saying that 2 teams would leave the city tomorrow, and asked if any students wanted to join. The teams would be led by 2 teachers in the school who were in charge of the realm of control. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students who had popped up spoke up. I want to go. Count me in. What can you do to cultivate before the college entrance examination? Hunting exotic beasts is the way to go. Xiao Feng also sent out a message when bubbling. +1. It is common sense that practicing with magic cores is at least twice as fast as normal practice, not to mention that there is a mastery level teacher leading the team. This is totally a low risk, high reward thing. Just then, the doorbell rang outside. When Xiao Feng opened the door, he saw that the magic crystal that Huang Yi had promised had been delivered. As if Huang Yi was afraid that he would go back on his word, he sent it urgently that night. After signing for it, Xiao Feng looked at the sack of magic cores. Although they were all awakened magic cores, there were so many of them. Hundreds of magic cores, each costing thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan. Wow, this sack must be worth almost 1 million. How afraid is he of Xiaoya's revenge? At this time, the system that had been dormant for a long time finally bubbled up. You've accumulated so many magic cores so quickly? Let me feel them and exchange them for system points. How many system points can this pile of magic cores be exchanged for? The system pretended to ponder for a moment, then sighed and said, although it's a little small, I can still exchange it for 50,000 system points for you. Oh. Then Xiaofeng picked up a first-level awakening monster core and began to absorb it. It must be said that this speed is at least 2 or 3 times faster than normal practice. What the hell are you doing? Give it to me. The system is anxious. Isn't this for me? Why is it being used? I just asked how much you were worth, I didn't say I'd give it to you. Besides, you're so shady, how could you only be worth 50,000 system points? I admit I took a small kickback. Let's discuss it. How about 70,000? Don't forget you still owe me. I owed it with my own ability, why should I pay it back now? Besides, it's not time yet, why rush? So, 80,000 system points. That's the highest price. Xiaofeng no longer paid attention to the system and turned off the system sound. System, IU. The next morning, the students of number 2 middle school had already gathered at the city gate. Although the team is led by a teacher, the focus is actually on those with better talents. Several students with B-level abilities are now distributed around the leading teacher, and those with C, D, and E levels can choose for themselves. F level? F level superpowers are almost equivalent to nothing. Basically, students who have awakened F level superpowers are already looking at which factory offers better treatment. Xiaofeng just found a team with many people and joined in, because it was easier to hide himself when there were more people. There are too many secrets on me, and they will be easily exposed if I receive too much attention. Look! It's Jiang Yu. There was a commotion in the crowd, and a beautiful woman in a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts walked over. In order to facilitate movement, Jiang Yu also specially changed into a set of clothes that was convenient for movement, so her figure was clearly visible. Facing the lustful looks from all around, Jiang Yu frowned. It would be better for him to find the principal to take him to the wild to level up alone than to team up with this group of guys. At this time, Jiang Yu noticed a person covering his face in the corner. Xiaofeng. Jiang Yu waved his hand and walked towards Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng looked hopeless. No way, you can still recognize me even after I covered my face? But after all, they were childhood sweethearts, so Xiaofeng still greeted them with a stiff smile. Good morning. Jiang Yu pouted with her cherry lips and poked Xiaofeng's chest with some anger. Why did you run so fast yesterday? This made the people around envious. Oh my god. Why not me? But Xiaofeng, the protagonist, got goosebumps all over his body. He slapped Jiang Yu's hand away and scolded him, just talk, why are you touching me? This made all the male compatriots grit their teeth in hatred. Why would such a straight man be liked by the school beauty, while I could only rush at the teachers on the screen? Xiaofeng really didn't expect Jiang Yu's arrival. She came from a wealthy family and had awakened an S-level talent. Shouldn't I just hire a bodyguard and go out of town and get some one-on-one tutoring? I even ran to the school team to get the minimum living allowance. Jiang Yu took out a lunchbox. This is the breakfast I made, would you like some? Xiaofeng just took a look. We've already broken off our engagement. There's no need to treat me like this. Judging from the original owner's memory, Jiang Yu has actually always liked her since she was a child, and her childhood wish was to marry her. It's just that the sudden change in the parents' bodies has caused the two families to interact less and less. He was fine in the past 2 years, why did he become so proactive as the college entrance examination approached? Jiang Yu clenched her hands and bit her lips, as if she was about to cry in the next second. Xiaofeng sighed helplessly, took out a pack of paper from his pocket, handed it to her, and followed the team out of the city. We are not from the same world. But when Xiaofeng said this, Jiang Yu heard a different meaning. I only have C-level abilities, and you have S-level abilities. We will eventually separate. Forget me. Jiang Yu looked at the receding figure and murmured to himself, don't worry, I won't give up on you. At worst, I'll support you in the future. What sister ya can do, I can do too. Then he joined another team and prepared to leave the city. Outside the city, Xiao Feng's team has about 20 people, and the teacher's main focus is on those geniuses with B-level superpowers. Many of the remaining C-level superpowers formed their own small groups to hunt exotic beasts. Among them was a team that found Xiao Feng. "Brother, since you don't have a team yet, why don't you join us?" In fact, they didn't really want Xiao Feng to join, but they saw that the relationship between the school beauty and this guy seemed to be something. If they could get in touch with the school beauty through this guy, then. Xiao Feng said without hesitation, "I have the ability of spiritual eyes." It was spoken so loudly that several teams around could hear it. Xiao Feng looked at the man who came to him on his own initiative and stared at him. "So, do you still want me to join your team?" Chapter 5, First Battle. The ability of spiritual eyes, although ranked among the C-level abilities. But it is very useless, even worse than some D and E-level abilities. No team would want such a burden. As expected, when Xiao Feng talked about his special abilities, the person who invited him was stunned for a moment. "Haha, excuse me." Wherever Xiao Feng's eyes went, everyone avoided his gaze, as if they were avoiding a plague god. Why doesn't someone with psychic eyes find a civilian job instead of running out into the wilderness to get killed? What was he thinking? Maybe he thought we'd take pity on him and bring him along to level up, but no one in this world sympathizes with anyone. All this was within Xiao Feng's expectations. He had not originally planned to team up with anyone, otherwise how would he explain it if his Sharingan was exposed? The teacher in charge came over and said, "Students, don't go too far. Most of the strange beasts around here are at the first or second level of awakening. If you encounter a strange beast you can't handle, remember to escape first." Although he is the team leader, it is impossible for him to take care of every student, not to mention that his energy is more focused on those B-level students with special abilities. The small groups around went to the teacher to get a distress device and then began their journey of hunting exotic beasts. The distress signal is actually a special device. Once used, the teacher's mobile phone will display information and location. At that time, the leading teacher would rush to support as quickly as possible, but even so, deaths would still occur. In previous years, some students deliberately used the distress signal for fun, only to find out they had been tricked when the teacher in charge arrived. In such cases, the students will be expelled from school and put on the blacklist, which means that they will have almost no chance of surviving in the human world. The wilderness outside the city is full of strange beasts, and survival is a question. That is why the team leader repeatedly emphasized that you should not use this thing indiscriminately unless it's a dangerous moment. Xiao Feng went into a deserted place without getting the so-called distress device. The team leader glanced at it but didn't pay much attention. Every year, a few people in the team would die before the team would pay attention, and it seemed that this year would be no different. The strange beasts in the awakening realm are not very strong, and most of them are insect-like beasts. As soon as he entered the forest, Xiao Feng saw a dung beetle. But this guy must be about 2 meters tall. With the revival of spiritual energy, even the insects have been transformed into something new. System, how do I use Amaterasu? Although I've already borrowed Amaterasu, this is my first time using it. Don't you want to give me an instruction manual or something? You blocked me all night, and now you think of me? Am I the kind of person who can be called upon and dismissed at will? I'd rather die than chat with you again. I'll give you its magic core later. It's like this, brother. You just need to use your body's spiritual energy to concentrate it in your eyes to open the Sharingan first. Then silently recite Amaterasu in your mind, and the Sharingan will automatically transform into a Mangekyo and release Amaterasu. The activation time of the kaleidoscope is 1 second per point of spiritual power. Please pay attention to the time and don't overdraw your body. New. Xiao Feng took a deep breath and stood at a safe distance of dozens of meters away from the strange beast. He began to mobilize the spiritual power in his body and concentrate it on his eyes. Sharingan. A pair of scarlet eyes full of evil opened, and Xiao Feng instantly felt that everything around him became clearer. He could even analyze that the dung beetle in front of him was at the second level of awakening. Is this the power of the Sharingan? Yes. The host needs to develop the functions of the Sharingan by themselves, but the ultimate move can be purchased in the store of this system. Of course, when the host reaches a certain level of strength in the future, they can also create new ninjutsu by themselves. However, it seems that it has sensed your presence. I advise you to kill it first. You haven't returned my system points yet, so don't die. Because Xiao Feng used spiritual energy, the strange beast that was sensitive to spiritual energy immediately discovered the human boy hiding behind the tree. The alien beasts and humans have always been in a hostile relationship, which also led to the appearance of human spiritual power, which suddenly made the dung beetle alien beasts full of hostility. He stared at Xiao Feng's direction, ready to attack at any time. Xiao Feng was not afraid either. He stood out from behind the tree. His scarlet eyes made the dung beetle monster feel a little scared. But I could feel the breath of the little human opposite who had just awakened to the first level. The advantage is mine. The dung beetle monster rushed towards Xiao Feng. Amaterasu. Xiao Feng silently chanted Amaterasu in his heart, and his scarlet eyes turned into a hexagram, and a warm current flowed out of his eyes. A strange and intense black flame ignited on the dung beetle's body. The extremely high temperature caused so much pain that the dung beetle had to stop attacking and roll on the ground to try to extinguish the black flame. But Amaterasu is the highest level of fire escape. It can't be extinguished. No matter how hard the dung beetle tried, it could not put out the fire on the ground, and its struggles gradually subsided. Until there was no breath left. Kill the awakened level 2 monster and gain 10 system points. He died already? Xiao Feng was a little bit unbelievable. A strange beast in the awakening state just disappeared like that? Nonsense. If you weren't so powerful right now, Amaterasu would have burned him to ashes in just 1 second. Now that you've burned him for so long, it's an insult to Amaterasu. Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng walked forward, took out a knife and found a crystalline object in the head of the dung beetle monster. This was the monster's magic core. What did you say? Xiao Feng shook the magic core in his hand and said, "Did I say anything?" The host is so wise and powerful. Anyone who opposes this system will be dealt with. Xiao Feng exchanged the magic core for the system. Yes, in addition to killing alien beasts, exchanging the magic cores of alien beasts for the system can also obtain system points, and the exchanged system points are often more than those obtained from killing alien beasts. Awaken the level 2 monster core and redeem it for 20 system points. You still need to pay back 2,999,980 system points. Only 20? The magic core spirit energy of the insect beast is not much to begin with, and we are only offering a good price because this is the host's first time exchanging system points. Xiao Feng almost believed what the system said because of its righteous tone. This system is a profiteer. Xiao Feng controlled the Mangekyo Sharingan to retrieve the Amaterasu on the ground. This thing is indestructible. If it is left in the wild and accidentally touched by others, it will become a murderer. I took a look at the spiritual energy points. Just killing a weak dung beetle monster took up half of the spiritual energy points. Improving your strength is the top priority. Xiao Feng opened the Sharingan and looked around. The Sharingan's observation ability was top-notch, and even the slightest clue could be found from subtle clues. Moreover, the spiritual energy consumption of Sharingan is very low. The Mangekyo Sharingan consumes 1 point of spiritual energy per second, while the ordinary Sharingan mode consumes 1 point of spiritual energy per minute. Found it. Chapter 6: Falling in Love with the Feeling of Not Having. Xiao Feng quickly locked onto the next target. He had kept his Sharingan open just to observe the strange beasts nearby. Sure enough, an old sick strange beast was found under a giant tree. It is a chameleon monster. Although its strength is not very strong, the invisibility brought to them by their racial talent is also a very tricky problem. That's right, it's invisible. After the revival of spiritual energy, the racial talents of all animals have evolved. The color-changing protection of chameleons can achieve optical reflection and thus achieve visual transparency. But under the eyes of the Sharingan, the chameleon's invisibility had no effect. Xiao Feng only felt that there was a green pig lying on the branch. Obviously, the chameleon was lying on the tree looking for his lunch today, and he also noticed Xiao Feng. Because of his racial innate invisibility, and the aura of first-level awakening emanating from Xiao Feng, the chameleon climbed down the tree very confidently. He wanted to get behind Xiao Feng and eat him alive. But when Xiao Feng opened his Sharingan, he only saw a fat gecko-like creature approaching him. When the chameleon monster crawled to Xiao Feng's side, Xiao Feng seized the opportunity and kicked it away. The chameleon who was kicked several meters away was stunned. How did this guy kick me? Coincide. It must be a coincidence. The chameleon increased its speed and tried to crawl back to Xiao Feng and eat him in one bite. Damn human, I originally wanted to eat you up in one bite so that you would die without pain, but now I have changed my mind. I want to bite you to death before eating you. But for some reason, I always feel that this human's red eyes are very strange and seem to be staring at me all the time. The chameleon moved to the left, and Xiaofeng's eyes also moved to the left. The chameleon moved to the right, and Xiaofeng's eyes also looked to the right. This human can see me. Impossible, this is my racial talent. How could he possibly see through my disguise before reaching the realm of control? But Xiaofeng didn't give him any chance and burned him into charcoal with Amaterasu. Kill the awakened level 2 monster and gain 10 system points. Xiaofeng touched the blood flowing from his eyes and complained. Why do skills consume not only MP but also HP? You're just too weak. Besides, it's okay for you to bleed a little. Not wanting to argue with the system, Xiaofeng approached the chameleon's body and dug out his magic core. The system is almost drooling. This is for me, right? Right? Xiaofeng took out some magic cores from yesterday and exchanged them for system points. Don't use it to pay off my debts, exchange it for the Great Fireball technique. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 system points. Exchange for the Great Fireball technique was successful. 100 system points were deducted and the technique has been automatically learned. Name, Xiaofeng. Age, 18. Level, Awakening Level 1. Spiritual Power, 37,100. Skills, Sharingan, Amaterasu, Great Fireball Technique. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Consume 10 points of spiritual energy to unleash a large fireball in front of you, dealing massive fire damage. In Sharingan mode, the Great Fireball Technique increases damage by 20%. It is worthy of being a skill that every Uchiha must learn. It turns out that it has an enhanced effect with the Sharingan. The main reason is that it consumes too much spiritual energy to activate Mangekyo and Amaterasu, so it is better to exchange for other ninjutsu to use first. But I didn't expect that the Sharingan could also increase the damage of the Great Fireball technique. The Mangekyo itself doesn't have the spiritual energy to open, so how long can the Sharingan be opened? After saving a few magic cores from yesterday's sack, I exchanged all the rest for the system and obtained a total of more than 60,000 system points. However, Xiaofeng always felt that this system was taking kickbacks from him. Such a bag of magic cores only exchanged for such a small amount. Ah, this system is the most honest and conscientious system in the universe. Didn't I even take the trouble to upgrade your kaleidoscope yesterday? It's reasonable for me to charge a small fee, right? Xiaofeng helplessly sat cross-legged under a big tree to meditate and practice, holding a magic core in his hand. Although the teacher said that constantly using the magic core was bad for the body, Xiaofeng didn't seem to feel anything. Instead, every time he absorbed the energy from the magic core, he felt unusually comfortable. Of course, this system will automatically absorb the harmful substances in your magic core. Are you so kind? What are you talking about? This system has already said that I am a model worker in the system of all heavens and worlds. Free? What are you talking about? How could we charge random fees when doing business with this system? Then why does the energy in my magic core feel a little less? This magic core is like a durian. The thorny shell on the outside is the impurities that cannot be absorbed, and only the few cells of flesh inside are absorbed. But the magic crystal in Xiaofeng's hand should clearly contain 5 cells of flesh, so why did it feel like he only ate 4 cells after absorbing it? Ahem. This system worked so hard to remove impurities for you, so if you accidentally ate a little, that's reasonable, right? Xiaofeng, hashtag? Forget it, it's not much anyway, just consider it as paying for an impurity removal machine. And it's really fun to practice with the magic core. It's like when you get used to not wearing it, will you ever go back to wearing it again? Obviously, no. I practiced until most of the night last night, and I also gained some spiritual energy by killing 2 strange beasts. Now it's just the finishing touch. Breakthrough. Level 2 Awakening. You know, today is only the 2nd day since Xiaofeng awakened his superpowers. Most of the other students have just broken through to the 1st level of awakening, but Xiaofeng has already reached the 2nd level. The spiritual energy value doubles directly. Name, Xiaofeng. Age, 18. Level, Awakening Level 2. Spiritual Energy, 200. Skills, Sharingan, Amaterasu, Fireball Technique. Because of the level increase, the spiritual energy value has also recovered by more than half. But to be on the safe side, Xiaofeng decided to test the waters with the next monster using the fireball first. So Xiaofeng hurriedly packed up and began to search around for traces of strange beasts. With the Sharingan, which is like a plug-in, no matter what kind of strange beast it is, it cannot escape Xiaofeng's eyes, and he soon found another strange beast. And following the trail, we came to a small stream. If you look closely, you can see a huge hole half a meter high beside the stream. This size, it can't be a very powerful beast, right? Although he has the cheat in hand, Xiaofeng is not so arrogant as to dare to cause trouble to the powerful monster right now. If he does, he will be killed before Amaterasu can be released. So, the identification skills of this system are extremely necessary. It's on sale now, only 199 system points. Host, would you like to know more? Xiaofeng. I really suspect that you must have been a scammer on some website before you became a system. Chapter 7, Profiteer System. However, Xiaofeng still spent system points to exchange for one, even though the school taught him how to judge the level of strange beasts by their breath. However, if it is some strange beast that can hide its own breath, it is easy to make a wrong judgment, so Xiaofeng will still buy the identification technique even if it is a little expensive. But shouldn't this thing be a built-in function of the system? Why should I buy the system points myself? The system did not explain this, but instead imitated the mechanical sound. Congratulations to the host for purchasing the appraisal technique. The funds have been automatically transferred to your account. At this time, a head popped out of the stream cave. Xiaofeng immediately used the identification technique to check. Name, Loach Python. Level, Awakening Level 3. Race, Animal Type Exotic Beast Snake. Introduction, a hybrid of a loach and a snake, it possesses the special effects of earth and water. Its sturdy scales also have the sticky properties of a loach. It is a very difficult beast to deal with. Host, do you want to spend 10 system points to buy his weakness? At this time, the system began to sell again. Do you think my Sharingan is just for show? The Sharingan has super observation capabilities. With the Sharingan activated, Xiaofeng could see at a glance that the Loach Python's eyes were injured. Generally speaking, the weaknesses of snake-like beasts are in the abdomen because that is where their heart is. But in addition to the hard shell that protects its body, the Loach Python also has a layer of sticky secretions that protect its scales. Under the double protection, the only weakness of this strange beast is its eyes. One of its eyes has turned white, probably because it was blinded while fighting for territory with other strange beasts. After all, there is such a big stream next to it, and many strange beasts must want it. I see you've made a lot of analyses, but wouldn't a simple Amaterasu be enough to get him killed? The system couldn't help but complain. I gave you a cheat but you don't use it. Instead, you take off your pants and fart here. Are you acting like a hooligan? Isn't the Sharingan also a cheat you gave me? What's wrong? Free things are not popular? The system fell silent. That seems to be the case? Xiaofeng quietly came to the side of the cave. The Loach Python was still basking in the sun, with white skin appearing on its body. Was it about to shed its skin? Snakes and other strange beasts are at their weakest when they are shedding their skin. Xiaofeng was just planning to test whether the newly acquired Great Fireball technique was powerful enough, so he stood on top of a huge rock. The accuracy brought by the Sharingan and the mastery of skills enabled Xiaofeng to master how to use the Great Fireball technique in one go. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. A huge fireball flew out, and it kept getting bigger and bigger, until a 5-meter wide fireball flew towards the Loach Python. Xiaofeng should be standing behind the blind eye of the Loach Python, so it is in his blind spot. The Loach Python was completely unaware that the danger was coming. I just feel that today's sun is hotter than ever before. Is the temperature on the blue planet rising so seriously now? When the fireball touched the Loach Python, it was too late. The entire fireball hit the Loach Python and caused huge damage. The Loach Python rolled left and right in the center of the fireball, trying to jump into the stream nearby. But it was gone before it could even flutter twice. He never understood who had framed him until his death. Kill the awakened third-level monster and gain 31 system points. He died already? Why does it feel like the damage of this great fireball technique is even higher than Amaterasu's? This is nonsense. The Loach Python was already injured and was in the weak period of molting, and was attacked without any preparation. With all the buffs stacked up, it's already pretty good to be able to keep the whole corpse. Use a dagger to take out the magic core of the Loach Python and exchange it directly for the system. Obtain 300 system points. The snake skin has been burned into charcoal, otherwise I would have wanted to peel it off and sell it. Besides the magic core, the most valuable thing about snake-like beasts is their skin, a luxury for the rich. But it's all burnt, so no one would want it. Xiaofeng used his Sharingan to survey the situation inside the cave, but he didn't dare to go in casually. What if there was another snake? Although there is no room for two tigers in one mountain, everyone who understands the latter sentence will understand. Fortunately, Xiaofeng did not see any trace of another loach python in the cave. On the contrary, he found an egg. This is a good thing. The exotic beast cubs and eggs are both valuable things. Because there is a special profession called beast tamer, who tames exotic beasts. But how could adult alien beasts, whose hatred for humans is deep in their bones, become slaves controlled by humans? So the only thing we can do is to target these unborn exotic beasts. If we sell this egg to a student who is a beast tamer, it can fetch at least tens of thousands of dollars, right? Ding ding, you can actually ask this system to recycle it. As long as it's related to exotic beasts, this system will buy it at the most fair price. Xiaofeng didn't plan to go back like this, but it was quite troublesome to carry an egg with him, so he asked the system to recycle it. Recover the loach python egg and gain 50 system points. Just 50 points? Is that what you call fair? That's pretty good, okay? This system is also responsible for sales. 50 points for just providing the supply is already quite high. Sell? What? You colluded with the systems of other worlds to sell it to them at a high price? How do you know? The scene was awkward for a while. Ahem, what do you mean by high price? It's just a matter of each taking what they need. I'll give you 5 more system points, no more. Looking at the 55 system points that arrived in his account, Xiaofeng cursed. Dog system. Xiaofeng did not choose to leave the stream, but chose a secluded place to hide. Instead of going to the forest to look for strange beasts, it is better to wait here for them to come to you. There is only one water source nearby, so if the strange beasts want to drink water, they can only come here. Soon another strange beast arrived, a rat-like beast. Xiaofeng used the system identification technique to check, and the information is as follows. Name, Giant Rat. Level, Awakening Level 1. Introduction, a lowly mouse mutates into an ugly creature half a meter tall. It prefers to live in dark, damp places and attacks with its giant teeth. Aside from its teeth, its entire body is vulnerable. It seems that he is a loser. Xiaofeng was planning to kill him with a fireball. The giant rat came to the entrance of the Loach Mang's cave with something in its mouth to offer something. After placing the offering at the entrance, it ran to the stream to drink water. Xiaofeng used the Sharingan supervision to check, and his face instantly became gloomy. Amaterasu. With a glance through the Mangekyo Sharingan, a ball of black flame emerged from the cracks in space and coated the giant rat's body. How could a first-level awakened beast withstand such damage? It was burned to death in a moment, but Xiaofeng did not take back Amaterasu, but let Amaterasu corrode the giant rat's body. It was not taken back until the hardest magic core was burned to ashes. What are you doing? These are all system points. The system said with great sorrow. But Xiaofeng didn't take it seriously. He went to the entrance of Loach Mang's cave and picked up the tribute. It's a human arm. Chapter 8 Burn My Body, the final pig charge. Judging from the wound, it seems to have been caused by a bite, and judging from the cuffs of his clothes, he is also a student of number 2 middle school. This should be what the giant rat left over. Xiaofeng threw it into the Loach Python's cave, and then collapsed the entrance of the cave, treating it as a tomb. It was the first time I saw one of my own kind appear in front of me in this way. It would be a lie to say I didn't feel anything. So in his angry state, Xiaofeng didn't even leave any trace of the giant rat. But there won't be a second time. In this world, not having strength is a sin. If he didn't have a system or the Sharingan, and only relied on his spiritual eye ability, his arm might be used as a tribute by some weak monster. Collecting his thoughts, Xiaofeng continued to ambush in the dark. As expected, the strange beasts around here can only come here if they want to drink water. Some people would bring offerings to the Loach Mang's cave and offer them before drinking water. However, when they saw the collapsed cave, they looked puzzled and still put down the offerings. There is also a type that is sneaky and wants to come for a sip of water and then run away quickly. Without exception, Xiaofeng found the right opportunity to kill them one by one. If the monster escapes your attack range, use Amaterasu. Looking at the little bit of black ash and magic core left under his feet. If you let me run, I could have left you with an intact body, but now not even ashes are left. Xiaofeng picked up the magic core and then recovered Amaterasu. It's almost time to go back. A total of 13 exotic beasts were hunted, the highest level of which was the 3rd level awakening Loach Python. But that's true. We are at the outskirts of the forest, so the level of the exotic beasts here won't be that high. Recover all the magic cores except the Loach Pythons and return them to the system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,500 system points through magic core recycling. Please keep up the good work. It's almost dusk, and if I don't return to the team, I will miss the time to return to the city. If I were locked outside the city walls, even if I had the Sharingan, I couldn't guarantee that I would be safe. A cry attracted Xiaofeng's attention. It was a pig? No, it's a pig-shaped monster. Identification. Name, Iron-Headed Pig. Level, Awakening Level 3. Race, Animal-type pig-like beast. Introduction, a mutant wild boar beast. Its powerful tusks and skull make it enjoy using its head to smash its prey into a pulp before eating. It is belligerent and very vindictive. Skill, pig advances suddenly. A strange beast with skills. You know, the Loach monster just now had no skills. This forced Xiaofeng to be cautious. As usual, Xiaofeng came behind the strange beast. This time, he didn't dare to be careless and used Amaterasu directly. Amaterasu. The black flames burned on the iron pig's body, and the severe pain made him stumble around. Among them, they hit the big tree where Xiaofeng was hiding. Xiaofeng, who was lying on the ground with his buttocks down, was discovered by the iron pig. A hint of shrewdness appeared in his painful eyes. Why are there humans here? This ball of black flame must have been set by this human. Damn human, die. The pig advances suddenly. Fuck. System, save me. Humph, you only remember me when you need me. I'm not such a casual system. Fuck, I'm about to die and you're still being so pretentious. If you die, I'll just change my host. It won't have any impact on me. Don't forget that I still owe you 3 million. My dear host. Please don't die. Your brother Tongzi is here to save you. Get Susanu's Simplified Version Experience Card 1. A simplified version of Susanu, which can summon skeletons to defend itself. Since it is a simplified version, it is limited to defensive functions. Use it now. Xiaofeng silently recited the command in his mind, and soon a huge skeleton appeared around him, emitting a purple light. The stubborn pig didn't feel any pain when it bumped into his skeleton. Hit me, stupid pig. The iron-headed pig has Amaterasu on his body and will die soon. He is protected by Susanu and is not afraid of his final struggle. The stubborn pig could see his unwillingness in his small eyes, so he used all his strength to make the last pig charge in his life. Burn, my body. The pig advances suddenly. Fuck. It's not that Susanu was broken, but that I took off. I told you not to be so arrogant. His pig charge has a knockback effect. Plus, this stubborn pig knows he's going to die, so he burned his own life as a price. Originally, he could only be knocked back a few meters, but now you see how high you are. These are not the key points. The key point is that there is a cliff on the place where Xiaofeng fell. Originally, there was a 100-meter-high cliff downstream of the stream. This time, Xiaofeng was knocked off the cliff by the iron pig. Fuck, why didn't you say so earlier? The appraisal didn't mention that his skill had a knockback effect. If he knew that, would he still be so desperate to provoke him? Wouldn't it be nice to hide aside and watch him get burned to ashes and pick up the magic cores? You didn't ask then. Xiaofeng, System I don't know how long I flew. Bang. The loud noise quickly attracted the strange beasts around. The strange beasts only saw a huge pit, and in the huge pit was a human? Seeing humans, the strange beasts bared their fangs and wanted to enjoy this little snack. But why is there a bunch of skeletons around this human? And why is it purple? Xiaofeng also saw this group of strange beasts. Name, Megalodon. Level, Awakening Level 5. Race, Animal-type tiger-like beast. Introduction, a ferocious tiger-like beast that enjoys biting its prey to pieces with one bite. It has extremely strong combat power. Name, Claw Eagle. Level, Awakening Level 5. Race, Animal-like flying beast. Introduction, a predator in the sky, it likes to grab its prey and then throw it down. It has extremely strong fighting power. Name, Phantom Fire Tree. Level, Awakening Level 6. Race, Plant-based beast. Introduction, a plant-based beast that lives deep in the forest. The flame in its trunk is its heart. It likes to burn its prey to ashes and bury the flames under its trunk to absorb the ashes. It has extremely strong combat power. Originally, this cliff was the boundary between the outer edge of the forest and the depths. Most of the creatures on the outer edge of the forest were low-level beasts that had awakened to the first or second level. But it's different in the depths. The strange beasts in the depths are not only numerous, but also powerful. Among them are many strange beasts at the control level and even the transformation level. Xiaofeng didn't say anything. He started with an Amaterasu and immediately ran away. Amaterasu. The black flames blocked the distance between the strange beast and Xiaofeng. The strange beasts felt a strange feeling from the black flame, but the breath of the first level of awakening emanated from that body. How could I be afraid of this brat? Immediately, the saber-toothed tiger stepped on Amaterasu. Awu. Xiaofeng, who was running in front, heard the screams behind him and didn't dare to look back to take pictures, for fear that he would be caught up if he was a step late. Chapter 9 Obtaining Wood Release. It's late at night. In a cave. The original owner of this cave was killed by Xiaofeng using Amaterasu. So this cave became his temporary hideout. Although he didn't know what happened to the group of strange beasts, Amaterasu should have been able to intercept them. Otherwise, Xiaofeng would not have been able to escape. But now how to get back to the city has become a problem, and I don't know if there will be any team leaving the city tomorrow. It is normal for 1 or 2 people to die in a team that comes out for training. As long as they are not a group missing, no one will be sent out to search for them. So Xiaofeng can only rely on himself now. But from the way I walked just now, I found that there is no way back here, and after walking for a while, I will encounter high-level exotic beasts. Although Xiaofeng is not afraid of one-on-one attacks, he cannot withstand the large number of strange beasts. This cave was obtained after seeing a sleeping bear monster and killing it instantly with Amaterasu's fireball technique. After taking a rest, Xiaofeng immediately covered the magic core of the loach python and began to practice, striving to improve his strength as soon as possible. Because he killed a lot of strange beasts today, and used magic cores to practice, Xiaofeng broke through to the 3rd level of awakening in the middle of the night. 2 levels a day. At this speed, even a genius from a big family would have to kneel. But the college entrance examination for supernatural powers does not only look at the level. If you are not strong enough, you will not be admitted even if your level is high. System, open the store. Host, are you finally going to buy something again? I just got a batch of good stuff. Shenwei 1 million system points. Tiantian 5 million system points. Monthly reading 2 million system points. Okay, recommend something I can afford. The system secretly complained about being poor, and then opened the civilian store. Water-style great surfing technique, 100 system points. Earth escape, earth spike, 100 system points. Thunder release Qilin, 1000 system points. Finally, Xiaofeng saw something interesting in a corner. Wood release, 1000 system points. This thing is so cool, how could a profiteer like you sell it so cheaply? Even though we're profiteers, you still get what you pay for. This wood release is a blind box. If you're lucky, you might get Hashirama's wood release. If you're unlucky, you might only get Yamato's wood release. Of course, you can also buy it in the store. Senju Hashirama would release 1 million system points. Yamato would release 100 system points. Honey, do you want to buy it? Xiaofeng. There are only 2 would release users here, so the chance is 1 in 50. Buy it. Xiaofeng waved his hand, and the 1000 system points he had just accumulated were instantly cleared to 0. Your wood release blind box has arrived, please sign for it, dear. The system actually has something to say. The probability is not 1 in 2, but 1 in 10. This gift has 10 grids, 2 of which are for Hashirama Senju and Yamato's wood release, and the other 8 are for thank you for your patronage. The system laughed secretly. Otherwise, do you think I would pack such an expensive thing into a blind box and sell it to you? The next moment, Xiaofeng took a deep breath. Open. Wow, golden legend. At the same time, in the high-end shop, the grid for Hashirama Senju's wood release became gray, which meant that the host had already obtained it and could not purchase it again. It's really out. Obtained would release Senju Hashirama version. The system wanted to bite its back teeth to pieces. Where the hell did this European emperor come from? Get out of here and tear it apart. Xiaofeng, who was unaware of the situation, could only sigh that his luck was not too bad, as long as he didn't use the contractor's wood release. So what skills do you have? In response to Xiaofeng's question, the system said quietly, it only has basic functions. Ninjutsu skills need to be purchased in the store. After saying that, he opened the system store. What was different from before was that a few more items were added. Would release secret technique, tree world birth. This ninjutsu utilizes one's own spiritual energy as the source of life, rapidly growing multiple trees from the ground as if uprooted, creating a forest in an instant. All attacks and defenses within the forest are controlled by the caster. Price, 500,000 system points. Wood release, wood dragon technique, creates a giant wooden dragon. Once entangled, the spirit energy of the creature is absorbed. Price, 100,000 system points. Wood release, wooden man technique, creates a giant wooden man with extremely powerful combat power. Price, 200,000 system points. Wood release, ranking technique, a skill that creates a wooden shield shaped like a fanged ghost face to defend against opponents. Price, 10,000 system points. Xiaofeng opened his system data, looked at the system and asked, which one do you think I can afford? Don't worry, there's a low-end version below. Wood release, wood wall, creates a funnel-shaped hardwood wall to trap itself, thus defending against the opponent's attacks. Price, 100 system points. Wood style, cutting technique, grows wooden thorns branches from the arms, piercing the opponent. They absorb the opponent's chakra and grow again, allowing for multiple piercing attacks. Price, 200 system points. Wood release, 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms technique, summon tree trunks to grow from the ground, forming a habitable residence. Mom won't have to worry about me sleeping outdoors anymore. Price, 50 system points. Why is there no big Buddha? After checking the system store, Xiaofeng didn't see any wood escape skills related to the big Buddha. Was he swallowed up by the unscrupulous system again? Didn't you say not to look at expensive things? And that thing requires a celestial body to use. Do you have one? Forget it, let me show you. Wood release, immortal technique, obtain an immortal body, strengthening wood release in all aspects. Purchase grants the passive skill, unsealed healing technique, automatically recovers from injuries and accelerates the recovery of spiritual energy. Price, 2 million system points. Senjutsu would release top Buddha True Thousand Hands, a wood release technique used after entering Sage mode. Putting your hands together, you create a giant Buddha over 100 meters tall with hundreds of arms. You can control all of the True Thousand Hands arms to strike the opponent with such power that it can penetrate valleys. Purchase requirements, already purchased would release Senjutsu not met. Price, 3 million system points. Now, do you think you can afford it? The system teased Xiaofeng. I originally wanted to see him stunned, but why is this guy grinning like that? System, how about borrowing some more? System. I have never seen such a shameless person. Chapter 10 Xiaoya. Xiaofeng used some of his remaining system points to exchange for wood release, wood ingot wall and wood release, cutting technique. Just right for one attack and one defense. Honey, how about a Kirin? It's the most impressive ninjutsu in the lightning department. Don't worry about the damage, just look cool. Or maybe a clone technique would be nice too. It's cheap, right? Perfect for a poor person like you, the number one person under the sky. Faced with the system introduction, Xiaofeng skillfully blocked it out. I have just exchanged all the magic cores except those used for cultivation, and I am still not satisfied. Xiaofeng used wooden ingots to seal the entrance of the cave to prevent any strange beasts from attacking in the middle of the night. Then I fell asleep at the entrance of the cave. I had been fighting all day, and I was exhausted both physically and mentally. Fortunately, I brought some dry food so I didn't get tired and hungry. At the same time, in the city, a heroic woman came to Linjiang Station carrying a suitcase. Deep red hair, fair skin, but more attractive than these is her proud breasts. Which man doesn't look back when walking on the street? Taking off her sunglasses, Xiaoya took out her cell phone and called Xiaofeng. Hello, the user you dialed has turned off the phone. You little brat, why don't you answer my call? That's right, this woman is Xiaofeng's sister Xiaoya. He is also a student of Kyoto Academy. He originally wanted to come back to accompany Xiaofeng during the summer vacation, but he didn't expect that this kid would dare to ignore his phone call on the first day he came back. Although the streets were familiar, Xiaoya did not feel any nostalgia. This city was the one she would defend even if her parents died, but to her, it was just a painful memory. If Xiaofeng hadn't stayed here, I probably wouldn't have come back. Returning to the familiar old house, Xiaoya opened the room. Not here? Xiaofeng's room was very clean, so it was unlikely that he disappeared on purpose. You're hiding from me, aren't you? Then make a phone call. Hello, who are you? Wang Defa, can't you remember my aunt's name? Wang Defa, the principal of number 2 middle school, but how many people dare to call his name to his face? Wang Defa, who was about to get angry, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he heard the familiar voice. Xiaoya? You're not senile yet. Where's my brother? Did he leave him at school for you? I'm telling you, if you dare to torture my brother, I'll tear down your principal's office. Xiaofeng? Didn't he go home the day before yesterday after awakening his superpowers? I didn't, don't talk nonsense. How could I, as the head of a school, detain students? Your brother went back after awakening his superpowers. I don't know where he is. Xiaoya raised her eyebrows. Xiaofeng didn't seem like the kind of person who would play such a joke on her. Something happened. I don't care what method you use, just find my brother for me. Call me immediately if you have any news about him. Wang Defa wanted to say something when the other end of the phone hung up. Beep. The phone was hung up without giving Wang Defa a chance to speak. I'm the headmaster of a school. How can I be threatened by a little girl? I'm just worried about my students. All teachers, please gather in my office. He was the vice principal when Xiaoya was studying at number 2 middle school. He witnessed with his own eyes that the principal's office was rebuilt 57 times in 3 years. Fortunately, Xiaoya worked hard and became the top scorer in Linhai province. The principal at that time was promoted, and I became the principal. But the scene of that little girl dismantling the office is still vivid in my mind. Soon Wang Defa called, and after Xiaoya answered the phone, Wang Defa was a little afraid to speak. Have you found Xiaofeng's whereabouts? The person wasn't found, but his whereabouts are known. Xiaoya suddenly felt something was wrong. He said with a cold expression. Explain. Aren't the students going on field training in groups? I checked, and it seems he was in yesterday's group, and hasn't returned yet. After all, there are always some death rates in the training teams every year, so the teacher in charge didn't care much about it. But now that Wang Defa knows about this, he wants to skin the teacher in charge alive. Xiaoya is a well-known brother Khan. At that time, she was still in junior high school. In order to take care of her younger brother who was in elementary school, she brought him directly to the classroom. She would beat up anyone who dared to bully her younger brother. At that time, all the bad students in the school respected her as the boss. When she was in high school, she often skipped classes to go home and cook for her younger brother, and she would blow up the principal's office if the principal dared to stop her. Until she finally awakened her superpowers, awakening S-level superpowers. In just 1 month before the superpower college entrance examination, she blew up the principal's office 37 times. Seeing that Xiaoya didn't say anything, Wang Defa felt something was wrong. Bang! Xiaoya crushed the phone with her bare hands, and the anger in her eyes made the surrounding spiritual energy become hot. That's right, this is Xiaoya's awakened superpower, the S-level special system Seraph. The 2 pairs of white wings behind Xiaoya appeared and disappeared until they solidified into a solid entity, and she leaped into the sky. In her eyes, the 30-meter-high city wall was nothing more than a higher staircase that she could cross in an instant. That day, people only saw a fiery red figure flying out of the city. The guard saw this and said in panic, "Go and inform the general." The other side. Xiaofeng stood up and stretched. It was a comfortable sleep. Because of the existence of the wooden wall, the strange beasts did not notice that there was a human hiding in the cave. At this time, Xiaofeng's spiritual energy had recovered and it was time to go home. My sister said before that she would be back in the next 2 days, so don't forget to pick her up at the station or you'll get scolded again. After removing the wooden wall, Xiaofeng opened his Sharingan and continued on his journey. It would be great if I could have the complete form of Susanoo, so I can fly to this height in an instant. Unfortunately, imagination is just imagination after all. Wandering in the forest, Xiaofeng was like a parading killer. When he saw a lone monster, he would immediately use a series of small combos. Wood release, cutting technique. The branches of the tree instantly transformed into large, sharp wooden thorns that impaled the strange beast in place. Ouch! The beast screamed in pain, but Xiaofeng had no sympathy. Fire style, great fireball technique. With the blessing of the Sharingan, the great fireball technique can instantly kill most monsters below awakening level 5. If you don't die, try again. Anyway, we can use the grafting technique to fix the strange beast in place, just like a living target. Kill the awakened level 5 monster and gain 30 system points. Kill the awakened 4th level monster and gain 20 system points. Kill the awakened level 6 monster and get 50 system points. Dear, the system points will be calculated based on the difficulty and value of the monsters killed by the host. So if the host kills monsters above their level, the system points will be huge. But don't forget to kill valuable monsters too. Yes, I'm talking about that fuzzy deer behind the second tree. What the hell are you looking at with your Sharingan? Why don't you kill such a valuable thing and kill a brown bear that can't be sold? You loser. Chapter 11 The Dutiful Son Wan Defa. Xiaofeng seriously suspected that the system also had a pair of eyes. The eyes of a stingy person. This guy is not only a profiteer, but also stingy and extremely greedy for money. It is true that the velvet deer is valuable, but it has no attack skills and poses no threat to Xiaofeng. Moreover, the velvet deer's only skill is sprinting. With this kind of escape skill, Xiaofeng would have to spend several times more energy to hunt it down, which would be a waste of time. But since the system kept nagging, I turned off the system voice again. The world is quiet. In this way, Xiaofeng hunted strange beasts while looking for the way back to the city. Bang! There was a loud noise coming from deep in the forest. Xiaofeng raised his head and looked, but he couldn't see anything because there were too many trees. Could it be that a powerful monster has escaped? No, I have to go back quickly. In the middle of the forest, the howling moon demon wolf was sleeping soundly. As a strange beast in the transformation stage, it already possessed some wisdom. Moreover, he is the only metamorphosis beast in the entire forest, so he lives a very comfortable life. I don't know what happened today. Why did such a girl come? Are you the boss of this forest? Xiaoya was glowing with red flames, with a holy posture and a condescending tone. This made the howling moon demon wolf very unhappy. A mere human dared to provoke him? I have already sent my younger brothers to investigate the Linjiang city ahead, and the most powerful person has also reached a new level. This little girl is quite fierce. I want to see what level she is at. Awakening, control, transformation, domain. Oh shit. This little girl is in the realm of territory. The idea is difficult. Withdraw. The howling moon wolf ran back desperately, using the sprint skill. This forest is so complex and intricate that no land creature can catch up with me. Sure enough, when the howling moon demon wolf looked back, there was no trace of the human girl. Humph, wait until I find my wife and then come back to seek revenge on you. Let me ask you, are you the boss of this forest? Xiaoya appeared in front of the howling moon demon wolf. Damn, this girl can fly. The howling moon demon wolf braked hastily, not daring to stop, and ran in another direction. This time, Xiaoya seemed a little impatient. Xiaoya stretched out her right hand towards the sky, and a ball of hot red flame grew bigger and bigger from her hand. With a wave of Xiaoya's hand, the flames flew towards the direction where the howling moon demon wolf was escaping. Boom! A strong heat wave emanated from the center of the forest, killing all the weak beasts around it. This is the strength of the realm. Originally, I just wanted to find the leader in the forest to ask if he had seen Xiaofeng. Since he doesn't cooperate, then send him to reincarnation. Xiaoya flapped her white wings behind her and continued to search for the figure in the forest. He muttered to himself. Please be okay, you are the only family I have left. Achoo! Who is it? Who is thinking of me? Xiaofeng skillfully dissected out a magic core. Kill the awakened 4th level monster and gain 20 system points. What was going on with that heat wave just now? When did such a terrifying existence appear in the forest? You have to know that Linjiang City is just a small city, and the strongest alien beasts around it are only at the transformation realm. If a powerful alien beast suddenly appears, Xiaofeng will have to consider reporting it to the higher-ups and then moving. Tisk, I've never seen a host as cowardly as you. Yesterday, there were other systems showing off to me how awesome their hosts were. Look at you now. Maybe the system's ban time is over, so he starts chattering again. I just have the system. Just because I'll be invincible in the future doesn't mean I'm invincible now, okay? How badly do you want me to die so you can inherit my legacy? You're just a coward. Xiaofeng took out the magic core he had just used to hunt the beast and asked, "What did you say?" I said the host is brave and resourceful. Unlike those idiots in other worlds who only know how to stir up trouble. My host is the best host in all the heavens and myriad worlds. Xiaofeng nodded and exchanged the magic core. Congratulations to the host for exchanging the magic core and obtaining 50 system points. Why only 50? That pile of stuff must be at least 70 or 80. Praising someone's service earns 10 system points. I just gave them 3 compliments. Isn't it fair for me to charge 30 points? Xiaofeng. You'd better not have a physical body in the later stage, otherwise I will beat you into a state of being unrecognizable. However, after a whole morning of hard work, Xiaofeng finally found the way to Huichang. But when we approached the city gate, we found that there seemed to be no teams going out of the city for training today. It's over, I have to spend another night outside. Knock on the door? The city wall is 5 meters thick and 30 meters high. How much force does it take to ring it? I can only wait at the door for the next training team. Inside the city. Now Wang Defa is also very panicked and has called the former principal of number 2 middle school several times. But after knowing that it was Wang Defa who lost Xiaoya's brother, the former principal hung up the phone in 3 seconds and then immediately blocked him. At the same time, he sent 500 yuan to Wang Defa's wife with the note, "This is for the gift money. I won't be attending the banquet." This made Wang Defa's wife confused. What was the old leader doing? Wang Defa is now like an ant on the hot pan, so how can he let his students go out to gain experience? It is estimated that after this incident, it will be difficult to find strange beasts within dozens of kilometers outside the city. The realm is no joke. The state of transformation is actually transformation, and transformation into a realm is a qualitative change. If the transformation realm is only 10 times stronger than the control realm, then the domain realm is 100 times stronger than the transformation realm. It's a complete dimensionality reduction attack. So Wang Defa is already making arrangements. Wife, I've put all my private money in the secret compartment on the second row of the study. Thank you for taking care of me over the years. Mom, I'm an unfilial child and can't provide for your retirement. To make up for it, I'll tell you where I hid Dad's private money. Dad. The last time you went out to eat, it was me who ordered you to. After making arrangements for his funeral, Wang Defa suddenly felt that his life was so short. Principal. Found it. Have you found Xiaofeng? Wang Defa was overjoyed. He didn't have to die. No, I mean I found your lost watch. Wang Defa. Fuck you. After kicking the secretary out, Wang Defa sat slumped in his office alone. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Even though I'm dying, I still have to do my job well since I'm still sitting in the principal's position. Come in. Principal, why aren't we allowed to go out for training today? Many students are complaining now, and the college entrance exam is approaching. Will this decision? Wang Defa snorted and said, "It's for your own good that I don't let you go out." That girl was firing fireballs randomly, and I couldn't even stop her, let alone those students who had just awakened. Alright, we'll talk about the training in 2 days. For the next few days, let the students practice hard at home and improve their strength. But principal, usually during the training, some students would forget to return due to time constraints and wait for the next day's training team to leave the city so they can return together. If we do this, what if the students who forgot to return yesterday are waiting for the city gate to open today? Wang Defa was shocked. Yes. Maybe Xiaofeng forgot the time. Walk. Where are you going, principal? Go to the city gate and open it. Chapter 12. My life is over. The door slowly opened, and Wang Defa observed the situation outside with trepidation. The last time I was this nervous was when I went to a foot massage parlor with my old boss. The door opened, but there was no one. Wang Defa's eyes dimmed. My life is over. Why are there so many people? Suddenly, a familiar voice came. Wang Defa looked carefully and saw that it was Xiaofeng himself. Xiaofeng originally exchanged the wood release, 3 rooms and 2 living rooms technique in the system store, and planned to build a wooden house and wait for the city gate to open. I didn't expect that the city gate would open just after I exchanged it. I feel sorry for my 50 system points. Wang Defa burst into tears and went up to hug Xiaofeng. You're finally back. Xiaofeng was confused. What happened to the principal? Could it be that he was found unconscious because I reported him last time for going to a foot massage parlor with the old principal? Xiaofeng, go back and have a good rest first. You must be tired after staying out all night. Here, this is my treasured 1,000-year-old snow lotus. Take it back and nourish yourself. Then he leaned close to Xiaofeng's ear and whispered, Your sister is back. Remember to say something good about me. It's not easy for my old bones. No wonder she was so nice to me suddenly. It turned out that Xiaoya was back. Where is she? Wang Defa pointed to the forest outside. The huge heat wave just now. No, it's just. She came back yesterday? Didn't you call me the day before yesterday to buy a ticket home? I arrived the next day. It's over, it's over. He knew I was not at home but still ran into the wild. I'm probably going to be scolded. This is just a 1,000-year-old snow lotus, what a loss. But Wang Defa had already left the city to find Xiaoya, to tell her that Xiaofeng had been found. Otherwise, if this situation continues, all the low-level monsters around will die within 2 days. Then what can we use to provide students with experience? You can't just find some strange beasts in the control realm and let them fight, right? Xiaofeng returned home and waited for Xiaoya's arrival. In order to behave better, I went to the market to buy shrimp and abalone. Sister Ya likes to eat these the most. When she comes back and sees that I worked so hard to prepare a meal, she will probably scold me less, right? There is no way she would hit me. Since she was a child, she would feel heartbroken for a long time if she cut her finger. How could she possibly hit me? But getting scolded is inevitable. In the forest. Xiaoya is like a god of death, how can she be a seraph? It's clearly a killing angel. Wherever he went, no grass grew. Wang Defa was able to get close to Xiaoya in this high temperature only by relying on his strength in the transformation realm. Don't kill him. Xiaofeng has been found. Wang Defa roared from a long distance, but Xiaoya still heard it. Has Xiaofeng been found? Xiaoya put away her own suppression and quickly flew in front of Wang Defa. Where is he? Found him at the city gate. He probably forgot to return to the team yesterday, so he's been sent home now. Search. Xiaoya flew back to Linjiang City immediately. He ran so fast that he was afraid of missing that familiar figure. When she arrived at the door of her house, Xiaoya hesitated again. She took out the mirror she carried with her and tidied up her wrinkled face before going in. After a night of fighting, she was now very tired, and the hem of her skirt was stained with the blood of strange beasts. She didn't want to meet Xiaofeng in this state. The door opened and Xiaofeng was seen wearing an apron and holding a spatula. Are you back? Get ready for dinner. Xiaofeng heard the loud noise in the kitchen and thought it was an earthquake. Xiaoya looked at Xiaofeng's face and smiled gently. Well, I'm back. Xiaoya went back to her room, changed into a jacket and shorts, and went to the kitchen and hugged Xiaofeng from behind. What delicious food to cook! Xiaofeng felt a little helpless, as if her brother Khan nature had increased again. Yes. Xiaofeng lifted the lid of the pot and found her favorite fried shrimp balls. Xiaofeng is still the best. Xiaoya hugged Xiaofeng and pecked him on the face. Xiaofeng didn't indulge her and slapped her dirty hands away. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Xiaofeng is so boring. Xiaoya pouted, but still obediently went to wash her hands. At the dinner table, Xiaoya ate one by one, her face filled with happiness. Xiaofeng was also eating quietly, and the two of them tacitly did not talk about what happened last night. For two people, as long as the other person is by their side, it is more important than anything else. After dinner, Xiaoya lay on the sofa and rubbed her stomach. Xiaofeng's food is still delicious. If you get fat, you have to be responsible for me. Faced with Xiaoya's dirty jokes, Xiaofeng picked up the water gun that was spraying the potted plants and sprayed them. Mercury retrograde, retreat. Ah! Stop spraying. My clothes are soaked. But Xiaofeng didn't listen at all and kept spraying the whole bottle. So, Xiaoya, who was wet, had to go forward and take a shower. Xiaofeng is really amazing. I just got home and already I have to change clothes twice. How awesome. Xiaofeng raised the water gun in his hand, which was filled with water again. Don't you want to take a bath with your sister? Xiaofeng expressed his position through actions. Ah! Stop spraying. Bang. Closing the door, Xiaoya whispered, he was so attached to his sister when he was little, and they always took a bath together. But, the child has grown up. After cleaning up the house, Xiaofeng went back to his room to meditate and practice. Why should the protagonist be so hardworking? If you were in my shoes and owed a huge amount of system points, you could do it too. After taking a shower, Xiaoya changed into a large set of pajamas, wiped her hair, and went to Xiaofeng's room. What are you doing here again? How cold? We are siblings. I'm practicing. We'll practice later. Come blow dry your hair first. It's been a long time since I've had Xiaofeng blow dry my hair myself. Helplessly, Xiaofeng could only put down the magic core in his hand and take out a hairdryer from the bathroom to blow Xiaoya's hair. At this time, she was wearing a large white pajamas. It's more like an oversized shirt than pajamas. This seems to be the big one I bought before? After wearing it once and finding it didn't fit, I asked her to throw it away for me. Xiaofeng's cooking skills are indeed the best. Do you want any reward from your sister? Xiaoya sat on the bed, looking at Xiaofeng with an extremely attractive posture and eyes. Go out and close the door, thank you. Xiaoya's little face was visibly pouting and swollen like a potato. He grabbed Xiaofeng's pillow and held it in his arms, looking like I'm going to sleep tonight. So Xiaofeng calmly got up, went out, and locked the door. I went to the sofa and continued to meditate, leaving Xiaoya alone on the bed. Bang! The door was pushed open and Xiaoya looked angry. You really think I'm discussing this with you, don't you? Then he came to the sofa, picked up Xiaofeng and brought him back to the room. From time to time, a strange sound came from the room. Chapter 13: The Horror of the Sharingan. Early in the morning, Xiaofeng had dark circles under his eyes and was unable to move, because there was a snow-white thigh pressing on him. Xiaoya was hugging herself and sleeping. Xiaofeng had a look of despair on his face, but it was not that he had not struggled before. But it's totally useless. I can only be a pillow and let Xiaoya do whatever she wants. Let me go. I want to practice. I want to become stronger. Host, do you know anything about the substitution technique? It only costs 300 system points. Xiaofeng's face changed. I saw that thing yesterday, wasn't it only 30 system points? So can toilet paper be priced the same as toilet paper when you don't want to go to the toilet? Xiaofeng. Makes sense. I was speechless. So you want to buy it? If I don't buy it, do I look like an idiot? I can't sleep anymore, so I'll just continue practicing. He took out a magic core from the system backpack and began to absorb and practice. Although this posture was uncomfortable, he could still practice. It was past noon. Xiaoyakai woke up comfortably from her sleep, and seeing Xiaofeng still with his eyes closed, she poked his face with her hand. You say no, but you're clearly sleeping comfortably in your sister's arms. Suddenly, Xiaoya seemed to remember something bad and approached Xiaofeng's face with a naughty look. Hey, don't push your luck. Xiaofeng suddenly opened his eyes and realized that he had not slept well at all. Xiaofeng, wake up. Xiaoya was not embarrassed at all, and even went over to hug Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was held hostage by two mysterious and powerful forces and could not speak at all. Let me go. After a simple lunch, Xiaofeng planned to continue his training outside the city. No. Xiaoya blocked the door with her body and sternly rejected Xiaofeng's request. You can do anything, but you are not allowed to leave the city. It's so dangerous outside. I spent so long looking for you yesterday. But I have to go out. Why? I am also a strong person on the new generation rankings. No one can bully you. I don't want to be a gigolo. What's wrong with being a gigolo? You're doing it because of your own abilities, so what right do they have to criticize you? If anyone dares to criticize you, I'll knock out his teeth. I'm in debt. Isn't it just a debt? I'll transfer 5 million to you now. Is that enough? If not, I'll ask for more. Well, Xiaofeng couldn't find any reason not to eat this gigolo. But what I owe is not money. It's system points. Sister, I want to take the college entrance examination. Xiaoya was a little tempted, but she still said quietly, I clearly gave you a place in Kyoto University, but you want to sell it. How can you take the college entrance examination with the ability of an awakened spiritual eye and no fighting power? My spiritual eyes are not ordinary spiritual eyes. Xiaofeng said as he opened his Sharingan. To be honest, this red spiritual eye was the first time Xiaoya had seen it, and even though she was already in the realm, she still felt a little weird and uneasy when she saw it. It's just a little red, it's useless other than that. Yeah? The next moment, the scene around Xiaoya suddenly changed and became the same place as in the center of the forest yesterday. Howling Moon Wolf? Although Xiaoya didn't know what was going on, she still summoned the blade of the seraph to prepare for the enemy when the strange beast was in front of her. Sudden. The scene changed again, revealing a desert that Xiaoya had never been to before. The Howling Moon Demon Wolf is still the same Howling Moon Demon Wolf, but its number has exceeded hundreds. And each of them has the strength of the domain realm. What happened? This is not the way to end the world. Xiaoya rushed towards the leading demon wolf with a blazing blade in hand. She could not be defeated in a short time, but she was always powerless against hundreds of Howling Moon Demon Wolves in the realm of the domain. When he chopped down the 9th Howling Moon Demon Wolf with one blow, his body's spiritual power had been exhausted, but he felt that the number of Howling Moon Demon Wolves not only did not decrease, but was increasing. A Howling Moon Demon Wolf found the right opportunity, attacked Xiaoya from behind, and swallowed her into its mouth in one gulp. Don't want. When Xiaoya came to her senses, she was still in the living room of her home. She was covered in cold sweat, as if she had had a terrible nightmare. But my mental will told me that what I just experienced was not an illusion. It was more like I had experienced it myself. This is my ability. Are you still stopping me from going outside the city? Xiaofeng restored his Mangekyo Sharingan, turning it back to its normal dark eye color. This is the Sharingan's illusion. Although it is not Tsukuyomi, the illusion was successful because Xiaoya was completely defenseless. In order to make up for the gap in realm, Xiaofeng cast an illusion and opened a kaleidoscope to enhance the illusion, so even Xiaoya could not escape. Xiaoya came back to her senses after a moment of fear and threw herself on Xiaofeng. Good, you've become more capable now, right? You dare to scare your sister. Don't rub it. You're all sweaty. Who did that? After a while of playing around, the two returned to the room. Xiaofeng sat cross-legged on the ground, while Xiaoya changed her clothes and lay on the bed. So your psychic eye ability has mutated? Xiaofeng nodded. He had prepared this explanation long ago. If it were someone else, Xiaofeng would definitely not reveal a single word. But if it was Xiaoya, he could tell her some of the content. But the most important part cannot be told to her now. This ability is even more perverted than mine. You're only at the awakening realm, but you can control me at the domain realm. This is the horror. If someone had been paying attention, Xiaoya would probably be a corpse by now. Xiaofeng waved his hand and said, Actually, it's because you have no defenses against me at all. If you were an enemy, the most you could do is forcibly control someone at the highest level of control. Of course, what Xiaofeng said was when there was no Tsukuyomi. If Tsukuyomi was exchanged, even the transformation realm might not be able to stop it. After all, there are few people in this world whose abilities are related to the psychic system. As long as the psychic ability has not been awakened and the level gap is not too big, the Sharingan is enough to control it. Okay. I'm open and honest with you, and you're playing dirty tricks on me, right? Xiaoya pretended to be angry and rushed towards Xiaofeng and locked him up. Tell me the truth, how many things have you been hiding from me? Be gentle. It's hard to talk about this in the city. Why don't you come out with me? You'll feel more at ease with me by your side, right? When Xiaoya heard this, she agreed. The general guarding this city is only in the transformation realm, and is not as strong as himself. Since Xiaofeng insists on leaving the city, I will go and accompany him. This time, Xiaoya did not fly out directly with her wings, but followed the formal procedures to take Xiaofeng out of the city. In addition to following the school's team of teachers, students can also pay for one-on-one tutoring from a coach. As long as someone above the control level leads them, they can leave the city. The person in charge of registration at that time stuttered when he saw Xiaoya's strength in the realm of realm. He had never seen such a big shot in his life. In a 7th or 8th rate city like Linjiang City, the generals defending the city are usually at the transformation realm. Only slightly prosperous cities, or cities with strong exotic beasts nearby, will be equipped with city defense generals at the realm level. Chapter 14 Testing. After leaving the city, Xiaoya took out the apples she had bought from the supermarket, sat on the top of a tree, and pointed at an awakened first-level monster not far away. Please start your performance. Xiaofeng was speechless. After all, he had reached the 3rd level of awakening now. Can you give me a level 1 to practice on? Don't I have any face? Fire style, great fireball technique. Xiaofeng didn't even bother to open his Sharingan and killed the unfortunate beast with a fireball. Xiaoya's eyes lit up in the tree. Isn't this the power of the spirit eye? How can it use fire skills? Moreover, this fire skill is much stronger than ordinary elemental flames. Xiaoya felt happy but also a little sad. The good thing is that Xiaofeng has such a good talent, and he will never be bullied in the future. But at the same time, she felt a little sad. Originally, she was happy that he had awakened his spiritual eyes, because this way she could arrange for him to do clerical work and he wouldn't have to fight with strange beasts. I can fight the monsters alone. Xiaoya transformed into wings, jumped down, hugged Xiaofeng and flew into the sky. Judging from the direction they were heading back to the city. Why are you going back so quickly after just coming out? I still have even more awesome skills that I haven't used yet. Xiaoya said nothing and just walked back with Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng below wanted to say something else, when suddenly a drop of water fell on his face. It's raining? Then another drop fell into Xiaofeng's mouth. Salty. This is not rain. Looking up, he turned his head to look at Xiaoya. Sister Ya, please put me down. I won't die. Even though I've just awakened, I'm very strong. Put me down and I'll continue making fried shrimp balls for you tonight, okay? There was still no response. Xiaofeng knew that the conventional method was not working. So he took off his shirt and slid down. Xiaoya reacted and wanted to catch him again. Sharingan. Although the second control effect is not obvious, a few seconds of control is enough. Xiaofeng fell down quickly. Would release wooden spindle wall. He used spiritual power from his back to grow some trees, which quickly formed a ball and wrapped Xiaofeng in it. Bang! With a loud bang, Xiaofeng walked out of the wooden wall with difficulty and ran in another direction without thinking too much. Sharingan. With the Sharingan activated, Xiaofeng knew how to escape so as to leave the smallest trace, or even create false clues. On the other side, Xiaoya looked at a spherical shell made of wood. Did this reduce the force of falling from a high altitude? Spiritual eyes, illusions, fire elements, now even wood elements. How many things are you hiding from me? Xiaoya flapped her wings and continued to fly into the sky. Playing hide and seek with your sister, right? At this time, Xiaofeng was hiding in a corner, shivering and not daring to make a sound. Although the wooden wall offsets most of the gravity, who can withstand falling from a height of several hundred meters without getting hurt? Fortunately, the injury was not serious, just a sprained ankle. Fortunately, the person in front of me is my own sister, and she 1T hurt me. Otherwise, with the strength of the domain realm, would she play hide and seek with me? Clear the screen with just one skill. There is no grass growing within a radius of several miles. System, is there any healing skill? Have. Healing technique, uses spiritual energy to restore damaged cells in the body, can treat most minor injuries. Price, 100 system points. Palm Immortal Technique, a ninjutsu that is an advanced version of the healing technique. It also uses spiritual energy to restore damaged cells in the body, but can only treat some serious injuries. Price, 1000 system points. Or the host can directly purchase would release, Immortal Body. The healing effect it brings is even better than the Palm Immortal Technique. Xiaofeng didn't want to talk to the system anymore, so he directly exchanged for a healing spell and then started to perform it on his ankle. Xiaofeng naturally knew why Xiaoya suddenly reacted so strongly, because he and Xiaoya's parents were once the city generals of Linjiang City. At that time, they had a happy family. But everything changed during a beast tide. My father, as the general defending the city, risked his life to stop the group of strange beasts, while my mother evacuated the people in the rear. But it would take some time for support to arrive, and if they retreated, less than half of the people would survive, so my parents made a decision. Hold on to the end. In that battle, tens of thousands of soldiers died, including their parents. This is also the reason why Xiaoya was not punished even though she bombed the principal's office dozens of times before she unleashed her amazing talent. Because their lives were exchanged for the lives of Xiaoya's parents. And now Xiaoya has reached the realm of domain and can be considered a strong man. After graduating from Kyoto Academy, they either went to guard the city or hunt exotic beasts and carry the hope of mankind. But there was only one thing she didn't want, and that was that she didn't want Xiaofeng to go down the same path. I will kill all the strange beasts. I just hope Xiaofeng can have a peaceful world to enjoy. Of course Xiaofeng wouldn't do that. It would be fine if he was just living off others before awakening his superpowers, but since he has that ability, why does he have to hide behind others? He wants to prove that he has the ability to protect Xiaoya. This seems to be a game, but it is also a competition between the two siblings. They haven't been like this since their parents died. Over the years, the burden on Xiaoya has been too heavy. She is obviously a young girl, but her face shows the vicissitudes of life that are not suitable for her age. Xiaofeng came to the cave where he had hidden before and observed Xiaoya in the sky through the gap. She is in the light and I am in the dark. Xiaofeng deliberately left a little trace, and Xiaofeng's domain realm strength was sensed at once. Rush over immediately. Entering the cave, there is only a bell there. This was the gift Xiaoya gave to Xiaofeng on his 10th birthday. It wasn't a rare thing, but it was made by Xiaoya herself. At the same time, there are words written on the ground with a wooden root. Take it and you win. It seems that my younger brother really wants to play games. Okay, then I will play with you. Xiaoya picked up the bell and pinned it around her waist. There were footprints left by him outside the cave. It was not known whether they were left there intentionally or accidentally, but Xiaoya still walked over. In this game, she is the cat. Her strength in the realm makes her fearless of everything. All that's left is to be careful of the illusion in his eyes. If it were a normal situation for Xiaoya, she would probably poke the opponent's eyes out as soon as she was born, but she couldn't bear to do that to Xiaofeng. Xiaoya licked her lips. Don't let your sister get too bored. Chapter 15 Xiaoya's ability. Apart from Amaterasu, Xiaofeng had no other assets that could compete with Xiaoya's strength, not even the Mangekyo. The last time she was able to be attacked was because she was completely defenseless, and the illusion was performed at close range. Illusions cannot be used unless you exchange them for Tsukuyami. Honey, I heard you need Tsukuyami? I technique, Tsukuyami, a genjutsu using the Mangekyo Sharingan. This technique draws the enemy's mind into the illusory space. In the Tsukuyami world, all factors, including time, location, and quality, are controlled by the caster. The enemy will suffer immense physical and mental pain in this illusory world. Simply gazing into the Mangekyo Sharingan will cause them to fall victim. Price, 2 million system points. Xiaofeng. Can't afford it, sorry for bothering me. Although it is very cool, I can't afford it now. I might as well think about how to steal the bell. But if he gets caught again this time, there will be no chance of escape. Because. Achoo! Xiaofeng has taken off his only shirt and is now shirtless. The footprints that came out of the cave before were left by me on purpose. If I go straight along that road, there will be a wood escape trap that I left behind. Although it doesn't have much effect, it allows me to see what skills my sister has. To this day, he doesn't even know what abilities Xiaoya has awakened or what skills she possesses, because ever since she went to Kyoto University, the two have had no contact time except during winter and summer vacations. In addition, Xiaoya didn't want Xiaofeng to be exposed to these things, so naturally she wouldn't specifically tell him about the information about superpowers to make him interested. But from the last heat wave and the wings behind her just now. Could it be the beast transformation type? Phoenix or something? No, how could a phoenix have white wings? Xiaofeng opened the Sharingan and shared quickly. The pure white wings are like an angel descending from heaven to earth. The terrifying heat wave is like a divine punishment sent down from heaven. It must be something to do with angels. It can't be an angel related to healing or wisdom, it must be related to combat. Battle angels, seraphs, fallen angels. First, rule out fallen angels. My sister's wings are white, so she can't be a fallen angel. Battle angels and seraphs? That should be the latter. With that terrifying heatwave, her ability must be that of seraph. Bang! When he heard the loud noise, Xiaofeng knew that his trap had been triggered. Xiaoya flew out from under the giant tree, her face covered in dirt. That stinky little brother actually had the heart to throw such a beautiful sister into the pit. Because it controls the tiny tree roots underground, it is difficult for anyone with abilities other than wood to discover this trap. And the damage is not that great. I can only say that the damage is not great, but it is extremely insulting. Xiaofeng chuckled secretly and moved away immediately. Even without Amaterasu, he could still get the bell. Xiaoya came to the river to wash her face. That stinky Xiaofeng, why did he make a pit when he could have made a trap? I didn't have any change of clothes to bring home this time. When washing her face, Xiaoya suddenly felt her face a little slippery. Looking up, I saw a giant slug. It seems that he has already reached the level of mastery. But Xiaoya was in a bad mood and burned it to ashes with a ball of fire. I hate being disturbed when washing my face. Xiaofeng hid aside and shared. Her known abilities include the ability to fly with her wings, powerful fire abilities, and strong physical qualities. That's right, Xiaofeng had designed to lure that slug over there just to test Xiaoya's strength. I didn't expect that he would be turned into charcoal with just one punch. But your death is worth it. Only after obtaining valid data can Xiaofeng plan for the next step. Xiaoya walked in the forest with empty eyes, and she didn't know how many batches of strange beasts came to seek death. Aren't you all monsters looking for death? Didn't you see the strength of my great aunt in the realm of the domain? There was even one who was in the awakening state and ran over and crashed into Xiaoya to death. If he hadn't paid the price with his life, everyone would have thought that this group of strange beasts were out to scam him. Moreover, there was not even any trace of Xiaofeng along the way, except for a few footprints he deliberately left behind. No need to think, the end must be a trap. But Xiaoya still followed the only clue, and sure enough, it turned out to be true. In the pit, Xiaoya saw words on the bottom. Different from the previous one, this time there are words. Xiaoya squatted down to look above. Look to the left. Xiaoya did as she was told and found that there was also a string of text on the left. Look behind. Confused Xiaoya looked back and saw another text. Look down at the ground. Xiaoya. Put these infinite nesting dolls. Xiaoya flapped her wings and wanted to fly away. Looking back, I don't know when the wings were glued on. Not far away, Xiaofeng threw away the 520 glue in his hand. Hey, isn't 50 system points too much for a bottle of glue? Think about your sister's level. Can something that can stick to her wings and make her unable to use them for a short period of time be called expensive? After hearing what the system said, it seems to be the case. Little did they know that the system was frantically changing prices in the system store at this time. Change all 520 glue points from 10 to 50. I made this change only after getting the host's approval. And it makes sense for me to change from 2 digits to 2 digits, right? Xiaoya tried to spread her wings apart, but she felt that if she used too much force, the feathers would fall off, and then she would be left with featherless wings. Then it becomes chicken wings. Thinking of this, Xiaoya might as well not use wings. The pit was not too high, only 2 or 3 meters away. With his strength at the domain level, he could jump up in one go. And the glue on the back was poured by Xiaofeng, which means he was nearby. You naughty brother, wait and see how I'll deal with you when I catch you. Just as Xiaoya thought, Xiaofeng was on the branch of a big tree not far away. Fortunately, this is a forest. If it were a desert, there would be no place to hide. It was also because Xiaoya didn't want to hurt herself, otherwise it would be easier to find her if she could clear all the surrounding trees with one skill. Of course, there was a high probability that I would be cleared away along with those trees. So she won't use large-scale lethal skills. Similarly, I would not use Amaterasu on her. Although I don't know how effective Amaterasu is on the realm, what if she is burned to death? Each of them sealed their own unique skills, and the brother and sister staged a scene of love and friendship in this forest. It just makes life difficult for the strange beasts in the forest. Xiaoya hated strange beasts so much that she would kill them instantly whenever she met one. If I can't use my skills on Xiaofeng, I can't use them on you? But in fact, 90% of these strange beasts were brought by Xiaofeng to test the enemy situation. Because low-level monsters are not very intelligent, the Sharingan can easily control them in a one-on-one fight. Strange beast, you are so arrogant. You are using our lives to test your skills. Chapter 16 Xiaoya's Tears. Hiding all the time is not a solution. Xiaofeng is trying to get closer to Xiaoya. But without exception, they all failed. There were even several times when I was almost discovered. So Xiaofeng knew that he had to come up with a surprise move. Xiaoya didn't care anymore. Her skirt was already covered with mud and dust. I should have worn shorts. When I catch him, I will make him accompany me to the mall to shop for clothes. Sasha. When Xiaoya heard the noise, she no longer wanted to go over there, because there must be another trap waiting for her. Well. Sighing, Xiaoya continued searching in the opposite direction. The glue on the wings is slowly dissolving under the high temperature. I will fly up to the sky to find him when I can use the wings again. Having made up her mind, Xiaoya decided not to waste her time being a headless fly. Sister Ye, save me. At this time, Xiaofeng's screams came from the forest not far away. Xiaoya was like a female cat with its fur standing on end, and her red hair suddenly stood up. The scorching heat all over her body broke through again, the glue on her wings quickly dissolved, and Xiaoya flapped her wings and flew quickly towards the direction of the sound. When they arrived at the place, they saw a plant-type monster tying up Xiaofeng with vines. From the red marks on his body, one could tell how much effort it took to get the vines. Let go of my brother. Xiaoya attacked the strange beast with a blazing blade in hand. But this strange beast seemed to have a little wisdom and blocked Xiaofeng in front of it. Seeing this, Xiaoya quickly withdrew her hand for fear of accidentally hurting Xiaofeng. Sister, don't worry about me. Xiaofeng's weak voice made Xiaoya feel distressed. Don't worry, sister will definitely save you. Why did he have to play games in such a dangerous place in the wild? If he hadn't accidentally lost Xiaofeng, this wouldn't have happened. Xiaoya felt a surge of guilt in her heart, and the tree-shaped beast saw this opportunity and extended its vines towards Xiaoya. Seeing this, Xiaoya subconsciously dodged. Ah! Xiaofeng's screams were heard again. The tree monster put Xiaofeng in front of it with a threatening attitude, and its meaning was very clear, asking Xiaoya to give up resistance. Xiaoya bit her lip, but still let down her defenses. Seeing this, the tree-shaped beast was overjoyed and quickly tied Xiaoya up with vines. Just when Xiaoya thought that she and her brother were going to die at this moment. Jingle! Sister, I won! Xiaofeng said to Xiaoya while holding the bell. The sadness on Xiaoya's face turned into confusion, but she quickly reacted. You lied to me again. Xiaofeng scratched his head helplessly. After dozens of observation tests, Xiaofeng discovered that his sister had no weaknesses at all. If it is the only weakness, that is herself, her only relative. Bang! Xiaoya stood up and slapped Xiaofeng hard. This was the only time she hit Xiaofeng, her brother whom she was usually afraid would get hurt. Xiaofeng wanted to argue again. But I saw that her fair face was covered with dust and had 2 obvious tear marks. Xiaofeng rubbed his face, knowing that he was in the wrong. I was wrong, sister. Xiaoya held Xiaofeng in her arms. This time Xiaofeng did not resist, but hugged her instead. Don't joke with your life at any time. Xiaoya hugged Xiaofeng tightly with tears in her eyes. Be gentle, your chest is pressing so hard that I can't breathe. Xiaofeng bought a new skirt from the system store and handed it to Xiaoya. After all, she was covered in mud. By the way, when will you be able to command exotic beasts? Do you also have the ability to control beasts? Xiaoya was puzzled. Why was this tree monster so obedient and cooperated with him in acting? Xiaofeng confidently pointed at his eyes and then at the strange beast on the big tree. He's been controlled by my Sharingan, so now everything about him is under my control. Oh? Your mutated spiritual eye is called Sharingan? That's a good name, and the skill is also very abnormal. You are only at the awakening realm, but you can actually control this giant tree beast at the control realm for so long. Xiaofeng's mind moved, and the huge tree beast behind the 2 siblings immediately exploded. Host kills the level 1 monster and gains 500 system points. He picked up the magic core on the ground and shook it in front of Xiaoya. How about it, is my strength enough for your recognition? Xiaoya was still in shock. It just exploded? You should know that alien beasts will only self-destruct when they encounter a group of powerful humans to avoid having their magic cores dug out. Generally speaking, no alien beasts are willing to self-destruct. I didn't expect that just by being controlled by Xiaofeng, he could even do this. Suddenly, my Seraph ability doesn't seem so good anymore. There is no overnight hatred between the 2 siblings. Under Xiaoya's coercion, Xiaofeng swore that he would never deceive her again. In this regard, Xiaoya also explained to Xiaofeng many rules of the supernatural world, but she seemed to have only one key point. That is, for the strong, there are no rules. Although Xiaoya is already a strong person in the realm, there are still many people in China who are stronger than her. But she didn't care, as long as her brother could live well and she could protect him. I had originally planned to join the hunting team after graduating from Kyoto Academy, but now it seems that I will have to postpone it. A hunting team, as the name suggests, is a team that specializes in hunting exotic beasts. Most of the students graduating from the 5 major universities will choose this path, which means they have to leave human cities and fight strange beasts in the wild for the rest of their lives. Apart from supplying resources, they rarely appear in human cities, but as long as a city is in danger, those close to them will rush there as soon as possible. They are the unsung heroes of mankind. It is also a profession admired by everyone. But what Xiaoya was always worried about was Xiaofeng. If he had gone to school and gotten a clerical job, she could have joined the hunting team with peace of mind. Unexpectedly, he wanted to take the college entrance examination. Now that he has the ability to fight, he certainly won't be willing to just be at the back. At least until his strength grows, I have to stay by his side. These days, Xiaoya watched Xiaofeng's actual combat from behind. To be honest, very sophisticated. I don't even know some of the techniques myself. I don't know where his amazing observation skills come from, and it seems that he is particularly proficient in fire skills. Even Xiaoya was shocked by the strangeness of the black flame. This kid actually has this skill? Time passes. Inside the city, Jiang Yu came to Xiaofeng's door. She came here every day these days. I originally heard that Sister Ye was back, so I wanted to come over to say hello and get closer to Xiaofeng. But I haven't seen them these days. The college entrance examination is coming soon. Are they still outside the city? Jiang Yu returned home in a daze. He had reached the second level of awakening today and wanted to share it with them. Upgrade. Awaken to level 5. Xiaofeng stood up and stretched his limbs, and found that the muscles all over his body had become much stronger. With Sister Ye by my side during this period, leveling up has been very smooth. Even Sister Ye often caught some injured control-level monsters from the neighboring forest and gave them to Xiaofeng to finish him off and level up. In addition to Xiaofeng, there was another person who was also smiling very happily. Chapter 17 The Beast Tide Attacks. He. Stop laughing. Your image as a sleazy, greasy uncle is coming out. Xiaofeng complained after exchanging a bunch of magic cores. During this period, the accumulated system points from killing strange beasts and exchanging magic cores have reached more than 100,000. The main reason is that Sister Ye is so awesome. She captured a lot of strange beasts in the control realm from the mountain next door. Every kill is counted as a cross-border kill, and the system points are X2. Moreover, the exotic beasts in the control realm are more valuable, one costs at least thousands. It seems that the day when I can return to Amaterasu is just around the corner. Xiaofeng, go on. Xiaoya waved her pure white wings, holding two strange beasts that she got from somewhere, which were also in the control realm. Kill the level 2 monster and gain 600 system points. Kill the level 4 monster and gain 750 system points. Xiaofeng took back what he said. It's so nice to have soft rice to eat. At noon, the two of them cooked in the wooden house. This wooden house was built by Xiaofeng using the wood release, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms technique. It is a 1-to-1 replica of the structure at home, with not much difference except that you can't watch TV and all the concrete walls are replaced with wooden boards. Xiaofeng, which school are you planning to apply to? At this time, Xiaoya asked Xiaofeng about his thoughts. After all, if you want to take the college entrance examination, you still have to have a goal. Let's go to Kyoto Academy. You were there too, sister. And isn't it rumored that Kyoto Academy is the best among the 5 great academies? First place? That's just a competition held by the academies every year. I've been the representative of Kyoto Academy for the past 2 years. Xiaoya puffed out her chest with a proud attitude. So that's how it is. Are the people from other academies stronger? Xiaoya thought about it for a moment and shook her head. Not strong? Have no idea. Xiaofeng. Because I almost killed them all in one move right after I appeared. I don't even know what abilities they have, so how can I tell if they're strong or not? Xiaofeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I always feel that this makes them more uncomfortable than killing them. In fact, Xiaoya's strength has always been beyond the standard. Just think about it, a student who is not even a junior has already reached the realm. Even the teachers in Kyoto Academy may not have reached this level, let alone the students. Therefore, Kyoto Academy firmly sits at the top position among the academies because of the blockbuster Xiaoya. Besides, I won't have much time in school since I'm a junior, so make your own choice. Xiaoya ate fried shrimp balls. As for where the shrimp came from? This exotic beast was just fished out of the lake, and with the nourishment of spiritual energy, it tastes better than ordinary prawns. Xiaofeng thought for a moment and decided to choose Kyoto University. Of course, if other institutions have more generous conditions, then we can talk about it. After eating, the two decided to go home first. One reason is that there are no washing machines or laundry detergents in the wild, so simply relying on lake water to wash clothes is not enough to get them clean. Second, Xiaoya is complaining. I want to watch TV. I want to watch anime. I want to watch a movie. It was already late at night when the two of them returned to the city. After returning home, Xiaoya took a hot shower and changed into Xiao Feng's clothes. She only wore a large top and panties, because all the clothes she brought back had been used up as consumables. Accompany me to the mall to buy clothes tomorrow. No complaints, no saying no. Then I lay on the sofa and watched TV happily. Xiao Feng looked helpless and started cleaning the house. Because I had been away for such a while, there was a lot of dust in the house, and I had to wash all the clothes that had accumulated between us. When Xiao Feng picked up the big Jiao cup from the laundry basket, he walked into the living room and threw it to Xiaoya. I told you to wash personal things like this by hand. Xiaoya pouted. I don't want to. It's so troublesome to wash this thing. And Xiao Feng is not a stranger, just help your sister wash it. Xiao Feng blushed and refused. Huh? Why are you blushing? Are you embarrassed about washing your sister's underwear? Xiaoya had a wicked smile on her face, as if she had found a new toy. She stopped watching TV and picked up her underwear, waving it in front of Xiao Feng. How is it? You've never seen anyone bigger than my sister. Xiaoya put her hands on her hips with a proud look on her face, using her capital to hold up her thin shirt. Xiao Feng shifted his gaze, but Xiaoya was relentless and ran over to ask Xiao Feng to continue looking. After teasing Xiao Feng, Xiaoya went back to watching TV. The same underwear was also given to Xiao Feng to wash. Don't do anything weird to my clothes. No way. The next day at noon, the two appeared in a shopping mall in Linjiang City. Don't ask why it was noon. The reason is that both of them slept until noon. In the mall, Xiaoya released her feminine nature, and soon Xiao Feng could no longer hold her hands. System, can you please discuss something? Let me put these things in the system warehouse for a while. How can that be possible? The system warehouse can only store magic cores and items purchased from the system store. Just when Xiao Feng was about to give up. But you can also purchase the right to open the warehouse. Not 99,000, not 38,000. Only 9,999. Xiao Feng. As expected of you. Profligate merchant system. Xiao Feng, who had earned a large amount of system points some time ago, bought it immediately. Anyway, it would be useful in the future, so he might as well buy it now. And considering the unscrupulous businessman's personality, the price might even go up in the future. I mean, is it possible that this price has already been raised? After putting all the things in the warehouse, Xiaoya brought over 2 more bags. Where are my things? Xiao Feng took the clothes and demonstrated it on the spot, watching the clothes disappear into thin air. You also have space-related skills? The people around were no longer surprised. After all, in the world of superpowers, it was normal to have a few people who awaken spatial powers. But Xiaoya knew his background. He had a special ability called a spiritual eye, which first mutated into a Sharingan, and then became proficient in fire, wood, and illusion techniques. This is even more beyond my scope. In the mall, there was a sudden flash of lights. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. Linjiang City is facing an incoming beast tide. Everyone, please leave in an orderly manner and seek refuge at designated shelters. Once again, I warn everyone, don't take any chances. Please evacuate to designated shelters immediately. Chapter 18, Elderly People Have No Martial Ethics. Beast tide? When Xiaoya heard this word, she couldn't help but feel angry. Walk. He took Xiao Feng and walked outside. She would never let Xiao Feng go to the shelter. How could it be safer there than staying with her? At this time, on the city wall, all the people in the transformation realm in Linjiang City are here. The leader was a middle-aged man. He was the current city defense general of Linjiang City, Chen Ning. Chen Ning felt the powerful aura and looked back at his side. There are only a dozen or so fighters in the transformation realm. Can they stop us? At this time, Wang Defa stood up and said, the distress signal has been sent out, but they will not arrive until late at night at the earliest. So you're out of options, right? The rescue team I contacted will arrive at nightfall. The person who spoke was the principal of number 1 middle school, Li Chuanli. One of them is the principal of number 1 middle school, and the other is the principal of number 2 middle school. They have always been incompatible, and even now they are still verbally competing with each other. All right. Stop arguing. Chen Ning spoke, and the two of them gave up and separated. When facing a powerful enemy, personal grudges must not be mixed in. The most important thing now is how to hold out until night. According to the spies' reports, there are even territory-level beasts in this beast tide. As soon as Chen Ning said this, the scene suddenly became chaotic. Realm of domain. How could there be such a terrifying existence around Linjiang City? Suddenly, Wang Defa thought of something. Xiaoya came back some time ago. Everyone present was familiar with this name, because they had fought side by side with her parents like this at that time. What's the point of her coming back? We already owe their family too much. Do we have to let their children fight? Chen Ning sighed. But she has already reached the realm. Chen Ning. Li Chuanli. The rest of the people. How did she practice? These old guys who have practiced for decades have a realm lower than that of a little girl who has only practiced for 2 years? It seems like the past few decades have been spent on dogs. But he soon realized that there were people in the realm in the city, so why bother asking for help? Go find her. Chen Ning gave the order. Everyone turned their eyes to Wang Defa. She graduated from his number 2 middle school and was the one who proposed this, so he must know where she is. Wang Defa tilted his head 45 degrees, pretending to be profound. I don't know either. Li Chuanli kicked Wang Defa on the fat butt and knocked him down. You're still here, bastard, why don't you go find it? Wang Defa stood up and released his spiritual energy. Li Chuanli, when did it become your turn to command? Seeing that the two were about to fight again, the others, including Chen Ning, tactfully made way for a large open space. These two old guys have been fighting for their entire lives, and there's no way to persuade them to stop. It's better to let them make a fuss here while they go out and find someone else. Although it is a bit embarrassing to tell others that I was rescued by a junior who was younger than me. But my life is about to end, so I don't care whether you are cold or not. Dog life matters. Meanwhile, the mall. Xiaoya looked up at the sky with sharp eyes and could already see some small black dots. Those are flying monsters. They can be seen in the center of the city, so you can imagine how huge their number is. It's comparable to the catastrophe that happened in Linjiang City 10 years ago. Let's go. Xiaofeng took Xiaoya's hand and walked towards the city gate. Although his current strength might not be useful, he could still be responsible for shouting 666 on the side. Besides, if you make me angry, I will release Amaterasu and all the monsters below the control level will die. If it was a few days ago, Xiaoya would definitely not feel comfortable taking Xiaofeng with her for such a dangerous matter and would have sent him to a safe place first. But after seeing his strange skills, he gradually changed. Xiaoya transformed into angel wings and flew towards the city gate with Xiaofeng. You old bastard. Don't grab my beard if you can. You still have the nerve to say that. Let go of my kunbaden first. You go first. I don't trust you, so if I have to let go, you should be the first one to do it. I'll count to 1, 2, 3, and let them go together. Good. Wang Defa and Li Chuanli looked at each other and then said in unison. 1, 2, 3. Ouch. 2. You have no moral integrity. 2. You're still imitating my way of speaking. 2. Still neither of them let go of the other. Until. Snap. A flash of white light passed by. Oops, I forgot to turn off the flash. Xiaoya was looking at the two principals from a high place, as if they were two pieces of pornographic material, because the posture of the two people. It is indeed easy for people to misunderstand that there is a misunderstanding between Long Yang and others. Xiaofeng couldn't help but take a picture. When the time comes to post it on the campus wall of number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school, won't the number of reposts and likes increase rapidly? Xiaoya brought Xiaofeng to the city wall. Wang Defa and Li Chuanli both separated awkwardly, keeping a distance of at least 5 meters. That. Wang Defa tried to explain and save his image. I'm not interested in your business. Tell me about the beast tide and I'll do my best to handle it. Xiaoya said coldly. But he didn't look at the two of them again. For example, when you pass by a garbage station, do you take a look inside? Obviously, no. Although Wang Defa was in great pain, he still recounted the situation of the beast tide first and then went to settle the score with that old man. According to the spies' reports, this beast tide has nearly 10,000 exotic beasts. Among them, the largest number are beasts, followed by flying beasts. The leading beast is the Phantom Moon Demon Wolf, an extremely fast beast whose level has reached the second level of the realm. Xiaofeng's ears moved. Tens of thousands? It seems that the system points iota been found. A mature idea lingered in Xiaofeng's mind, and as he thought about it, he suddenly laughed. When Wang Defa saw Xiaofeng smile, his heart skipped a beat. Damn, he had forgotten about this ancestor. Xiaofeng, you are my most promising student. You can't bear to see me, the principal, ruined, right? Xiaofeng said, I haven't seen you trying to get close to me during the 3 years of high school, it's all because Xiaoya is back. But he follows the principle that if business comes to him, he would be betraying his principle by not charging exorbitant fees. Who said that? Of course it's just a profiteer system. Xiaofeng quietly stretched out 2 fingers. Wang Defa started cursing. I've lived an honest life, how could I possibly have 200,000? You might as well ruin my reputation. Xiaofeng walked forward and spoke earnestly. As a principal, how could you possibly not have any money? I'm just giving you some, I'm not asking for your life. Besides, as a transformation realm expert, are you afraid of not being able to get money? Wang Defa was about to be convinced. Xiaofeng corrected him, and I didn't say 200,000, I said 2 million. Chapter 19, Moon Wolf. Wang Defa, I'll fuck you. Xiaofeng smiled slightly. Then he quickly hid behind Xiaoya, took out a bottle of eye drops from the system backpack and dripped them into his eyes. Pointing at Wang Defa with a look of grievance. Sister, he bullied me. He also scolded you. At the same time, he did not forget to shout at Wang Defa, if you have the guts, say it again. At this moment, Xiaoya finally looked at the bag of garbage again. Oh, no, it was Principal Wang. What did you say? The pressure of the domain realm was released, and Wang Defa felt that if he said something wrong he would be thrown off the 30-meter-high wall. I didn't say anything, he must have heard it wrong. Wang Defa winked at Xiaofeng and then stretched out 2 fingers. That's what I mean, I agreed. Xiaofeng turned his head. Do you agree? Sorry, I regret it now. Wang Defa. Seeing Xiaoya gradually approaching him, Wang Defa stretched out 5 fingers in grief. Sister, I think I heard it wrong just now. Let's go check out the beast tide first. Xiaoya's mouth corners curled up slightly. She is not blind, so how could she not see the little movements of the 2 people? But when did my younger brother learn to cheat people? Really? Marvelous. In the past, I was worried that he would be bullied because he was too honest, even if he did clerical work. After all, in today's world, good people are often short-lived. She didn't want Xiaofeng to become a wicked person, but this kind of cunning with a hint of treachery was just right. So they cooperated and let Wang Defa go. At this time, Xiaofeng came to Wang Defa and said something. He thought that this guy was going to trick him again, but he never thought. Good boy, I knew you wouldn't cheat me. Don't worry, we'll split the profits 50-50 after the job is done. After knowing that the leader of this beast tide was a beast in the realm, Xiaoya began to take it seriously. This was not her first time fighting against a beast in the realm, but it was her first time hunting a beast in the realm. Not to mention that the other party is 1 level higher than her. If only I could know the weaknesses or skills of that strange beast, my chances of winning would at least double. After the 2 siblings left, Wang Defa regained his serious demeanor and came up to Li Chuanli. Old Li, you don't want your students to see that photo, do you? Li Chuanli suddenly felt something was wrong, but still asked. What did he say? 10 million. I promise not to let a 5th person see it. Li Chuanli's eyes widened. 10 million? My monthly salary as a principal is only 6,800. Why don't you bargain? 10 million, where can we get it? Wang Defa's smile grew even wider. Who is in cahoots with you? The 10 million is what you have to pay. After all, I am their principal, why would they take my money? You. Don't ask, you're in the photo. It's okay. There's a new technology called Photoshop now. Just Photoshop my head off and that's it. Li Chuanli was speechless for a moment. How come number 2 middle school only produces people like Wang Defa? The Chinese students have been corrupted by idiots like him. Wang Defa put his arm around Li Chuanli's shoulder with a look of satisfaction on his face. Old Li, think about it, aren't you going to be evaluated for promotion next year? If something like this happens, when will you get another promotion? Compared to your future prospects, this 10 million is nothing but a drop in the bucket. Wang Defa is not asking for a random price. As a longtime competitor, the person who knows him best is himself. It can be said that Wang Defa knows Li Chuanli better than his mother. It is true that his monthly salary is only 6,800 yuan, but he is one of the few people in Linjiang City who have reached the transformation realm. He is still the principal of number 1 middle school. There is no need to say more about this, right? This 10 million is exactly the amount that will make him suffer for half a year, but it is an amount that he can barely afford. As expected, after weighing the pros and cons, Li Chuanli transferred the money to Wang Defa. At the same time, he secretly swore in his heart that he would take a detour when he saw Xiaofeng next time. And treasure has arrived. 7.5 million. In the wild, Xiaofeng was playing games on Xiaoya's body and found out this piece of information. It seems that Wang Defa succeeded. It was indeed Xiaofeng who proposed to trick Li Chuanli. After all, one was the principal of his own school and the other lived next door. Below her, Xiaoya secretly thought about hunting exotic beasts for a bounty of hundreds of thousands. This guy can charge over 7 million for just one photo. If this goes on, it won't be long before my status as an older sister is ruined. Thinking of this, Xiaoya originally planned to annihilate the group of strange beasts directly, but now she thinks it is better to leave their bodies intact so that she can take the magic cores and exchange them for money later. As an older sister, how can I earn less than my younger brother? When they reached the tallest tree in the forest outside Linjiang City, Xiaofeng also got off Xiaoya's back. At the same time, he opened his Sharingan to check out the beast tied not far away. There are tens of thousands of exotic beasts of all kinds. And why does it look so familiar? Why does that deer-like beast look a bit like the roasted deer we ate the day before yesterday? And that eagle is about 70% similar to the eagle that stewed mushrooms that night. The leading phantom moon wolf, why does it seem a bit like the howling moon wolf my sister killed a while ago? Could this group of strange beasts be coming for the two of us? Although the strange beasts in the herd are not very intelligent, they still have the most basic emotions. That human woman who came to our tribe and kidnapped our children ran this way. The leading phantom moon demon wolf even sensed a familiar aura. She is the overlord of this forest, the wife of the howling moon wolf. However, because the monsters in this forest were too weak, she, who was at the realm level, ran to the deeper parts of the forest. Suddenly some time ago I realized that I hadn't contacted Xiaoye for a long time, so I sent a messenger from the Yingping tribe to check on him, but the Yingping messenger never came back. After making inquiries from many sources, Yuiwei got the news that her husband was dead. Even though he was a loser, he was hunted by humans. This revenge must be avenged. Originally, Yuiwei only gathered a few hundred wolf-type monsters, but unexpectedly, on the way, deer-type, eagle-type, leopard-type, and even plant-type monsters were heading towards Linjiang City. As a result, the number of hundreds of strange beasts gradually increased and became the current number of tens of thousands. The highest-level phantom moon demon wolf naturally became the leader of this beast tide. On this land, Yuiwei sniffed the ground. It's definitely that loser's blood. At the same time, she also sensed an equally strong aura coming from the big tree in the distance. It is the realm of the human race. Chapter 20. Go to the grave opposite to have a disco. On the tree, Xiaofeng opened his Sharingan and was gradually analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of those strange beasts. More than half of the strange beasts are in the awakening realm, and the rest are almost all in the control realm. There are only a few exotic beasts that have reached the transformation stage, and the most troublesome ghost moon demon wolf. Name, Phantom Moon Wolf. Level, Domain Level 2. Race, Animal Wolf. Skills, Moonlight Extreme, Moonlight Enhancement, Phantom Moon Domain. Introduction. The Phantom Moon Wolf is an evolutionary offshoot of the Howling Moon Wolf, a metamorphosis level creature. It is an extremely powerful beast under moonlight. Weakness, noon is her weakest time. Under the system's identification technique, all the characteristics of the Phantom Moon Demon Wolf are clearly visible. It is daytime now, no wonder these strange beasts are guarding outside and not coming in. It turns out that she is weak during the day. Sister, yeah, I found her weakness. While Xiaoya was still analyzing the weaknesses of the Phantom Moon Wolf, Xiaofeng had already told her all her skills and weaknesses. How do you know? Xiaofeng pointed at his Sharingan. The exploration technology of this plugin is not exaggerated. To be honest, Xiaoya was not willing to believe this, but she believed in her brother, so she was willing to give it a try. Wait for me here. After saying that, Xiaoya spread her wings and attacked the herd of beasts. The only beast that could cause harm to her was the Phantom Moon Demon Wolf. Among the beasts, the phantom moon demon wolf also felt the approaching aura. I looked up and saw Xiaoya flying in this direction. Their eyes met and he rushed straight towards her. I originally wanted to attack again under the cover of night, but I didn't expect this human woman to rush up directly. Is it a coincidence? Or have you noticed my weakness? Before he could think about it, Xiaoya's blazing blade had already attacked the moon wolf. The high temperature of the knife made Yue dodge subconsciously. When did such a person appear in the city of Linjiang? The strange beasts in the transformation realm already have an IQ comparable to that of an adult, but they cannot speak yet. However, those in the domain realm can already speak human language by changing their voices. Did you kill my husband? Xiaoya was also startled by the sudden voice. She had heard that the strange beasts in the realm could speak, and it turned out to be true. But, who was her husband? Below, the strange beasts in the beast tide looked at each other. I don't know what to do. Why is there a human being coming over here? What are they, the younger brothers, supposed to do? Shout 666? At this time, a flying monster in the control realm reported back. Another human trace was found on a big tree not far away. The 4 remaining metamorphosis beasts in the beast tide discussed together and decided to take advantage of that human first. So they all headed towards the giant tree. Xiaoya in the sky saw this scene and couldn't suppress the anger in her eyes. She wanted to rush back to protect Xiaofeng but was stopped by the Yue demon wolf. That little human brat is someone very important to you, right? You killed my husband, and I'm going to make sure you lose someone important to you too. Although the moon demon wolf's strength decreased during the day, it was still able to stop Xiaoya. Xiaoya desperately waved the blazing blade in her hand to try to break through the phantom moon wolf, but none of them could dodge. The beast tide below is getting closer and closer. On the tree. The corners of Xiaofeng's mouth almost turned up to the back of his head. I was thinking about how to lure him over, but I didn't expect him to come to my door. Although Amaterasu's attack range is far, she cannot attack within her line of sight. It has to be at least within 500 meters. With Xiaofeng's current strength of awakening level 5. Once Amaterasu opens, the monsters below level 7 or 8 will be burned to death in less than 2.5 seconds. The strange beasts in the control realm can only last a few minutes longer. As for the transformation realm, I've never burned someone before, but this time I'll try and see if I can burn them to death by burning them for a whole day and night. The advanced team of the beast tide has entered Xiaofeng's attack range. Amaterasu. Xiaofeng's Sharingan changed from the shape of Magatama to a hexagram, and a ball of strange black fire emerged in the beast tide space. When the strange beasts touched Amaterasu, they were invaded by intense pain all over their bodies and subconsciously asked for help from the strange beasts around them. You know, Amaterasu can add targets by touching. Once infected, the flame will not go out until it is burned to ashes. In the beast tide, the black flame spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Except for the flying beasts and the 4 transformed beasts, all the others were dyed with black flames. The strange beasts in the awakening state were like cotton touching a flame, and they all disappeared in an instant. Well, physically. Kill the awakened level 2 monster and gain 10 system points. Kill the awakened level 5 monster and gain 30 system points. Kill the awakened 7th level monster and gain 60 system points. The system's messages also exploded, and Xiaofeng turned off the mute again because it was too noisy. But when he saw that his system points were rising rapidly, he smiled very happily. The only downside was that he couldn't go down to pick up the magic cores. The monsters below were eager to tear Xiaofeng to pieces. If he went down to search the corpses in front of them to pick up the magic cores of their kind. It's like a murderer coming to the deceased's house for a feast and then going to the deceased's grave to have a disco. After giving up this idea, Xiaofeng could only secretly say it was a pity. At this time, the system pops up. I have a solution. Xiaofeng then remembered that he had muted the system and immediately turned on the voice chat. I only heard the system roar first. You prodigal son. How many system points are these magic cores worth? Xiaofeng scratched his head helplessly. I have no other choice. The beasts down there are just waiting for me to go down so they can eat me up. So this is why you didn't ask the system for its opinion? What did the system give you? You're cheating, bro. Isn't it better to just be a wall hanger? System automatic pickup is turned on. The items dropped by the monsters killed by the host will be automatically picked up and put into the system backpack. The range is 5 kilometers. For a time, Pingji's system warehouse began to accumulate more exotic beast cores. The various exotic beast magic cores 99 plus are dazzling to look at. The system originally planned to sell this free function for 1000 system points, but couldn't bear to see Xiaofeng wasting money, so it enabled it for him for free. Xiaofeng waved his hand and converted everything in the warehouse into system points. Exchange for magic cores, and gain 121314 system points. However, behind this huge system point is the blood paid by the beast tied below. The awakened beasts were turned into ashes almost the moment they touched the black flames. The ones who are still holding on are the beasts at level 9 awakening in the control realm. Chapter 21 Harvest. The 4 strange beasts were dumbfounded when they saw this situation. What the hell was going on? How come all the people in the tribe I brought with me died except for those in the control realm? What exactly is this black flame? Ah! Following a scream, even the strange beasts in the control realm began to fall down gradually. Kill the level 1 monster and gain 200 system points. Kill and control the 3rd level monster and gain 500 system points. The quality of the beasts in the control realm is good. The system points of one beast are comparable to 10 beasts in the awakening realm. Xiaofeng was also very happy. After this battle, not only could he repay Amaterasu in advance, but he could also exchange for a powerful skill. At this time, the Eagle and Pang clan in the sky took action. They travel at a speed of 200 meters per second. Escaped. They are not stupid. Even the monsters in the control realm could not withstand the black flame just now. If they go up, they will just give away their magic cores for nothing. If an animal does not work for itself, it will be punished by heaven and earth. The 4 strange beasts saw the fleeing Eagle and Pang clan. Didn't you say that Xiaopeng from your tribe was stolen and you were here to seek revenge? Why are you running away now? You're running so fast without taking us with you. More than half of the beasts had died before the beast tide invaded. And he was killed by a human in the awakening state. If this gets out, where will these beastly faces go? In this situation, only a few beasts like them can stand up and destroy that human to restore their reputation. A leopard monster in the control realm could not bear the torture and began to join in, approaching their king. It's fine if you don't get close, but once you get close. Before dying, the leopard in the control realm accidentally rubbed against his king, the swift leopard. Then Amaterasu quickly spread to the entire body of the gale leopard. Seeing this, the other 3 metamorphosis beasts immediately retreated. The swift leopard couldn't help but feel sad when he saw the tragic death of his people, but at the same time he also felt contempt for the behavior of the other 3 strange beasts. As a beast in the transformation realm, it has the demeanor of a great beast. How can you be afraid of a mere awakening human being? And this level of flame is of no pain to me at all. The swift leopard took a deep breath and tried to blow out the flames, but the flames were not affected and continued to corrode his body. On the tree, Xiaofeng was also overjoyed. I didn't expect that a monster in the transformation stage was also burning. Looking at the strange beast still trying to destroy Amaterasu, Xiaofeng smiled confidently. This thing can't be extinguished. The gale leopard didn't believe it, so it activated its speed skill, trying to extinguish the flames with the fast speed of the wind. But imagination is beautiful. Reality gave him a slap in the face. He found that the flame showed no signs of dissipating at all. Above the sky, the battle between the man and the beast became more and more intense. Because Xiaoya often focuses her attention on the lower part, the moon wolf is temporarily at a disadvantage even when it is weak during the day. But when she saw that most of the strange beasts below were killed or injured almost instantly. It's that black flame. Xiaoya had seen that ball of fire before, and according to Xiaofeng, this ball of fire could not be extinguished by anyone except him. Xiaoyi also tried it before, releasing Amaterasu on a knocked-out control realm monster. No matter what method Xiaoya used, she couldn't extinguish the black flames on the strange beast. You know, she is at the realm level. The black flames did not dissipate until the strange beast was burned to ashes. At this point, Xiaoya also realized how terrifying Xiaofeng's black flame named Amaterasu was. More than half of the beasts were killed or injured, and some strange beasts chose to escape directly, which distracted the moon demon wolf. Xiaoya seized the opportunity and stabbed one of her eyes with a blazing blade. Ah! Seeing this, the phantom moon wolf immediately began to retreat. Damn human beings, when night comes, I will make you pay with blood. Below, the gale leopard gradually became panicked from being calm at the beginning. because he found that the black flame was slowly corroding his body. Although it is very slow, if you don't deal with it, you might really get burned to death. The phantom moon demon wolf roared at this moment, and the surviving beasts understood its meaning and began to retreat. When the beast tide came, there were tens of thousands of strange beasts, but now there are only a pitiful 2,000 or so left. Among them, some strange beasts with black flames on their bodies were also ruthlessly abandoned, including the swift leopard. While the Gale leopard wasn't paying attention, the other three strange beasts discussed it and started to sneak away with their tribes. By the time Gale leopard reacted, there was already a person standing in front of him. Xiaoya raised her sword and chopped off the head of the Gale leopard with the blazing blade. Although Xiaofeng's Amaterasu could burn him to death if given enough time, it was too slow. So Xiaoya took action herself, seized the magic core of the Gale leopard, and let his body be devoured by the black flames. Xiaofeng had previously told Xiaoya how to avoid being infected by Amaterasu, and during the entire process of digging out the magic core, she did not touch the body of the Gale leopard. After chopping off its head with the blazing blade, with a single pick, a magic core of the transformation realm was obtained. On the tree, Xiaofeng also received a prompt from the system. Complete the hidden mission and stop the beast invasion. Obtain 30,000 system points and obtain Susanu's simplified version. A simplified version of Susanu? Is it the skeleton that could only defend before? What use would that thing have for me? I already have a wooden ingot wall. Can I exchange it for a reward? No, but if you own the simplified version of Susanu, you can enjoy discounts on the purchase of Susanu semi-form and Susanu complete form in the future. Hearing this, Xiaofeng put all his previous unhappiness behind him and asked quickly. How much discount can I get? 9.99% off. Xiaofeng. What's the difference between you and not fighting? Of course I did. I could have snatched it, but I still gave you a gimmick, didn't I? Xiaoya took the magic core of the Gale leopard back to the tree, hugged Xiaofeng and kissed him fiercely. My brother is really awesome. Xiaofeng had no way to avoid it and was forced to accept it. The remaining beasts are only retreating temporarily. They will invade again at night. Xiaoya disagreed, and support from the province arrived in the evening. At that time, you just need to shout 666 at the back and receive the medal and bonus. Protecting such a large city is enough for Xiaoya to apply for a second-level merit. The only one who felt sorry for Xiaofeng was that he was only 200,000 away from breaking through 3 million, and the system ordered him to pay off Amaterasu. And the remaining strange beasts are all system points. If you kill them all, you might be able to exchange them for a semi-formed Susanu. By the way, Xiaofeng, this is for you. Xiaoya handed the Gale leopard demon core to Xiaofeng. Chapter 22, Spiritualism. All humans at the same level who absorb magic cores will cultivate at least twice the speed, but if the level gap is too great, the gains will outweigh the losses. For example, with Xiaoya's current strength at the domain realm, it doesn't make much sense for her to absorb the magic core at the transformation realm. It's just a little faster than her normal practice. So it's better to give it to Xiaofeng. Consider this your birthday present, but remember, you are not allowed to absorb this magic core before you reach the control realm. Xiaoya had forgotten Xiaofeng's 18th birthday because she was on a mission. Although Xiaofeng said it was okay, Xiaoya had been looking for an opportunity to make amends, and now, the Gale leopard was presented. Although magic cores are good, they cannot be used mindlessly. The best thing is to use magic cores of the realm you are in. At most, it cannot exceed an entire realm, otherwise the body will burst because it cannot accept that capacity. Xiaofeng's eyes lit up and he quickly agreed. He immediately sold the magic core. Congratulations to the host for selling the level 2 transformation beast core and obtaining 300,000 system points. The host has enough system points to repay the Amaterasu loan, and the repayment has been automatically completed. Xiaofeng? Is this still possible? Automatic deduction? Congratulations, host, for paying off your Amaterasu loan. I knew you could do it. We also have would release immortal body loans and Chibaku Tensei loans. Would you like to learn more? Xiaofeng tried hard to suppress his urge to explode. Roll. Okay. When the two returned to Linjiang City, Chen Ning and others were already waiting there. After Xiaoya explained the situation, Chen Ning realized that this was an inevitable battle. But what happened in our Linjiang City that attracted so many strange beasts? Even if new people are sent out to hunt exotic beasts every year, those exotic beasts are the weakest and they don't even have tribes. How could they provoke the domain-level phantom moon demon wolf? However, it is enough to get so much useful information. The provincial leaders will arrive before evening, and then the crisis in Linjiang City can be resolved. Xiaoya told Chen Ning without hiding anything about her analysis of the Yuehua demon wolf's weaknesses and characteristics during the time she fought against them. Sure enough, when he learned that the phantom moon wolf would become even stronger at night, his face turned pale. Okay, I've done my job, the rest is up to you guys to solve. Xiaoya dusted herself off and took Xiaofeng home. There will be another battle in the evening, and Xiaoya also needs to make some preparations. This city is the city their parents protected with their lives, and they cannot just stand by and watch it being destroyed. After Xiaofeng returned home, he opened the system store. He still had 150,000 system points, so he wanted to see if he could buy something good. Susanoo half-form can summon half-skeletal giants to fight, with extremely strong combat power. Only 99,999 system points are required. Susanoo complete form, summon the complete Susanoo Titan and control its battle. Explosive combat power. Price, 1,999,998 system points. Is this what you call a discount? Xiaofeng found the system and questioned, it's just a few system points missing. This isn't the way to send a dog away. At this time, the system spoke earnestly. Host, you don't understand, right? As the saying goes, cheap things are not good. Am I selling them so expensively because I have confidence in them? So, take action now. Buy it. Xiaofeng was speechless and simply blocked the system to check it himself. The simplified version of Susanoo that was rewarded for completing the previous task can only summon a skeleton around the body, but I don't know if it can transform into an arm. If possible, you don't need to buy this semi-finished Susanoo for the time being. Xiaofeng's mind moved, and he used Susanoo. A purple skeleton began to spread around Xiaofeng to protect him, and Xiaofeng began to conceive the structure of the arm in his mind. Two thin skeletal arms began to evolve on both sides of the skeleton. Xiaofeng waved his hand, and the arm followed suit. Feasible. This Susanoo is enough for me to use for a while, so I am not considering buying it for the time being. Check out the others. Sage Mode Myobokoyama 1.5 million system points. Sage Mode Ryuchi Cave 1 million system points. Sage Mode Wetbone Forest 500,000 system points. Sage Mode Curse Seal 100,000 system points. Sage Mode? This is a good choice. However, Xiaofeng is more optimistic about the previous one. Would release, Immortal Technique obtain an immortal body, strengthening would release in all aspects. Purchase grants the passive skill, Unsealed Healing Technique, automatically recovers from injuries and accelerates the recovery of spiritual energy. Price, 2 million system points. This is Hashirama Senju's Sage Mode, and no one knows where he learned it. There is no information about Hashirama Senju's learning in the 3 holy places of Senjutsu. Some say that he developed it himself, and some say that he learned it in the Wetbone Forest. However, later Hashirama Senju added his own techniques and it became the final would release, Sage Mode. But no matter what the point is, it is true that his Sage Mode is close to perfect, and this can also be seen from the price given by the system store. However, with my current savings, it seems that I can't afford anything other than the artificial Sage Mode that is cursed. As for buying the Curse Seal? Don't even buy dogs. The Earth Scroll Curse Seal overdraws the body's limits to gain enhanced functions. To put it bluntly, it is for use by some short-lived ghosts. The Heavenly Scroll Curse Seal is pretty decent, and is even divided into 2 stages. But the intensity. Moreover, using the second stage will turn you into a monster, which is completely unnecessary. Is there nothing else suitable for me? Of course. Spiritual Communication 10,000 system points. So cheap? The skill of necromancy is very practical. It can summon a contracted partner to assist in battle. If the target of the contract is strong enough, there is no need to do it yourself. Without hesitation, Xiaofeng immediately bought the psychic technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the psychic power. However, you still need to catch the psychic beast yourself. However, you can also buy it in the store if you need it. Xiaofeng? No spirit beast? Nonsense, otherwise why would you sell it so cheaply? Xiaofeng thought he could at least summon a spirit beast like a toad dragon, but he didn't expect that he would have to catch it himself. Etc. Why does this sound a bit similar to the Beast Tamer's ability? Xiaofeng hadn't decided what to buy for the remaining system points, mainly because the useful ones were too expensive. The other cheap ones are useless. Chapter 23, the eve of the college entrance examination. Night. Linjiang City is particularly quiet today. Because all the residents took refuge in the shelter, only one house in the entire city had its lights on. Are we really not going to go and take a look? Xiaoya lay on the sofa in a liquid state, watching anime since she got home. I think her name is Kiss Sister. Xiaofeng didn't pay too much attention to it, but he could hear the roar of strange beasts coming from outside since just now. It seemed that the Phantom Moon Demon Wolf and others were attacking again. Xiaoya just lazily glanced at the direction of the city gate on the sofa and continued to focus on the TV. It seems that humans have the advantage. The howling of wolves echoed throughout the night, and the crisis in Linjiang City was finally resolved the next day. The news was also received on the mobile phone that the crisis was over and citizens could move freely. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Xiaofeng went over to open the door and saw several familiar faces. Chen Ning smiled and introduced the two people next to him to Xiaofeng. These two are leaders from the province. It was thanks to them that they hunted down the Phantom Moon Wolf last night that we were able to resolve the crisis. Xiaofeng nodded with a forced smile. So you guys came here for something? At this time, the leading man said, "Hello, my name is Wang He. Is Xiaoya here?" It turned out that he was looking for Xiaoya. Xiaofeng pointed to the sofa in the living room. I'm watching a play there. Xiaofeng let the group in. Wow, there are actually more than a dozen people following behind me? It filled up the living room of the house in an instant. But except for the person in the lead, the rest of the people were all standing on the side. Xiaofeng didn't care about that. What else could happen at home? He sat down next to Xiaoya and watched the show silently. Xiaoya kept her eyes on the TV, not caring at all that there were so many people at home, and she would change the channel from time to time. At this time, Wang He on the side said with a smile, "Kyoto College, Xiaoya?" Seeing that Xiaoya didn't say anything, Wang He smiled awkwardly. Look, I'm the director of the operations department of Linhai province. You're almost a junior, and you haven't decided on a job yet, right? Why don't you come to our operations department? I guarantee that as soon as you arrive, the position of deputy director will be yours. Seeing that Xiaoya still didn't respond, Chen Ning came out to smooth things over. Xiaoya, this is a pretty good offer. Deputy director level is higher than my position as a city defense general. At this time, Xiaoya was minding her own business. Xiaofeng, go cook. I want to eat fried shrimp with broccoli today. Xiaofeng walked away reluctantly. He knew that he was going to get angry, otherwise he wouldn't have sent him away. After entering the kitchen, Xiaofeng poked his head out from the door. You can skip the meal, but you must watch the melon. Xiaoya stretched and finally looked into Wang He's eyes for the first time. I already have plans, so please go back. Wang He still wants to fight for it. Jingdu once offered me a condition: as long as I went there, I could join the National Defense Corps and choose any of the National Defense Corps as captain. Who do you think is more attractive, that or your so-called deputy director? The National Defense Force is a special operations organization established by the state, whose members are geniuses from all over the country. There is only one hard requirement for joining, and that is to reach the transformation realm before the age of 20. You have to know that everyone awakens at the age of 18, which means they have to break through 2 major realms within 2 years after awakening. Behind huge difficulties, the temptation is also huge. Becoming a member of the National Defense Team means you have rights no less than a general defending a fourth-rate city. P.S. Although the job titles of the city defense generals are the same, their rights and strengths are vastly different. Wang He was speechless and didn't know what to say. Even an ordinary member of the National Defense Team was more cunning than him, not to mention that he was a team leader. I'll have to work for at least another 10 years to achieve that. Look, you're from Linhai, too, aren't you? 2 years ago, you even became Linhai's top scholar. Coming back to defend your hometown is a great achievement. Wang He hasn't given up on Xiaoya yet, simply because her brilliance is so dazzling. With her strength, she will definitely break through to a higher realm within 10 years. That realm, even in China, few people can reach it. Xiaoya tore open a bag of potato chips and started eating by herself, ignoring him. Wang He smiled awkwardly, left a business card, and left with everyone. You can't force her to join, right? Xiaofeng came out of the kitchen. Before he could say anything, Xiaoya said, "Clean up and get ready." Preparing for what? Xiaofeng scratched his head in confusion. Of course I'm going to level up. At your level, you're not even sure if you can even get into the 5 major universities, let alone Kyoto University. Although Xiao Feng's strength has been recognized by Xiaoya, that strange black flame alone is enough to make him invincible in the same realm. But there is actually another hidden rule in Kyoto Academy, which is that they will not admit those who cannot reach the 8th level of awakening before the college entrance examination. That's right, it allows you to reach level 8 within 1 month. This may sound incredible, but how many people are there in the country? And how many gifted people are there? Linjiang is actually an 8th-rate city. Just because no one can reach the level before the college entrance examination doesn't mean that other cities don't have it. In this world, all resources need to be fought for. The 5 major universities are among the places that can provide the most abundant resources in this chaotic world. Since Xiaofeng has chosen this path, Xiaoya will no longer be as kind to him as before. In the world of the strong, only by becoming stronger can you have the right to speak. Just like what happened just now, if I was just a genius in the transformation realm, would I be able to fight against the king in the domain realm? Even if you compromise and go to the college for help afterwards, you will not get any help. This world is not short of geniuses, it is short of strong people. Before Xiaofeng could react, Xiaoya dragged him into the wild. This time, they went directly into the deeper forest, which was where the Phantom Moon Demon Wolf came from. Now that the Phantom Moon Demon Wolf has been killed, the forest is leaderless, and all the strange beasts in the control realm are dividing up the land. There is no need for Xiaofeng to fight with the beasts in the awakening realm, so the beasts in the control realm are just right. There is still half a month left before the college entrance examination, which is enough. June 7th. This is an exciting day for countless people. This special day will determine their future, whether they will become a strong man or just someone who rubs the shoes of a strong man on the street. In the forest, a dusty man walked out. Behind him was a sea of fire. The strange black flames engulfed the entire forest, and the sound of the system came. Kill and control a level 5 monster and gain 500 experience points. Congratulations to the host for upgrading. Name, Xiaofeng. Age, 18. Level, Awakening level 9 upgradable upon completing breakthrough missions. Superpower, Sharingan. Skills, Sharingan Insight, Copy, Illusion, Amaterasu, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Wood Style, Grafting Technique. Chapter 24, Crazy Examiner. Xiaoya was suddenly called to Kyoto College because of an urgent mission. So now Xiaofeng can only rush back on foot. Fortunately, he made it in time and returned to Linjiang City the moment the city gate closed. The playground of number 2 middle school. Wang Defa was still giving a passionate speech. You are all the flowers of the motherland. I hope, tens of thousands of words omitted below. It was also thanks to Wang Defa's boring speech that Xiaofeng was able to catch up. The college entrance examination for superpowers is held in a fixed area, which may be a wilderness, an island, or even a battlefield. Last year's supernatural college entrance examination seemed to be like entering an island, and the ranking was calculated based on the final score. But it wasn't as tough as the year Xiaoya took the exam. The chief examiner in charge of the exam that year was like a madman, allowing students who were still in the awakening stage to enter the battlefield directly. Although it was a low-end battlefield, it was not something that a group of awakening students could resist. I heard that the death rate that year reached the highest in human history. Xiaofeng tidied himself up a bit. There was not even a place to take a bath in the wild, and soaking his feet in the stream would result in a sneak attack by strange beasts. If it weren't for the Sharingan's insight, I would have probably been swallowed by the monster. At this time, a figure seemed to see Xiaofeng and chased after him in the crowd. It was Jiang Yu. For the past month, apart from practicing, she had been looking for Xiaofeng. But every time I went to look for Xiaofeng, I could never find him, as if he was avoiding me. When she walked closer and saw Xiaofeng clearly, she was stunned to see that he was covered in dust and dirt. What had he been through? The words in my heart turned into worries when they reached my lips. What did you do to end up like this? When Xiaofeng saw Jiang Yu coming over, he actually had no hostility towards this childhood sweetheart. He just simply felt that women would affect his speed in becoming outstanding. Except Xiaoya, after all, soft rice is really delicious. I spent 2 days in the wild leveling up. Jiang Yu pursed her lips. He was unwilling to give up even though he had awakened a useless ability. He was indeed the man I had my eyes on. We can form teams for the college entrance exam. How about we team up? I've already awakened to level 3. Xiaofeng said without hesitation, not good, after all, I'm carrying a burden. Xiaofeng originally thought that he had been very straightforward. Awakening to level 3 is indeed like being a burden. But it reached Jiang Yu's ears. I'm just a burden, it would be bad if I drag you down. I don't know what her expression would be when she knew that Xiaofeng had awakened to level 8. Maybe because he saw Jiang Yu standing there in a daze, he thought he had spoken too harshly. I'm sorry. After apologizing, Xiaofeng left. Jiang Yu was so touched. Such a good man. He still thinks about me now. On the stage, Wang Defa's speech was finally coming to an end. Then he asked someone to bring out a blue vortex device or something like that. This is a tool made based on space-related abilities. It can teleport you to a designated location. This set of equipment is the same as the college entrance examination papers. The fixed location will be different next year, and this expensive prop is distributed uniformly in each province. It will only be distributed to each school on the eve of the college entrance examination. In this way, thousands of students entered one after another. Sent to Shishan City. Xiaofeng opened his eyes. There were no other students around, and all he saw was a ruin. There is an extra bracelet like fake on the hand. Not long after, there was a movement from the bracelet. Dear children, I am the chief examiner this time, Su Yi. Upon hearing this, many students were shocked. Isn't this the name of the person who sent students to the battlefield for the college entrance examination 2 years ago? Why can he still be the chief examiner? Su Yi chuckled and transmitted the message through the bracelet. This city is called Shishan City. It fell 20 years ago and became a city of strange beasts. However, thanks to our efforts over the past 2 years, we have managed to kill and recover all the strange beasts in the realm. This time, the exam is to stay in this city for a full 15 days. And hunt exotic beasts. 1 point for level 1 awakening, 2 points for level 2 awakening, which will be used for the final ranking. Of course, if any poor little one can't hold on any longer, he or she can ask for help through the bracelet, and the nearby invigilator will rush to the scene as quickly as possible. I forgot to remind you that although the beasts in the domain realm have been killed, we have specially left a lot of beasts in the transformation realm. Be careful to survive. I have to say, Su Yi is a madman. But in this apocalyptic world, lunatics are exactly the talents most needed. Although the college entrance examination he invigilated had the highest death rate, it also produced the most geniuses. Xiaoya is one of them. The world can't wait for these flowers to grow slowly, so it needs a madman like Su Yi to help them grow. As soon as these words were spoken, many students pressed the exit button on their wristbands and were taken away by the nearby invigilators. You can take the college entrance examination again next year, but you only get one chance. Not to mention the monsters in the city at the transformation realm, they can't even defeat those at the control realm. Xiaofeng checked the number of people taking the exam. The number of people dropped from 20 million to 5 million in just 2 minutes. And this number is still decreasing. But Xiaofeng doesn't intend to give up. Shishan City? I am coming. Su Yi, you're a lunatic. Sending students to the battlefield was fine last time, but now you're sending them to the city of monsters. The monsters inside haven't even been cleared out yet. What's the difference between you and sending them to their deaths? An old man with a white beard pointed at Su Yi with his cane, looking very distressed. Su Yi turned his head silently, the heavy dark circles under his eyes seemed to be polluted like his soul. We want geniuses, not a bunch of trash. Let me ask you, if I give you a piece of trash who has just awakened to level 1, will you accept him at the Magic City Academy? Or will your giant rock academy accept you? The heads of several universities were silent. Although Suya's words were a bit harsh, that was the fact, they did not accept trash. At this time, the person in charge of Juyan Academy sighed and said, but if you do this, what will happen to the other ordinary students? Su Yi turned back and continued to check the surveillance footage in Shishan City. Provided by Tianyan Yining. Do you think ordinary people are suitable for standing on the battlefield in a world like this? After these words were spoken, everyone behind fell silent. And this time I'm giving them a choice. These remaining guys should be the real deal. Everyone looked over and saw that only 2 million people were left out of the original 20 million. Only 1/10 left. Of these 2 million people, as long as 200,000 can grow up, there is no need to worry about the prosperity of our human race. Chapter 25 Wood Style, Wood Dragon Technique. System, is there a map or something? It's too troublesome to find the monsters one by one. Xiaofeng only gained a few points by killing an awakening beast, and his ranking is still over 1,000. Before she left, Sister Ye said that if you want to enter the 5 major universities, you have to be in the top 500. Kyoto University even announced that it would only accept students from the top 300. 1,000 system points. The system spoke lightly, like an emotionless machine. Why don't you go and rob it? You know I'm robbing you, right? How long has it been since you bought anything from the system store? If you don't buy anything, how can I make money? Do you know how I've been able to get by during this period of time? Xiaofeng thought about it carefully, and it seemed that he had been busy leveling up for some time and had neglected him. Brother Tonzi, Tonzi is already dead. What an idol you picked. Even the Jade Emperor couldn't keep him, I say. 1 minute later. Welcome to visit next time. The system sends its most sincere blessings in its most sincere tone and also attaches a range map. You can view enemies within a 5-mile radius. The price. Xiaofeng used up all the system points he had saved in exchange for all the powerful wood release abilities. Wood release, wood dragon technique, creates a giant wooden dragon, specifically used to suppress the tailed beasts. Once entangled, the spiritual energy will be absorbed. Wood release, wooden man technique, creates a giant wooden man with extremely strong combat power. Wood release, ranking technique, a skill that creates a wooden shield shaped like a fanged ghost face to defend against the opponent. View the self panel. Name, Xiaofeng. Age, 18. Level, Awakening Level 9 upgrade after completing the breakthrough mission. Spiritual energy, 800. Superpower, Sharingan. Skills, Sharingan Insight, Copy, Illusion, Amaterasu, Wood Release. Summoning a wooden dragon requires 100 points of spiritual energy, while summoning a wooden man requires 500 points. I saw Xiaofeng learning to put his hands together. Wood style, wood dragon technique. There was a commotion on the ground, and a crack appeared inside. A big tree grew out of it. Soon, dense trees grew out and formed a huge wooden dragon with a long hooked nose and thorns all over its body. Mulong jumped off the ground and came to Xiaofeng. It doesn't look very big, only about 10 meters high. Xiaofeng asked the wooden dragon to lie down, and he stepped on his face and stood on his dragon head. A wood dragon can soar, but not for long. Xiaofeng commanded the wooden dragon to wander around. Xishan City was also a fourth-rate city before it fell. The entire city was so huge that it could accommodate hundreds of millions of people. But now it is completely occupied by strange beasts. Wherever Xiaofeng went, he asked the wooden dragon to kill all the strange beasts around him. He was on top of a tall building, using wood release to create a rocking chair and a wooden table. At the same time, use apple seeds to grow an apple tree, pick the fruits and lie on the rocking chair to enjoy life. The wooden dragon can absorb the opponent's spiritual energy, so Xiaofeng doesn't need to replenish spiritual energy at all. Real working dragon. But what he didn't know was that his every move was seen by several people in the examination room through their clairvoyance. Fuck. This kid is so strong. He should be admitted to my Juyan Academy. You're bullshitting. Such a tricky wood type ability should come to my Sanluo Academy. Alright, stop arguing. My Magic City Academy has reluctantly accepted this student. Just shut up. This powerful ability must be a summoning ability. My Light and Dark Academy is the best fit for him. My Kyoto Academy hasn't even spoken yet. What are you fighting for? You already have Xiaoye in Kyoto Academy, and you're still trying to snatch her away? Do you have any shame? Get out of here. Several of them were like the aunties in the vegetable market, arguing with each other. Although their universities are ranked secretly, openly none of them admits defeat to the other and all claim to be the number one university. Suya's heavy dark circles were also filled with curiosity. Let me see how long you can hold out. Notify the person in charge of Area C57 and have him lead a transformation realm beast over there. Hearing this, the several responsible persons behind him could no longer sit still. Crazy Sue, what are you doing? You're killing someone by releasing a transformation realm beast into such a promising youngster. Sui pointed at the screen and said lightly. This kid is sitting with his legs crossed, drinking juice, and living a better life than the rest of us in the exam room. Do you think that's all he's capable of? Then there's no need to lure in a transformation realm beast to test it. A control realm beast is enough. Sui didn't say anything, but just switched the screen to the position of the wooden dragon. pointed to the strange beast under the wooden dragon's feet. It was the porcupine that controlled the second level. Everyone. It seems that even those at the control level can no longer test his full strength. At this time, Xiaofeng also used wood release to make a pair of striped sunglasses, and checked his points while enjoying life. It turns out that the points awarded for hunting awakening levels 1-9 or 1-9 points respectively, while the points awarded for the control realm are 10-90 points. The second place score is now 117. Not bad, this class of students is very talented. Kill and control a level 2 monster and earn 20 points. Congratulations to candidate 12,138 for breaking through 500 points for the first time. That's 500? Sister Yo was talking about how difficult the supernatural test was, but isn't this quite easy? She is talking about normal circumstances. Can your wall hanging compare to that? If you have the guts, take off all those cheats first. Roar! The building where Xiaofeng was located shook. Not far away, a snake-like monster no smaller than a wooden dragon rushed over, targeting Xiaofeng. Fuck, why are you coming at me? Xiaofeng immediately asked Mulong to stop the giant snake and used the system identification technique to check it. Name, lizard-headed snake. Level, transformation level 1. Race, animal-type snake. Introduction, someone unknown to the host stole his eggs and placed them downstairs. So the lizard-headed snake believed that the host stole them and is planning to kill you. Skills, venom spray, lizard head charge, giant snaketail swing, poison mist. When the lizard-headed snake saw other creatures trying to stop it, it wondered if it was a human summoner. This kind of human has the weakest combat capability. Poisonous fog. The lizard-headed snake spewed out purple poisonous mist from its huge head, and the surrounding strange beasts would die if they came into contact with it. Xiaofeng, who was on the high-rise building, was not safe either, because the poisonous fog was slowly approaching him. Who knows what will happen in the next second? What style, what dragon technique? After consuming more than 100 spiritual energies, Xiaofeng summoned a wooden dragon again, rode on the wooden dragon's head and left the tall building. Chapter 26 Breakthrough Mission Conditions. Holy crap! This guy can even summon a wooden dragon. In the examination room, everyone was stunned. From the fact that the wooden dragon was able to stop the transformation realm, it was obvious that the wooden dragon even had the strength to fight against the transformation realm. Now I can even summon two. Lure more strange beasts to me. Sui gritted his teeth and asked all the remaining invigilators to lure the strange beasts. In Shishan City, all the strange beasts rushed in one direction. Their number has reached a beast tide. Candidate A, oh my god. There's even a beast tide. I'm going to run away first. Candidate B, I already have 20 points. As long as I survive, I can choose any top-tier institution. Even if the beast tide comes, I won't run away. Candidate C, then go for it. My life is at stake, so I'll run along too. Among them, Jiang Yu was also considering whether to abstain. With her S-level elemental ability and the help of other teammates, she now has 13 points. With this grade and her talent, it will be no problem for her to get into a better school. Jiang Yu, we are planning to leave, what about you? After some discussion, her teammates decided to leave. If they failed the college entrance examination, they could take it again next year, but this beast tide was just bad luck. Facing the beast tide, everyone seemed pale and powerless, and losing their lives would be a waste of time. Jiang Yu nodded. They were right. Life was the most important thing. The figure in my mind appeared again. He should have left this city, right? At this time, Xiaofeng also felt the beast tide. Was this summoned by the lizard-headed snake? You have to know that for an ordinary person, it may not be easy to encounter a beast tide once in his lifetime, but Xiaofeng encountered it twice in a short period of 1 month. And it seemed like it was all because of him. Because of the beast tide, the number of candidates in the entire Shishan city also dropped dramatically. It fell to less than 100,000. Some of them are simply stubborn and want to survive by luck, while others are confident of their strength. Xiaofeng is an alternative existence. He was seen drooling as he looked at the herd of animals, as if he was looking at a bunch of beauties. These are all system points. Xiaofeng commanded the wooden dragon to charge forward without retreating and dived headfirst to a place not far from the beast tide. Amaterasu. The Sharingan opened, and the hexagram Mangekyo released Amaterasu, igniting all the densely packed monsters in the beast tide. The beast tide turned into a sea of fire, and the black flames ravaged the lives of the strange beasts. Plus Xiaofeng's crazy smile. I couldn't figure out who the villain was. Kill the awakened level 7 monster and gain 20 system points. Kill the awakened level 9 beast and gain 40 system points. Kill the level 3 control beast and gain 100 system points. All magic cores have been recovered to the warehouse. Outside the venue, inside the monitoring room. Everyone was stunned as they watched everything happening before their eyes. We're really not watching a movie? Is this really done by an Awakening Realm student? You can still call this guy a student? I can't even face an entire beast horde alone. This student is wanted by the Magic City Academy. Anyone who dares to snatch him away is against me. Get out of here. You little bastard, you want to steal my people? I've already contacted our vice president and asked him to come over. You're not stealing from him. Fuck you, you have no martial ethics, you actually called someone over. I'll also ask the dean to come over. You bunch of trash, I'm sending the vice president over here. Those of you who are deans, please don't come here and embarrass yourself. Xiaofeng in the field had no idea that his actions were all being seen by others. He just felt that killing monsters like this was so cool. The only thing is that you won't get any experience points. System, how can I break through? I heard from Sister Ya that ordinary people break through the realm either through enlightenment or by absorbing high-level magic cores. But when it comes to Xiaofeng, he has to complete a mission. Just complete the mission. Of course, the host can also choose to hand in 10,000 system points to achieve a breakthrough on the spot. Your suggestion is very good, so I'll choose the other one. System. Life is not easy. What should I do if the host becomes smarter and harder to deceive? The breakthrough mission has been opened. You can break through by meeting the following conditions. Hunted 10,000 exotic beasts, regardless of level. Completed. Hunted down 100 beasts in the realm of control. Completed. Hunted 2 transformation realm beasts. 02. Seeing this, Xiaofeng couldn't help but complain, what a perverted mission. I'm only in the awakening realm, and you want me to hunt 2 transformation realm beasts? Otherwise, your cheats don't cost anything? This system doesn't support useless people, okay? Besides, you're not unkillable. The heads of the various schools in the monitoring room were still arguing, when suddenly someone exclaimed, look. What is he trying to do? Fuck, this kid is so fierce, he wants to attack the lizard-headed snake. This boy has half the talent I had back then. He should be accepted into my school of light and darkness. Damn, this guy is from the Magic City Academy. If anyone tries to take him away, I'll just call the principal over. You think you're the only one shouting? My principal is on his way and will be here soon. In Shishan City, Xiaofeng controlled the wooden dragon under his feet and moved towards the lizard-headed snake. When there was still some distance between them, Xiaofeng put his hands together again. Wood style, woodman technique. With a loud bang, a towering tree grew out of the ground and gradually took the shape of an arhat. The wooden man alone is about 20 to 30 meters tall. The wooden dragon heel that Xiaofeng had been wearing was wrapped around the wooden man's left arm, becoming his weapon. Another wooden dragon was also summoned and climbed onto the wooden man's right arm. The wooden man threw a punch, and a powerful force directly knocked out one of the lizard-headed snake's fangs. Is this his true strength? To be honest, no one in the monitoring room could guarantee that they could defeat such a wooden giant. Not to mention that strange black flame just now. Everyone swallowed and made up their minds. This boy must enter my school. The responsible persons did not hesitate and took out their cell phones to contact the principal. The other team has already reached the level of principal. How do you play when you only have a dean? How do you fight? How do you grab the person? The principal must come forward. In Shishan City, the lizard-headed snake was stunned by a punch. Weren't there 2 wooden snakes just now? How come it has turned into a wooden man with human nature now? You think there is no one to bully me? The lizard-headed snake sent a signal to the sky, and soon a tide of beasts was about to come. Chapter 27: The Strange Relationships Among the Beasts. There are about 20 or so metamorphosis beasts left in Shishan City. In fact, these beasts are bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. Sui also knows that these beasts will not leave their nests unless they are provoked. But what happened? All 20 metamorphosis beasts actually left their nest? Liang Fifan, what kind of strange beast did you attract over there? Su Yi cursed into the microphone. Could an ordinary transformation realm beast shake off all the remaining transformation realm beasts? This lizard-headed snake must have something they didn't know. Actually, it's very simple. Most of the 20 or so strange beasts were lizards and snakes. These are all the uncles of the lizard-headed snake, and the rest of the other species are her husbands. Seeing that the beast he had shaken had arrived, the lizard-headed snake quickly put on a painful expression and cried over, pointing at Xiao Feng on the tall building from time to time as if accusing something. Xiao Feng scratched his head. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. Exam terminated. All invigilators rushed to exam area C57 immediately. Rescue that candidate at all costs. At all costs. At this time, Sui also realized the seriousness of the matter and turned to look at the leaders of the schools. How long will it take for your principal to arrive? Our principal should be here in half an hour. The person in charge of Kyoto Academy said. Okay, now go save them. Xiao Feng used the system's identification technique to check and found that the relationship between these strange beasts is comparable to an entire palace drama. Name, Flying Lizard. Level, Transformation Level 3. Introduction, the uncle of the lizard-headed snake, who also had a relationship with it and gave birth to a son. Name, Alligator. Level, Transformation Level 4. Introduction, the uncle of the lizard-headed snake had a previous encounter with the lizard-headed snake. Name, Loach-headed Python. Level, Transformation Level 4. Introduction, one of the lizard-headed snake's husbands. Xiao Feng stared at all the strange beasts with wide eyes. Without exception, all of them were related to the lizard-headed snake and had had relationships with it. Although the alien beasts are creatures without close relatives, this also. Could it be that the lizard-headed snake is the only female exotic beast of this kind in the city? Is he also the first kind of snake? Xiao Feng couldn't bear to look at it anymore. Although Xiao Feng was not afraid of a one-on-one fight, he was still determined to fight against more than 20 metamorphosis beasts. Xiao Feng must be crazy. But it would be a shame to just run away like this. Amaterasu. Xiao Feng commanded the wooden man to pick him up, jumped onto the wooden man's head, and used Amaterasu towards the lizard-headed snake. A ball of black flame instantly spread all over the body of the lizard-headed snake. The lizard-headed snake felt a stinging sensation and tried to put out the black flame. The strange beasts around saw this kind of fire for the first time. They came forward worriedly to help the lizard-headed snake put out the fire, but ended up being infected by the black flames. At this time, Xiao Feng, the culprit, had already stepped on the wooden man and ran away. Hiss! It's that human from before. The strange beasts also realized that it was the human who was causing trouble. The wooden man was huge, and they could immediately see which direction the human was running. Over there! Chase! The strange beasts chased towards Xiao Feng. Seeing this, Xiao Feng ordered the wooden man under his feet to increase speed. Throughout Shishan City, a group of strange beasts with black flames on their bodies were chasing a wooden giant. The rest of the students couldn't help but rub their eyes when they saw this. Is this an internal fight? After all, such a huge wooden giant should also be a strange beast, right? Is it to fight for territory? If they knew what Xiao Feng had done, they would definitely be the first to scream no buy. Amaterasu's damage was like boiling a frog in warm water. At the beginning, the monsters didn't feel anything, just a slight sting like being pricked by a small needle. Now, after a while, the lizard-headed snake only felt that its scales were being burned and cracked, and the temperature of this strange black flame was still getting higher and higher. The other strange beasts also noticed something was wrong, and now they had no choice but to catch that human quickly. Seeing that this group of strange beasts were chasing him relentlessly, Xiao Feng attacked the tallest twin towers in Shishan City and ordered the wooden giant under his feet to rush directly over. At the same time, put a layer of Susanoo on yourself to block damage. The twin towers collapsed, burying all the strange beasts behind them underground. But this alone is not enough to kill the monster in the transformation realm. Xiao Feng did this just to delay time. With such a big commotion happening in the exam room, how could the invigilators outside not react? The leader of the group of strange beasts was a dragon snake. It had already transformed into 4 limbs and quickly dug up the ruins. But the lizard-headed snake, which was already the most seriously injured, was ruthlessly killed by Amaterasu after suffering such a blow. Kill a level 1 transformation beast and gain 1000 system points. The lizard-headed snake demon core has been automatically stored in the warehouse. Xiaofeng looked back and saw several strange beasts surrounding the lizard-headed snake, and he didn't know what they were doing. Don't you want to eat it while it's hot? Xiaofeng controlled the wooden man and left quickly. He didn't want to see that kind of scene. Hiss. My wife. Hiss. My niece. Hiss hiss. My RBQ. It's all that damn human's fault. Kill him. Now they don't care about the black flames on their bodies. No matter what, they must kill that human to avenge the lizard-headed snake. Seeing Xiaofeng running so fast, the strange beasts also rushed in that direction. The frilled lizard saw that the crocodile was still beside the lizard-headed snake's body. Hiss. Why don't you leave? Hiss. Let me see if I can still eat it while it's still hot. Suyi led the others to Shishan City via the teleportation device. It's only the first day of the exam, and it's turned out like this. That boy is really talented. It was no problem for them to stop the strange beasts, but if they wanted to kidnap people, that would be a completely different matter. On the road, everyone had ulterior motives. What's the situation now? Suyi asked the person beside him. Seems dead. What? 6. Everyone was scared to death. Such a good seedling, he may grow up to be as strong as his own principal. How could he die so easily? But on second thought, for an awakening realm cultivator, it would be a good thing if he could hold out for 2 minutes surrounded by more than 20 transformation realm cultivators. It's the lizard-headed snake that's dead. The signalman realized that he seemed to have said something wrong and quickly corrected himself. Everyone stopped and came to the signalman to ask. The lizard-headed snake in the transformation realm died? How did it die? It seems he was crushed to death. When they told everyone about how Xiaofeng had just knocked down the twin towers and buried the strange beasts underground, everyone laughed out loud. I told him he wouldn't die so easily. Stop talking, if we don't hurry up there will really be only corpses left. Chapter 28, Robbery. Fortunately, Shishan City is big enough and there are many tall buildings in the city. Taking advantage of the terrain, Xiaofeng was able to control the wooden man for a while. If the spiritual energy is insufficient, he will catch 2 strange beasts in the control realm from the roadside, use wood to absorb all their spiritual energy, and then feed it back to the wooden man. But the support is too slow. No support has come even with such a big commotion. In fact, Suyi and the others were already fast enough, but Xiaofeng and the strange beasts were moving all the time in the city. Every time Suyi and his friends arrived, Xiaofeng and the strange beast had already run to another area. The group of strange beasts behind him still looked lively and energetic, and Xiaofeng couldn't help scratching his head. Why hasn't T. Amaterasu burned anyone to death yet? That lizard-headed snake just laid eggs and is weak. Plus, it's the lowest level, and it was angered by your inhuman host. It's bound to die quickly. The other beasts will probably take half a day to burn to death. The system spoke speechlessly. Why do I feel like I followed the wrong host? Why do I love to commit suicide so much? I only asked you to kill 2 metamorphosis beasts, but you ended up messing with more than 20 of them. Don't be so presumptuous, you evil creature. Fang Xiu descended from the sky holding a long sword. A long sword entered the herd and killed all the leading beasts. Not far away, Xiaofeng was stunned when he saw this scene. I've been healing for so long, and now my beast's head is being snatched away just like that. The last mission was stuck. Kill the transformation realm beast. 1-2. After Fang Xiu dealt with the strange beast, he came to Xiaofeng and took a look at him. Very good. You're a promising young man. Come to my Guanyin Academy. Tuition is free, and you'll be taught by the dean himself. Are you from the School of Light and Darkness? The Academy of Light and Darkness is one of the 5 major academies. Among them, the special department has the most students with superpowers. All kinds of superpowers can be seen in the Academy of Light and Darkness. Yes, I am the Dean of the Battle Academy of the Light and Dark Academy, Fang Xiu. You won't suffer any loss if you become my disciple. I can make you the most handsome boy on campus. Do you know how many girls there are in our academy? The male-to-female ratio is 1:9. Humph. What kind of quality are the girls from your Guanyin Academy? My Sanluo Academy is the best choice. Fang Xiu looked up. Oh shit, the vice president of Sanluo Academy? Li Jian came up to Xiaofeng and held his hands tightly. Child, I'm your long-lost uncle. Join us at Naruto Academy. Every senior here would be a beauty in other schools. Fuck Li Jian, you're such a jerk. I was here first and you're still trying to dig me up. Li Jian glanced back. What, you're not convinced? Want to practice? I am a vice president, how dare you, a dean, challenge me. Just practice, who's afraid of who? Fang Xiu's ability is to control weapons, which is a B-level manipulation, but to make it more impressive, he named it 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Hundreds of spiritual swords were controlled by Fang Xiu and flew towards Li Jian. Humph, a scumbag at level 8 in the field, you want to fight me? Myriad things. The dense trees blocked all of Fang Xiu's spiritual swords. Little did they know that there was another thing mixed in with the spiritual sword. Bang! Smoke bomb. Surrounded by smoke, Fang Xiu found the right opportunity to grab Xiao Feng and ran away. As long as we bring the person back, the mission will be completed. After all these years, you're still so shameless. Li Jian chased after him, while manipulating the plants on the roadside to block the way. You're a Calamity Realm person, and you're so brave to fight me, a Realm person? Go fight our principal if you dare. You think I don't dare? As soon as Li Jian made his bold statement, a figure rushed out from the sky. He rushed to Li Jian at an extremely fast speed and kicked him in the butt. Li Jian, you old man, are you getting cocky? You want to fight me? Come on, I'm right here. Li Jian's anger subsided after he saw who was coming. Headmaster. Fang Xiu pulled Xiao Feng over and explained, this is the principal of our Guangan Academy, Guang Xiaochen. Guang Xiaochen rushed over immediately after receiving the news, and in order to buy time, he also found his old friend who had space-related abilities. Only then did he finally arrive ahead of the other old guys. Little guy, are you interested in coming to my light and dark academy? I can make an exception and accept you as my last disciple. Xiao Feng looked at the person in front of him and subconsciously used the identification technique to check. Name, Guang Xiaochen. Level, Natural Disaster Level 7. Power, Light. Introduction, one of the top human powerhouses, and the principal of the Light and Dark Academy, one of China's 5 major universities. Although his superpower is light, his behavior is very unruly, comparable to that of the host. Guang Xiaochen looked around. Why did he feel like he was being spied on? Xiao Feng was about to speak. You old bastard, you actually stole my girlfriend. A huge black hole formed above the sky, and an old man slowly emerged from it. Guang Xiaochen, you're so bright, you can actually do something like throwing banana peels on the road. Guang Xiaochen shifted his gaze and knew that this guy would be the second to arrive, so he asked his old friend with space-related abilities to set up a small trap in his space tunnel. Xiao Feng checked the person who came. Name, Yu Qingsong. Level, Natural Disaster Level 7. Superpower, Space. Explanation, the principal of Naruto Academy, one of the 5 great universities, is one of the most powerful people in the Chinese race. As the two of them arrived, the other 3 people also slowly walked out of the black hole. Old you, please do something human. Guang, don't let me meet you alone on the street one day. The person who spoke was the principal of Juyan Academy, Zhang Yan. Name, Zhang Yan. Level, Natural Disaster Level 7. Ability, Elemental, Rock. Introduction, the principal of Juyan Academy, one of the 5 great academies. But this time, the college entrance examination was a failure. This exam is invalid. I want this kid to be admitted to the Magic City Academy. The person who spoke was Li Zhong, the principal of Modu Academy. Name, Li Zhong. Level, Natural Disaster Level 8. Ability, Special, Spiritual. Introduction, the principal of Modu University, one of the 5 major universities. Guang Xiaochen's face turned green. Now that all these old guys were here, it would not be easy to snatch people away. Hey, old Jiang, why don't you speak? Hearing this, everyone looked at the last old man. Xiao Feng also looked up. Name, Jiang Yun. Level, Natural Disaster Level 9. Ability, System failed to detect. Introduction, President of Kyoto University, one of the 5 great universities. The most powerful person in contemporary China. Xiao Feng widened his eyes, what the hell, is this my sister as master? Xiaoya had said before that after she entered Kyoto Academy, she directly became the principal's disciple. However, she had never seen her master take action, but had only heard from others that he was very powerful. Oh my goodness, just this level is already higher than other principles. Levels: Awakening Realm, Control Realm, Transformation Realm, Domain Realm, Natural Disaster Realm. Chapter 29. 5 Major Universities Gathered Together. What am I saying? This guy is originally from my Kyoto Academy. Why should I fight with you? Jiang Yan spread out her hands, as if to say, you guys go ahead and quarrel, don't involve me. You shameless bastard. We haven't even settled on anything yet, and you're already saying she's yours. How can you be so shameless? Guang Xiaochen was so angry that he started cursing. What, you want to practice with me? Jiang Yan took out his little finger from picking his nose and pointed it at Guang Xiaochen. His meaning was very clear. I can do you with just one little finger. Guang Xiaochen only dared to threaten Jiang Yan verbally, because this old guy really dared to fight. You are talking nonsense now, but he will appear in front of you and slap you in the next second. Old Jiang, you're so shameless to be stealing people, aren't you? Didn't you steal Xiaoya away from you 2 years ago? And now you're stealing her again? Jiang Yan scratched his ears with his other hand and pretended not to hear. How can we survive if you snatch away all the good seedlings? I'm going to take him today. Guang Xiaochen didn't know where he got the courage from. He used his special power to transform himself into a beam of light and rushed towards Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng only felt himself being pulled by something, and then he disappeared from everyone's sight. Guang Xiaochen's light-related abilities have been developed to the extreme, and his fastest speed can even reach the speed of light. Even if my level is not as good as Jiang Yun, I am fast. Who can catch up with me? The presidents of the following universities didn't even have time to react when Guang Xiaochen ran away. No one expected that this old man could do such a thing. The head of a school, one of the most powerful people in China. He actually did such a stupid thing. Jiang Yun was seen walking calmly beside a ruin, picking up a stone from the ground and weighing it. Then he threw it in the direction of Guang Xiaochen's escape. Guang Xiaochen was still on his way when he suddenly felt a hint of murderous intent. Looking back, I saw a stone rushing towards me at a speed faster than the speed of light. Fuck. Physical cheat. The stone hit Guang Xiaochen right on the forehead. Although he was not knocked unconscious, he was still sent flying dozens of meters. During this period, the principals of several other institutions rushed over. Yu Qingsong even used the power of Sanluo Wanxiang around him to prevent Lao Lu from running away again. If Xiao Feng's affiliation has been determined, no one would have any objection if you took him with you, but you actually wanted to sneak away with him. Yu Qingsong rushed to Guang Xiaochen and kicked him twice. Keep running, you bastard. Not satisfied yet, he kicked him twice more in the face. Xiao Feng just felt dizzy. He was first dragged away at the speed of light, and then stopped. Just as Xiao Feng fell, a big hand supported him. Xiao Feng looked back and found Jiang Yan looking at him kindly. Hello? Jiang Yan smiled and said to Xiao Feng, you must be Xiao Feng, right? I heard Xiaoya tell me about you. Are you willing to enroll in my Kyoto Academy? The other four were stunned for a few seconds. Xiao Feng? Xiaoya? Oh shit. No wonder Zhang Laogue was so sure that he would choose Kyoto University. It turns out he has connections. If he doesn't fight for it now, based on the strength Xiao Feng has shown now, he will be suppressed by Kyoto Academy in the next few years. Come to my Magic City Academy and you will not only become my close disciple, but you will also get 10 magic cores of transformed beasts and 10 opportunities to enter the trial tower. Li Zhong said. The others also came back to their senses. Yes, that guy Zhang Laogue is notoriously stingy except for protecting his own people. As long as you offer generous conditions, I don't believe that Xiao Feng 1T be tempted. My Sanluo Academy has added 5 more Transformation Realm Exotic Beast Demon cores to his. My Giant Rock Academy can provide 20 opportunities to enter the trial tower. Even Guang Xiaochen, who was lying on the ground, said with a big tongue, I will give you a domain-level alien beast magic core. Jiang Yan's face was filled with black lines. It was okay for this old guy to snatch people from him, but he did it so blatantly? Do you really think that I am the strongest in China just because I boasted? Before Xiao Feng could react, someone could no longer hold back. Oh shit, a domain realm beast demon core. Host, quickly choose him. This is it. If the other one is willing to offer 30 transformation realm beast cores, the value will be about the same. You should bargain, host. Yes, the system has long been unable to hold back. If it were possible to interfere with Xiao Feng's choice, he would definitely agree with it wholeheartedly. Jiang Yun showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Come to Kyoto Academy, and I can also offer you the opportunity to try the trial tower 5 times. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 4 people laughed out loud. Old Jiang, you really are dunking. 5 times is enough to get rid of anyone. No, did you see that expression on Jiang Laogui's face? I guess he made the decision to do it 5 times with gritted teeth. Old Jiang, if you can't afford the conditions, then stop making fun of us. We have too many resources in our school and we don't have any students to use. Just give him to me. Xiao Feng had also heard of the existence of the trial tower. Xiaoya said that the trial tower is a tower-shaped building that allows one's spirit to enter for trials. The first level is to awaken the level 1 beast, the second level is to awaken the level 2 beast. Xiaoya said that her best result was only the 39th level. Every time she passed the trial tower, she would get a lot of rewards, or her superpowers would be enhanced, or she might get powerful superpower items. At worst, she could get a lot of experience. The rewards are also determined by the number of levels passed. No one knows when the trial tower began to exist, only that it is a legacy left by the human race. There are only 6 trial towers in the whole of China, 5 of which are the locations of the 5 major universities, and the remaining one is controlled by the Chinese military and no one knows where it is. It's just that because the trial tower has been used so frequently from ancient times to the present, it has resulted in a shortage of spiritual energy. Every time it is used, a large amount of treasures and spiritual energy are required to open it. So, unlike before where anyone could enter, now only a certain number of places are given out every year to reward real geniuses. You guys have so many treasures that you don't have anywhere to put them, right? Do you want me to keep them for you? Jiang Yan glanced at the few people sideways, and the threat in his eyes was not concealed. Old Jiang, do you really think we're afraid of you? Challenge us. The 4 of them got into position. 4 of them challenging you alone, that's reasonable, right? Jiang Yun. What the hell has earned the right to be called one of the 5 great universities together with you guys? They should be called the 4 old 6 training colleges and Kyoto Academy. Anyway, I have to take this person away today. If you have the guts, try to stop me. Jiang Yun released all of his aura without concealing it, like a dragon that had been lying for a long time, revealing its ferocity. Chapter 30 ends like this. Xiao Feng stood behind Jiang Yun and said weakly, "Didn't anyone ask for my opinion? Old Jiang, do you really think we're afraid of you? Set up the formation. Come on, I want to see what progress you old guys have made in these years." Everyone simply ignored Xiao Feng's opinion and continued to fight for his ownership. At the same time, there was another person who was also distressed. Su Yi. This great college entrance exam for supernatural powers first triggered a beast tide, then all the transformed beasts in the city piled up together, and now the presidents of the 5 major universities are competing for the candidates. How can I take the exam well? Of course, he only dared to roar in his heart. If he dared to say a word in front of those 5 big guys, he would probably be wiped out. He is a madman, but not a fool. If you dare to challenge these 5 masters, no matter how many lives you have, it will not be enough. But there are people like that who dare to face the gaze of the big guys. Xiao Feng used the legendary ultimate secret. That is the legend of Konoha's invincibility, and it is also Kakashi's famous skill. The ultimate secret of physical skills that even the master of physical skills, Might Guy, couldn't learn. 1,000 years of killing. Ah! With a scream, the strongest man in China was raped in the ass? The other 4 people felt a chill in their anus when they saw this and quickly covered their buttocks. Xiao Feng shook his hands, trying to get rid of the strange smell. This old guy must not have wiped the toilet cleanly after using it. Xiao Feng found Su Yi, who was closest to him besides Jiang Yun, and wiped his fingers on his shirt. Su Yi? Xiao Feng said to the others, "I appreciate everyone's kindness, but the reality is, this is a fine piece of uncut jade right in front of you, and you want to spend 100 or 80 yuan to buy it home? Are you kidding me? Hurry up and hand over all the hidden money you've saved." In fact, it doesn't matter to Xiao Feng which of the 5 universities he goes to. After all, each university has a trial tower, and the principals are among the most powerful people in the world. The most important thing is that their conditions are not in place at all. When Xiaoya entered the Kyoto Academy, she had 15 opportunities to try the trial tower, 10 Transformation Realm Alien Beast Magic Cores, and 200 Control Realm Alien Beast Magic Cores. No matter what happens, you can't be worse off than her, right? Several people looked at each other. How dare you launch a sneak attack on Jian Laogue? We have to say, we recognize your courage. Seeing that they were just talking nonsense, Xiao Feng was full of disdain. They were still the strongest people in China. Suddenly, a big hand pressed Xiao Feng's shoulder from behind, and he felt an extremely terrifying human face appear on Xiao Feng's side. Sunza, you're quite good at playing, aren't you? That is to say, the strongest human being is still within the scope of humanity. This is the weakest point of a living creature, and he was still attacked by surprise. I did that just to fight for my own welfare. Zhang Yun covered his butt. What other strange tricks did this kid have? According to the information, it was clearly just a spiritual eye system. At first, Xiaoya said that his spiritual eye had mutated, but now it was a black flame and a wooden giant. Could it be possible that mutation could make supernatural powers become completely unrelated to spiritual eyes? Alright, you should get the same treatment your sister received when she joined Kyoto Academy, right? Zhang Yun finally gave in. In fact, this was also a small test of Xiao Feng. It was just as he said. If he didn't take action, these people would fight among themselves like buying vegetables in the market. Although he does not have the strength to match it now, his courage to fight is the value that Zhang Yun sees in him. There is no shortage of geniuses in the university. But if he is a weakling who only knows theory and whose legs tremble when he goes to the battlefield, then there is no need for that. Back then, Xiaoya pulled out a small part of Zhang Yun's beard in order to get some resources for herself. This guy is even more ruthless. It's all stuck in, it's my hemorrhoids. The others couldn't help but feel disappointed when they saw this. They had finally managed to get Xiaoya to graduate, and now Xiao Feng had passed away. In the next few years, it will be suppressed by Kyoto Academy. Seeing that the situation was almost settled, Suyi dared to step forward and ask, this year's college entrance examination? Zhang Yun glanced at him. He said calmly, aren't there more than 10,000 students left? We'll just rank them. We won't accept any trash anyway. If we retreat in the face of a small beast tide, how will we protect the human city in the future? After hearing this, Suyi had an idea in his mind. He had originally thought that there would be at least tens of thousands of people left in this year, but he didn't expect that the college entrance examination would end on the first day, and only more than 10,000 people would be left. Everyone was taken away from Xishan City that day, and Suyi could only start counting based on the current population. A total of 15,695 people passed the supernatural college entrance examination this time. First place, Xiao Feng. Points, 12,454. Suyi didn't expect this score. Because it is impossible for a student to kill a metamorphosis beast, so a metamorphosis beast is worth 10,000 points. Second place, Huang Luan. Points, 96 points. Third place, points, 95 points. 499th place, Zhang Yu, points, 13. Suyi only studied the top 500 students. After all, the 5 major universities only admitted the top 500 students, and the rest were admitted by universities across China. Normally, universities across the country need to enroll 100,000 students, but this year they can only enroll more than 10,000. In order to recruit students, admissions teachers are even willing to sacrifice their looks to seduce students into enrolling, which shows how fierce the competition is. Zhang Yu was planning to leave, but when she needed to press the bracelet, she was knocked unconscious by a falling piece of wood. Then he lay in the corner of a building and fainted. The low-level beasts didn't dare to leave their nests because they sensed the powerful aura on the ground, so Zhang Yu accidentally made it into the top 500. You have to know that if her performance was normal, she wouldn't even be able to make it into the top 5,000. When Zhang Yu heard the name of the first place, he shook his head, thinking that it must be a person with the same name. Yay! Into the top 500. This means that she can also enter the 5 major universities. Among the 5 major universities, Giant Rock University seems to have the largest number of elemental students, but the gender ratio is too unpleasant. She is unwilling to go there because it is full of ugly boys. It would be great if I could get into the Magic City Academy and the Kyoto Academy. Outside, when people learned that a beast tide had ended the college entrance examination, they all expressed regret. But at the same time, there was also protest against the end of the college entrance examination. Many capable students chose to leave because they just didn't want to lose their lives in the beast tide. Suyi simply quoted Zhang Yun's original words. If everyone can only flee when faced with a beast tide, how can they become strong in the future? How can they protect humanity? Chapter 31 Last Words. Xiao Feng had an extremely boring summer vacation. Xiaoya went out to carry out a mission. Jiang Yun disappeared after drawing a bunch of cakes for him, and the pile of magic cores are still missing. After Xiao Feng used Amaterasu to burn the mountain last time, there were basically no strange beasts to be found near Linjiang City. It would probably take a few more years for them to reproduce. Lying on the sofa at home, Xiao Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Jiang Yun, saying that his credits had arrived. The 5 major universities use a point system, and the first points each student earns before admission are the points earned in the college entrance examination. The scale is 110. After conversion, Xiao Feng obtained a total of 1,245 points. This amount is more than some sophomores who have been doing the task for a year. The role of credits is much greater than that of money in the outside world. Basically, things that cannot be bought with money outside can be bought with credits. Even the magic core of a beast from the Calamity Realm. As long as you have enough credits, you can ask the principal to help you hunt. This is also to make students more motivated to complete tasks and earn credits. Suddenly, Xiao Feng received a message from Xiaoya on his mobile phone. Xiao Feng, there is a letter on the second row of the bookcase in my room. It was just a few simple words, but Xiao Feng frowned and felt something was wrong. When Ping Xiaoya sent me a message, wasn't it always a long text? Or was she just calling me? This time, there were only a few words that were abnormal. Xiao Feng found the letter she mentioned. It had no title, so he opened it directly. Xiao Feng, when you see this letter, I'm probably in danger. This letter can actually be considered a suicide note. After all, the missions I take on are not something a normal person can complete. Remember the hunting team? In fact, I didn't join after graduation. I secretly signed up when I was a freshman. Every mission is like dealing with death. My only worry is you. I'm afraid you will be lonely. All my property is in a safe in Kyoto. The password is your birthday. This is the last thing that a useless sister like me leaves for you. The letter was already blurry at this point, and the last paragraph was stained black by ink, making it unclear what was written. Xiao Feng called Jiang Yun. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Yun was silent for a long time. You know everything? Xiao Feng responded indifferently. I wonder where she is now. Jiang Yun sighed. Just now, the hunting team sent a message that Xiaoya's team seemed to have provoked a strange beast in the disaster realm. The entire team fled separately and has not been contacted to date. That place is very dangerous, you can't set foot there. Jiang Yun was also very sad. Xiaoya was the most talented among her disciples. The only thing that was disobedient was that she was too stubborn. None of your business. Just tell me where she is. I won't let you die. Jiang Yun hung up the phone. Xiaoya's only concern was this kid. He would not let Xiao Feng step into danger. If he didn't need to scare away the strange beasts outside the city wall, why would he not want to save his apprentice? Xiao Feng looked at the hung-up phone and made a decision. The system points during this period have accumulated to a terrifying number. System, give me a breakthrough. Spend 10,000 system points, are you sure? Sure. Breakthrough mission completed. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the control realm. Name, Xiao Feng. Level, Mastery Level 1. Superpower, Sharingan. Spiritual Energy, 1000. Skills, Sharingan Insight, Copy, Illusion, Amaterasu, Simplified Susanoo, Would Release. System Points, 215-6980. Exchange for the Would Release Immortal Body. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Would Release, Immortal Body. The healing effect and spiritual energy recovery effect of the Would Release Sage Body are crucial. I originally wanted to save system points to buy the Chibaku Tensei. Xiao Feng changed into black clothes and disappeared somewhere. Kyoto. Headquarters room. What's the current situation of Team 17? No news yet. Alas, there is a girl in there who was Jiang Yun's favorite disciple. If she doesn't come back, Jiang Yun will be furious. There's nothing we can do about it. Who knew there was a dormant Calamity Realm beast in that area? All anyone could do was chalk this up to bad luck. Snap. The glass shattered. A masked man in black rushed in. Guard. The leaders were instantly panicked. Could it be that they were assassins sent by the rebels? The masked man was Xiaofeng, who had arrived. This suit is the system's 998 masked men's suit. Its only effect is to increase the movement speed by 20% and to simply hide the face. Xiaofeng used would release to seal the entire room. Although they are important to the country, most of their bodyguards are people in the control realm. Strong men are scarce, so how could there be some spare strong men to protect these guys who can only talk big but do nothing? In terms of real power, the presidents of the 5 major universities are the real spokespersons in China. Sharingan. Xiaofeng used the Sharingan's illusion to control everyone present. No one at the same level could break free from his illusion. Where did Xiaoya's team go? Xiaofeng grabbed the collar of a person who seemed to have the highest status in the group, and the person who was controlled said stiffly, "Evil Beast Mountain." Xiaofeng put him down and jumped out of the window outside. Wood style, wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon rose into the sky and carried Xiaofeng out into the wild. The city walls of Kyoto are much higher than those of Linhai City. A height of 100 meters is enough to withstand any attack below the level of natural disasters. At this moment, on the city wall, an old man with a white beard was standing there. It was Jiang Yun, whom he had met not long ago. "I know that the problem with the transmission device was caused by you, and now you are kidnapping the top leaders. Are you planning to become an enemy of humanity? There is no other way. If you want to get to Kyoto in a short time, you can only use the teleportation device. Unless it is a special case, it would take half a month just to apply for approval, by which time the daylily would be completely cold." Xiaofeng could only use the Sharingan to control the person operating the device and set the location in Kyoto. Jiang Yun looked very disappointed. "Since you're wearing a mask, you shouldn't talk. This will easily give you something to hold against you." Xiaofeng looked up at Jiang Yun, feeling a little unbelievable. "You're not here to stop me?" "Stop you? Why should I stop you? I'm so happy that someone is saving my beloved disciple. But you said you wouldn't let me go." "What I'm saying is that if Xiaofeng goes, what does it have to do with you, the mysterious masked man?" Jiang Yun handed a jade stone to Xiaofeng. "This contains the power of my strike. Any beast below level 3 of natural disaster will die if it touches it." Chapter 32 Weird Experiment. Xiaofeng looked at Jiang Yun with emotion. "Thanks, old man." After taking the jade, Xiaofeng controlled the wooden dragon to leave Kyoto. Target, the Evil Beast Mountain. Legend has it that there was once a particularly dangerous beast in the Evil Beast Mountain. Its strength was unfathomable, and it was eventually sealed in the Evil Beast Mountain by the joint efforts of many powerful humans. Because of the influence of the evil beast, the entire forest has become extremely gloomy, and even strange beasts cannot survive. That place has since become a forbidden area for humans. Xiaofeng didn't care whether it was a forbidden area or not. He rode on the wooden dragon and used his Sharingan to catch any strange beasts along the way. While casting illusions on the opponent, the Sharingan can also see clearly what is in his mind. This is how Xiaofeng knew where that group of people were running. After searching for a whole night, Xiaofeng finally saw Xiaoya's figure in the mind of a strange beast in a big tree. She ran towards the abyss. The abyss of the Evil Beast Mountain is said to be the place where the evil beast is sealed. Damn, why did she run to that place? Inside the cave, Xiaoya took off her necklace, which contained a photo of herself and Xiaofeng. "My phone was damaged on the way to escape. I am such an incompetent sister. I couldn't even say goodbye properly. I really want to look at Xiaofeng again and pinch his face again. Don't run away. You won't be able to escape today." Outside, a group of men in black were slowly approaching. "This is the only cave nearby where we can hide. It must be inside." Xiaoya heard the noise and clenched her fists tightly. If the spiritual energy hadn't been sealed by that guy, no matter how many of these people came, it would be useless. Originally, this mission was because the seal on the Evil Beast Mountain showed signs of loosening, so a small team was sent to check it out. Unexpectedly, they met an organization calling itself the Evil God Society on the way. The leader is an existence that has reached the realm of natural disaster. It's just that the person's attack method is too strange, and it is unclear whether he is a human or a monster. Xiaoya could only endure the pain of the wound and go deeper into the cave. The man in black outside also came in. "Now that woman's spiritual energy has been sealed by Lord Xian, we must take advantage of this time to capture her." At this time, the ground turned pitch black and even the trees were all withered. It's like a black hell. No wonder it is called a forbidden area. Just entering it will slow down the recovery of your body's spiritual energy by half. If we launch a protracted war here, I'm afraid we won't be able to display even half of our strength. The wooden dragon under Xiao Feng's feet finally fell to the ground and turned into a tree due to lack of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy recovery is slow to begin with, and since we have already arrived at the destination, there is no need to forcefully maintain the wooden dragon just to hurry on. Moreover, the target is too large and will easily attract the enemy's attention. However, the wooden dragon had just transformed into a tree on the ground when it withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This ground absorbs life force. Sharingan. Xiao Feng opened his Sharingan, and a blue and green aura was absorbed into the black soil. That is aura and vitality. There is something extraordinary under this land. Hurry up. Go over there to provide support. At this time, a group of men in black rushed out from not far away and headed in one direction. Xiao Feng used the system to identify and check. Name, 198. Level, Awakening Level 8. Race, Artificial Human Half-Human. Introduction, this product was developed through some unknown experiment. Once you fully understand it, you will lose your appetite. Xiao Feng used identification techniques to check the other people and got the same result. The only difference was that the numbers in their names had changed. These people are not real humans? Xiao Feng secretly used illusion on the one at the end and was still able to control it. But there were no thoughts in his consciousness. Illusion is actually a technique that can infinitely amplify the emotions of living things. Fear, terror, love, hate. When these emotions are amplified, they achieve the effect of an illusion, and Xiao Feng can use the Sharingan to control the emotions in the illusion. But this person is like a blank sheet of paper, with no emotions at all. The only way to temporarily stop his thinking is through illusion, that is, to force him into a sleeping state. After taking off his clothes, Xiao Feng saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. This person, can no longer be called a human being. Every part of his body is made up of organs from exotic animals, and only the core brain is a human brain. No wonder the system is evaluated like that. Xiao Feng used Amaterasu to burn the creature into ashes with a look of disgust, then put on his cloak and disappeared from the area. Contact number 198 lost. The intruder is in the southwest. These guys have modified ant-animal communication brainwaves in their brains, which allow them to sense the status of their kind not far away. Number 198 suddenly lost contact, so he must have been killed by the invaders. More than a dozen people headed in the direction they had just come from, but when they arrived at their destination, there was only a pile of dust left. Analysis. The enemy is a fire-type mutant. Notify Master Xian that there are new intruders. They already knew all the abilities of the invaders not long ago and had synchronized the data through brainwaves. There were no particularly powerful fire-type abilities. This means that there is a new outsider breaking in. On an altar, Xian's brain received the information. Interesting, anyone dares to come here? 001, go and bring the intruder here. Remember, don't break the body. Following Xian's order, a man in the black crowd slowly stepped back and left the crowd. Xiao Fengren continued to explore deeper without knowing anything. Rushing all the way to the abyss, this huge, pitch-black mouth of the abyss seemed to be able to swallow up a person's soul in the next second. Xiao Feng stopped here, and suddenly a red dot on the system map approached him rapidly. There are enemies. It's too late, Xiao Feng gritted his teeth. Susanoo. The Sharingan transformed into a Mangekyo, and purple bones covered Xiao Feng's entire body to protect him. Almost at the same moment, the man in black took action. A punch hit Susanoo, and the powerful impact caused Xiao Feng to spit out a mouthful of blood even though he was protected by Susanoo. It feels like being shot at close range while wearing a bulletproof vest. Xiao Feng was knocked into the abyss by a punch, but the man obviously did not intend to give up. He jumped up and followed Xiao Feng down. In the air, a pair of strange wings grew out from behind the man in black. How strange was that? The wing on the left is black like an eagle's wing, while the other one is white like a swan's wing. Chapter 33 Fierce Battle. The black-clad man Xiao Feng revealed his true face and hurriedly used identification skills to check it. Name, 001. Level, Transformation Level 9. Race, Unknown. Introduction, a twisted creature, its body composed of dozens of different organisms, boasting a physique comparable to a B-rank enhanced supernatural power. It is incapable of pain and lacks a fixed consciousness. The few people in front could still be identified as half-humans, but the guy in front of him was not even a human. Xiaofeng covered his chest, endured the severe pain and tried his best to keep his body and mind calm in mid-air. Would release, immortal technique. As black stripes spread across Xiaofeng's body, the injuries on his body recovered rapidly with the nourishment of spiritual energy. Would release, cutting technique. Xiaofeng used cuttings to plant trees on the walls of the abyss, which dragged Xiaofeng down and prevented him from falling. The monster also flapped its wings and continued to attack Xiaofeng. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball exploded head-on, and I thought it would cause some damage. But after a puff of smoke, the monster continued to attack Xiaofeng at a rapid speed. Susanoo. Xiaofeng quickly summoned Susanoo to defend himself and threw another punch. Puff. This time, Xiaofeng took the punch head-on and controlled Susanoo to transform into arm bones to grab it. How can you run so close? Amaterasu. The black flames spread all over number one's body, but he felt no pain. He quickly broke free from Xiaofeng's restraints and began to attack frantically again. I don't believe I can't cure you, a monster that's neither human nor beast. Wood style, wood dragon technique. With the help of the wood escape immortal technique, Xiaofeng summoned 2 wooden dragons at once. The wooden dragon flew into the air and tightly wrapped around number one, madly absorbing the spiritual energy from his body. This monster must rely on spiritual energy to move. As long as we suck all of his spiritual energy away, it will definitely work. The 2 wooden dragons wrapped around number one and he stopped moving. Just when Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. Roar! A powerful force within number one's body seemed to be stimulated by something. Oh no! Susanoo. Would release wooden spindle wall. Wood style, woodman technique. Boom. Boom. Xian, who was far away at the altar, also felt number one's actions. Interesting. My experiment actually ended up exploding. I wonder if this interesting ant is dead. Experiments made from his body must be really fun. 002, 003, you two go over there and see if there are any leftovers. Pick them all up. 2 people walked out of the team, bowed to Xian and left. Xianzhe continued to preside over the altar, and the evil god was about to come to the world. All people in the world are tributes to the evil god. Lord Evil God, I am your loyal servant. Please wake up. Following Xian's sacrifice, the test subjects behind him lined up one by one and jumped into the abyss. Even if they knew they were facing death, how could they resist without any consciousness? As the test subjects jumped down one by one, the light of the altar gradually brightened. We only need to sacrifice a few more living people to resurrect the evil god. Xian's expression became a little crazy. He wanted to make those who had looked down on him pay the price. What a bullshit talent. I ruined my face like this just to save people. Xian tore off the human skin mask on his face, revealing a creepy face. There was no skin, only the muscles of his face moving, and you could even clearly see how many teeth he had. When he was a student, he went to rescue people from a fire. In the end, the people were rescued, but he also became like this horrible appearance. I was supposed to be praised for my actions, but nothing happened. That crappy school even wanted to expel me because my grades had declined. Even people in society would avoid him when they saw his face, as if they had seen a strange beast. Not fair. Not fair. Why is the result like this? I'm supposed to be a hero. Why did I become like this, neither human nor ghost? Why do those people have such expressions? From then on, Xian embarked on a path of no return. In the end, Xian was expelled from the city for the crime of destroying the city. This was tantamount to sentencing him to death. Xian lay in the mud, waiting for a strange beast passing by to take his life. Just like that, a strange beast carried Xian to the evil beast hill, intending to sacrifice him to the evil beast. That's it. If I have to live this damn life again, I will make those people pay the price. Xian opened his eyes and found that he was still alive. He then spoke human language to the strange beast he had brought with him, saying, "Do you hate humans?" It's an evil beast. These strange beasts are all controlled by evil beasts, and they go around to capture sacrifices and offer them in the abyss. But he felt deep hatred from this human, and this hatred was directed towards humans. This aroused the evil beast's interest. He loved watching the drama of humans killing each other. So he did not kill Xian, but gave him shelter and asked him to find a sacrifice for him to release him. At the same time, it also provides him with a guarantee, otherwise the strength of an awakening realm is too much. Therefore, what Xiaoya and the others called the mysterious power of the natural disaster realm was actually just a guarantee given to Xian by the evil beast. However, Xian couldn't rely solely on that mark to survive, so he combined the evil beast's clones with other strange beasts and human corpses to turn them into experimental subjects that obeyed Xian's commands. He even created a cult of evil gods to justify the evil beast's reputation. Abyss. Xiaofeng was in a terrible state at this time, and even with the automatic healing effect of his immortal body, it was of little use. His left eye was almost unable to open because he was forcibly holding up Susanoo to block the impact. The right arm and right foot also suffered varying degrees of damage. That magic core should be the magic core of the realm. It was actually used as the monster's heart, and at the last moment it could also create a one-for-one situation for the opponent through self-destruction. If Xiaofeng hadn't used 3 layers of protection to block it, the next cycle might have really begun. The wooden man protected the wooden wall, and Xiaofeng could only barely block the explosion even with all his strength using Susanoo. The magic core of the realm is actually used for self-destruction. Isn't this like taking a nuclear weapon to the river at the entrance of the village to fry fish? Do you have to make such a fuss? Enduring the severe pain, Xiaofeng climbed out of the abyss and found a cave to hide in. This damn place has scarce spiritual energy, and even if you activate the magic mode it would be difficult to recover from your injuries all at once. Xiaofeng took out several magic cores of the control realm from the system warehouse, crushed them, and released all the spiritual energy inside. Then used the fairy mode to quickly absorb and achieve the effect of accelerated treatment. Chapter 34 The Kisses of course for your bright future. The target is inside. Number 2 looked at the bloodstains on the ground and concluded that the invader was not dead yet and must have escaped into the cave. Do you want to chase? Report to Lord Xian first and wait for instructions. Number 2 passed the message to Xian. After Xian knew about it, the smile on his face became very strange. Catch him alive. Such interesting material, I must press it down on the stone surface and dissect it carefully, slice by slice. It just so happens that my human skin mask is broken, so I can cut off his and make a new mask. After receiving the order, number 2 and number 3 entered the cave without hesitation. Although the cave was pitch black, they all had bat monster cells in their eyes, so there was no need to worry about combat difficulties. On the other side, Xiaofeng also saw 2 red dots on the system map. Fuck, you're coming again? Xiaofeng couldn't bear to be bombed again in his current condition, and he had finally recovered from his injuries. The wind is strong, hurry up. The vision of the Sharingan allows Xiaofeng to walk on flat ground in the dark cave, spin and jump, and leave his original place. Number 2 and number 3 looked at the bloodstains on the ground and wondered why it ended here. This is exactly where Xiaofeng was recuperating from his injuries. There's no way he could have healed so quickly. He must have tried to cover up the bloodstains and escaped inside. Throw away the correct answer at the first opening. After number 2 and number 3 analyzed the situation, they finally concluded that Xiaofeng must have escaped by covering up the bloodstains. So I followed him in. They came to a fork in the road, and because there was no trace of blood, the two had to chase separately. Little did they know that this was exactly Xiaofeng's plan. Xiaofeng looked at the system map. The two had already separated, so things would be easier next. Number 2, Xiaofeng came behind number 2 and poked his shoulder with his hand. Number 2 turned around. Sharingan. When fighting against number 1, he was too fast and had no time to use the Sharingan's illusion, so he had to fight back. Now Xiaofeng understood. What fight? If you win, he will self-destruct, and if you lose, there will be no fun. Xiaofeng used the Sharingan to create an illusion for number 2 to stay in the cave forever. Although their strength is at the transformation realm, these artificial creatures have no brains and can be controlled for a long time by any illusion, not to mention that this is an illusion created for him by Xiaofeng using the Mangekyo Sharingan. Go to the other side of the cave and do the same thing to number 3. To be on the safe side, Xiaofeng also took out the magic cores of the two monsters. As soon as the button was pulled out, the eyes of the two monsters lost their luster, just like a mobile phone with a black screen when it loses battery. Xiaofeng weighed the magic core in his hand, which belonged to a monster in the transformation realm. It seems that only the magic core of number 1 is at the realm level. This made Xiaofeng feel a little disappointed. If they were all magic cores at the realm level, he would have made a fortune. Xiaofeng continued to walk inside, not for any other reason, but because he found a mobile phone, which was Xiaoya's mobile phone. There is only one cave nearby, and she should be hiding in it. Although this cave looks small from the outside, it is full of secrets. Xiaofeng felt like he had been traveling in the cave for a long time, but he had not reached the bottom. And even Xiaoya's whereabouts were not discovered. The further we went inside, the damper the ground became. Xiaofeng was still rushing deeper. Found her, catch her. If Xiaoya hadn't arrived first, the deepest part of the cave would have been a dead end. But judging from the flowing water above, it is either the bottom of the lake or groundwater. If you want to catch me, wait for your next life. Xiaoya used her last supernatural power item to blast away the huge rock with water flowing above her head. Wow! A powerful stream of water gushed out from the top, quickly spreading throughout the entire cave and rushing everyone out. Xiaoya held her breath and clung to a rock beside her to avoid being swept away. As long as we can get out from the bottom of this lake, there is still a chance of survival. But she underestimated it. The cave was too long and it would take a long time for it to be flooded with water. Xiaoya had been on the run for several days and her spiritual energy was still sealed, and soon she would not be able to hold on any longer. Sister, when I grow up, I'll marry you, okay? In a trance, memories of my childhood came to my mind. At that time, Xiaoya raised Xiaofeng. Although it was very hard, as long as she saw his smile, she felt that everything was worth it. I want to see Xiaofeng again. My consciousness is blurred. Really, is it over? A figure approaches in the water, getting closer and closer, until Xiaofeng kissed Xiaoya, transferring some of the oxygen in his mouth to her, and then floated to the surface from the bottom of the lake with her on his back. Cough, cough, cough. On the shore, both of them were coughing violently and had choked on a lot of water at the bottom of the lake. Xiaofeng also felt the coming of the water flow, took a deep breath in advance and rushed over. Just then I saw Xiaoya struggling there. Are you going to die? Xiaofeng heard the explosion outside. It was obvious that it was Xiaoya who detonated the explosion and wanted to die with them. Xiaoya suddenly pounced, hugged Xiaofeng tightly, and buried her head in Xiaofeng's arms. Xiaofeng, who originally wanted to continue scolding people, didn't know what to do at this time. Hey, don't think you can get away with this. It will only take a moment. Please. Xiaoya buried her head in Xiaofeng's arms and whispered softly. The stalemate lasted for a long time. The night also changes from dusk to night. Xiaoya stood up and shook off the water droplets on her body, then rubbed Xiaofeng's head with a smile. Xiaofeng, why are you here? Are you missing my big breasts? Come on, act like a spoiled child in my arms. Xiaofeng ducked to avoid Xiaoya's attack. I don't have time to play couple games with you. It's still very dangerous now. Go back quickly. Xiaofeng had only one purpose for coming out this time, and that was to bring Xiaoya back. Now that the mission has been accomplished, there is no need to waste time with them. I have never considered myself a hero. In troubled times, protecting myself is already the best outcome. I don't have the time to care about the lives of others. Xiaofeng took Xiaoya's hand and walked towards Kyoto. I won't leave. Xiaoya changed her previous smile and put on a serious expression. Actually, I'd be quite content just to see your face once more, but I have to do this. If the demonic beasts are resurrected, the status of humanity will be even more precarious. I won't let them succeed. Xiaoya stood up. Perhaps because she had left the evil beast mountain, the seal on her spiritual energy had been released. Now Xiaoya can use spiritual energy and supernatural powers again. But Xiaofeng didn't understand. She clearly had no responsibility to do these things, so why did she do such a dangerous thing? Why? Of course it's for my dear brother. Xiaoya replied with a bright smile. Chapter 35 Crazy Exhibition. For me? I want to bring Xiaofeng a peaceful world without strange beasts and wars, where people can live in peace and no longer have to worry about not living to see the next day. If the evil beasts revive, Kyoto will be the first to be affected. As the capital, if Kyoto is affected, the entire country will be affected to a greater or lesser extent. Besides, these things have to be done by someone, right? Xiaoya's smile looked fake, at least in Xiaofeng's opinion. I see, so what are you going to do? Xiaofeng calmed down and thought carefully. If the evil beast came out and the whole country was affected, it would be useless for him to go anywhere. It would be better to solve the problem from the root here. If you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who created the problem. Xiaoya was surprised for a moment, but still gritted her teeth. No, you have to go back. She could do such a dangerous thing without caring about her own life, but she was reluctant to let Xiaofeng take the risk. I won't go back. Don't worry. I'm harder to kill than you. Xiaofeng pointed in the direction of the abyss. That place should be their lair. How do you know? Naturally, it was the information obtained from reading the two artificial monsters just now. But the leader seems to be able to unleash the power of a natural disaster, so he must be treated with caution. This thing is a sealing bead, its function is to strengthen the seal, but if there is only one, the effect may not be enough. My other teammates should have more, let's go find them first. Xiaoya said. Xiaofeng shook his head. No need to look for it, it's probably all over there. Alter. Shen looked at these chosen ones kneeling before him. You guys must be so arrogant all the time, right? How does it feel to kneel down in front of me now? Everyone gnashed their teeth, but couldn't say a word because their mouths were blocked. Throw them down and sacrifice them to the evil god. At the command, the remaining test subjects began to move. Etc. Shen came to a man and searched out the sealing beads on his body. We can't let this thing touch the sealing barrier. Okay, throw it down. Shen turned around and looked at these proud sons of the human race. There was a time when I was considered a well-known genius, but the human race made me so disappointed. Shen removed the seals from the corners of several people's mouths. Please, don't kill me. I'm willing to give you money. My family is very rich. Me too, I'd do anything. Please don't kill me. The quarrel among several people only gave them a chance to survive. Shen stood there, feeling deeply the feeling of dominating the fate of others. Xiaofeng, what did you do to him? He's smiling so obscenely. Xiaoya glanced at Shen with disgust. This should still be considered a human being, right? Nothing, just an illusion. Name, Zhan Xian. Level, Awakening Level 5. Superpower, Special System, Biological Fusion. Introduction, a young man with a tragic fate. If it weren't for that incident in his youth, he would have become a leading figure in the human academic world, right? It turned out that he was just a piece of trash who had just awakened. Xiaofeng didn't even need to get close to him to use the illusion control of the Sharingan. That is right, all those begging for mercy scenes he saw were shown by Xiaofeng, just to satisfy his inner desire and make it easier for him to take the next action. As for the other test subjects, they were originally brainless creatures and only obeyed Shen's orders. Now Shen was just standing there grinning foolishly, so they followed suit and imitated him. After Xiaofeng untied the few people, he took out a few magic cores and handed them to them. It was very difficult to restore the spiritual energy in this land naturally, so the help of the magic cores of exotic beasts was needed. Xiaoya? I'm so glad you're okay. Although they didn't know Xiaofeng, they knew Xiaoya. Hey, your savior is here. Xiaofeng expressionlessly used a dagger to untie the men. He originally didn't want to charge any fees, but now. 100,000 Chinese yuan per person, transfer to Ant Treasure. Several people. Can I owe you money first? I'll pay you back when I get back? These people were not stupid. It was indeed Xiaofeng who saved them. Could it be that their lives were not worth even 100,000 Chinese yuan? It's not 100,000 academic points, so I don't care about this little money. Xiaofeng also wondered if he was missing enough. No, next time I have to learn from the system about his unscrupulous business practices. System? I haven't appeared in several chapters, and I was shot even when I was lying down? Xiaofeng asked a few people to leave the sealing beads behind and then leave quickly. After all their superpowers and spiritual energy were sealed, and they were no different from ordinary people. Xiaofeng brought the pile of sealing beads to the side of the abyss, and with a cold look, he threw all the sealing beads in his hand into the abyss. With a series of collisions, the altar also changed. The light is slowly fading. Success! Xiaofeng hurriedly left the abyss. He always felt that when he stared at the abyss, something below was also looking at him. It gives people a creepy feeling. Let's go, leave. Xiaofeng pulled Xiaoya, are you willing to leave this time? Xiaoya was stunned for a few seconds. It's over so soon? I thought it would be a bloody battle. But since it ended successfully, it is naturally the best ending. As for Xian, the illusion will probably end tonight, by which time he and Xiaoya will have arrived in Kyoto. The seal of the evil beast has been completed, so there is no need to worry about anything happening to the seal anymore. Late at night. Submit to me, I am your king. As Xian called out, his illusion was lifted. He is still the same him, the boy with nothing. Where's my castle? Where are my treasures and beauties? And why is my strength in the Calamity Realm gone too? Xiaofeng used an illusion to help him have a dream, which was simply a daydream. It seems that Xian is living well in his dream. Xian looked at the dimming altar, and his heart sank instantly. How could he not know that he was being fooled? He is a psychic. It must be. The mark on Xian's chest emitted a black light. It was the Lord Evil Beast. Xian knelt on one knee and said respectfully to the mark, "Sir." "Xian, you disappoint me so much." The evil beast had already sensed that the seal had been completed, and his decades of hard work had vanished into thin air in that day. Wait for another few decades? The evil beast wanted to swallow Xian in one gulp. It turned out that humans were unreliable. How did I place my hopes in the hands of a human? No, it's not over yet. Xian's expression gradually became crazy. Human race, you have wronged me, and I will repay you double. Xian came to the huge mouth of the abyss and jumped in. In fact, he didn't kill those living people because their blood could stimulate the seal and speed up the breaking of the seal. But now everyone has run away, the offerings are gone, but Xian still has one thing left. That's his body. His body is also human, and he can also break a gap in the seal. Although it is just a small gap, it can give the evil beast another opportunity to break through the seal. Chapter 36, Become a Disciple. The evil beast saw a crack in the seal that was so small that it could not be seen by the naked eye, and laughed out loud. Fool of the human race. Considering that you are so stupid, when I rush out of this damn place, I will definitely taste the human race. Xiaofeng and the others had no idea what happened in the evil beast mountain after they left. Kyoto. The whole city was shocked after Xiaofeng and Xiaoya returned. Jiang Yun rushed to the city gate at an extremely fast speed and saw that Xiaoya was fine. I'm glad I'm fine. His eyes turned and looked at Xiaofeng. Boy, if you don't use the thing, give it back to me. What Jiang Yun was talking about was naturally the jade that was given to him before. The power contained in that thing could directly destroy a small city. Jiang Yun had already questioned the few people who had escaped, and they found out that they had never used the jade at all. Such a dangerous thing must not be kept by a child in the awakening realm. It's definitely not because I feel sad about the pile of materials needed to refine jade. Xiaofeng pretended to be stupid. What jade? I don't know. You shameless old bastard, all you think about is jade all day long. What jade? It will only harm you. Jiang Yun's face darkened. He was actually taught a lesson by a little brat? Come here, I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Xiaofeng hid behind Xiaoya. That's because you, shameless old man, ate too much pigment and peed on it, and it turned red. Jiang Yun. If I don't kill this kid today, I'll quit my job as principal. Alright. Stop making trouble. Xiaoya spoke up to stop the two from arguing. Although Jiang Yun was shameless, it was impossible for him to use his supernatural powers on a student who had only awakened for less than 2 months. So a verbal lesson will be enough. It turned out that I couldn't even win an argument with this kid. Etc. He has only been awakened for less than 2 months, how come he has already reached the state of control? Jiang Yun didn't have time to pay attention before, but now he finds out that Xiaofeng has actually broken through to the control realm? What a terrifying speed. Even Xiaoya at that time only achieved a breakthrough after entering school. Young man, I see you have amazing talents. Are you interested in becoming my disciple and learning from me? Jiang Yun immediately put on a smiling face and came up to Xiaofeng to try to win him over. Look, your sister is also my apprentice. We are all family. Xiaoya said quietly, didn't you always say that you and I are your close disciple? The door is closed, not welded shut. Can't it be opened again? Rules are fixed, and we must learn to follow them. Jiang Yun threw out a bunch of sugar-coated bullets, but still failed to impress Xiaofeng. Is there anything practical? Xiaofeng stretched out his hand and rubbed his right thumb and index finger back and forth. Why are you so greedy? Didn't I give you so many things before? That's the price I paid for admission, and becoming your disciple is another bargaining chip. The system cried. This kid finally learned his lesson. Jiang Yun was speechless. I am the strongest man in China. The whole of Kyoto can't accommodate all the people who want to become my disciples. Are you still bargaining? If you don't want to bow, then don't bow. I don't want you as my disciple. Then what kind of public opinion storm do you think would arise if students from Kyoto Academy took the principal of another academy as their teacher? Xiao Feng took out his cell phone, which contained the contact information of the principals of 4 other schools. Friends I added when we last separated. The strongest person in China is being poached by other schools? Isn't this a slap in Zhang Yun's face? Moreover, the school rules do not prohibit students from learning from teachers in other institutions, but those are just ordinary students. Xiao Feng is the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. Zhang Yun had snatched it away at a huge price, and the news that he wanted to take Xiao Feng as his disciple had spread without any concealment. If word gets out that Zhang Yun is incapable of teaching his disciples, where will he put his face? Good boy, how shameless. Zhang Yun suppressed the anger in his heart and waited for this matter to be over before slowly dealing with this guy later. What follows is an unknown trading time. Xiao Feng took 2 supernatural props and a special magic core from Zhang Yun's private treasury as a gift for apprenticeship. Zhang Yun felt his heart bleed. Is this kid's eyes like a calculator? He took away all the valuable things. In fact, it is true. Xiao Feng will identify an item first if he likes it. No matter whether it is useful or not, just take what is valuable. The system was also pointing fingers and complaining, and I was annoyed as to why I didn't get it myself. Why don't you take the most valuable thing, you loser? The system said with great sorrow. Do you think he'll be willing to give it to me? If I take the most valuable thing, he might quit. I might as well take the second and third most valuable ones as well. When the system heard this, it made sense. The disciple is better than the master. Since he had already arrived in Kyoto, Xiao Feng simply decided not to go back and settle down here. Xiaoya has a house here, so she doesn't have to worry about housing. It is a villa area. When Xiao Feng arrived at his new home, he could only say, "My sister smells so good." Xiao Feng opened the door and handed a key to Xiao Feng. I rarely stay here. There are many empty rooms on the 2nd floor. You can come and live with me. Xiaoya teased with a smile. Xiao Feng refused outright, found a room with a window, tidied it up, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The energy consumption in the wild was too great, and I was just holding on the whole way back. If it weren't for the wood release senjutsu mode that was madly absorbing spiritual energy to restore the body's needs, he would have probably fainted on the way. Now I felt relieved and fell asleep naturally. Just in the dead of night, the door suddenly opened. Xiaoya sneaked in from outside. When he came to the bed and saw Xiao Feng's tired face, he carefully took off his clothes and covered him with a blanket. Thinking of the scene at the bottom of the lake, Xiao Yajia blushed and leaned close to Xiao Feng's face and gave him a gentle kiss. Thank you, Xiao Feng. Xiaoya herself had no hope of coming back from this mission, but unexpectedly she was rescued. The little boy who used to only cry in my arms has grown up and is now able to protect me from the wind and rain. Xiaoya just stared at Xiao Feng's face for a long time. Chapter 37, Fate. The next day, Xiao Feng woke up refreshed. I found that I had changed into pajamas. It was strange. Did I change my clothes last night? Without thinking too much, Xiao Feng went downstairs to prepare some breakfast. As I went downstairs, I heard sounds from the kitchen. Is there a thief? Xiao Feng slowly approached and found a concubine in the kitchen. Hearing the sound of a kitchen knife hitting the chopping board, Xiao Feng secretly peeked over. Is it Xiaoya? Can she cook? Suddenly, Xiao Feng seemed to smell a strange sound. It happened that Xiaoya had just finished cutting the vegetables and was about to start cooking. Boom! The kitchen, sacrificed. Xiaoya was unharmed thanks to the spiritual energy of the realm, except that her clothes were stained. But when Xiao Feng stuck his head out, he turned into a black version of Xiao Feng. Just say that the smell just now seemed familiar, it was gas. Why do you suddenly want to learn how to cook? Xiaoya was startled by the sudden voice, looked up and was thinking about how to argue. Fuck! Xiao Feng, what happened to your face? Who did this? Xiao Feng stretched out his finger and pointed at Xiaoya. Xiaoya didn't understand. I was just at the kitchen door. You saw everything? Xiao Feng nodded. You haven't answered my question yet. Why do you suddenly want to learn how to cook? Although Xiaoya has an excellent talent for cultivation, she is almost a useless person in life except for cultivation. When living with Xiao Feng, all the things in life were done by Xiao Feng, but Xiao Feng didn't think anything of it. Only. Looking at the mess on the ground, Xiaofeng couldn't help but sigh. When others learn to cook, the most they waste is the ingredients, but when she learns to cook, she wastes the kitchen. The decorator is on the way, but today we can only order takeout because the kitchen exploded. Xiaoya looked strange on the sofa, so Xiaofeng sat next to her. Xiaoya seemed to be shocked by this reaction. Why is she the same as the heroines in those love-struck TV dramas? Are you sick? Xiaofeng asked worriedly. After all, he had been fleeing in the wild for several days in a row, and his body must not be able to bear it. But Xiaoya lowered her head and said nothing. If, Xiaofeng, you knew we weren't siblings, would you still treat me like this? Xiaoya almost buried her head in her 36D. Xiaofeng didn't hear the subtle sound, he just felt that Xiaoya seemed to have said something. What did you say? Xiaofeng asked. Nothing. Xiaoya ran back to the second floor with a red face. His face is so red, he must be sick. Xiaofeng analyzed affirmatively. With still a month left before school starts, staying at home all the time is not an option. Xiaoya would occasionally go out on missions, but because Xiaofeng came, she would basically come back on the same day. As a free man, Xiaofeng was wandering around Kyoto. Xiaofeng. A female voice called Xiaofeng. Hearing someone calling him, Xiaofeng turned around. Jiang Yu was seen holding several bags filled with daily necessities. You're in Kyoto too? Jiang Yu seemed a little excited. She had even gone to find Xiaofeng when she was in Linjiang City. But no matter how many times she looked for him, she couldn't find him, and she thought that her fate with him was over after she went to Kyoto. I didn't expect to see it in Kyoto. This must be God's will, the fate between us. You're just in time. Are you okay today? Xiaofeng really wanted to find an excuse. You look like you have a lot of free time, come and go shopping with me. Jiang Yu grabbed Xiaofeng and rushed to the next shopping mall. I was just too arrogant before, but now that I'm in college, I don't care what other people think anymore. If you like something, you have to fight for it yourself. Xiaofeng ultimately failed to escape and thought to himself. What a bad fate. Dusk. Xiaofeng lay on the park bench with a look of despair, as if he had been beaten to death. The side was full of various things bought by Jiang Yu. Originally, Jiang Yu just wanted to buy something simple. I happened to meet Xiaofeng, the man carrying bags, and accidentally bought a little more. Xiaofeng said, why do you call these 51 pieces of clothing, 36 boxes of cosmetics, and 139 daily necessities a little bit? Jiang Yu bought 2 ice creams from an ice cream stand not far away and handed one of them, the cantaloupe flavor, to Xiaofeng. I remember you like this flavor, right? Xiaofeng stood up and took the ice cream. Do you remember? Jiang Yu looked very proud. Hee, I'm your childhood sweetheart and fiancé. You'll definitely remember this little thing. It's my ex-fiancé. Xiaofeng corrected. Jiang Yu pouted, obviously dissatisfied with Xiaofeng's answer. By the way, why did you come to Kyoto? Xiaofeng asked after taking a bite of ice cream. Speaking of this. Jiang Yu puffed out her ace-sized breasts and said proudly, of course I got into a university in Kyoto. On second thought, it seems that her ability is S-level? Then it would be normal to get into a better university. But Xiaofeng obviously did not take Kyoto Academy into consideration. There were so many academies in Kyoto, but it was impossible for her to get into Kyoto Academy with her level 3 awakening strength. I was admitted to Kyoto University. Puff. Xiaofeng widened his eyes. Didn't Kyoto Academy only accept geniuses? In fact, because of this college entrance examination accident, admissions teachers across the country have been put in a difficult situation. Including 5 major universities. Jiang Yu's score just happened to be in the top 500, so the 5 major universities naturally extended an olive branch to him. Originally, Jiang Yu's strength was indeed not enough to join Kyoto Academy, but her supernatural power was S-level. This added point made Kyoto University see her potential, so. And the culprit of this supernatural college entrance examination accident was still here leisurely eating ice cream. Xiaofeng sighed about this ill-fated relationship, and never thought that they could become alumni. At this time, Jiang Yu took a bite of Xiaofeng's cantaloupe-flavored ice cream, right at the place where Xiaofeng had just eaten. Hey, don't you have one yourself? Don't be so stingy, I'll give you some of mine too. It's strawberry-flavored. Jiang Yu handed over his ice cream and looked at Xiaofeng with anticipation. Xiaofeng looked at this with disdain, then walked to the ice cream stand nearby and bought a chocolate-flavored one, the kind with no added sugar at all. Looking at Jiang Yu with confidence. Come and rob it again if you dare. Jiang Yu. The owner of the ice cream shop could only exclaim awesome when he saw this operation. What a man, brother! It was already night when I got home, and Xiaoya was already asleep in her room. Bite. Xiaofeng reluctantly took out his cell phone, and sure enough, it was that little girl Jiang Yu again. Xiaofeng had deleted her by accidental deletion before, but added her again today. The bad fate has worsened. Chapter 38 Mission. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Xiaofeng, have you eaten? Xiaofeng, why don't you reply to my message? Moshi is Xiaofeng here? Messages like these hit Xiaofeng's phone. At the dinner table, Xiaoya noticed that his cell phone kept ringing. You really don't want to take a look? In the morning, she already knew that Xiaofeng and Jiang Yu went out shopping yesterday, and she was a little jealous about it. But now it seems that there is no need to worry at all. Xiaofeng picked up his phone, took a look at it, and then turned it off decisively. The world is peaceful. By the way, go shopping with me after dinner. Xiaoya said suddenly. Xiaofeng was confused. Still coming? You've been shopping with her, why don't you accompany me? Xiaoya pretended to be a little angry. Besides, the last time we were in Linjiang City, the beast tide came while we were shopping. That time doesn't count. Come with me again today. The shopping malls in Kyoto are much bigger. After lunch, Xiaofeng once again became a tool with no desire to live. Mr. Huang. The iPi 66 you requested has arrived. In front of a mobile phone store, Xiaofeng suddenly thought of it. Or should I just buy a new phone and a new SIM card? You don't have to worry about being harassed by Jiang Yu anymore. Hey, you're blocking my way. At this time, a voice came from behind Xiaofeng. Turning around, he saw a young man wearing flowery clothes and sunglasses standing there. At first glance, he looks like a dandy young man. Xiaofeng didn't want to cause trouble, so he stood aside. Today, I'm in a good mood. I'll pay for all the food in this shop. Huang Xiaokuan waved his hand and everyone in the store cheered happily. Young Master Huang is so generous. Young Master Huang Yobi. Mr. Huang, you are my god. You can tell at first glance that this person must be a famous person in Kyoto, otherwise so many people wouldn't know him. Xiaofeng, who was originally planning to leave, turned back at this time. A newest mobile phone and a random phone card. At this time, Huang Xiaokuan raised his eyebrows, obviously noticing Xiaofeng's actions. He came to Xiaofeng's side. You know who I am, and you dare to spend my money? Xiaofeng took a look and shook his head. They all know me, but you don't even know me and you want to spend my money? Is it not possible? The scene was awkward for a while. Huang Xiaokuan sighed and saw that they must be students from other cities. Forget it, I'll buy it for you if you just say one compliment to me. Xiaofeng was silent for a long time. What the hell, young Master Huang? Huang Xiaotian. I asked you to compliment me, what the hell are you talking about? Xiaofeng spread out his hands helplessly. I wanted to say that, but I'm not very educated and only know this one word. Huang Xiaokuan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. It was the first time he had seen someone more arrogant than himself. And so shameless. Just when Huang Xiaokuan was about to explode. Xiaofeng, why are you here? Go over there. I've found another set of clothes I like. Xiaoya ran in from outside. Compared to Huang Xiaokuan, Xiaoya's reputation in Kyoto was even more resounding. Jiang Yun's apprentice, the big sister of the school, a genius in the field of 2 years. No matter which one you say, it's pretty awesome. Not to mention Xiaoya, who combines all of these. Huang Xiaokuan immediately put on a smiling face. Sister Xiaoya. Xiaoya frowned when she heard that. Who is this person? Is he your friend Xiaofeng? Xiaofeng shook his head. I don't know him. I'm Huang Xiaokuan. Huang Yi's nephew. I'm also attending Kyoto Academy this year, and I'm your junior, Sister Xiaoya. Huang Xiaokuan introduced himself. Xiaofeng felt that Huang Yi sounded familiar. Wasn't he the one who bought his special admissions quota? Is this the nephew he was talking about? Xiaofeng looked at Huang Xiaokuan with a strange expression. Xiaoya said oh even more coldly. Then he came to Xiaofeng excitedly and took Xiaofeng's hand and went outside. Huang Xiaoquan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The person in the whole Kyoto that he should not mess with the most is Xiaoya. If they provoked other powerful people, they might still have some concerns, but when Xiaoya went crazy, no one dared to intervene except Zhang Yun. And even if he provokes a powerful being, can it be stronger than Zhang Yun? Especially since he is extremely protective of his son. Judging from what happened just now, the relationship between that young man and Xiaoya is unusual. Fortunately, I haven't offended him just now. Quick, wrap up the latest model of mobile phone and send it to that gentleman. Mr. Huang, which master are you? Of course it's that tall, mighty, handsome Mr. Woming. He doesn't even have such good sense. After 2 days of torture, Xiaofeng finally decided that he would also complete the mission. Otherwise, if you stay at home, not only will you not get promoted, but you will also be easily dragged out shopping by Xiaoya. However, after Xiaoya learned about it, she emphasized that he was not allowed to take on missions outside the city. Because the strange beasts outside Kyoto are all powerful beings, which are not comparable to the forest outside Linjiang City. It's even easy to encounter strange beasts in the realm. Xiaofeng also repeatedly assured Xiaoya that he would just take on the mission within the city. The mission hall is an official Chinese organization that contains bounty missions from various organizations, but the rewards are also different. Some tasks may also have restrictions. For example, for tasks issued by universities, most of the rewards are credits, and the restriction is that the candidates must be students of the school. Or military missions have fewer restrictions, and the rewards are usually training resources or money. Ordinary people will also post bounties, and the rewards are just money. After all, advanced training materials cannot be bought with money. After Xiaofeng enters the task hall and binds his identity, he can start accepting tasks. Clean up the strange beasts in the city sewers. Most of them are one-eyed rats in the awakening realm. Reward, 10,000 yuan per strange beast. Investigating my wife's infidelity. I need someone with clairvoyance or detective experience. Reward, 1 million yuan. Street patrol, anyone with awakening level 1 or above is eligible, 500 yuan a day. There are countless tasks like this, and these are all tasks within the city. After careful screening, Xiaofeng decided to take on the case of investigating infidelity. It's definitely not for the sake of eating melons or anything like that. I just want to maintain harmonious relationships between human couples. With this in mind, Xiaofeng took on the task. After following the process and going to the task desk to complete some formalities, I got the client's information. Ding ling ling. The cell phone rang and Xiaofeng answered the call. There was a middle-aged man's voice on the other end of the phone. You are the one who accepted the mission? It's me. My special ability is the Spirit Eye. Does it meet your requirements? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then Xiaofeng was told an address and asked to wait for him there. Chapter 39, Evil God Cult. Maoxiang Coffee Shop. Xiaofeng really didn't understand why such a suffocating name was chosen. At the same time, there is only one option on the menu, civet coffee. 2 cups of coffee were ordered, but Xiaofeng didn't drink them. After a long while, a man wearing a brown coat and a hat came and sat down opposite Xiaofeng. Mr. Lu Jixiang? Xiaofeng asked. This name is exactly the client's name. Lu Jixiang nodded, lowered his hat and said to Xiaofeng. My wife has been coming home very late lately and doesn't want to do that kind of thing with me, so he must be having someone else outside. Lu Jixiang became more and more excited as he spoke. Xiaofeng pretended that everything was under control and signaled him to calm down. I'm sorry for the loss of composure. Lu Jixiang took out a photo from his bag and handed it to Xiaofeng. This is a photo of my wife. I'm usually not at home because of work, so I'd like you to help me investigate whether she really cheated on me. If so, please leave some evidence for me. I won't let that woman get a penny. Xiaofeng took the photo, which showed a very beautiful woman who looked no more than 25 years old. Looking at Lu Jixiang in front, he must be 50 years old. However, once Xiaofeng accepts the task, he will try his best to complete it. Wait for my news. Xiaofeng left the cafe and headed towards the community where they lived. She was sneaking back home when she saw the woman in the photo. You can tell at first glance that he doesn't look like a good person. Xiaofeng followed quietly behind. Because they lived in a villa area, Xiaofeng hid in a tree and observed the situation in the yard through his vision. Not long after the woman returned home, a man in black came to her door. Seeing this, Xiaofeng took out his cell phone and took a photo. It turns out that he is cheating. Just when Xiaofeng thought that the mission was completed and was about to take the photos back to report, another man in black entered the villa. Oh shit, 3 people? What made Xiaofeng even more shocked was that over the next few minutes, more than a dozen people came in one after another. Can she handle it? Xiaofeng began to observe a 3-second silence for Lu Zhixiang. I thought it was just a blade of grass, but it turned out to be a whole green grassland. When Xiaofeng replied to Lu Zhixiang, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. Can you help me go in and take a look? Xiaofeng? Do all rich people do such perverted things? And also see his wife being taken away by other people. Isn't this not good? 2 million. It's not about the money. 3 million. I'm a superpower after all, so I don't need this little money. 5 million. Do you need a video? No need, just help me go in and take a look to confirm the news that she cheated on me. Lu Zhixian hung up the phone, and at the same time, a sound came from Xiaofeng's phone. And treasure has arrived, 5 million. Oh my god, it's so efficient? Since he has received the money, Xiaofeng will go in and take a look. Xiaofeng jumped down from the tree directly and stayed at the window outside for a while. He found that there was no sound he imagined coming from inside. No movement? Xiaofeng pushed open the window and walked in quietly. You find that not only is there no one there, but even the lights are off? Sharingan. Xiaofeng opened his Sharingan and was able to see some clues even in this gloomy environment. Soon they found traces of a group of people. Things are getting interesting. Catch him. Following the woman's command, several strong men rushed out and grabbed Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng did not resist, but let them catch him. What are you doing? Xiaofeng yelled, but the woman approached with a smile. I'm going to catch you. Be grateful and become a sacrifice to the Lord Beast God. Suddenly, Xiaofeng disappeared. Everyone panicked, but found that they couldn't move their bodies at all. Is there a possibility that you can't beat me at all? Xiaofeng was still standing at the same place where he came in. As soon as he entered the door, he noticed several people hiding in the dark. Then an illusion controlled everyone. Including being caught, all of this was an illusion. Beast God Society? What kind of organization is this? Why does it feel a bit similar to the evil god mentioned above? But the general meaning is that these people are all lackeys of the alien beasts, right? Xiaofeng's illusion made everyone fall into hell. After a few minutes, everyone's eyes had lost their luster. If it was just an ordinary enemy, Xiaofeng would naturally not be so cruel, but abandoning one's own race to become a lackey for the alien beast is a waste of resources. Several people are brain dead. To put it bluntly, you have died permanently in the illusion, lost the ability to think, and are in a state worse than that of a vegetative person. Xiaofeng reported the matter to his superiors, and soon members of the defense team came to check it out. The defense team is actually a small branch of the national defense team, but one is specifically responsible for guarding the city of Kyoto, while the other is responsible for guarding the entire China. The defense team members verified the identities of several people and soon found tattoos with patterns of exotic beasts on their backs. He is indeed a member of the Beast God Society. The leader sighed. What kind of organization is the Beast God Society? Xiaofeng asked in confusion. Although he could roughly guess what was going on, he still wanted to hear their explanation. The team leader said, the Beast God Society is actually made up of a group of people who have accepted benefits from the alien beasts. The alien beasts have already developed intelligence in the transformation realm, can speak human language in the domain realm, and can even change their body structure to take on human form in the natural disaster realm. Their goal is to make the human race focus on internal troubles, so they divide a small part of their own strength to those who are not talented and weak, and let them catch sacrifices for them in the city. The Evil God Cult is an organization composed of a group of humans who accepted benefits from the strange beasts in the natural disaster realm. I see. The team leader brought back the bodies of several people. There was the power of strange beasts in their bodies, which needed to be taken back for thorough investigation. Maybe they could find a way to deal with the strange beast. Xiaofeng had no objection to this, he just called Lu Zhixiang to tell him. The call was connected. Hello? Mission completed? Lu Zhixiang was still asking on the other end of the phone. Who would have thought the next second? Your wife is gone. What? Lu Zhixiang asked doubtfully, did you kill that woman? Xiaofeng recounted what had just happened. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. Okay, I understand. Then he hung up the phone. Xiaofeng didn't care about it anymore. After all, first he was cheated on by his wife, and now his wife is gone. Most people couldn't accept this. The other side. In a ruined building. Lu Zhixiang is not a business owner. His so-called business is nothing but this ruin. You useless piece of shit. You can't even handle a single spiritual eye ability. Lu Zhixiang angrily smashed the phone in his hand. Seeing this, the man in black stepped forward and asked, "Sir, should we send another person over to take out that guy?" They were naturally talking about Xiaofeng. Aren't spiritual eyes very weak? Why is this guy so strong? There are more than a dozen followers, and one of them is at the control level. They were all killed by that kid. That kid's duel isn't about spiritual eyes, and he's very likely to have broken through to the control realm. Focus on the others and ignore him for now. Chapter 40 Demon. At this time, Lu Zhixiang took off his clothes in full view of everyone, and his bones also changed. The hair on his body began to grow wildly, and eventually he turned into a werewolf. This is his special ability, C-level special ability werewolf. However, he can only transform at night, and after the transformation, he looks very similar to a strange beast, so he is often caught by people who do him injustice. Only the evil god did not despise him and gave him power. Now he can transform even during the day. And the power is even stronger. Although he is only at the awakening stage, the strength he has shown now has reached the control stage. Let's capture the other sacrifices first. Don't move that person. There are only a few of them. We can find others to fill in later. They all planned this matter, using some small tasks to attract weak psychics. Because the blood of people with special abilities is more useful to evil gods than that of ordinary people, they are more suitable as sacrifices. This is the first time Xiaofeng has encountered such a thing. It was clearly a spirit eye with no fighting power, yet it actually killed all their followers. At the same time, Xiaofeng felt extremely satisfied after completing a task and planned to take on another one. Looking for something requires patrol abilities, and the reward is 50,000 yuan. Xiaofeng accepted it immediately. Although 50,000 yuan was nothing to him now, he just liked the feeling of making money and the pleasure of helping others. It's definitely not for the purpose of causing trouble. After taking on the task, Xiaofeng obtained the customer information as usual. Lu Zhixiang? Why is it him again? My wife just died, how come my things are lost again? Suddenly Lu Zhixiang sent Xiaofeng a text message, asking him to go directly to a building in the suburbs to find him. Because I have transformed into a werewolf, I can only send messages to those who have accepted the task. Although he didn't know that it was Xiaofeng who took over his task this time. But Xiaofeng could see the client's name. It's probably just a name, right? Xiaofeng arrived at the designated location and found it was just a ruin and no one was there. When Lu Zhi, who was hiding in the dark, saw Xiaofeng clearly, he was stunned. Why is it this kid again? Humph, it's good that you came. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. Instead, you pry open the gate of hell and force your way in, right? At Lu Zhixiang's command, dozens of people surrounded Xiaofeng. At this time, he slowly walked out from the darkness again. So what if this guy is talking about the control realm? We have so many people in the church, and my strength has reached the control level. How can I be afraid of him alone? Xiaofeng opened his Sharingan and recognized at a glance that the werewolf was Lu Zhixiang from before. What did you drop this time? It can't be that thing next to your feet. Lu Zhixiang looked down, nothing there? Don't look at it anymore. Your moral integrity has already fallen to the ground and melted. Lu Zhixiang. Kill him for me. In fact, Xiaofeng had already analyzed everything on the way here. After all, Lu Zhixiang's actions were too deliberate. He specifically looked for people with special abilities who had little combat power to help investigate some unimportant matters. And the rewards are much richer than other tasks. But I didn't expect that what I thought was a human trafficking organization turned out to be a cult. Seeing that they had surrounded Xiaofeng, Lu Zhixiang looked confident of victory and went to a high place to mock Xiaofeng. Boy, be a good sacrifice to the beast god. You should feel honored for being so sacrificed. Xiaofeng scratched his ears impatiently. There's so much nonsense going on. Why aren't you being a sacrifice? Didn't you say you were so proud of it? Are there any others? Call them over so that we don't have to deal with you all before another group shows up. As soon as Xiaofeng said this, the scene fell into silence, and then everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you. A useless spiritual eye ability? Although your family should have some influence if you can cultivate your spiritual eye to the control realm, it is completely insufficient in front of our beast god sect. Xiaofeng stretched out his hand and made an extremely arrogant gesture. Is it possible that I'm a little stronger than all of you combined? Lu Zhixiang was so angry that his teeth were itching. Go ahead, just hold on for a moment. Everyone rushed forward. Xiaofeng's Sharingan opened, and everyone's speed seemed to be slowed down several times. After dodging, Xiaofeng swung his fist and hit the man in the abdomen. The person who was hit fainted instantly from the pain. Seeing this, Lu Zhixiang, who was on the ruined building, cursed in his heart, "Why are they all a bunch of trash?" In fact, Xiaofeng was testing his physical skills. Compressing the spiritual energy into his body could achieve a certain degree of increase. The spiritual pressure that each realm can withstand is completely different. Xiaofeng's body at this moment is in the control realm, and can withstand up to 5 times the spiritual pressure, reaching an astonishing power. Combined with the Sharingan's insight, he quickly dodged and defeated the enemy with one blow. No wonder Xiaoya always likes to use her fists against outsiders, it feels pretty good. Xiaofeng quickly rushed to the front of several people, and everyone was fair. One punch. No more, no less, everyone fell down after being hit by just one punch. Lu Zhixiang jumped off a tall building. These losers still need to take action themselves. I'll say it again, if anyone has help, please call us so we can solve this together. Xiaofeng said in an extremely calm tone. After all, we have already cleaned up, so a little more garbage won't make any difference. But Lu Zhixiang obviously hadn't seen the situation clearly yet, and thought that Xiaofeng must have been able to defeat them so easily only because of his regular training and his level of control. But I am different. The beast transformation ability can strengthen every part of his body. When it comes to close combat, the beast system is very powerful. Lu Zhixiang rushed forward, waving his tough claws. Well. Xiaofeng sighed. He didn't use his skills because he wanted to leave you with an intact body. You were courting death. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball rushed towards Lu Zhixiang. In an instant, Lu Zhixiang looked at Xiaofeng with a desperate expression and saw his scarlet eyes. Demon. He is the devil who came to take his revenge. The moment the fireball touched Lu Zhixiang's body, it instantly burned him into a pile of dust. Xiaofeng dialed the phone again. Ah yes, it's me again. This time I'm in a ruin in the old city. Remember to arrest him and see if you can get anything out of him. The rest will be left to the defense team. Xiaofeng came to the ashes. Yes, it is Lu Zhixiang's ashes. I was surprised to find that only one crystalline object was not destroyed. System, identify it. Communication crystal, a mineral used for communication, can be activated by injecting spiritual energy. It seems that this should be the tool used by the beast god cult to contact him. Don't villains use cell phones these days? Chapter 41 The Kidnapped Huang Xiaokuan. Xiaofeng did not receive any reward because the mission was not completed. The employer has been fired, so what money is left to get? Xiaofeng even wondered if the beast god cult was targeting him. For 2 consecutive missions, they were looking for people with spiritual eye abilities. After luring them over, they wanted to capture him and sacrifice him. When passing by the mission hall, Xiaofeng didn't plan to accept the mission this time and wanted to go home. Brother! Suddenly someone called Xiaofeng from behind. Looking back, it was Huang Xiaokuan whom I met in the mall before. Huang Xiaokuan rushed up excitedly when he saw Xiaofeng. Brother, you are here to take on a mission too, right? Do you want to join my team? Xiaofeng looked carefully and saw that the group of people behind Huang Xiaokuan were almost forming a whole cheerleading team. Are you planning on a picnic? The main thing is that among the large group of people behind him, half of them are hot girls, and 2 of them can be seen at a glance that their families are very poor. I couldn't even buy the complete set of fabrics. Huang Xiaokuan laughed and said, No, these are my leveling team. I'm going to Kyoto Academy, and my uncle said my level is too low and asked me to go and level it up. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng checked it through the system identification technique. Name, Huang Xiaokuan. Level, Awakening Level 2. Superpower, Body Frenzy. Introduction, the weakest of the weak. To say he's a scumbag is an insult to the word scum. Faced with the system's evaluation, Xiaofeng couldn't help but complain about Huang He. Is this the nephew you wanted to enroll in school at all costs? You have the nerve to buy a spot with such poor talent. I'm afraid it's your own illegitimate child. The team behind Huang Xiaokuan is actually mixed. The girls all want to be on the list of the wealthy Huang family, while the men want to be Huang Xiaokuan's younger brothers. The people behind him saw that Huang Xiao was so respectful to this person and knew that he must be the son of some important figure. Xiaofeng waved his hand. Not interested. You can do leveling by yourself, why bring a bunch of burdens with you? No, brother, we hit it off right away. It's a shame we didn't meet earlier. From now on, you'll be my big brother. When Huang Xiaokuan returned later, he had already found out that Xiaoya was the ruthless man who won the top spot in this year's supernatural college entrance examination with a crushing victory. He was also the disciple accepted by Principal Jiang Yun as an exception. Become his younger brother, and your life will shine brightly in the future. Xiaofeng wanted to refuse. Ding! Mission issued, clean out the Beast God Cult branch in Kyoto. The host has been repeatedly targeted by the Beast God Cult. How can we tolerate this? Destroy them. Complete the reward, get the reward, Tsukuyami. Oh shit, Tsukuyami. But soon Xiaofeng asked with some doubt, are you so kind? Are you setting some trap for me to fall into? The system said indignantly, am I such a heartless system? Xiaofeng was in deep thought. You don't look like it, because you are. System. It's up to you whether you want to do this mission or not. We only have half a month anyway. Then Xiaofeng discovered some white marks appearing on his system map. Those are all members of the Beast God Cult. To destroy the Beast God Cult, not a single member must be left in the entire Kyoto. Following the system's friendly reminder, Xiaofeng discovered that in Huang Xiaokuan's team of 20 people, 18 of them were members of the Beast God Cult. Except for the 2 girls who were wearing revealing clothes, the rest were all like this. My goodness, he was planning to kill those 3 people directly in the wild as a sacrifice. Since there is a mission, don't blame me. Okay, count me in. Xiaofeng changed his mind and joined Huang Xiaokuan's team. Although he didn't know why Xiaofeng joined, Huang Xiaokuan was still very excited. Then let's go. Xiaofeng nodded, and at the same time checked the information of all the Beast God Cult members in the team. Name, Zhang Dezhuang. Level, Awakening Level 9. Superpower, Elemental, Rock. Introduction, a Beast God Cult spy working undercover in Kyoto, who also chooses prey to sacrifice in the wild. Wang Ergu. Level, Mastery Level 1. Ability, Element, Wind. Introduction, a loyal follower of the Beast God Cult, who sacrifices all his enemies to the Beast God in order to gain strength. There is a lot of information like this, but the common point is this. They are all traitors to the human race. Xiaofeng was not merciful about this. Since he was a hunter, he had to be prepared to become a prey. When they first arrived in the wild, everyone cooperated very well to defeat the strange beasts and let Huang Xiaokuan be responsible for killing them to gain experience. Beside him were the 2 scantily clad girls. On the way, he asked Xiaofeng if he wanted to have one too, but Xiaofeng decisively refused. I'm a germaphobe. As the team walked further and further away, they were some distance away from the city wall. Everyone in front stopped. Why don't you leave? Are there any more strange beasts? The naive Huang Xiaokuan still thought that he had more experience to gain, but he didn't expect that. A dagger flashed past Huang Xiaokuan and directly cut the throat of a girl next to him. Huang Xiaokuan, who grew up in a greenhouse, had never seen such a scene before. He was so scared that his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Idiot! The Beast God will be unhappy if you kill him. Sacrifices need to be fresh too. A man slapped the guy who had just drawn his knife and scolded him. Then, he walked up to Huang Xiaokuan. Young Master Huang, the brothers have taken good care of you along the way. Can you please take care of them as well? Huang Xiaokuan thought it was a kidnapping. How much do you want? I'll ask my uncle to bring it to you. This remark caused everyone to burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. This guy thinks we're playing house with him? The man took out a dagger and slapped Huang Xiaokuan's already pale face. What we want is not money, but... The man looked at Huang Xiaokuan's body and wanted to sacrifice him to the Beast God. But Huang Xiaokuan misunderstood it and understood it to have another meaning. His face flushed slightly and he spoke softly to the man. Brother, this is my first time. Please remember to be gentle. Man. Everyone. Xiao Feng. The man stood up and kicked Huang Xiaoquan down. He was so disgusted that he almost vomited his breakfast. I want your life. Who wants your body? Huang Xiaoquan stood up aggrievedly and said, if you don't want it, then don't want it. What's the point of kicking me? Suddenly he saw Xiao Feng standing beside him with a calm look on his face. How could he have forgotten about this gentleman? The moment Xiao Feng noticed Huang Xiaoquan looking at him, he understood what he was thinking, so he used an illusion to pull Huang Xiaoquan into the illusion. Can't let him ruin his good fortune. Chapter 42. Is this what it feels like to fall in love at first sight? Seeing that Huang Xiaoquan had calmed down, the man shifted his attention to another person, Xiao Feng. This guy hasn't made a move since just now, so it's hard to judge his strength. But judging from Huang Xiaoquan's performance just now, this kid is most likely a playboy from a family in Kyoto. Dandy equals weakling. This is the unchanging principle of this world. You, be honest. The man yelled at Xiao Feng angrily. Xiao Feng nodded cooperatively, as if to say, I will actively cooperate. After all, if we don't do this, how can we find your nest? I had previously found a space-powered item from Jiang Yun's small treasury, which allows the user to escape directly to a random place nearby. So even if there is an enemy in their stronghold that I can't defeat, I will just transform into Lao Lu and go back to get help. Call Xiaoye and Jiang Yunquan and fight them if you dare. Seeing Xiao Feng's cooperation, the man didn't say anything else, but he still had a bad feeling about what was going on. Afterwards, everyone escorted Xiao Feng and others into a hidden cave. If they hadn't led the way, it would have been easy to overlook such a place. The man took out a prop from his arms and then operated on it for a while. There was a noise in the cave, and it turned out that there was a secret room inside. After Xiao Feng was brought in, they came to a masked man. Master Yin, bring back for sacrifices this time. Seeing this, Xiao Feng used identification skills to check it out. Name, Yin Neng. Level, Mastery Level 4. Superpower, Explosion. Introduction: a former terrorist who was rescued by the Beast God cult when facing death row and later became the deputy director of the Beast God cult branch in Kyoto. Yin Neng came in front of Xiao Feng and the others and opened his arms. Feel honored to be the Beast God's sacrifice. Then, puff. Yin Neng's eyes widened as he saw purple skeletons appearing around the man not far in front of him, and a pair of purple skeletal arms grabbed Yin Neng. Under Xiao Feng's bloodshot eyes, he was squeezed into a ball of blood and flesh. A scumbag in the control realm dares to talk nonsense for so long. It is true that the villain dies because of talking too much. Etc. I seem to be in the control realm, so why did I get scolded? Xiao Feng turned around and looked at the remaining people in the cave. Sometimes, the prey isn't necessarily the prey. Accompanied by screams, no one knew what had happened in this nameless cave. The only eyewitness was the exposed woman who was also kidnapped. Xiao Feng walked up to her leisurely, and the scarlet eyes of his Sharingan frightened the woman so much that her lower body felt warm. Damn, he is such an adult and still wet his pants. Xiao Feng pulled away the rag that was blocking her mouth. Please, don't kill me, I'll do anything. The woman didn't care about feelings or dignity at this moment, as long as she could survive. It was because she had just seen Xiao Feng's methods that she realized how terrifying this man was. Devil, those scarlet eyes are the proof. He is a devil from hell. Xiao Feng remained unmoved and simply said, I don't want to trust a stranger. The woman felt a chill in her heart and closed her eyes, preparing to face death. Why are you closing it? Open it. Xiao Feng pried open the woman's eyes. Sharingan. The illusion is so powerful that it can even modify people's memories. Although this is Xiao Feng's first time using it, someone has to try it out, right? Under Xiao Feng's magic, the woman's eyes gradually became dazed, and she kept muttering. Demons, there are demons. Xiao Feng clapped his hands. Now when she woke up, she would find that it was just a nightmare. Everything in the cave had been modified by Xiao Feng. Although Xiao Feng killed dozens of people around him, they were enemies and traitors to the human race, so he didn't feel any psychological burden in killing them. When facing other people, Xiao Feng is still very kind. Another woman died due to excessive blood loss on the way. Although Xiao Feng felt touched and a little regretful, there was nothing he could do. Huang Xiaoquan had already fallen into Xiao Feng's illusion and it had not yet been lifted. Xiao Feng carried the two out of the cave and used an illusion to create an image in which they encountered a powerful monster, resulting in the entire army being wiped out and only the three of them survived. After a while, the two woke up from the illusion. Where am I? Huang Shaoquan covered his head, feeling as if he had been beaten by dozens of people. Oh right, the strange beast. In his memory, they encountered a powerful metamorphosis beast. Where's the strange beast? Did we escape? Huang Shaoquan looked around vigilantly. In his memory, several people had just escaped from the mouth of a strange beast. At this time, the exposed woman also woke up and looked around in horror. Did we escape? Lines of agreement. Xiaofeng nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that he was becoming more and more adept at using illusions. It's already escaped. It's not a good day to stay in the wild. Let's go back. Both of them agreed wholeheartedly to Xiaofeng's proposal. On the way back. For some reason, the exposed woman always looked at Xiaofeng on the road. Although he is quite handsome, I don't like the type of guy who is too innocent. But this restless reaction of the body. The woman looked at Xiaofeng in a somewhat infatuated way. Is this love at first sight? Actually not. It was just that her body was afraid of Xiaofeng, so she would pay attention to him from time to time. As for the liquid form, I was simply so scared that I almost peed myself. How could it be love juice? After returning to the city, the exposed woman gave Xiaofeng her contact information and said that he could call her anytime if needed. Not the responsible kind. Xiaofeng speechlessly handed it to Huang Shaoquan. Brother, I'm not that kind of person. Then why did you put the note in your bag? Huang Shaoquan chuckled when he was noticed. I'm planning to go back and try to persuade that lost girl to get back on the right path. Xiaofeng. After separating from them, Xiaofeng did not choose to go home. Xiaoya would not go home tonight because she had a mission. So take this opportunity to do some more cleaning. Clear the Kyoto Beast God Cult branch. 17-100. Xiaofeng couldn't help but sigh that with so many people in the cave, they had only completed 17 of the progress. It turns out that free skills are not easy to get. Xiaofeng then went to a tailor shop and ordered a suit of clothes. It was printed with words like I have psychic eyes and I'm looking for a job. How hard is it to find them? After walking around the street wearing such clothes, many people from the Beast God cult were fooled. As we all know, the ability of spiritual eyes is the least powerful ability. But what does this have to do with my Sharingan? Xiaofeng killed another one in the alley, and the task progress was successfully advanced to 20. Chapter 43 Suspicious Person, Xiaofeng. Beast God Cult Branch. Feng Pu roared indignantly. How come so many people died in one night? As the head of the Beast God Cult Branch in Kyoto, he poured his entire life's energy into expanding the cult to 200 members. But just overnight yesterday, nearly 100 people lost contact. One of them is even the deputy director of their branch. If other branches heard this, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? Have you investigated it clearly? Was it the authorities or the military who did it? After all, such a large-scale operation is definitely not something that a small organization can accomplish. Only the two largest forces in China can do it. Minister, we haven't found anything. No one saw anyone before they lost contact. It's like they just vanished. Feng Pu realized that this matter might be serious, and the authorities must have finally made up their minds to clean them up. From now on, all believers must be careful. If you see anyone suspicious, immediately call other believers to act together. Follow Feng Pu's order and go down. On the street. Suspicious person, Xiaofeng. Now I am eating noodles at a leisurely noodle stall. Your second half is ready. I saw the logo on your clothes. Are you looking for a job? The stall owner asked, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Xiaofeng sighed. It's so hard to find a job these days. I searched all night and got less than 100. The stall owner sighed, I don't even have $100? But when I turned around, I saw something with the words spiritual eyes and supernatural powers printed on it. It turns out to be the ability of the spiritual eye, an ability that has no combat power at all. No wonder he can't find a job. I have a channel here that pays at least 500 a day. Want to do it? The stall owner leaned over to Xiaofeng's ear and said. Xiaofeng took 2 bites of noodles. Is there such a good thing? How about we go to the alley behind and talk about it in detail? Is this person so sensible? The stall owner couldn't stop smiling. Okay. A minute later, Xiao Feng walked out of the alley. It's been one night, and finally there are 100. Then continue eating the noodles before they become clumpy. Yes, the stall owner was also a member of the beast god cult, but he had become a good person with the help of Xiao Feng. Well, next life. Just when I was halfway through eating. Ding ling ling. Xiao Feng answered the phone. It was Xiaoya calling. Where have you been? Are you trying to pick up girls secretly? No, I'm setting up my stall downstairs. Come down and eat with me. Then I'll come over now. However, when Xiaoya arrived, something slightly embarrassing happened. That means the boss is gone. How about I give you something to eat? Xiaoya nodded, okay. Kyoto has been a bit chaotic lately, with some traitors among the human race. Xiao Feng, be careful when you're at home, especially those with tattoos of strange beasts. Xiao Feng thought about it carefully, and it seemed that the previous followers of the beast god did have a tattoo that looked like a dog. I originally thought they were all dog lovers, but it turns out they have tattoos of exotic animals? Then the beast god they worshipped wouldn't be. I remembered the dog-shaped tattoo that looked a bit like the husky in his previous life, and then imagined hundreds of people kneeling down and worshipping a husky. That picture is simply too beautiful. The noodles are ready, let's eat. Because of the incident at the Evil Beast Mountain Pond 2 days ago, the surrounding strange beasts also began to become a little restless. So Xiaoya has been extremely busy during this period. After eating the noodles, Xiaoya continued to carry out her mission. Xiao Feng continued to put on his sexy coat and go fishing. The entire Kyoto is too big, and even if Xiao Feng goes fishing, he can never solve the root problem. So the next time the fish fell, Xiao Feng did not choose to kill it directly, but used the Sharingan to control him. Take me to your base. The man said dully, I don't know either. Every time we gather at the base, the minister and deputy minister decide and then contact everyone through the communication crystal. Communication crystal? It seems that a crystal exploded when Yin Nang was killed before. Is this it? Xiao Feng took out the crystal from before and asked. Right. As the last bit of value was used up, Xiao Feng also very kindly sent this person into reincarnation. How do I use it now? Do you know the system? The information fee is 100 system points. Damn you so dark? Have I ever been white? The system's counter question left Xiao Feng speechless. You are quite proud, right? But on second thought, for the sake of Tsukuyami, I endured it. Pay the system points. Communication crystal can be used after injecting spiritual energy, and can choose to send group messages. That's it? No more. Give me back. If I had known it was so simple, why would I have gone to the system to buy the answers? And just this one sentence required 100 system points. It's indeed a profiteer system. Following the instructions, Xiao Feng injected spiritual energy into the crystal and it responded. The other side. Feng Pu noticed something was wrong with his communication crystal, so he took it out to check. Is it Yin Nang? This guy is not dead? Then use the communication crystal to send a message. What have you been doing these days? The crystal in Xiao Feng's hand suddenly made a sound, which scared him. Damn, this is how this thing is used. No wonder villains don't use mobile phones. This is much more interesting than mobile phones. Xiao Feng coughed lightly. Who are you? On the other side, Feng Pu looked confused. Who is this person? Isn't that Yin Nang's communication crystal? At this time, Xiao Feng pretended to be an honest man and said, just now, a guy saw that I have the ability of psychic eyes and asked me if I was looking for a job. I said yes, so he took me away. As a result, he gave me this crystal and ran away alone. Boss, are you still hiring? Feng Pu was stunned by this story. Etc. You have the psychic eye ability? Xiao Feng answered honestly, yes, it's not easy to get along with people with special abilities in society nowadays, so it's hard to find a job. After a moment of silence. Recruiting. I still need people, you can come over now. Feng Pu said a little excitedly. Because the more sacrifices you offer, the more feedback power you will get from the beast god. This is also why they are so excited when they hear someone stupidly comes to their door. You can just tell Xiao Feng an address and ask him to come over now. Feng Pu couldn't help but sigh. It must be that Yin Nang was too arrogant recently, so he was caught by the authorities. The people who disappeared in the church recently must have been caused by that guy. Humph, but it looks like he is dead. Then I will deliver the sacrifice you prepared to Lord Beast God on your behalf. Xiao Feng's mouth corners also rose at this time. Go in the direction of the address. Chapter 44 Mission accomplished. When he arrived at the address, Xiao Feng changed into some lighter clothes on the way. When we arrived at the designated location, it looked like an ordinary small company from the outside. There are many staff members inside, but only 1 or 2 of them are members of the Beast God cult, who are shown as white dots on the map. Just when Xiao Feng was wondering if he had taken the wrong path, a man with a big belly came out of the office and enthusiastically led Xiao Feng into the office. Name, Feng Pu. Level, Mastery Level 7. Superpower, Fire. Introduction: the head of the Kyoto Beast God cult branch, a wolf in sheep's clothing, and a jerk like the host. Xiao Feng. It is strictly forbidden to mix personal emotions in the comments, you damn system. However, judging from the fact that Feng Pu was able to develop a cult so successfully in Kyoto and never got caught, he is also a difficult person to deal with. But Xiao Feng didn't know that he ran a small company, and with so many people, he still had to go outside to capture people for sacrifice? In fact, this is also Feng Pu's cleverness. This company is just a cover for him. No matter how you look at it, you would never imagine that he, the owner of a small company, would be the boss of a branch of the Beast God cult, right? Moreover, there are so many people in the company. If they are discovered one day, they will go all out and sacrifice everyone to Lord Beast God, and they may still have a chance of survival. So the more people in the company, the better. Feng Pu also became the conscientious boss of his employees. Although our company is still developing, we have a full range of insurance and hardware. We also have paid vacations every month, and the salary is above average. Any ordinary person would not be able to withstand Feng Pu's sugar-coated bullets. Xiao Feng's mind was not here, but he continued to look through the map. After confirming that there were only 3 members of the Beast God cult around, including Feng Pu, he sighed. It's a little less. Feng Pu was stunned. Is this salary too little? Forget it, in order to keep people. Salary is negotiable, any increase you want. Feel free to discuss. It's not much, just give me your life. Xiao Feng took the opportunity to open the Sharingan, and the two looked at each other at close range. The illusion of the Sharingan quickly controlled Feng Pu. Suddenly Xiao Feng seemed to think of something, so he secretly hid aside. Feng Pu called the other 2 members of the Beast God cult to the office, and Xiao Feng in the dark used illusion to control the 2 again. At this point, all 3 of them were under Xiao Feng's control. I was wondering why these people were so kind. It turns out they were treating this company like a power bank. First raise the sheep, and when they are needed, trick them into going on a business trip and drag them out of the city to offer sacrifices. In troubled times, no one would care if 1 or 2 small figures died. Even Feng Pu, the boss, would go to the official registration office to clear his suspicion. It was originally a perfect plan, but unfortunately we encountered Xiao Feng, the 6th guy. Well, he is extremely smart. Xiao Feng took out Feng Pu's communication crystal and handed it to him. Send a message to everyone to gather, preferably in a more secluded place. Feng Pu did as he was told and used his ministerial authority to send a message to all members of the Beast God cult in Kyoto to gather at an abandoned warehouse. It really works to capture the leader first. Once their leader is captured, the rest are just minions. Then more and more people arrived, some excited, some confused. By the time there were hundreds of people standing in the warehouse. Okay, time to harvest. The task of clearing the Kyoto Beast God cult branch has been completed. Tsukuyomi has been received. Xiao Feng saw the new Tsukuyomi in the skill bar, which was much stronger than the illusion that came with the Sharingan. It can be said that originally Xiao Feng could only control the strong ones in the pain realm, but if he had Tsukuyomi, what would he be afraid of even if they were in a higher realm? But the corpses on this ground. Xiao Feng then dialed the official phone number of China, which was also what Xiaoya told him. Xiaoya said that for logistical issues, one should contact the authorities, and for matters concerning supernatural props or tasks, one should contact the military. Hello, how can I help you? The person on the other end of the phone was very polite, because not everyone knows the official phone number of this world, and only those with special abilities who have attracted the attention of the authorities will receive help. Come out and wash the floor. After Xiao Feng informed the address of the abandoned warehouse and pointed out that all the people here were members of the Beast God cult, he hung up the phone. There will not be any punishment for those who betray the human race, on the contrary there will be rewards. There is constant infighting among the major forces of the human race, but the government and the military never intervene. However, if any force turns to the side of the alien beasts, the government will not sit idly by. The beast god cult was just one of the evil cults in Kyoto, but due to Fengpu's treacherous character, it had never been eradicated. Now a phone call came informing him that the beast god cult had been dealt with. "Are you sure, sir?" But Xiao Feng had already hung up the phone. The woman knew that the matter was of great importance, so she reported it to her superiors. The higher-ups also said that they would send someone to take a look first. When they arrived at the warehouse, "Boss, it should be true." The captain of the reconnaissance team made a phone call to report. "There's not a single survivor in the entire warehouse, and if I can help it, I wouldn't even want to meet that person again." The team leader looked back and saw that the entire warehouse looked like hell on earth. The other two people were already retching on the tree trunk nearby. These people didn't seem to be killed by supernatural powers at all, but rather were crushed into pulp by a huge brute force, just like what a giant would do. At this time, Xiao Feng was in a very good mood after completing the system task. He went home and fell into a deep sleep. Little did he know that his information had already been exposed to the top. Do you really think the officials are just sitting around doing nothing? Previously, the beast god cult was just too scattered because its members were too scattered. Even if it was destroyed several times, it could be reborn in spring. But as long as the official wanted to solve it, how could it be impossible? But Xiao Feng was different. It was hard to imagine that the scene in the warehouse was done by a normal person. He had to confirm whether it was dangerous to humans. But when the top management checked Xiao Feng's information, they were surprised to find that they, as the top management of China's highest command center, did not have the authority to check his information. You know, the only ones with higher authority than them are the presidents of the 5 universities. Is he Jiang Yun's man? After all, this is Kyoto, and the first person that comes to mind is Jiang Yun. I seem to have heard that Jiang Yun made an exception a few days ago and accepted another young apprentice. Could it be him? The man spoke with a trembling voice. Jiang Yun, on the surface, is the strongest man in China, a righteous and proud guy. But in fact, he is an out-and-out old six. Attack, robbery, murder. Expert in everything. Everyone present had met a masked old man Jiang at night. Why was he so recognizable? Is there another natural disaster level 9 in all of China? I recognized it right away. Everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If he knew that a few people were looking through his apprentice's information. How did I get here? Wasn't I asleep? I know, I must have been sleepwalking. Ah! I'm having a heart attack, someone come and save me. How come the third guy holding Xiao Feng's file didn't know that the two of them wanted to distance themselves from each other? Otherwise, how could an official champion of staying up late say that he went to bed before 10 o'clock? An old military general actually said that he had a heart attack? It's even more ridiculous. So he called a signalman and handed the file to him. Don't worry, I will take care of your wife. Then he yelled at the top of his lungs. Someone come, someone is stealing the files. Signalman? You are the oldest one. Chapter 45 Xiaoya is jealous. The next morning, there was a noise in the house. It must be Xiaoya coming back. Xiao Feng walked out to check and found 3 men. One was wearing a pink apron and cooking in the kitchen, one was wearing a rubber suit and helping Xiao Feng unclog the toilet, and the other one was shirtless and carrying a few rattan sticks on his back. What was he doing? Oh shit, there's a pervert in my house. Little brother, are you awake? The old man in the pink apron in the kitchen brought the last dish, then came to Xiao Feng and said, "Come and eat." Who are you? Xiao Feng spoke in a bad tone. How could you still be polite to him after he broke into your home? Zhang Wen said, I'm the deputy director of the Kyoto headquarters. Don't you know me? This official is already very important. Who in Kyoto doesn't say hello to Minister Zhang when they see me? Jia Wu came out holding a toilet plunger. I am also the deputy chief of the Kyoto garrison headquarters, but I am the military representative and he is the official one. Xiao Feng pointed at the half-naked pervert and asked, what about him? Oh, he is Minister Yi Chang, don't worry about him coming to dinner. Xiao Feng called Xiaoya and asked if there really were such people. People do exist, and the headquarters also supervises all the superpowered people in Kyoto, which of course does not include us. Xiao Feng was puzzled. Can't he control us? This is also the rule set by Zhang Yun. The students of the academy are under the management of the academy. They only need to take care of the special abilities outside. When Xiaofeng heard it, he understood what was going on. But those three guys are very afraid of Zhang Yun. They came suddenly, so something must have offended the old man. They took the opportunity to kill him twice. Xiaofeng took Xiaoya's words to heart, and his smile unconsciously became brighter. I sat down at the dining table and ate by myself. I have to say that my cooking skills were pretty good. The other two could only stand aside, not knowing how to speak. Well, I already know the situation. As soon as Xiaofeng opened his mouth, several people's hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that old guy Jiang Yun knew about it? I'll talk to Jiang Yun, but you guys? Xiaofeng's half-smile expression said it all. Understand. Zhang Wen took out 2 pieces of paper. These are 2 spots in the trial tower. Although the trial tower is a product of Kyoto Academy, a small number of places are still available every year. But there are only about 10 to 20 places available every year, and Zhang Wen was able to get 2 because he took advantage of his responsibilities. Otherwise, if he were from an ordinary family, he would never be able to get in his entire life. Jia Wu took out a card. This is a national key card. With this card, you can use the portal to go to the city where the mission is to begin, and you can even jump the queue. The portal is the long-distance teleportation tool that appeared before and is a space power item. Traveling between cities requires using portals. No one except the strong would be willing to walk through the wilderness full of supernatural powers. But in addition to the high fees, the portal also requires queuing for approval. The last time Xiaofeng wanted to use the portal to rush from Linjiang to Kyoto, he was told that he would have to wait for half a month, so he had to use the Sharingan to control the staff. Finally, Xiaofeng looked at the minister at the back, He Chang. Well, I was in a hurry to go out this time, so I didn't bring anything else except these vines. At this time, He Chang had already started cursing. We agreed to apologize together, so it would be fine if I was the only one who took off my clothes and carried the cane, but you actually prepared gifts. The important thing is that you guys have prepared everything but didn't even inform me. At this time, He Chang stood there in embarrassment. How about you give me 2 lashes? Xiaofeng. Is your minister a masochist? The 2 of them also turned their heads away, pretending that this thing had nothing to do with them. He Chang gritted his teeth and took out a fishing rod from his bag. This supernatural item is my most precious thing. It can lift water-type monsters in the transformation realm. Without anything else to offer, He Chang could only give away the Ruwashui rod he carried with him. This rod had only been with him for 2.5 years, and he was really reluctant to part with it. Xiaofeng picked up the prop and tried it out. It felt pretty good, but he couldn't use it. System, can this thing be sold? Sure. Give me 50 system points. Xiaofeng. You only gave 50 for this thing that can lift a transformation realm beast? 5,000, no more. Xiaofeng was silent. 50,000. Purchase. Seeing the excitement of the system, Xiaofeng knew that this thing must be worth more than 50,000 system points. This time I learned my lesson and didn't put it in the system warehouse, but put it aside. Hey! Didn't you say you were selling it? Why don't you put it in? If the price isn't right, we can negotiate. 100,000? 200,000 is fine too. The more the system acted like this, the more Xiaofeng felt that his judgment was correct. Then he smiled and helped He Chang up. We are a family, how can we say such strange things? 3 people, then return the damn things. Xiaofeng enthusiastically escorted them out of the house. Just because we are a family doesn't mean you can enter our house. The 3 of them looked at the closed door, but still breathed a sigh of relief. At least this is over, right? Xiaofeng happily accepted the things and put them in his bag. Although he didn't know why the 3 men gave him the things, he would be a bastard not to eat the meat that was delivered to his door. As the days go by, summer vacation is coming to an end. Students from Kyoto Academy also began to return to Kyoto from all over China. For a moment, Kyoto became lively. Under the guidance of Xiaoya, Xiaofeng went directly to the school to complete the admission process, with a green channel throughout the process. Xiaofeng, sister Xiaoya. Just when Xiaofeng finished the admission procedures and was about to go to the cafeteria to test the waters, Zhang Yu appeared out of nowhere. Xiaoya was also shocked when she saw Zhang Yu. Has our school's level dropped so low? They even want someone who has awakened to level 3. The Xiao family had lost contact with the Jiang family several years ago. The last time Xiaoya saw this little girl was when her parents were still alive and took them to visit the Jiang family. It's just that Xiaoya has never liked her very much. Xiaofeng, are you guys planning on going out for dinner? We can go together. Jiang Yu looked at the two of them expectantly. Xiaofeng was still looking for excuses to refuse. We plan to go home and eat. Xiaoya had already refused and pulled Xiaofeng away from the school. Xiaoya let go of Xiaofeng only when they were near the door of her home. Don't have any contact with her anymore. Xiaofeng didn't want to do that either. This was an ill-fated relationship, and he would meet her wherever he went. At this time, Jiang Yu was hiding in the pile of grass behind him. It turns out he lives here. Like Xiaoya, Jiang Yu has always been wary of her. They are obviously siblings, but they have different personalities and even different hair colors. Moreover, as a woman's sixth sense, she always felt that Xiaoya also had feelings for Xiaofeng that were not family affection. Chapter 46, I have the ability of clairvoyance, so it makes sense for me to join the auxiliary class, right? 2 more chapters added for the God-given book friends. Thank you for your daily support. The following text. Jiang Yu thought to himself, there will always be a time when you are not at home. Then I would go to Xiaofeng's house. By then, we would be alone in the same room, a man and a woman, and the fire would ignite, and something might go wrong. Mom, that sister is so weird, my saliva is almost flowing out. A passing child pointed at Zhang Yudao in the haystack. Ignore her, baby. Stay away from people like her in the future. As Jiang Yu was walking on the way home, the image of Xiaofeng as a child kept appearing in his mind. At that time he said that he would come to marry me. But now we have grown up, why don't you come and marry me? Jiang Yu's mind is very simple, or to use a more common word. Stay. Therefore, the Jiang family has always wanted to find a more reliable family to take good care of them, and isn't the most reliable family in Linjiang City, the Xiao family, the general defending the city of Linjiang? It just so happened that the children of the two families were of similar age, so the marriage was arranged. However, things are unpredictable. The Xiao family was destroyed in the beast tide, leaving only 2 children. The Jiang family naturally couldn't bear to see their daughter suffer again, so Jiang Yu's mother came to cancel the engagement. At the same time, he also left tens of thousands of yuan to help the 2 children through the difficult times. However, the stubborn Xiaoya did not accept the money at that time, and even threatened to find a wife for Xiaofeng who would be 100 times better than the daughter of the Jiang family. Jiang Yu's mother was so angry that she left the Xiao family. At this point, the relationship between the 2 families became extremely cold. But how could Jiang Yu understand all this? These years, she has been looking for Xiaofeng, her fiancé, all the time. Even though her family told her that Xiaofeng was no longer her fiancé, Jiang Yu still believed that he was the person she wanted in her life. And at this time at Zhao's house, Xiaofeng jokingly asked, Sister Ya, when you broke off the engagement with me, didn't you say you would find me a better wife? Why haven't I seen her yet? Xiaoya got up from the sofa when she heard that. Good for you, you're not satisfied with me. The daughter-in-law I'm talking about is not my sister. Unexpectedly, Xiaoya showed off her proud capital. Just tell me how much better it is than those flat breasts. I dare not write any further. Afraid of having the book banned, dog head. On the first day of school, Xiaofeng arrived at the campus as scheduled. Originally, the freshman speech was supposed to be delivered by him, the top scorer, but he was replaced because he was afraid of causing confusion. This year's freshman class is severely polarized. The group with better abilities can't wait to eat him, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, alive. The group with weaker strength is very protective. Because Xiaofeng triggered a beast tide in Xishan City, the strong group was forced to leave, while a group of people who were lucky but not very strong were lucky enough to go to their favorite school. Xiaofeng scratched his head helplessly when he heard this. He had no idea that a strange beast in the transformation state would suddenly come to cause trouble for him. Until now, he still hasn't figured out who is messing with him. Achoo! Suyi rubbed his nose. Who is talking about me? Did you hear that, Suyi? If you don't want to go back to prison, then be a good homeroom teacher. Originally, Suyi should have returned to the detention center after the supernatural college entrance examination, but the big boss Jiang Yun took a liking to him and asked him to come to Kyoto Academy to be a teacher. Who would dare to keep him? They packed him up and sent him to Kyoto Academy overnight. Suyi was so scared that he thought he was going to be killed because of his messing around in the college entrance examination. Unexpectedly, I was notified to be a class teacher at a school. After the novice speeches, it was time to go to the branch schools. There were many schools and departments in the university, but the combat department was the most popular one. The next are the supernatural props department, auxiliary department, logistics management department, etc. Xiao Feng naturally joined the auxiliary department. The dean of the auxiliary department is a water-type woman named Yan Lin, 32 years old, divorced and childless. When I learned that Xiao Feng was coming to the auxiliary department, I was a little happy. After all, there were too few combat-capable students in the auxiliary department. If the students in the auxiliary department wanted to gain experience, they had to humbly ask the combat-capable team to bring them as an assistant. Yan Lin had wanted to form his own team for the auxiliary department a long time ago, but unfortunately he could not find many capable players in the entire academy. After all, those who can fight have all gone to the combat department, so who would want to go to the support department? The only advantage of the support department is that there are many female students. The reason why Xiao Feng joined the auxiliary department was actually very simple. Because the teams participating in the battle on one side had lined up from the college to the dormitory, on the contrary, no one was queuing for the auxiliary on the other side, so Xiao Feng went over. Besides, the psychic eye ability was originally classified as auxiliary, so it makes sense to go to the auxiliary system, right? After choosing the department, Xiao Feng did not choose to live there. Xiaoya's villa was next to the school, and there were not many classes every day, so he might as well be a day student. After applying for the department, Xiao Feng was successfully assigned to Auxiliary Class 1. The first class usually consists of self-introductions between teachers and students, and then students are allowed to form teams freely to upgrade. Xiao Feng arrived at the classroom a little late, and the only seats left were by the window in the back row, so he went over and sat down comfortably. After a while, Yan Lin came in from outside the classroom. "Hello everyone, I'm Yan Lin, the Dean of the Auxiliary Department, and I'm also your instructor. If you have any questions about your studies, you can come to me privately. Now, let's introduce ourselves first so that everyone can get to know each other. As for why she, the Dean, came to be a teacher? Of course, it's because there are too few departments that can meet the requirements of the institution and serve as auxiliary departments. To be a teacher at Kyoto Academy, one must be at least at the transformation realm. This condition alone has eliminated 99% of the auxiliary ability users. In addition, the number of students applying for auxiliary departments is the smallest every year, with only 1 or 2 classes each year. It's the same this year. The only freshman in the auxiliary department this year is person number 78 sitting in front of you. Therefore, Yan Lin's teaching method is different from others. She pays more attention to the psychological aspects of students, so she lets everyone get to know each other here. At the same time, she was also looking for Xiao Feng in the crowd. The principal made an exception and accepted him as a disciple, so he should be very strong, right? When she saw Xiao Feng sitting by the window in the back, she couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "How calm." But when checking Xiao Feng's realm, control realm? Oh my god, how come it rises so fast? Although the admission requirement of Kyoto Academy is Awakening Level 8, it is for combat students. Generally speaking, Auxiliary System only needs to have an auxiliary ability that is awakened to level 5 or above and is of level C or above. But the highest level every year is only Awakening Level 9, which can break through to the control realm in 2 months. The last time Yan Lin saw it was the last time. It's great that such a genius appears in our auxiliary department. It was Xiao Feng's turn to introduce. Xiao Feng stood up and looked around at everyone. "Xiao Feng, I have the ability of spiritual eyes, and I can fight a little bit. Don't call me when you team up in the future." Everyone. This self-introduction is really bad. Wait, he said his name is Xiao Feng? The entire class had experienced the beast tide in Xishan City, and since then, Xiao Feng's legend had become more and more popular among the freshmen. Just when they all thought that Xiao Feng must be going to the combat department, they met him here? Probably not the same person, right? Chapter 47 Shu Tian. Ahem, just as you think, he is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, Xiao Feng. At this time Yan Lin came out to explain. Mr. Xiao is very optimistic about the development prospects of our auxiliary department, so he plans to overcome the difficulties with us. No, I just came here because the auxiliary department doesn't require a queue and has fewer classes. Yan Lin. Everyone. Can't you just let me finish what I'm saying? I'm the dean of the auxiliary department, don't I have to maintain my dignity? Yan Lin was roaring madly in his heart, but he couldn't get angry because he was the principal's apprentice and he couldn't afford to offend him at all. Xiaofeng saw that the scene in the classroom was a little cold, so he asked, "Is it time to end the get out of class? Don't you see who made the atmosphere cold?" Yan Lin sighed. After class, everyone can go out into the wild to improve their levels. You can ask seniors for help, but remember, you can only get a maximum of 50 credits. Many senior students will seize this opportunity to make a lot of money from these freshmen. After all, they will not be able to make a lot of money later. Xiaofeng, you stay. He pointed at himself, looking very confused. After the classroom was empty, Yan Lin and Xiaofeng were alone together. Before Yan Lin could speak, Xiaofeng spoke first. You're nice, but we're not a good match. Yan Lin. What the hell? I want you to set up a promotion team in the auxiliary class. Xiaofeng scratched his head. It turned out that he didn't want to be with a young girl. My fees are very high. Xiaofeng showed a classic face of a profiteer, and the system had to call him an expert when seeing it. Yan Lin was speechless. You're charging a fee for treating your classmates? How about charity? These are troubled times. Teacher, are you some saint? Yan Lin thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case in this world, and Xiaofeng still had to spend time to help others upgrade. Then you have to make it cheaper, right? Xiaofeng bared his teeth. I am the most conscientious. When will I be ready? Yan Lin sighed helplessly. He always felt that he saw the shadow of Principal Jiang in Xiaofeng. No wonder he accepted him as his apprentice. Every morning at 7 o'clock, I will send a message in the class group. Okay. After leaving, Xiaofeng did not choose to leave school, but go to another place. Trial Tower. There are only 6 trial towers in the whole of China, and the one at Kyoto Academy was the first to be discovered. When the human race walked in, they found that phantoms appeared on every floor, and the strength of the phantoms increased with the increase in the number of floors. Stop, this is the restricted area of the trial tower. No one is allowed in. The 2 guards who were guarding were at the transformation realm, but Xiaofeng only looked at the old man behind them. How could it be possible that only 2 people at the transformation realm were assigned to guard this important place? Xiaofeng showed his student ID and used a trial opportunity before the 2 let him go. Xiaofeng walked straight ahead and passed by the old man. Name, Xu Tian. Level, Natural Disaster Level 1. Ability, Element, Wind. Introduction, he is addicted to gambling. After losing a bet with Jiang Yun, he agreed to guard the trial tower at Kyoto Academy for 50 years. However, he still has this habit and likes to drag students into gambling. Although he is addicted to gambling, he does not know any gambling techniques, so he loses 9 out of 10 times when he meets an expert. When the old man saw the new face, he smiled, showing his only 2 remaining teeth, and walked over. Little doll, do you want to do something fun? Addicted to gambling? You don't have to think too much to know what this interesting thing is. However, Xiaofeng still became interested and sat opposite the old beggar. How do you play? Xu Tian saw this and realized that it was a whole day. Finally tricked someone into playing with me. The students who come here are all here for the trial tower, so of course no one will play sieves or anything like that with this old beggar. Moreover, because of the bet between Xu Tian and Jiang Yun, he could not force these students to do anything. He could only take action if someone forced their way into the trial tower. Just play dice and compare the size. Xu Tian took out a few magic cores and used them as bargaining chips. Seeing this, Xiaofeng also took out a small pile of magic cores from the system warehouse. These were the ones he had not redeemed and were stored in the warehouse. You're a loser, gambling with the Calamity Realm. You have so little money to lose. Didn't you also say that he doesn't know how to gamble? So I still have a chance of winning. You dare to play with him without knowing the art of gambling? He's at the Natural Disaster Realm. Even with your Sharingan, you can't see his speed clearly. If he did something in front of you, you probably wouldn't even know it. The system's roar still couldn't change Xiaofeng's decision. You go first. Xu Tian smiled and said, okay, then I'll show you my strength. Xu Tian shook the sieve in his hand. At the same time, Xiaofeng's eyes gradually turned red and his Sharingan was activated. Little guy, your eyes are interesting. New superpower? Xu Tian started chatting while shaking the sieve. It's just a mutated spiritual eye ability. Psychic eye ability? But these eyes gave people a weird feeling, which made even Shu Tian feel uncomfortable. Was it really the supernatural power of the spiritual eyes? Smashing the sieve, Shu Tian opened 1.2.1 points. Well, he really acted like a tiger. Xiaofeng curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile, then took the sieve and shook it casually twice. 6.6.6. Xiaofeng didn't take too many and took one out from Shu Tian's pile of magic cores. No, come again. Xiaofeng motioned for him to continue. By the way, Mr. Shu, how long have you been here? Shu Tian was shocked. How did this guy know his last name? More than 40 years. Shu Tian put down the sieve again and opened it. 3.3.4. Xiaofeng smiled faintly, took the sieve again and shook it casually twice. 5.6.6. Shu Tian's face turned green, and he can only watch Xiaofeng take another magic core from his pile of magic cores. Come again. Senior, why don't you stop playing? No. I must win today. But you have no magic core left. Xiaofeng pointed in front of Shu Tian and said. Shu Tian looked carefully and realized that all his magic cores had been lost. You're cheating, kid. Hey. Don't talk nonsense. I'm at the control realm. What tricks can I hide from you? When Shu Tian heard this, he realized that with his strength at the natural disaster realm, no one could cheat in front of him except for that old man Zhang Yun. Is this guy so powerful? At this time, the system couldn't help but curse. Even the elderly are deceived. Yes, Xiaofeng did cheat. The moment Xiaofeng opened his Sharingan, he stared at the sieve, judging the number of dots inside through some clues and sounds. When some small points appeared, Xiaofeng would step forward and interrupt Shu Tian. And by then, the points Shu Tian gives will definitely be smaller. As for large points? Have you all never played with a sieve? You just put the side opposite to the big amount in and shake it a few times, and you will basically get a big amount. Since the old senior has no more money to gamble, I will enter the trial tower. Xiaofeng pretended to leave, but was stopped by Shu Tian. Etc. Chapter 48 Trial Tower. Etc. Shu Tian called Xiaofeng. Come again. You've lost all your magic cores, what else can you gamble with? Shu Tian smiled contemptuously. I didn't expect you to be the same kind of person who only cares about material possessions as those people. People like me who have special abilities should focus on our souls. So you have a magic core? Shu Tian. I can bet with you on myself. Xiaofeng looked Shu Tian up and down. He looked like a beggar and his hair seemed like he hadn't washed in years. A chill came over me. Forget it, you can keep it for yourself. What the hell are you thinking? I'm talking about betting on my chance of survival. To be honest, I'm also in the natural disaster realm. Although I can't compare to those old Bidens, I still have some strength. Xiaofeng's lips curled up slightly. This is what he was waiting for. 10 minutes later. Well, at least leave your shoes to me. Didn't I already leave you my underwear? Why do you still want shoes? Shu Tian was naked and looked like a beggar. The only difference between him and a beggar now was. He is worse than a beggar. Some students passing by even dropped 1 or 2 Awakening Realm magic cores out of sympathy. Can Shu Tian bear this? A natural disaster realm. I'd rather starve to death. Even if I crash headfirst into the trial tower, I'd rather not pick up the magic core on the ground. These are the only 2 magic cores I have. Can you please return the shoes to me first? Xiaofeng. Didn't you say you didn't want it? How come you picked it up faster than anyone else? In fact, Xiaofeng had already won 2 chances to escape from him, but because Shu Tian had forcibly broken through to the natural disaster, his life was only hanging on by a thread. 2 attacks were already the limit, and when he attacked for the 3rd time, it would probably be the end of his life. So he turned to something else and bet his clothes with Xiaofeng. The result is obvious, all the underwear was output. If Xiaofeng hadn't said no, there would probably have been another post on the Academy forum. Shocking. The old man in the trial tower had his clothes stripped off. Is this a distortion of human nature, or a loss of morality? After winning everything against Shu Tian, I originally thought that this old guy would be more restrained. Wait until I gather enough money and then we can gamble. As expected, he is addicted to gambling. Xiaofeng didn't continue talking to him this time, but went straight into the trial tower. The copy is loading. There was a noise coming from the system, a copy? That's right, isn't this a leveling dungeon in the myriad worlds? Of course, in addition to experience points, the rewards can also include items, ability transformation, and body transformation. But I recommend that you choose the experience one. After all, at your level, TSK. Although I don't know why, I seem to be despised by the system? Do you know the origin of this trial tower? Xiaofeng asked. This thing was suddenly discovered by the human race on Blue Star, but no one knew its origin, nor did they know why it appeared on Blue Star. 1 million system points, I'll tell you everything. The system said with a smile. Xiaofeng didn't respond. Why would he bother with this little information when he already had 1 million system points? Wouldn't it be better to just redeem a powerful skill directly? Entering the trial tower, the first floor only contained a level 1 awakening beast. Fire style, great fireball technique. A strange beast in the awakening state can basically be dealt with by a fireball. Even when you reach the 9th level of awakening, it already takes 2 times to resolve it. However, the spiritual energy in the trial tower is particularly abundant, so there is no need to worry about insufficient spiritual energy. Why do I feel that the beasts here are much stronger than those outside? Xiaofeng couldn't help but wonder. The strange beasts in the trial tower were at least 30% stronger than the ones he encountered in the wild. Of course. The creatures that evolve in places like the trial tower are modeled after the best life forms on the local planet. Soon, the 11th floor trial tower. Xiaofeng saw the figure in front of him fall into deep thought. Isn't this just me? Puff. This means that the trial tower has ranked you as the strongest level 1 control lifeform on Blue Planet. However, this is the first time I've seen you fight yourself. The system's laughter echoed in Xiaofeng's mind. So he uses all my skills? If the other party can also use the special powers of the Sharingan, it will be troublesome. The Sharingan belongs to the bloodline limit. Although the host does not have the Uchiha bloodline, you have this system. That is why you can have the Sharingan. No matter how much the opponent imitates it, it is just a mirror. I see. This means that apart from the Sharingan and other skills, the opponent also knows everything that I know, right? That's the case. Amaterasu. A ball of black flame ignited on Xiaofeng, and the copy on the opposite side also obviously imitated him by widening its eyes. However, the opponent only had an ordinary psychic eye ability, and no matter how hard I stared, I couldn't use this skill. But it feels really weird to see a creature that looks like me being burned to ashes by Amaterasu. The 12th floor. It recovered and became a level 2 beast. Until the 30th floor, when facing a strange beast that was in the transformation realm and about to break through to the realm. It is several times stronger than the monsters on the previous level. A being in the realm of the domain can transform and cast a domain around itself. This is equivalent to being invincible within its own domain. Therefore, the only thing that can defeat a domain is a stronger domain. The systematic popular science education made Xiaofeng suddenly enlightened. But isn't the beast across from us a transformation realm beast? That strange beast has already grasped the basics of its domain, but it hasn't mastered it completely yet. Otherwise, with your current strength, you would be beaten to a pulp if you encountered it. In the end, the strange beast was killed by Xiaofeng using Amaterasu to grind its skin, but when facing the 31st level of the realm. After just a brief encounter, Xiaofeng appeared outside the tower. Only then did Xiaofeng realize that what Xiaoya had released on him was not water, but the entire Pacific Ocean. The strength of the domain realm is really terrifying. At this time, Xiaofeng was surprised to find that the trial tower was surrounded by people, all of them staring at Xiaofeng blankly with their mouths wide open. Is this collective hysteria? Shu Tian rushed out from the side. Boy, were you trying to break into the trial tower just now? Xiaofeng nodded in confusion. What was going on? Shu Tian pointed behind Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng turned around. Fuck, golden legend. The entire trial tower was emitting a golden light, which was also the second function of the trial tower, to test potential. It was already amazing for an ordinary person to see a faint flash of light when entering it, but the light emitted by Xiaofeng after he broke through the trial tower was the brightest Shu Tian had ever seen in his life. Levels 110, Awakening, 1120, Control, 2130, Transformation. Chapter 49, the auxiliary class gradually deviates from the style. A flash of light passed by, and then turned into a bunch of light spots attached to Xiaofeng. What followed was a huge amount of spiritual energy merging into the body. Mastery level 2, Mastery level 3. It continues until you reach level 5. Even Shu Tian, who had seen a lot of ups and downs, couldn't help but comment. Fuck. I've never seen such a perverted talent. Boy, do you want to become my disciple? Do you want a ready-made master? Shu Tian went up to him and asked. He never thought that he had never accepted a disciple in his life, but today he met a little pervert here. Then you're late. You've already taken Jiang Yun as your master. Xiao Feng spread his hands helplessly. Besides, I had won all of Shu Tian's things, so there was nothing left for me to give as a gift of apprenticeship. Shu Tian got angry when he heard the name Jiang Yun. He is higher in rank than me, has better talent than me, and now he's taking me in as his disciple before me. When my last 2 years are over, I must go find him for another fight. No matter whether you can win or not, at least you can get rid of your anger first. I don't know if it was due to Xiao Feng's overload operation, but the trial tower actually closed its doors, preventing the students who came to take the trial from entering. I've already paid for my trial spot, why is the door closed? My family worked so hard to get me this spot, please don't mess with me. Xiao Feng saw that something was wrong, so he quickly slipped away before everyone paid attention to him. On the way, Xiao Feng asked the system. System, what's going on? The rewards in the trial tower are limited, okay? They absorb the spiritual energy of this world every day and feed it back to those who enter the tower. If you absorb all of today's rewards at once, the tower will definitely be closed. So this is true. Doesn't that mean I can still take advantage of it a few more times? But I think everyone who comes next might be stuck at the host clone level. Why? The learning function of the trial tower is very powerful. Even if you can't learn a buggy skill like Amaterasu, how many people of the same realm can withstand your other skills? Just as the system said, the mysterious person on the 25th floor of the trial tower was soon exposed in the school forum. I originally thought that there were only strange beasts in the trial tower, but from this incident, it seems that there are humans as well? However, the mysterious man was covered in golden light and his appearance could not be seen clearly, so the students called him the mysterious man. With the mysterious man guarding the trial tower, some students who could have reached the 30th floor fell before the 25th floor. Xiao Feng, the culprit, has already led the group of girls out of the city. Xiao Feng, can you do it alone? A girl in blue clothes came forward and asked. Because there is only one male in the entire team of 20 people, Xiao Feng. Oh no, it's output. The others are all delicate auxiliary girls. Xiao Feng patted his chest. Don't worry, we've received the money. Soon they encountered a strange beast. In order to leave room for the girl behind him to kill it, Xiao Feng deliberately used skills such as would release. The strange beast was impaled using the technique of grafting, and then killed by the group of girls. However, even if Xiao Feng crippled them, the damage these girls could deal was still too low. So, in his spare time, Xiao Feng began to teach them how to use their special abilities. Your name is Lulu? The girl in blue heard someone calling her and turned around. Yeah, what's wrong? I remember you have wood-type abilities? Lulu nodded. Want to learn something interesting? Xiao Feng approached Lulu with a half-smile on his face. Interesting? No. No, I can't do it. Believe in yourself. Go faster. Go deeper. Xiao Feng commanded from behind. I really can't take it anymore. My body can't take it anymore. We're just getting started. Get up and keep going. But can the wood element really be used like this? Lulu had never heard that the wood element could be used for attack. Aren't they usually used for healing or to help with the growth of trees? So I asked you to hurry up, look at me. Wood release, cutting technique. As two tree trunks quickly grew out of Xiao Feng's arms, he flew towards the strange beast not far away and stuck the beast in place, leaving it half dead. Next, the other girls came forward to finish off the enemy. Lulu stared with his eyes wide open. Can the wood element be used like this? You have to remember, there are no useless superpowers, only useless superpower users. Xiao Feng turned his back, looking like a master. I understand, master. I'm not your master. If you want to become my disciple, you need to pay a little tuition first. Lulu took out a black card from her bag. There's only 50 million left. Master, don't think it's too little. When my allowance arrives next month, I won't waste it. I'll give it all to you. For those of us with special abilities, fate is everything. You are my destined one. Xiaofeng stepped forward to help Lulu up, and calmly put the black card into his trouser pocket. Study would release well in the future. I'm counting on you. Yes, master. Xiaofeng would also give some appropriate advice to other people in the team. After all, since they had accepted Yan Lin's money, they still had to do something practical. However, after Xiaofeng led the team for a day, the situation gradually became strange. Xiaofeng was sitting with his legs crossed in the back, while Lulu was holding a teacup beside him. Master, it's cold. And before, she was a delicate little fairy in the morning, now. Water style, who will repair the dam? Earth escape, earth spear. Wind style, fierce wind palm. Seeing this, Xiaofeng nodded with great satisfaction. After returning, Yan Lin will definitely have nothing to say. Although the superpowers in this world use spiritual energy, under Xiaofeng's guidance, everyone has learned to break through the traditional way of using superpowers and integrate the water and wood powers that are usually only used for auxiliary purposes. It can also become an extremely offensive skill. Many people are very happy to look at their own achievements. No one wants to live under the protection of others all their life, not even them. Everyone was very happy when they confirmed that their special abilities could kill the monsters on their own. Thank you, Xiaofeng. Everyone said in unison that if Lulu wasn't standing next to them staring at them, they would probably rush up and express their gratitude with a kiss. Xiaofeng waved his hand. We are all destined to be together, so why bother about these things? On this day, a huge amount of assets worth 20 million appeared in Xiaofeng's personal account. Chapter 50, College Competition, the auxiliary class is no longer auxiliary? I asked you to lead the team, what did you do? Yan Lin's roar echoed throughout the dean's office. As the saying goes, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. I taught them how to hunt exotic beasts on their own, and I didn't even ask you for any extra money. Xiaofeng sat on the chair with his hands crossed, looking like a leader. Yan Lin covered his head in distress. Could he imagine a group of weak girls running up to him and asking him how to dissect a strange beast and how to kill the enemy without getting bloodstained? Yan Lin was dumbfounded when she was questioned by a group of people yesterday. These young ladies usually wouldn't dare to approach strange beasts, let alone rush up to hunt them. Everything changed after Xiaofeng led a team. Besides, in this world, having strength is far better than being a vase. I suddenly realized that I seem to have the potential to be a teacher. You'd better not be a teacher. Allowing you to play with a group of people is already the limit. You can no longer have contact with them. The style of the auxiliary class has been distorted. But Yan Lin still underestimated the speed of information dissemination among girls. After returning to the class, the 20 people immediately carried forward Xiaofeng's spirit. When you walk into the classroom, you can see a group of auxiliary abilities being used in various ways. Yan Lin covered his face helplessly. He had a feeling that this class would be the strongest auxiliary class in history, but it would also be the strangest one. Today I have two things to discuss. One is that the college competition is about to begin. Students in our support department will be looking for teams to serve as support or provide support. The winning team will receive generous rewards. This has become a tradition in the school. After all, students in the auxiliary department have no combat power and can only rely on their connections to go to other departments' teams to serve as assistants and logistics personnel. Teacher, can't we form our own team? Lulu stretched out his hand and asked. The other girls also looked over. Yeah, why couldn't they form their own team? Why did they have to work like slaves for students from other departments? Yan Lin had covered his head with his hands for who knows how many times. Of course we can form teams, but each team can only have a maximum of 5 people. As soon as Yan Lin finished speaking, many people ran to Xiaofeng's side. Coach, please form a team. Master, we will definitely be a team, right? Xiao, can I join you? I can take you to my house to see a cat that can do backflips. All of these people were school beauties in high school and came from very wealthy families, but now they are begging for help in such a humble manner. However, they did not feel uncomfortable at all, because Xiaofeng taught them how to use their supernatural powers from another direction. And even if he goes to other teams, he will have to beg people to join the team humbly, but if the target is Xiaofeng, he doesn't seem to be too resistant. Yan Lin patted the blackboard. Xiaofeng can't participate in this college competition, so don't make any plans. Xiaofeng stood there in a daze. Why? The deans of several colleges have unanimously decided to suspend you to prevent the incident that happened to Xiaoya 2 years ago. That year, Xiaoya led a team alone and slaughtered the entire school. If no teacher stepped in to stop it, who knows what the consequences would have been. Considering what Xiaofeng did in Xishan City, even Yanlin voted in favor. Everyone returned to their seats in disappointment. Did they really have to go to the battle department to beg those people whose noses were almost turned upside down? I don't want to be someone's slave. I want to create my own team. Lulu slammed the table and stood up, walked up to Yanlin and submitted an application to form a team. With Lulu taking the lead, the others also stood up and formed teams. Even if they lose, they will lose with dignity and grace, and will not be forced to work like slaves for others. Yanlin looked at this group of guys, as if he saw the nanny who was determined to win while playing games last night. Damn, whose nanny has 6 hats? Xiaofeng nodded with great satisfaction. They are indeed the team I led. They have backbone. After class, Yanlin found Xiaofeng again. You want me to lead them in leveling up again? Yanlin's face turned black, and he didn't dare to let you go again. Just by leading them once, you turned them from young ladies into a group of mindless output nurses. If you are asked to lead them again, they rush to the lair of the alien beasts to have fun? As compensation, the school will directly allocate 500 credits to you, but you will be one of the invigilators. In fact, the requirements for invigilators in this competition are not high. Usually, sophomores are asked to take on the role, but the average sophomore only gets a salary of 50 credits. Xiaofeng thought about it and felt that it seemed acceptable, so he agreed. Yanlin looked at the receding figure and only hoped that he would not cause any more trouble after becoming the invigilator, otherwise he was afraid that his auxiliary department funding would be cut off next year. Walking out of the gate, there are many students gathered at the gate of the auxiliary department. When someone came out, someone came over to ask questions immediately. Brother, are you from the support department? Xiaofeng nodded. Great. You must not have joined the team yet, right? Our team is still short of a support person. Come join us. We have a level 9 awakened boss. And he has an A-level attack ability. Yes, I am optimistic about you. So you agree? When did I agree? Xiaofeng took out the invigilator's certificate. As a teacher, I'm here to support you psychologically. The man stood there in a daze. What the hell, is this a sophomore? That's not right. Why are you talking to me for so long if you don't want to participate? What's going on this year? Didn't the teacher say that all the support departments would come to the combat department and beg to join the team? Why isn't there anyone this year? Yeah, I just met a support type girl and asked her if she wanted to join the team. All she needed was a healing ability, but she just looked at me with disdain and walked away. Are all the students in the auxiliary department this year planning to not participate in the college competition? This is totally wrong from what the teacher said. Although output is the most important for a team, support is also a must for most teams. Healing medicine and other things are not convenient to carry, and they are expensive, and the recovery speed is not as fast as healing abilities. Therefore, it is very important to have a recovery type ability assistant at this time. The assistant can also do logistical work and help carry some medicine bottles and props in the backpack. If we let other people in the team lead the team, won't it affect the combat effectiveness? But I don't know what happened this year. None of the students from the auxiliary department took the initiative to find a team, and even the students from the combat department who came to them would be looked down upon. Chapter 51. I will be pissed off by you sooner or later. Yanlin, what's going on with your auxiliary department this year? A burly middle-aged man came over and asked angrily. He is the dean of the combat academy, Yan Hua. Yanlin no longer cared and slumped in his office chair with a blank look in his eyes. Her desk was full of team applications submitted by the auxiliary class, and Yan Hua was not the first one to come and ask for an explanation. The School of Supernatural Props, the School of Beast Transformation, the School of Elemental Sciences, the School of Specialties. All the deans have been here. Yanlin was also helpless about this. He couldn't force those students to go to other teams to serve as supports and work like slaves, right? Moreover, Yanlin was actually aware of how the students of the auxiliary department were treated in other teams. After all, she herself came from the auxiliary department, and naturally had suffered those humiliations and hardships. But unfortunately, they are just auxiliary, so they can't change anything. Yan Hua, I am the head of the courtyard after all. Why did you come in without knocking? Don't change the subject. Why didn't any of the auxiliary students join the team this year? Are you planning to give up this college competition? Yan Lin waved the team application form in his hand and said helplessly, I can't force them to assist your students, right? Yan Hua snatched the application form and took a look. Students from the auxiliary department created their own team? Didn't we already ban Xiaofeng? Yan Hua's first reaction was that Xiaofeng had signed up, otherwise how could students from the auxiliary department get the confidence to participate in the competition on their own? He didn't participate. Other students participated spontaneously. Yan Lin spread his hands helplessly. Yan Hua has been teaching at Kyoto Academy for decades, but this is the first time he has seen a student from the auxiliary department sign up for the college competition on his own. You know how big my head is right now, right? Get out of here before I lose my temper. Although Yan Lin's rank was the lowest among all the deans, no one dared to look down on her. Just because she is the only one in the whole of China who has broken through to the realm with auxiliary supernatural powers. The top strong men in the country have all received her healing light. Yan Lin, don't be angry, I just came here to ask. Roll. Okay. Yan Hua smiled awkwardly and immediately walked out. After a headache, Yan Lin read through all their application forms and then called the students in the class. Lulu, why did you choose to team up with Suyu? Your wood element won't be very effective when combined with her earth element. I suggest you team up with Yuan Yi, who has a water element. Yan Lin has been in all the top teams in the country, and it can be said that no one in the country understands the coordination between all the superpowers better than her. This is what a support does, you have to keep your eyes on the overall situation, and Yan Lin was able to see the irrationality of the team at a glance through such training. Since they are going to do it, why shouldn't I, as their dean, support it? Indeed, the support class has been sitting on the sidelines for too long. Everyone's impression of the support class is that they are tools, backpackers, and free healing medicine girls. Doesn't Yan Lin also want to change this phenomenon? Although this was an accident, isn't it also an opportunity for their auxiliary department? If they get a good ranking with their own strength, will anyone still look down on the auxiliary system? Under Yan Lin's professional guidance, the auxiliary class team has also changed, becoming more tacit and having more possibilities. On the other hand, Xiaofeng, the originator of all this, was still receiving education in Zhang Yun's office. I'm just away from school for a few days on a business trip, and you're making such a fuss about it? No way, I'm very honest, okay? You broke into the trial tower and caused it to close, and then you joined the auxiliary department. Joining the auxiliary department would be fine, but you also led the entire department astray. Do you know how many of them are the apples of the eye of high-ranking officials throughout China? That Lulu, she's the only daughter of China's richest man. Many of the buildings at Kyoto University were donated by her father. Xiaofeng muttered at this time, no wonder he is so rich, am I going to lose it? What did you say? I just passed on my understanding of superpowers to them. Besides, didn't you say that this chaotic world doesn't need weaklings? Is that what I meant? I said no weaklings, but I didn't say no supports. Did you know that a good support can increase a team's combat effectiveness by at least 30%? The strongest team in China used to be led by Zhang Yun, which included the principals of several other schools and Yan Lin. At that time, they used the strength of a team to prevent the genocide of the human race. Although things have changed a lot now and they have become stronger than before, the only thing that cannot be denied is that if Yan Lin had not helped them in that war, at least 2 of them would have died there. This is also why no one dares to provoke Yan Lin. Xiaofeng's backer is only Zhang Yun, while Yan Lin's backer is the presidents of the 5 major universities. Hearing this, Xiaofeng couldn't help but sigh, so Dean Yan is so awesome? Yan Lin's ability requires her to overdraw her own vitality, so since that war, she won't use it easily unless it's a special situation. You kid, you have such good fighting material, why are you messing around in the support department? I also have the psychic eye ability, okay? Isn't the psychic eye ability an auxiliary? Of course you have the psychic eye ability, but are you a psychic eye? Xiaofeng's scarlet eyes gave Zhang Yun a weird feeling that couldn't possibly be caused by the ability of spiritual eyes. Although he knew that this kid was hiding some secrets from him, everyone has their own secrets, so Zhang Yun would not ask about it. He just needed to know that he was on the side of the human race. Anyway, don't mess with me during these college competitions again, or I'll throw you out into the wild to be a hunter. If you throw me out into the wild, aren't you afraid that my sister will set your beard on fire? Zhang Yun. I must be so unlucky to have met you siblings. Get out of here. Okay, please don't get so angry, I don't want to be known as a master killer. Do you also know that I am going to be mad at you? Xiaofeng ran into an acquaintance as soon as he left the office. Xiaofeng. Jiang Yu was supposed to join the auxiliary class, but she thought Xiaofeng would definitely join the combat department, so she joined too. Unexpectedly, not only did she not find Xiaofeng, she also couldn't find a team for the college competition. Although some teammates agreed to let her join as long as she was willing to carry props and potions, when they heard that she would not share any rewards from the competition, there was no point in her joining. Even if it's a scam, it's not this bad. The man said that he had gained combat experience for Jiang Yu and that it was good enough that he didn't ask her to pay to join. So in a fit of anger, Jiang Yu came to the dean's office to go through the transfer procedures. She would rather transfer to the auxiliary department than accept this humiliation. Chapter 52 Academy Competition. Xiaofeng, why are you here? Jiang Yu asked happily, he didn't expect to meet him here. Do you believe me if I say I'm just here for a stroll? Jiang Yu had a skeptical expression on her face. Although she was dull, she was not stupid. I see, you must have come here to use the restroom because the restroom in the teaching building was full. When Xiaofeng heard this sentence, he always felt that he had heard something similar on a certain audio platform in his previous life, except that it was about a young child wearing a big cotton padded coat. Yes. Xiaofeng, did you participate in the college competition? Is the team still short of people? Jiang Yu's eyes were full of stars, and he looked like he was saying, I can do it. I'm not going to participate. Xiaofeng's words made Jiang Yu visibly disappointed. Is that so? Then I won't join either. Xiaofeng, shall we go have breakfast later? No thanks. It's my treat. Where are we going to eat? In a breakfast restaurant, they both ordered half a basket of dumplings and a bowl of corn porridge in tacit understanding. You guys are together, right? There are 2.5 baskets, and this one just got steamed for you. The shop owner entertained the two of them warmly. Looking at Xiaofeng and the cute girl opposite him, he felt that this kid was half as capable as he was when he was younger. Xiaofeng didn't care much about it, since he was just eating anyway. Xiaofeng, which department are you in? Jiang Yu finally decided to ask. He still wanted to transfer to the same class with Xiaofeng. Support system, my psychic eye ability makes sense, right? Reasonable, bullshit. After returning, Jiang Yu already knew that Xiaofeng was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and his superpowers had mutated into an extremely powerful new superpower. What Jiang Yun announced to the public was copying. After all, Xiaofeng showed several abilities. If he didn't come forward to explain, more people would target him. Then I'll transfer to the auxiliary class too. Jiang Yu said happily. The college competition is about to begin and you're transferring now? The students in the combat department are too strong. I feel like cannon fodder compared to them. Jiang Yu lay dejectedly on the table, feeling a little lost. Although he had good talent, he was still far behind that group of people. I heard that the second-year seniors will be the referees for this college competition. Each team will get 1 extra point if they get a referee's stamp. The team with the highest score will be the champion. Xiaofeng pondered, why didn't he receive any notification? Jingle. Xiaofeng took out his cell phone to check and saw that all the referees were asked to gather in classroom 407. I'm leaving first. Don't go, I can't finish all this by myself. Xiaofeng walked towards the teaching building, and many students were staring at him along the way. Or is he staring behind himself? Xiaofeng jumped forward and immediately turned around, opened his Sharingan and looked at the other person. Who is it? The other party was Su Yi, who had just arrived at Kyoto Academy to teach. At this moment, he felt like he had seen a treasure. It's only been a short time, and you've already reached this level. Su Yi stepped forward and grabbed Xiaofeng's arm, fearing that he would lick him the next second. Xiaofeng pulled his arm back in disgust. Examiner Su, why are you here? Xiaofeng still had some impression of Su Yi. After all, his image as a madman in the college entrance examination had been deeply rooted in people's minds. I came to Kyoto Academy to be a teacher, but now they want me to be the referee of the college competition. Are you also a referee? This college competition was my idea. How fun is it to have a bunch of weaklings fighting each other? If we want to fight, we should fight the second-year students. No wonder the school suddenly designed this kind of competition for the team to challenge the second-year seniors, and it was this inhuman guy who proposed it. I've already let him win, alright? With 5 people on one team, it's fair to say we're dealing with a second-year student. The corner of Xiao Feng's mouth twitched. If he remembered correctly, one of the conditions for promotion to sophomore year at Kyoto Academy was that one had to reach level 4 of control, otherwise one would be held back. Letting a group of students who are still in the awakening realm challenge those in the control realm is like asking a group of babies in diapers to beat up teenagers with sticks, right? I can only say, you are worthy of it, Suyi. It just so happened that the two of them went to the classroom together, and when they arrived, it was already full of people. It looked like most of them were second-year students, but there were also a few who looked like teachers. However, first-year students like Xiao Feng immediately become the center of attention when they arrive here. The first-grade uniforms are lighter in color and have subtle differences, but they are still easy to tell apart. What are the first years doing here? Several people surrounded Xiao Feng, obviously wanting to give him a warning. Suyi on the side seemed a little excited. If possible, he wanted to shout out now. Fight! He failed to test Xiao Feng's true strength in Shishan City, and now he did not give up. He just wanted to observe Xiao Feng's every move. Xiao Feng smiled faintly. After a while, the 3 strong men collapsed to the ground. I was wrong. We will never dare to do it again. When the 3 strong men saw Xiao Feng, it was as if they saw something terrifying deep in their hearts. Xiao Feng spread his hands helplessly. The power of Tsukuyami was stronger than he had imagined. In the Tsukuyami illusion space, time is completely inconsistent. Although only a few seconds have passed, the 3 strong men have been tortured in the Tsukuyami space for several hours. Suyi came forward from behind. Whose superpower did you copy? How can it be so powerful? Because of the news released by Jiang Yun, everyone except Shaya believed that Xiao Feng's ability had mutated into an S-level copy. Little did he know that when Jiang Yun was judging Xiao Feng's Sharingan level, there was only one result that could not be judged. This means that the upper limit of the Sharingan is not limited to S-level. Therefore, even if they lied to others and said that Xiao Feng was an S-level copy, they could not reveal the secret of his eyes. At least, they could not let the monsters get this information before he became stronger. The internal troubles in Kyoto are very serious now, so Jiang Yun came up with this idea to deceive his own people first. Xiao Feng did not answer Suyi, and he had no obligation to answer anyone. Moreover, with the 3 strong men making an example of him, the other second-grade students no longer dared to underestimate Xiao Feng. On the contrary, some of them wanted to avoid him. At this time, the deans of several major colleges appeared. Why is the number of people wrong? Why are there 3 missing? Yanhua asked the second-year students below, but they just glanced at Xiao Feng sideways, then shook their heads and said they didn't know. Yan Lin also noticed Xiao Feng, and it was probably related to him. Forget it, let's host the college competition first. Yanhua looked at Xiao Feng meaningfully, then looked at Yan Lin who was pleading with him, and decided to give her some face. Ahem, next I'll tell you the rules of the college competition. Chapter 53 New Mission, I can't let you stay in Kyoto anymore. Yanhua called Suyi to the stage. After all, it was his idea that was adopted by Jiang Yun. Suyi came on stage. Actually, the rules are very simple, that's it. Suyi took out some white, black and red ribbons. Tie white, black, and red on your arms, thighs, and neck, respectively. White is 1 point, black is 3 points, and red is 10 points. Finally, the ranking will be determined based on the team's statistics. The second-year students quickly understood what this meant. Didn't it mean that they were responsible for serving as prey for the younger students to practice on? And to prevent you from letting others off the hook, these 3 ribbons also represent your credit bonuses for the past few days. Only if you have all 3 will you receive 50 credits. Otherwise, the white one will be 5 credits, the black one will be 15 credits, and the red one will be 30 credits. I was just thinking about how to play with the first graders, but now I immediately became serious. Since it involves credits, we can't let them off easy. The 3 ribbons also represent the importance of the body, arms, thighs, and neck respectively. This is not only a big competition for the first graders, but also an academic review of the second graders by the school. After everyone understood the rules, Suyi began to distribute ribbons to everyone. When Xiao Feng got the ribbon in his hand, a bold idea suddenly arose in his mind. Excuse me, can referees steal from each other? Xiao Feng raised his hand and asked loudly. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and then they looked at their classmates vigilantly, fearing that they would snatch the ribbons from them. Yanhua smiled, but Yan Lin felt a bad feeling in his heart. Sure. As soon as Yan Hua finished speaking, a huge surge of spiritual energy erupted in the entire classroom. The huge trees surrounded everyone and absorbed the spiritual energy in their bodies. The few students who managed to break free felt a black screen before their eyes and fell into a dead silent space. The only ones who could move freely were Xiao Feng and the deans of several major colleges. Xiao Feng collected all their ribbons and walked up to Yan Hua with a smile. How many credits are these worth? Speaker of the House of Representatives. No one knew what to say and could only glare at Yan Hua fiercely. Why did he say yes? It wasn't too long before the first-year students received a notice that the college competition would resume its usual first-year competition format. The culprit, Xiao Feng, received huge points and was permanently blacklisted. Originally, I thought it was unfair that Xiao Feng, as a first-year student, couldn't participate in the college competition, so I arranged a referee position for him. I didn't expect that even so, he could still cause trouble. Xiao Feng used the credits he had earned with great difficulty to redeem rewards. In addition to the magic core, there were many other supernatural props that Xiao Feng was very interested in, but the high prices always stopped him. This time, Xiao Feng made a lot of money again when he came to the credit exchange room. Wrap this page for me. The teacher on duty almost thought he had misheard. Normally, students would think carefully before buying something. There should be at least 20 or 30 items on one page, right? Are you sure? Then Xiao Feng actually pretended to be thinking, which made the teacher on duty breathe a sigh of relief. Then exchange all of this for me. Teacher on duty. But when he checked Xiao Feng's credits, it was indeed enough. The credit exchange room closed that afternoon. The reason is that the warehouse has run out of items and it will take a few days to restock. Xiao Feng looked at the supernatural props in his hand. These things were really convenient for people. Perspective eyes can gain vision within a certain range. Truth candy, you will tell the truth after eating it, but the side effect is diarrhea. Lucky stick, when you are lost or need to find someone, just throw the stick and you will find your target. But most of them are the magic cores of strange beasts. Exchange them all. Upon hearing this, the system was ecstatic. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,669,658 system points by exchanging magic cores. The magic cores accumulated during this period have reached a terrifying number when exchanged together. Adding the previous ones, there are already 2 million system points. Hurry, I want to exchange skills. The system opened the store and very considerately opened up skills for Xiao Feng that were all worth 2 million system points, not too much, not too little. Empty his last drop of system points. Shenwei 2 million system points. Isn't this selling for 1 million? And with a price increase? Who said that? Shenwei is sold separately. One is 1 million, so a pair is 2 million, right? And this is a spatial magic skill. Isn't the host tempted? Xiao Feng. I don't know if I'm moved or not, but I know that you won't give up until you've drained my system dry today. Then exchange for one, and then exchange for would release, Tree World Advent. After exchanging for another Eye of Kamui, Xiao Feng's Sharingan was forced into Mangekyo mode, and its shape also changed. One eye is still in the shape of a hexagram as before, but the other one has a sickle-like shape added to the hexagram, making the already complex kaleidoscope even more complex. According to the setting that the more complex the Mangekyo, the more powerful it is, then Xiao Feng's Mangekyo Sharingan is already top-notch. It's just that the process will be a little bit painful. Ah. You call that a little? Xiao Feng curled up on the ground, covering his changing Sharingan, and felt like his brain was about to split apart. Fortunately, it didn't last long. When Xiao Feng opened his eyes again, a pair of extremely strange and charming eyes appeared. One Shenwei is worth 1 million, the Tree World Descent is worth 500,000, and Xiao Feng exchanged the remaining 500,000 for many 5-element escape techniques. When Xiao Feng returned home, two people had been waiting for him for a long time. It was Jiang Yun with a sullen face and Xiaoya making faces at the side. I realized that I didn't realize your talent. A talent like you shouldn't stay in Kyoto. Jiang Yun stood up and slowly walked to Xiao Feng. Originally, as long as this kid kept quiet, he could let him live a good life. But this kid wants to piss me off to death. Xiaoya advised from the side, Xiao Feng is still young, it's normal for him to still play. Jiang Yun snorted. You've given me peace of mind. Jiang Yun took out a stone and placed it in front of Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng couldn't help but frown at this strange aura. Looks familiar, doesn't it? This was brought back from the demonic beast hillside. The thing inside has already escaped. Xiao Feng was shocked. Why was there no news about such an important matter? Look at what you've become. If the news gets out, won't Kyoto be in chaos? Alright, now I'm giving you two a mission. Find out where the evil beast has gone. Remember, you only need to find its specific location. I'm not 100% sure I can kill it, so just tell me when you find its location. Chapter 54, Tracking the Evil Beast. Please urge for more updates. After Jiang Yun left, Xiaoya stared at Xiao Feng. How much trouble have you been able to cause while I'm away? When I enrolled in school, Jiang Yun wasn't so helpless as to send me away from Kyoto. Xiao Feng shifted his gaze. I was assigned to a team very naturally, and then had a friendly chat with the sophomores. Xiaoya stared at him, as if saying, keep editing. Forget it, if that's the case, then let's go on a mission. It's a good opportunity for me to see if you've made any progress during this time. Xiaoya took Xiao Feng out of the city overnight. On the wall of Kyoto, Jiang Yun watched all this with his hands behind his back. Old Jiang, you're so willing to give me this. If I had such a precious disciple, I would definitely keep him by my side and train him to become a talented person. Shu Tian sat in the back holding a pot of old wine. His clothes were obviously inappropriate and no one knew where they came from. I don't want to either. The spiritual energy in this world is becoming more and more abundant. Although the human race's cultivation speed has also increased, the same is true for the exotic beasts. There are too few top-level human fighters now. If you hadn't been short of a suitable candidate back then, you wouldn't have forced your way through and ended up like this. Jiang Yun turned around and looked at Shu Tian with eyes full of apology. Hey, don't disgust me, you old man. I broke through voluntarily just to see the strength of the natural disaster realm. Jiang Yun stopped arguing with him. With Shu Tian's talent, it was only a matter of time for him to break through the natural disaster. That evil beast has been suppressed for hundreds of years, and after forcibly breaking through the seal, its strength is probably less than 1/10,000th of what it is today. That's why I'm confident they can go. Besides, that brat still has the jade stone that was once the power of my attack on him. Even the beasts in the natural disaster realm may not be able to harm him. Shu Tian sipped the old wine. How dare you, such a stingy bastard, give me that thing? You can only refine one a year. Why, I can't give it to my apprentice. Okay, that's great. Since we've been friends for so many years, can you give me one too? Shu Tian said in a humble manner. Jiang Yun. Roll. Field. Xiao Feng and the others entered the evil beast hillside area again, and the familiar feeling of spiritual energy suppression had loosened a lot. Is it because the evil god broke through the seal? The two came to the abyss, where the altar was. This place has long been dilapidated, and a creepy cold wind is blowing from the abyss. Which way should we chase? Xiaoya pondered for a while, and then began to think about which direction to go. Xiao Feng imitated a certain Ramon and took out a supernatural item from his pocket. Guiding stick. Xiaoya took a look and wondered if this thing was a prop from the Academy's warehouse. It is a magical item made for the lucky students of the special department, which can almost guarantee finding people when they are lost or looking for them. It was just left idle because it was expensive and had no use. Who would have thought that Xiao Feng would actually exchange it? But can the props used to find people really be used to find evil beasts? Xiao Feng threw the wooden stick casually, and it pointed in one direction. Let's go. We have no direction anyway, so let's just trust this prop for once. Xiao Feng summoned a wooden dragon and asked Xiaoya to stand on it and start searching in the forest. At the same time, a black shadow began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy with the help of the moonlight. Damn it! That seal is still devouring my strength. When I return to my peak, I will destroy your race and avenge you. At this time, a monkey in the control realm passed by and saw such a small strange beast and wanted to bully it. Die! The evil beast reduced the monkey to ashes with just a glance. This body is really a hindrance. My once majestic figure has actually shrunk. Under the moonlight, the evil beast's current appearance could finally be seen clearly. It is very short and looks like a husky cub. But the strength displayed is indeed terrifying. The evil beast quickly absorbed spiritual energy with the help of the moonlight. Otherwise, if it returned to the tribe in its current state, how would it compete for the throne? The other side. Xiao Feng drove to this forest following the clues of the guiding stick. Most of the strange beasts here seem to be at the control level. Is the evil beast really here? Xiaoya was also confused. After all, she had only heard about the guiding stick from others and didn't know its real effect. If she couldn't find the evil god's trace, it would be a wasted trip. Judging from the size of the seal, the demonic beast should be as tall as more than 10 stories high, but there's no trace of it anywhere along the way. Is this guiding stick malfunctioning? Achoo! The evil beast covered its nose with its front paws. Why was there such a disgusting smell approaching? And it feels a little familiar? Forget it, it's more important to recover my strength first. I can take advantage of the full moon night to better absorb spiritual energy. Chapter 55, Spirit Beast Mission. During the evil beast's cultivation, past memories also surfaced in its mind. They were originally exotic beasts that cultivated by absorbing spiritual energy in moonlight, but because their bodies were completely black, they were regarded as an ominous sign by other exotic beast groups. The evil beast was rejected by the entire tribe because of the white spots on its body when it was born, even though it was the descendant of the tribe's leader. The evil beast had great talent. By adulthood, he had already cultivated to the level of a natural disaster. However, because he desperately wanted to gain his father's recognition, he ran to the human territory and was suppressed and sealed by the powerful human at that time. This miserable beast life will change today. Just when the evil beast vowed to work hard to become the best beast. Strange, how did it bring us here? Could there be a malfunction? I don't know. After all, not many people have used this prop. I don't know if it's accurate. Forget it, let's go to the open space in front and take a rest. The evil beast's little brain was filled with anger. This is its territory. But when he felt Xiaoya's breath, he instantly wilted again. The forced breakthrough caused his strength to plummet, and now his strength is only below the transformation realm. I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly, and they even sent a girl from the realm to chase me. However, your biggest mistake is bringing a kid who is in the control realm. The evil beast believed that even if its strength plummeted, it was still invincible below the realm level. What's more, he is a human kid in the control realm. Xiaofeng and Xiaoya leaned against a big tree and planned to rest for a while before continuing on their journey. Then I'll go find something to eat, and you'll be in charge of making the fire. Xiaoya left to look for prey. Although exotic beasts could be eaten, the meat of most exotic beasts was particularly unpalatable, so she had to hunt more. Xiaofeng waved his hand casually. He thought that a fire escape would solve the problem in a while, so he might as well lie down for a while. The evil beast in the dark curled up its lips. God is really helping me. Leave this little devil behind, control him first, then sneak attack the little girl in the realm, and if I eat these two humans, my strength can be restored a little. The evil beast did what it said and walked towards Xiaofeng with a heartless pace. Look at me. Ant. The main ability of the evil beast is spiritual. Able to control all creatures that look into his eyes. Of course, the prerequisite is that you are weaker than him. Xiaofeng looked at the husky in front of him and spoke. If this happened in modern times, he would definitely be a big internet celebrity. Just as the evil beast was secretly rejoicing that it had accomplished something. Xiaofeng took out a bone from his bag. It should have belonged to some strange beast and was put into the system warehouse by the system. Stuffed the bone into the evil beast's mouth. Here you go play. Evil beast? Why is this human not controlled by me? Oh. The evil beast widened its eyes again and stared into Xiaofeng's eyes, but the other party still showed no signs of being controlled. How could that be? One isn't enough to satisfy you? You're so greedy, just like that bastard system. Then he took out the second bone. Snap. The evil beast bit off the bone in its mouth with one bite. No creature has ever dared to treat me like this. Did you finish eating so soon? Seeing that he finished the bone in one bite, Xiaofeng thought the child was starving, so he quickly took out another bone from the warehouse and stuffed it into his mouth. Eat slowly, as much as you can. Evil beast. If I don't show my power, you think I'm a husky. Aren't you? The scene became awkward for a moment before Xiaofeng reacted. You can talk. Isn't it said that only those with supernatural powers at the realm level can speak human language? This era. System, identification. Name, Evil Beast. Level, Mastery Level 9 recovering from damage. Race, Moondog Clan. Introduction, the Prince of the Moondog Clan, but because of his spots, he is not welcomed by his clan. The Moondog Clan possesses a powerful mind control ability, which allows them to manipulate others by looking at them, turning them into puppets for their own use. Is this husky in front of me an evil beast? And still so weak? System, are you kidding me? Have you ever seen me make a mistake? His body shape has changed only because his strength has been damaged. When he recovers to the natural disaster realm, you will know how terrifying he is. Found a contractable summoning beast. Release quest, contract the demonic beast to be the host's first summoned beast. Completion reward, 1 world map fragment. Does the world map still need fragments? Tisk, host, you've been here for so long and you still haven't noticed anything wrong with this world? Forget it, I'll tell you after you complete your mission. Xiaofeng exchanged for the telepathy technique a long time ago, but he never used it. Could it be that he hasn't yet obtained a telepathic beast by contracting with the exotic beasts in this world? Suddenly, Xiaofeng looked at the evil beast as if he was seeing a big walking piece of gold. I just want to give this stray dog a warm home. The evil beast also found that something was wrong. Why was this human not under its control? Could it be that his ability is psychic? The evil beast secretly thought that it had miscalculated. If it was a human with psychic abilities, he would be naturally resistant, so it was reasonable for him to be able to resist the mental control of his current strength. It would be bad if that human woman came back. The evil beast changed direction and began to flee in the opposite direction. Now that you're here, don't run away. Would release, tree world arrives. Huge trees emerged from the ground, covering an area of several miles. The ground also turned into the huge trunks of trees. Is this the world tree? The evil beast couldn't help but wonder why there was such a big tree. Even if I restored my original form, it wouldn't be this big. I only heard from my father that there is a world tree on the other side of Blue Star, and that their ancestors once bit off the roots of the world tree. Evil beast, come out and fight. The evil beast was hiding in the dark. How did he recognize me? And what the hell is going on with those 10 wooden giants standing behind you when you're fighting one-on-one? Xiaofeng waved his hand, and the wood giants began to attack without range to force out the evil beast. Seeing that escape was impossible, the evil beast also stood up. Human. I lost this time, but even if you can kill one of me, there will be thousands and thousands of me left. You will never be able to kill all of my Moondog clan. Snap. A branch not far from the evil beast transformed into a palm and slapped him. Judging from the movements of Xiaofeng's hands not far away, it was not difficult to tell that it was him who did it. One of the smaller wooden figures gently pinched the evil beast with 2 fingers and led it towards Xiaofeng. This time, Xiaofeng and the evil beast met eyes, and the beast's deep eyes stared at him. Then calm yourself down first. Chapter 56 The First Spiritual Beast, Yue Ming. The evil beast trembled its body and curled up into a small ball. No one knew what kind of inhuman torture its little heart had just experienced. Devil! How dare you do this to a beast? Xiaofeng. I don't care, you have to be responsible for me. Please don't say things that could be misunderstood. I just locked you up in a dark room for 2.5 hours. When the evil beast heard this, it became even more excited. How dare you say that? When we, the Moondog clan, perform mind control, we directly wipe out the other party's consciousness without leaving them with even a trace of pain. You just tortured me for 2.5 hours. And during this time, you even took my body. Xiaofeng clenched his fists. Bang! The evil beast covered its head and screamed, how could you abuse a contracted beast like that? Who told you to say something so easily misunderstood? Be quiet when Xiaoye comes back. The evil beast turned its head away, acting like a proud king. This human's mental control is so powerful that even I, a member of the Moondog clan, cannot avoid being pulled into an illusion. There was only nothingness in that illusion, no color, no sound, and no objects other than oneself. Just when the evil beast thought it was going to die, a mean voice suddenly came. Congratulations to Mr. Xiesho for becoming Xiaofeng's spirit beast. No matter life, old age, sickness, or death, we will be together forever. When returning to reality, the evil beast felt that there was an extra restraint on the source of his life. If Xiaofeng died, he would die as well. But if he died, Xiaofeng's spiritual energy would at most be damaged. In short, unfair terms. Although this unequal contract required the blood and essence of an evil beast to agree to, he would never have agreed to it under normal circumstances. However, it seemed that during the time he was trapped in the illusion, he had already done everything he should have done. Although I don't know what a spirit beast is, it should be similar to the skills of the human beastmaster profession. But haven't I heard that it can kill its master? Why does my head get splitting with pain whenever I grin at Xiaofeng? At this time, Xiaoya also came back, carrying a huge chicken leg behind her. This is the leg of a bird-type monster in the transformation realm, but because it was too huge, Xiaoya only brought back one leg. When she saw the huge trees growing in the open space, she felt something was wrong. Xiaofeng. When he arrived under the tree, Xiaofeng had already started a fire. The only difference was that there was a dog next to it? Sister Ye is back? The mission is completed, we can go back to Kyoto. Xiaoya was puzzled. Wasn't it to find the traces of the evil beast? How did it end? Here, evil beast. Xiaofeng pointed at the husky lying flat on the ground with its tongue hanging out and a look of intelligence on its face. You said he is an evil beast? How is that possible? How could the strange aura she felt on the evil beast hill be caused by such a stupid and cute creature? Hey, human, why is there no awe in your eyes towards this king? The evil beast had just spoken when Xiaofeng kicked it dozens of meters away. I told you to be quiet in front of Xiaoya, but you are even more arrogant? Xiaoya also covered her head and couldn't accept the reality for a while. The powerful beast that once caused Kyoto to panic has now become like this? This also. Tie pants are hot. Xiaoya stepped forward and hugged the evil beast. She had always wanted to raise a small animal, but because of the revival of spiritual energy, all animals turned into strange beasts. Raise a small strange beast in the awakening state? Too weak and without wisdom. However, powerful and intelligent beasts must be at least in the transformation realm or even the domain realm, so this plan has never been implemented. I can't believe the evil beast has degenerated into this state. Xiaoya hugged the evil beast tightly. Stop. I'm suffocating. The evil beast broke free from Xiaoya's death embrace. Human women were too terrifying. Especially those two weapons on their chests. Were these weapons developed by humans specifically to deal with alien beasts? The evil beast came to a conclusion that this human woman was very dangerous. Xiaoya didn't care about that. When she saw the evil beast running away, she pounced on it again. So soft. Hey, stop it. Not there. Xiaofeng looked at the scene with a sad look in his eyes. Feel my pain. While the evil beast was playing with Xiaoya, Xiaofeng roasted the giant bird leg. The two men ate the meat, and the evil beast ate the bones. I've already told you I'm not a dog, I'm from the Moondog clan. If you give me another bone, I'll turn on you. Xiaofeng opened the Sharingan. Can you try saying that again? Master, this bone is so delicious, I love to eat it. The beast has to bow its head under the eaves. When I recover my strength, I will swallow you first. Unexpectedly, they completed the task so easily. They immediately decided to go home, hoping that they could catch up with tomorrow's morning class. Kyoto Academy. The entire school ushered in a rare quiet and peaceful day. Zhang Yun sat in the office, holding up a cup of 1982 brand green tea and taking a sip. Comfortable. Old man Jiang. Xiaofeng rode the wooden dragon straight towards Zhang Yun's office. Puff. Zhang Yun quickly used the screen to block Xiaofeng outside, otherwise his small office would be in danger. Didn't I ask you to track the evil beast and look for clues about him? Why are you back again? It's only been such a short time, I'm afraid he is already back after just running around the evil beast mountain. Xiaofeng mentioned the evil beast and said to Zhang Yun, not only did I find it, I also captured it. Zhang Yun was stunned. He put down the teacup in his hand and walked outside. He came to the wooden faucet and carefully observed this husky. You call this an evil beast? The book records that the evil beast is as tall as your wooden giant. Because the evil beast was sealed too long ago, even Zhang Yun had never seen the true form of the evil beast with his own eyes. He only knew that it was an extremely powerful and evil beast. What are you looking at? Look at me again. I'll pop your eyeballs out. Zhang Yun was also stunned by the sudden human speech. This strange beast was only at the control realm, how could it speak? And you all keep calling me an evil beast or something, but I do have a name. I'm Yue Ming, the son of the Moondog clan's leader. Zhang Yun stroked his beard. He had heard of the name Moondog clan before. That race was a neutral existence among the alien beasts and was not the mortal enemy of the human race. But this appearance cannot be associated with an evil beast in any way. Xiaoya, tell me, is it an evil beast? I don't know either, but Xiaoya truthfully recounted what happened last night. Guiding stick. I can't believe that there are actually people who go back to redeem that thing. Do you have so many credits that you have no place to use them? For safety reasons, bring him here so I can do a security check. If he passes, he'll stay with you. Of course, if Jiangyan finds that his hatred for the human race has reached an irreconcilable level, he will also take action. It is better to eliminate him now than to have a powerful enemy later. Chapter 57 The Secret of the World. Xiaofeng had no idea about the content of the test, but Jiangyan's eyes were not very pleasant when he returned Yuming. What did he test you for? Yuming turned his head away impatiently. Why should I tell you? The next second, Xiaofeng handed Yuming to Xiaoya, letting her knead it as she pleased. Oh no! I was wrong, save me. He just asked me about the outside world. The outside world? Come to think of it, didn't the system say before that you can get a map fragment by completing the task? Where's my reward? Rewards have been placed in the warehouse. Xiaofeng took it out and examined it, and found that it was a very old scroll, as if it would turn into ashes with just the slightest force. Item name, World Map Fragment 1. Young man, are you eager to understand the world? This map will make you realize your insignificance. Speaking of which, the map of China has always been vague. Although it is similar to the Dragon Kingdom area in the previous life, many places have been occupied by nature. The map Xiaofeng obtained was a map of northern China. The huge Kyoto was just a small dot on this map? The blue planet has expanded hundreds of times since you last stayed there, and the rate of expansion is still increasing as the spiritual energy recovers. Is this world a living being? Yes and no. You'll have to find the answer yourself in the future. You won't grow if you always rely on this system. Just as Xiaofeng was carefully observing the map in his hand. Where did you get that thing from? Yuming rushed over with his tail wagging, looking like he wanted to snatch it away. However, Xiaofeng would not let him succeed. When Yuming's mouth was about to touch the map, he suddenly retracted it and put it back into the system warehouse. Do you know what this map is used for? Nonsense. Our tribe also has a piece of this thing, and my father has always regarded it as a treasure. Legend has it that whichever tribe collects all the fragments can unlock the secrets of Blue Star and become its ruler. Xiaofeng had an expression of sudden enlightenment. So this is what was happening. Then I can't give it to you. Yuming was so angry that his teeth were about to break. He must hurry to recover his strength and then swallow this guy in one bite. The college competition returned to its previous format due to Xiaofeng's operation. Originally, Jiang Yun wanted to get rid of him and hold a normal college competition quietly. Unexpectedly, this guy came back that night. The next day, at the competition venue, all the students from the college were standing below. Jiang Yun stood up and walked over. According to convention, he, as the principal, had to say a few words. Now, let me say a few words. First, our school has always upheld the fine tradition of strength first, friendship second. If anyone is caught letting someone down, they will be severely punished by the entire faculty and staff behind me. All the students jumped to look and saw that the people led by Yanhua had already started to clench their fists. How could they still be qualified as teachers? Second, you can use items. On the battlefield, the enemy won't give you a fair shake, so use whatever trump cards you have. This ranking will determine how you fare in my mind. If you want me to remember you, then perform well. Following Jiang Yun's speech, the first-year students' emotions reached a climax. First battle, Combat Team 1 vs Psychic Item Team 3. Suyi wore black and white chess pieces on his head and acted as the referee. After all, there were only him and Xiaofeng in the referee team. Of course Xiaofeng didn't dare to use it again, so Suyi was the referee for every game of this college competition. The game begins. As Suyi swung his chess piece, the students of the combat department used their most powerful moves to try to destroy the opponent in one fell swoop. Humph, I guess that those monkeys who only knew how to use brute force only knew this one trick. Activate the aura shield. The 5 members of the Super Power Props team pressed a button on a prop, and a powerful barrier appeared to protect them. So what if we have tools? They're nothing but scum under our ultimate power. On the stage, Shi Yi, the dean of the School of Supernatural Props, taunted Yanhua, how did you manage this class of students? They couldn't even spot such a low-level trap? Stop yelling. You guys who deal in supernatural props only know how to invent disgusting props and use them to disgust your own people. Shi looked proud. For them, the developers, the more difficult their enemies decide their item is, the more successful it is. Okay, stop arguing, the results are out. On the stage, the students of the combat department also discovered one thing, that is, why the spiritual energy they consumed when using their supernatural powers was much greater than before. Moreover, an item that can defend against so many supernatural bombardments must consume a lot of energy. Why is it still there after being attacked for so long? At this time, several students from the Department of Supernatural Props who were playing Landlord also reacted. They took off their backpacks, smiled evilly, and took out a banner from them. This aura-absorbing shield absorbs enemy aura for defense, and also feeds some of that energy back to teammates. It's only 98,000 now. You can buy one and take it home. The corner of Yen Lin's mouth twitched. Only students from the Supernatural Props department could do the job of advertising at the college competition. After all, they were the poorest among the departments. The funds spent every day on developing new props are like a waterfall, so Chi-E allows everyone to set up stalls freely to start a business or work, and strongly supports this kind of advertising behavior. Old Yen, do you want to buy a few sets? Roll. Okay, 10 sets, right? Yen Hua? Okay, stop arguing. You're already grown up, and you're still letting students laugh at you? Yen Lin stopped the two and began to look forward to the next game. Next is Support Team 1 versus Combat Team 3. Following Suye's battle instructions, the two sides did not engage in a fierce battle. Miss Lu, you'd better surrender. I can't afford to compensate you if I hurt you. The students from the combat department all showed sarcastic smiles. What kind of combat ability could the girls from the auxiliary department have? Give her face, she is the school belle and the eldest lady. If you don't give face, you will be a flower with no fighting power and can only rely on others to survive. Xiaofeng stood on the outer viewing platform, holding his face and watching everything on the stage with interest. Not bad, you've already learned this trick. Lulu stood there with her hands behind her back. Her gorgeous princess dress made the other side think that these so-called young ladies were just there for the formality. If you want us to let them off the hook, that's impossible. You heard what the dean said just now, so don't make things difficult for us. Lulu performed a princess bow very gracefully. Yes, so we won't let the water go. Chapter 58. It's that expression. Ha 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 ha. You let me? Lulu pulled out a folding fan from somewhere and fanned it gently. In an instant, the surroundings were covered with yellow pollen. When? Lulu gently covered his mouth and nose with a folding fan. This powder is not suitable for girls. When Lulu went on stage, he had already scattered the seeds of the mist flower and then used the wood-type ability to stimulate its growth. The first rule of the battlefield is that there are no rules. As long as you can defeat your opponent, you can survive gracefully even by the most despicable means. Little did he know that Xiaofeng's words in the wild had a huge impact on Lulu's life. The combat-type people inhaled the fog, which could be resisted by the auxiliary-type wind blowing away or the healing-type excitement. But this year's college competition has no auxiliary support. Because they all stood opposite each other. Unfortunately, this method can only be used once, because Lulu and others' display of weakness will make the other party relax their vigilance to be effective. Once they are discovered and the mist flower is destroyed in advance, it will be ineffective. Lulu made a ye gesture towards Yen Lin on the stage, because this method was told to her by Dean Yen Lin last night. Then he saw Xiaofeng in the distance, and instantly became as excited as a child. He didn't care about his elegant posture just now, and stretched out his arms and waved them wildly. Master, I win. Xiaofeng smiled faintly and nodded in response. Lulu's wood talent is a level, which is not weak, and he has also learned some of Xiaofeng's wood escape skills. This year's college competition is quite exciting to watch. However, these have nothing to do with Xiaofeng. After all, this is the first time that a first-year student has been directly banned since the school was founded. So this time Xiaofeng could only watch as a spectator. When the auxiliary class team came on the field again, the students from other colleges were all facing a formidable enemy, because the skills they displayed with their special abilities broke their common sense. Why would a healing nurse go up with a stick and shoot someone in the head? Can water-type supports and earth-type supports use combo skills? What the hell is Huanquan's? Why can't I move at all? And this wind element, her healing wind, is actually laced with poison. Is this still an auxiliary? It's the living king of hell. On the stage, Yan Lin was very satisfied. Because of her team adjustments, the auxiliary class has a very high level of team tacit understanding and can even release some combination skills. The effect is very good. Yan Lin, your auxiliary class is playing like this, can we still fight openly? Yan Hua and others were all glaring with anger. This auxiliary class was almost becoming the old 6th class. I think what Lulu said just now makes a lot of sense. On the battlefield, will your opponent lay down their weapons and fight you hand to hand? Or do you think you can let those beasts fight you one-on-one? Yan Hua suddenly became speechless. But this is not the same thing. How can it be the same thing? Kyoto Academy only cultivates talents, no matter what aspect. This is what the first principal left behind. So, do you feel ashamed to lose to a group of weak girls in the auxiliary class? Then isn't it embarrassing for you grown men to surround me like this? Several people lowered their heads, not daring to look at Yan Lin. He was so embarrassed that he didn't even have a chance to refute. Yan Lin packed up and left. There were 25 teams in the auxiliary class today. Although only half of the teams advanced, they had to know who they were competing with. They are the most talented among the young generation of China. Anyone picked out from the combat department is at level 8 awakening. It was beyond Yan Lin's expectation that half of them could advance. Backstage, the girls who advanced were cheering, and some were comforting those who didn't advance. Lulu, you have the best chance of winning among us, so you must keep up the good work. Let them know that our auxiliary class isn't just free labor carrying backpacks. Lulu nodded, but at the same time he was also looking for a figure in the crowd. Didn't he come? Alright, everyone, be quiet. Now go back and have a good rest and prepare for tomorrow's game. When everyone saw Yan Lin coming, they all surrounded him. Teacher, this wooden stick of yours is so useful for hitting my head. Yeah, we didn't know these combo skills before. Yan Lin smiled slightly. Looking at these children, it was as if he saw his former self and his former friends. She also thought about changing the status of the auxiliary department, but obviously she did not succeed. This time, maybe it really. It seems like everyone is very happy now. Do you want to be happier? Everyone turned around and saw Xiaofeng appearing there without anyone noticing. There is also a husky next to my feet. Coach. Master. All the girls gathered around, wishing that everyone could take a turn to have some affection. If other male Buddhist monks saw this, they would probably bite their back teeth to pieces. Dozens of school beauties are only surrounding one person, and this person acts as if this is not my original intention. Tisk, all human women are like this. Yu Ming at his feet had already dodged to avoid hurting innocent people. In addition to the restrictions of Xiaofeng's contract, he was also forced to bear a restriction not to harm humans when he met Jiang Yun. As the saying goes, a beast under the eaves has to bow its head, so Yu Ming can only be forced to accept it and wait until his strength recovers before breaking through these two restrictions. Master, I miss you so much. Lulu rushed out from the crowd and jumped onto Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng subconsciously caught Lulu's thigh with his hand, and Lulu took this opportunity to hook Xiaofeng's neck, causing a commotion around. Wow! Lulu's pretty face turned red, and she realized that her behavior was a bit extreme, and then she felt embarrassed. I'm so excited. Xiaofeng spread his hands helplessly, then rubbed Lulu's head. Good luck in the game. After saying this casually, Xiaofeng went to find Yan Lin. He came here for an important matter. How could it be just to pick up girls? But what Lulu heard was different. She covered her head with her hands where Xiaofeng had rubbed it, and her face was almost red. The girls nearby also understood what this expression meant and started to make a fuss. On the other side, Yan Lin saw Xiaofeng coming and wondered why this kid was here. Teacher Yan, can I ask you something? What's up? Do you know the secret of this world? In the office, Yan Lin and Xiaofeng were alone together. How did you know that? Less than 10 people in the human race know about the changes that have taken place on Blue Star. People live in the walled cities, and it is difficult for them to survive. If they were told what is happening on Blue Star at this moment, they would know what they will face. Then the chaotic world will break out completely. Seeing Yan Lin so serious, Xiaofeng took out the fragment of the world map he had obtained before. How come you have this thing? Chapter 59 The Truth of the World. Isn't this just a map? Xiaofeng looked left and right but couldn't see anything special about this map fragment. Does it count as having a particularly strong taste? Yan Lin took a deep breath. This thing is a map drawn by the strongest people of all races on Blue Star when the spiritual energy revived. This map absorbs the essence of Blue Star. Theoretically, this map is the key to unlocking Blue Star. Key? The map was divided into 10 pieces by the 10 most powerful races at the time. Now the human race only has one piece, which is in Jiang Yun's hands. So where did this piece of yours come from? Yan Lin was slightly excited. This map was also the key to changing the future of humanity. Xiaofeng said casually, I picked it up on the roadside. Yan Lin. You told me you picked up such an important thing on the roadside? Why don't you pick up 2 pieces? Since he didn't want to say, Yan Lin didn't ask anymore. Anyway, this thing is very important, give it to Jiang Yun now. After all, Principal Xiaofeng is in control of the realm, and such an important thing is not as safe in his hands as in Jiang Yun's hands. Oh. Xiaofeng agreed and left. This surprised Yan Lin. When did he become so obedient? After leaving the office, the girls saw Xiaofeng coming back, so they let go of Yu Ming and continued to surround Xiaofeng. Yu Ming fell to the ground with his tongue hanging out. Those human women are so scary. My whole body is almost bald from being rubbed, and I don't know which damn guy just flicked my balls. Leave Yu Ming. After hearing this, Xiaofeng still lay on the ground and was lazy. Even if there was a place of peace and tranquility, he couldn't do this. It was too depraved. Yu Ming said. You are so noble. You come into the office and leave me alone to deal with so many women. After leaving, Xiaofeng went straight home. Give the things to Jiang Yun? Are you kidding? There is no way you can spit out the meat you have already put into your mouth. At home. Jiang Yun sat on the sofa with a swagger, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Breaking into a private house, believe it or not, I'll sue you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun leaned back on the sofa. He said arrogantly, where are you going to sue me? Whether it is the school, the military or the official, the ultimate boss is Jiang Yun. Have you seen the success of Aunt's lawsuit against Lao Ma? Xiaofeng was silent for a while, and finally handed over the map fragment resignedly. It must be Yan Lin who told him secretly. Although I can't find out how you got this thing, I'm not here to ask for your things. Isn't it? Even though you don't want to tell me where the things come from, I came here just to ask you a question. Jiang Yun sat up seriously and looked into Xiaofeng's eyes. Although he knew that this kid's eyes were weird, his absolute strength was his confidence. You are on the side of the human race, right? In an instant, Xiaofeng only heard the sound of fighting in his ears, and the scene in front of him changed into a fierce battlefield. Not only the human race, but many races that Xiaofeng had never seen before were fighting and biting each other like that. The human side could only stand in a corner and defend their position. In an instant, Xiaofeng's whole body was drenched in cold sweat. I, who possess the Sharingan, was pulled into an illusion. This isn't an illusion, but a real scene condensed from my murderous aura. That's the truth of this world. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, all creatures on Blue Planet have undergone mutations, and the human race has also gained superpowers. Since then, all races on Blue Planet have begun to compete for supremacy on Blue Planet. The human race is no longer the overlord of Blue Planet. But aren't the human race's cities spread across every corner of China? That's true, but do you know how the tall walls surrounding each city were built? They weren't built by humans themselves, and they built a circle. Xiaofeng's eye sockets widened. Humans, are they kept as pets? Although Jiang Yun was heartbroken, he couldn't change the fact. On the surface, the human race is indeed glamorous, but there are still 9 races that stand above the human race. Although the 10 races were the 10 overlords of Blue Star at the time, with the fall of the human race's strongmen, the human race gradually became a captive existence. They are still sleeping, but now that the spiritual energy of Blue Star has revived, I'm afraid it won't be long before they wake up one by one. Xiaofeng stood there in a daze, obviously unable to accept this reality. Could those beast god cults be? Yes, the beast god worshipped by the beast god cult is the exotic beast from those 9 races. Although we want to annihilate them all, every time someone discovers a clue and immediately switches sides. Jiang Yun sighed helplessly. He was observing Xiaofeng's every move. Although he thought it was impossible for Xiaofeng to defect to the other side, he had experienced too many betrayals. Can you tell me their strength? Jiang Yun smiled faintly. He did not see any timidity in Xiaofeng's eyes. On the contrary, there was a look that he liked. Once, the look in my eyes when I was young. The 9 major tribes are actually not that different from the human race. The only flaw is that their tribe leaders are beings in the God's Wrath realm. God's Wrath realm? Yes, the realm above natural disasters is the wrath of God. They claim to be gods and want to bring salvation to all living beings. Zhang Yan sneered, they're just a bunch of false gods. Redemption? It's just a conspiracy. At that time, the strongest of the human race fell, and many mid-level fighters went to accept their so-called salvation, but the result was that no one survived. It was also from that time that the human race gradually fell into a disadvantage. Yuri Weming is from the Moondog clan among the 9 clans. However, the Moondog clan's territory is on Crescent Moon Mountain, and they are not mortal enemies with the human race. Xiao Feng looked down and found that Yu Ming had already fainted. This secret conversation must not be known to any third being, because I intend to give this thing to you. Zhang Yun took out a piece of debris from his arms. Was it another fragment of the map of Blue Star? You are. Everyone knows that I am the strongest of the human race, and they all expect that the thing must be in my hands, even within the human race. Xiao Feng understood instantly. There is a spy among the human race as high-ranking officials. I understand. I have handed the things to you. Please keep them well. Xiao Feng took the map very sensibly and put it into the system warehouse. Zhang Yun nodded in satisfaction. Speaking of which, I haven't taught you properly since I accepted you as my apprentice. Come on, I'll give you some special training today. Xiao Feng was speechless. Then could you please turn off the pressure from the natural disaster realm? I can't even fucking move. Chapter 60 Growing Up. Xiao Feng cursed and lay down in the bathroom. Even after using the automatic repair function of the would escape immortal technique, he still felt very painful. That old guy said he could only use the strength of the transformation realm at most, but that last attack was definitely the power of the domain realm. On the other side, Zhang Yun was watching Xiao Feng taking a bath not far away. Don't get me wrong, his orientation is normal. There are so many secrets in Xiao Feng's body. After practicing with him for an entire afternoon, he always felt that Xiao Feng still had some hidden cards that he hadn't used yet. He is the strongest man in China. Even if I lower my strength to fight him, he still dares not use his full strength. Moreover, his skeleton is also very strange. The power of the transformation realm can basically not hurt him. Only the power of the domain realm can make him vomit a liter of blood. From various phenomena, it can be seen that Xiao Feng is indeed a human being, not a spy sent by the alien beast. However, it is always incredible that a person with average talent can suddenly gain amazing talent and strength. Oh no, that girl Xia is back. If he knew that Xiao Feng was beaten like that by me, he would definitely come and fight me. Slip away. The moment Xia walked into the house, she smelled a strong smell of blood. She often carried out reconnaissance missions in the wild and was very sensitive to this kind of smell. In addition, there were obvious signs of fighting in the yard. Could it be that someone attacked? Oh no, Xiao Feng. Xia entered the house and found that the only noise was in the bathroom, so she rushed in without thinking. Wash, 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 wash until it's white and bright. Xiao Feng had recovered at this time thanks to Hashirama's would release Senjutsu's abnormal treatment. I have to say that this is an extremely perverted magical skill. Basically, with this skill, as long as you are not killed instantly or your head is not chopped off directly, you can survive as long as you have a breath left. After my injury healed, I decided to take a shower. I was covered in blood. Just then. Click. The door suddenly opened. Xiao Feng. At this time, Xiao Feng was washing his hair, so he had both hands on his head. Xiaoya's eyes unconsciously looked down a little bit. Then closed the door as quickly as possible. Only Xiao Feng was left with an empty look in his eyes, and he didn't react even when the hot water poured over him. Outside, Xiaoya's face was red, and her mind was still unconsciously recalling the scene just now. Growing up. The next day. Xiao Feng got up late as usual. He was not participating in the college competition anyway, so why should he get up so early? On the table on the first floor there was a plate of fried eggs, a glass of milk and a note. Xiao Feng, I'm going out on a mission. Remember to eat breakfast. Xiao Feng chewed the food and thought about what happened in the bathroom yesterday. Cough cough cough. Choked on milk. When I entered the academy, the college competition had already divided the top 18 teams, and only 3 teams were left in the auxiliary class. Yan Lin was naturally very happy about this achievement. But Xiaofeng pulled the three teams aside and talked about some unknown topics. One of the girls blushed. Isn't this bad? What's the big deal? The principal said we have to do whatever it takes to win. You have this advantage, why not make good use of it? Besides, the opponent's level is generally higher than yours, so it's reasonable for us to exploit a few loopholes in the rules, right? Several people agreed, but Lulu gritted his teeth and refused to agree no matter what. Xiaofeng spread his hands helplessly and sat in the audience. Now, support Team 7 versus Combat Team 14. Suyi became more and more proficient in his refereeing work. After waving the flag, he would quickly run off the stage to avoid hurting innocent people. The students of the combat department have long been smart, and they know they cannot be soft-hearted when fighting against the support department. With their level advantage, they can basically win by fighting head-on. At this moment, the 5 members of support Team 7 unzipped their shirts. 5 different styles of swimsuits are included. Not only the combat teams, but even the audience on the stage roared out in an atavistic cry. Xiaofeng smiled. I knew it would suit her very well. Not bad, that one is developing very well too. The system can't stand it anymore. I didn't expect you to be so perverted. I really misjudged you, host. What are you talking about? You can't appreciate this kind of beauty from a system alone. It's superficial. You only see the appearance. What I admire is their willingness to let go of their usual reserve for victory. That kind of inner beauty that yearns for victory. System. I understand the logic, so could you please wipe the saliva from the corner of your mouth? Even the people in the audience look like that, not to mention the people on the stage. They are not like Huang Xiaoquan, a playboy who has no shortage of women around him. On the contrary, in order to improve their strength, they spend all their time on training. He is at the age of full of vigor and vitality, and has never been in contact with women of that level. In addition, the people in front of him are all school beauties. One of them couldn't help it and a warm stream spurted out of his nose. Eliminate one person. Several members of the auxiliary team took this opportunity to act quickly, wanting to get rid of the opponent in the shortest time possible. Several members of the combat team focused their minds and dodged, but as they attacked, the fairyland-like existence also shook. He was so distracted that he forgot to dodge and was knocked out of the field. Several of them did the same, but they all had smiles on their faces when they were knocked away. Seeing that the game was over, the girls quickly put on their coats. Suyi then slowly walked onto the stage, and one could see that his nose was blocked by 2 balls of paper. The quarterfinals were won by support Team 7. After Suyi's announcement, the others finally reacted. A group of supports with an average awakening level of 6 defeated a combat team with an average awakening level of 8? Unbelievable. No one had ever thought that people from the auxiliary academy could enter the quarterfinals, not to mention that they had only awakened to level 6 with the average strength of the team. Yan Lin, this is the good student you handed over. Yan Hua couldn't contain his anger, so he released his special ability and smashed the wall into pieces with one palm. Yan Lin also roughly understood that this was another bad idea given to them by Xiaofeng. Although it was useful, it was indeed. Why, I'm not dead yet, you want to go to heaven? Zhang Yun appeared next to the deans at some point. When Yan Hua saw Zhang Yun, he was like a little devil seeing the king of hell, and the fireworks instantly died down. Destroying school property will result in a fine of 3 months' salary. After Zhang Yun spoke, Yan Hua didn't dare to say anything else. A wall is worth 3 months' salary for a dean like him? No, he was speaking up for Yan Lin. I said it before the match, as long as I can win without harming the opponent's life, I can use any means. But there are no such young girls among the strange beasts. Yan Hua grumbled like a wronged child. When Zhang Yun glared at him, Yan Hua immediately found a corner to face the wall. There are none among the strange beasts, but they do have beings that can use illusions. If they can't even resist this little temptation, what can they use to block the strange beast's illusions? Chapter 61. A small wish. Please urge me to update and comment. The battles of the other teams were also going on one by one, but when it was the turn of the next auxiliary team, their opponents happened to be facing the supernatural props team. Those guys were wearing 3D glasses that automatically blurred the images. Combined with some other strange props, it didn't take long to win. Students from Combat Team 14 said, I won the game, but missed the paradise on Earth. Finally, it was the turn of the team led by Lulu, a student of Combat Team 3. They bought a few pairs of mosaic glasses from the people in the supernatural props class, so they were not afraid at all. You support department guys, that's all you dare to do, right? You're truly a bunch of shameless bastards. Lulu clenched her fists. She hadn't originally intended to rely on that tactic, but she was still very angry when she heard someone say that. Use tactical D. Lulu said softly. The other 4 people understood. This tactic was what they had discussed and they had not intended to use it. However, they were also angry about what the other party had said just now. Yuani carried a large number of seeds on his body, and with the help of other wind-type teammates, he quickly jumped to a very high height. Throw the seed in your hand like a hidden weapon. Defense. The combat students thought the opponent's posture was a feint and took defensive positions. But when the seed hits you, it doesn't seem to hurt much? Lulu clasped his fingers together, and a green spiritual energy connected the seeds, quickly forming purple-red vines. That's the vampire vine. In this world, not only animals are affected, but plants as well. These plant seeds are like the eggs of strange beasts, still in the incubation stage, and Lulu's spiritual energy is their growth agent. The seeds of the vampire vine are indeed difficult to obtain, but who is Lulu? For the jewel in the crown of China's richest man, this kind of thing is just 2 more days' pocket money. The blood-sucking vines found their targets and wrapped around the combat students, starting to bite their arms and suck their blood. The vines contained paralyzing thorns, and the movements of the few people slowed down instantly. Get the props! Lulu snapped his fingers, and the little girl behind him began to take out a rocket launcher? The weak girl's space ability is not combat-related, so it can only be used to store props. Several of them do not have much combat power, so the rocket launcher can make up for this mistake to a certain extent. Dean Yang, I remember that thing was your new invention last month, right? Only Yang Yongxin, as the dean of the Department of Supernatural Props, can create such a perverted thing. Ha ha ha, it's all for a living. There's nothing she can do about it, it's because her father gave her too much. Don't worry, the one in her hand has reduced power. It can only release power around level 2, so there's no need to worry about students dying. At this time, Yan Hua, who was standing in the corner, didn't he know what to say. He was suffering, so why were his students suffering too? Boom! As the rocket launcher was fired, several people were entangled by the vampire vines and had no time to dodge, and there was a huge explosion. The medical team arrived. I declare that support team 1 wins. Oh! They won! Compared to the previous victory based on skills, Lulu and her team are more worthy of cheers. Xiaofeng also smiled outside the court. It seemed that they had grown a lot during this period of time. Next, let us take a little revenge. The voices of those people in the combat team were not concealed, and Xiaofeng was not far away so he could hear them clearly. When we found a few people, they were already lying on stretchers. Who are you? Several people asked incoherently. I'm here to send my blessings. Xiaofeng opened his Sharingan and cast an illusion on several people. They probably won't be able to sleep in the next few days. As soon as they fall asleep, they will automatically enter Xiaofeng's fantasy space and be chased by a powerful monster. Helping them exercise in their sleep, isn't that sending warmth? Xiaofeng was almost moved by himself. All the top 8 teams have been announced, and 2 teams from the auxiliary departments have advanced. This is a milestone for auxiliary departments across the country. Coupled with the popularity of Kyoto Academy, the battle footage of the auxiliary department of Kyoto Academy was soon posted on the internet. Fuck, if you switch to this style of fighting, I want to be defeated too. I'm a professional, visually, 92, 61, 93. The person above is awesome. He must have read at least 2,000 movies, right? I have a friend who. Stop talking, didn't you watch the next scene? It was awful. They even used bazookas. What do you know? If you die at the hands of a goddess, your ashes will smell fragrant. Awesome. Awesome. In the afternoon, Lulu found Xiaofeng. Master, why can't I use your wooden dragon and wooden man? Those skills seem so cool. Lulu's eyes were shining with gold, and he looked very expectant. Although he had learned simple cuttings and wood ingot wall making, he was still very envious of Xiaofeng's wooden dragon. Xiaofeng could only accept that her strength was not enough. He couldn't tell her that she had to get some Hashirama cells first. By the way, Master, do you think we can win the next competition if we advance to the top 4? Xiaofeng held his chin. Cannot. This was his thoughtful answer. The value of Kyoto Academy could not be easily compared. Even if you can use supernatural props, if they are weak, they will be useless. If they are powerful, it will be useless if they kill the opponent. Therefore, the quarterfinals is already the limit for this group of auxiliary psychics. Lulu felt a little disappointed. Although her answer was the same as hers, she still felt a little unwilling to accept it. Xiaofeng put his hand on Lulu's head. The average level of students in the combat department is awakening level 8, but it does not mean that all of them are awakened level 8. There are also a small number of people in the control realm. Once they meet, they will be defeated within 5 minutes, so they are lucky that they have not met them until the quarterfinals. You've done a great job, and you've pioneered the auxiliary department. The status of the auxiliary department will rise in the future. After being praised by Xiaofeng, Lulu, who had been feeling a little depressed just now, instantly felt better. Then if I win the next game, Master, can you agree to a small request of mine? Lulu tilted her head and looked at Xiaofeng with somewhat evasive eyes. If you ask for a tuition refund, I won't agree to it. No. Xiaofeng rubbed her head and smiled. If it's within my ability, I can satisfy you. Chapter 62 Urgent Mission. Lulu's face was full of joy. Normally, the little princess would be unhappy if anyone touched her, but only Xiaofeng. For some reason, she always felt at ease when she was with him. Prepare well for tomorrow's game. I'm going back first. Lulu looked at the receding figure and secretly vowed to win the game tomorrow. On the way home, Jiang Yan stopped Xiaofeng halfway. San Yan, I have an urgent task. No. I told you it's an emergency. I told you not to answer. My dear master, I will complete your mission with all my heart and soul. Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction. Oh, if you had agreed earlier, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Yeah, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. The pressure from the Calamity Realm almost suffocated me. Xiaofeng had a smile on his face, but veins were bulging on his forehead. I am still too weak now. I need to wait a couple of days before going to the trial tower to gain experience points and increase my level. Only when I reach the realm level will I be able to fight this old guy. By then. This is the time when I betray my teacher and ancestors. Jiang Yun laughed, completely unaware of Xiaofeng's inner filial piety. A large group of beasts appeared outside Kyoto. Most of them are at the control realm, and the leader is a domain realm beast. Don't worry about that one, we've already sent someone to deal with it. You only need to clean up the remaining beasts and soldiers. Xiaofeng's face was full of surprise. You think I'm a Dragon Ball? I'm only at the control realm. You want me to deal with the beast tide? Jiang Yun did not speak, but took out a memory crystal, which is a supernatural prop that can record part of the picture. Inside the crystal, Xiaofeng was seen laughing loudly in Shishan City, looking like a devil descending to the world. Behind him was a pile of black flames burning mercilessly, and then he was chased by dozens of metamorphosis beasts. And I remember that last month, someone named Chen Ning from Linjiang City also reported to me that a fire formed by a ball of black flames appeared in the surrounding area, clearing out all the strange beasts within a radius of dozens of miles. Xiaofeng avoided looking at him. It was true that he did it to gain system points before. I won't ask about your secrets, but you have to deal with this beast tide for me. Every time a beast tide is dealt with, a staggering number of people must be dispatched, and only half of them can survive in the end. High-level people deal with the leading monsters, but the scattered monsters below are the most difficult to clean up. You can't send a group of domain realm people to clear out the trash in Awakening Realm and Control Realm, right? Therefore, many of the control realm cultivators sent out died in the siege of the beast tide. However, the appearance of Xiaofeng was another matter. He had solved a beast tide by himself. With a little training, he might become a trump card of our human race. Xiaofeng can only bear this burden. Don't worry, I'm actually very sad to make this decision. The expression on your lips has already betrayed you, so stop pretending. Because of the urgency, Jiang Yun sent Xiaofeng to the top of the city wall. Go ahead, young man. Xiaofeng looked back and thought, if you want to send it, why not just deliver it directly? Jiang Yun actually has his own difficulties. He cannot leave Kyoto easily unless it is absolutely necessary. Because the beast tide was still some distance away from Kyoto, Xiaofeng summoned a wooden dragon to help them on their way. There were also some strange beasts scattered on the road, but they all avoided it after sensing the breath of the wood dragon. Boom boom. After running for a while, Xiaofeng saw a violent explosion in the distant sky, and then a strong white light emerged. It was the strange beast in the realm. Fighting against it. Isn't that Xiaoya? At this time, Xiaoya was holding a blazing blade, with 4 white wings behind her and a suit of white armor on her body, like a real angel descending. There are 3 domain-level beasts in the group of beasts, and Xiaoya's task is to hold back the eagle beast and wait for the other 2 to deal with it and then provide support. But who said they needed support? There was another change behind Xiaoya, 6 wings. As soon as the 6 wings came out, Xiaoya's speed reached a terrifying level, and the eagle-type monster on the opposite side could no longer keep up with her. Ruling. The blazing blade in Xiaoya's hand emitted extremely high temperature. The eagle beast looked at the blade as if it was facing the sun. Before it could react, the blazing blade had already arrived in front of the eagle beast. Why doesn't my body obey my command and dodge? The eagle-type monster looked around. It was not that it didn't want to hide, but her speed was so fast that its body couldn't even react. A white light flashed, and the most difficult eagle-type monster was beheaded by Xiaoya with 1 sword. Xiaoya was breathing heavily, and the 6 wings behind her gradually turned back into 2 wings. Xiaofeng witnessed all this from a distance. Is this her true strength? Xiaofeng clenched his fists, he was still far away. Release the wood dragon and activate the Sharingan. A target that is too big will easily alert the enemy, so Xiaofeng plans to rush into the beast tide alone. When we saw the beast tide, the strange beasts were still rushing towards the canyon. If they were allowed to cross the canyon, they would not be far from Kyoto. Amaterasu. Xiaofeng released Amaterasu towards the area where the beast tide was most concentrated, and hundreds of strange beasts turned into ashes in an instant. When the strange beasts touched each other, the black flames spread along with them, just like the god of death reaping lives. Divine power. Because the beast tide was too dense, Xiaofeng's movements were also affected, and he could only move himself over by relying on divine power. Move to another place where the beast tide is dense, and use Amaterasu again. Soon, the black flames attracted the attention of the high-end combat forces of the alien beast group. A little ant actually ran in. The strange beasts in the transformation state headed towards Xiaofeng. Host, I advise you to be careful. There are already hundreds of transformation realm beasts rushing towards us. The system was afraid that Xiaofeng would stay here too recklessly, so the surrounding groups of strange beasts were almost displayed as red cloth on the map. There were tens of thousands of exotic beasts, and even if Xiaofeng harvested them crazily, the number was still huge. Moreover, the strange beasts in the transformation realm soon noticed the clues, and ordered the strange beasts in the beast tide that were not contaminated by the black flame to stand on one side, while the other side that was contaminated by the black flame attacked Xiaofeng. This is a strange beast that has been born with intelligence and has the ability to think. It is much more troublesome than the strange beasts in the past that only knew how to rush forward. The group of transformed beasts kept a medium distance from Xiaofeng. They were watching and wanted to see more of Xiaofeng's cards by sending them as cannon fodder. If the opponent is already at the end of his strength, they will rush forward without hesitation. If the situation is not right, this distance is just right for them to escape. The spiritual energy is being used quite vigorously. The activation of divine power consumes a huge amount of spiritual energy, and he started to gasp for breath after just a few uses. At this time, the system did not forget to say in a mean way, "Host, you are no longer able to do it." Chapter 63. I'll give you 2 hands. We have spiritual energy recovery pills here. They only cost 100 system points. What do you think? Is it worth it? Xiaofeng didn't reply, but put his hands together. Would release, Senjutsu. The stripes instantly spread all over Xiaofeng's body, madly absorbing the spiritual energy around him. Fuck, I forgot you bought a fast charger. The system was secretly disappointed. If it had known earlier, it should have raised the price of these skills. As Xiaofeng's spiritual energy recovered rapidly, his combat power also gradually recovered. Susanu. Xiaofeng surrounded his body and attacked the strange beast that was rushing towards him. The eyes of the metamorphosis beasts on high places flickered, as if they were thinking about something. Fire style, great fireball technique. Water style, great surfing technique. Earth escape, earth spear stab. Xiaofeng used the 5 elements escape ability to annihilate all the monsters that were rushing towards him. Only now did Xiaofeng realize that he lacked the ability to cause large-scale damage. Host. The skill you're interested in has been reduced in price. Would release, Immortal Technique, Buddha on the top, now only 299,9998. Xiao Feng. What's the difference between your price and no price reduction? But. A smile appeared on Xiao Feng's lips. Exchange. Exchange successful. Because this skill consumes a huge amount of spiritual energy, please be careful not to drain your body. Xiao Feng took out the magic core from the system warehouse and crushed it to quickly replenish his own spiritual energy. Then he clasped his hands together and half knelt. The huge spiritual energy around him quickly attracted the attention of the strange beasts. Run away! Their instinct told them that if they stayed any longer they would die. The strange beasts in the transformation state escaped, and the entire herd instantly became chaotic. At this time, Xiao Feng's spiritual energy was also replenished. Would release, Buddha on the top. As Xiao Feng shouted, the earth shook in an instant. A Buddha statue rushed out from the ground. It was taller than the canyon and had countless arms behind it. The strange beasts fled in all directions when they saw the scene. On the other side, Xiaoya and 2 other people in the realm of domain also saw the scene. What is that? The intelligence didn't mention there was another one. Because the Buddha's body was so huge, they could only see half of it from below, and above them were the clouds. I'll go check it out. Xiaoya transformed into 4 wings and flew into the sky to find out what was going on. If such a terrifying beast appeared near Kyoto, we would have to ask those people to take action. Xiao Feng was on top of the Buddha's head at this time, and his whole body looked as if it had been squeezed dry. There really isn't even a drop of spiritual energy left. The system was speechless and said, I've already told you that with your current spiritual energy, summoning it will definitely drain you dry. Why are you so stubborn? Xiao Feng didn't believe it, and his body was still madly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Xiao Feng could barely stand up, and looked at the big Buddha under his feet with ecstasy in his heart. Fuck, you have this thing and you're not going sideways? No matter how powerful it is, its upper limit is still tied to you. Don't you see your current level? It's already a stretch to be able to summon it. At Xiao Feng's current level, the power of this giant Buddha can only kill a low-level monster in the realm. If Xiao Feng wants to rely on the big Buddha and the existence of the natural disaster realm to fight, he must at least be promoted to the domain realm. Looking at the strange beasts fleeing on the ground like ants, Xiao Feng smiled and recovered his spiritual energy. Let you run a few miles first. I don't want to expose that you can't control the Buddha because you lack spiritual energy. The system ruthlessly exposed the truth. Don't I have any face? But what the system said was right. Xiao Feng once again took out a high-level magic core from the warehouse and crushed it to speed up the recovery of spiritual energy. After a while, the strange beasts below saw that the towering being was not moving at all. But their instincts were still telling them. Danger! At this time, Xiao Feng's spiritual energy was restored, and the big Buddha also moved accordingly. Xiaoya, who was in mid-air, saw the big Buddha moving, so she stopped and planned to watch from the side. Xiao Feng stood on top of the big Buddha. Come on, one-on-one. I'll give you 2 hands. Thousands of hands. The arm behind the Buddha moved. Attack towards the beast tide. Boom. Boom. The ground dissipated layer by layer under the powerful impact, and the huge airflow and smoke washed Xiaoya in the distance to the other side of the canyon. At the same time, my heart was pounding. This range, this power. If it were to be used in Kyoto, half of the city would be destroyed. We must not let this strange beast break through the canyon. Xiaoya didn't care about the danger at this time. She transformed into 6 wings and rushed towards the head of the big Buddha. At least we have to figure out what kind of strange beast this is. It looks like a plant, but gives people a weird feeling. At the same time, send a message to the other 2 people, telling them not to worry about the other 2 domain-level beasts for now and to return to Kyoto to report first. The 2 domain-level beasts were also frightened by this scene. What kind of strange beast is this that is so ferocious? We can discuss if the spoils aren't evenly divided. Killing my little brother is too much. The 2 strange beasts also headed towards the big Buddha. At this time, Xiao Feng, who was on top of the big Buddha's head, was gasping for breath, and the originally empty system points were increasing at a crazy rate. Fortunately, I turned off the system prompts. System, are there any products that can increase spiritual energy? At the current level of control, the spiritual energy in the body is too little. Yes, I have. Kuruma's chakra, 10 million system points. Because chakra will automatically transform into aura, the host does not need to worry. This price. Sorry to bother you. Xiaofeng opened the map and found that the beast tide had basically been killed by the bombardment of the big Buddha, but there were still two slightly larger red dots approaching him. At the same time, there is also a white dot. Fuck, there are still people alive. Xiaofeng wanted to stand up and control the big Buddha to fire another shot, but he felt a sense of emptiness in his body and fell down again. Now Xiaofeng can't even use Shenwei to escape into the Shenwei space. At this time, a white figure appeared in the sky, and Xiaoya was observing the giant Buddha. It looks like it's being controlled by something. Is it in the heart? Or the head? Xiaoya flew towards the top of the Buddha's head, and sure enough, she saw a figure on top of the Buddha's head. Just look at that look. Human? Xiaoya was alert and flew towards the top of the Buddha's head. As the figure got closer, Xiaoya felt that this figure seemed familiar. Why? Xiaofeng also noticed Xiaoya in the sky at this time. After all, the 6 wings were too obvious. So she opened her throat and yelled, "Sister, yeah, it's me." Xiaoya heard the voice. Xiaofeng. How come he is here? Shouldn't he be at home at this time? Although she had doubts in her heart, Xiaoya still quickened her pace and rushed over. She found that Xiaofeng was slumped on the top of the big Buddha with a pile of magic core fragments in his hands. Xiaofeng, why are you here? When Xiaoya saw Xiaofeng in this state, she did not ask about the origin of the big Buddha, but was worried about Xiaofeng's health. Summoning such a terrifying thing must be a huge burden on the body. Chapter 64 Sister? It's okay, it's just that all the spiritual energy in my body is used up, and I can't move. Xiaofeng forced a smile and pursed his lips. Which tribe's lord is coming to help? Below, the leopard-shaped beasts and the lion-shaped beasts climbed up towards the body of the Buddha. In their minds, this huge creature must be the leader of those tribes. Xiaofeng frowned and slapped the 2 beasts with his 2 remaining hands. Brother, why do I feel like something's wrong? My instinct tells me I should run now. What a coward. If we can get close to the powerful clan, we'll have a bright future. Before the lion beast could finish its words, a huge hand flew down from the clouds and hit it accurately, sending it flying several miles away. Big brother. Before the leopard beast could sigh, another arm followed and attacked him. Follow his elder brother. Above the big Buddha's head, Xiaofeng threw himself on Xiaoya without any time to explain. Take off. Xiaoya didn't understand what was going on, but as the giant Buddha beneath her feet began to collapse, she subconsciously flapped her wings and flew upwards. At this time, Xiaofeng was lying in Xiaoya's arms in a princess hug. All the spiritual energy was used up in the 2 attacks just now, and I couldn't even maintain the big Buddha. Fortunately, Xiaoya was here. Did you summon this thing? Only at this time did Xiaoya ask whether this terrifying giant Buddha was summoned by Xiaofeng. Yeah, this thing is really draining my energy. Look, it's taking a lot of effort for me to even move now. Suddenly, Xiaoya heard a key word. You mean you can't move now? Xiaofeng nodded, and suddenly a bad premonition appeared in his mind. At this time, Xiaoya hugged Xiaofeng tightly, as if she was hugging a life-size pillow. Xiaofeng sent. The face is also soft when pinched. Besides. Hey! You can't go there. The book will be sealed. That day, Xiaofeng experienced the most miserable 3 minutes of his life. Fortunately, the spiritual energy was absorbed back later, otherwise I don't know how long I would have been needed by Xiaoya. By the way, Xiaofeng, why are you here? There was a red mark on Xiaoya's face, but she still asked as if nothing had happened. Xiaofeng straightened his clothes and said, Zhang Yan said he had an urgent mission and asked me to come here. I will be responsible for clearing out the miscellaneous soldiers. After saying that, he pointed to the huge crater behind it. The Buddha's fierce attack was like a crater created by a huge meteorite, and beneath the crater were the corpses of tens of thousands of strange beasts. No, there shouldn't even be any bones left. That damn old man. Xiaoya clenched her fists and decided to burn his beard when she returned. I've told you so many times that the wilderness is dangerous. Don't assign Xiaofeng any missions there. That old guy, I'll sell his weaknesses to the principals of the other 4 academies one day. At the same time on the other side, 2 domain-level beasts in the crater rose from the dust. Damn, even a powerful clan can't do this to us. After all, we have cultivated to the realm level. Brother Leopard, let's get this place back. All the younger brothers were killed, but as long as they are still alive, they will never give up attacking Kyoto. But what the hell is this big Buddha in front of me? It must be the work of some big clan, but it is helping the human race? Let him know that it is that big clan. As long as this news is spread, they will definitely be attacked by other clans. Just as the two strange beasts adjusted their state and prepared to rush forward. Brother, why do I hear something falling? How is that possible? There are pits all around here. Could that big Buddha possibly fall down? If it does, I'll eat it all. Just as the lion beast finished speaking, a huge wooden Buddha head fell from the clouds and hit the two beasts. Soon the body of the Buddha began to collapse and fell into the crater. The two members of the domain hunting team in the distance looked at this scene and didn't know what to say. Has Xiaoya not replied yet? On the communication device, Xiaoya's lifeform was still alive, but she could not be contacted no matter what. How about we go back first? Then call the search and rescue team? The other person thought about it and decided to go look for it first, and go back if he still couldn't find it. Little did he know that Xiaoya had muted all the devices at this time to avoid disturbing himself and Xiaofeng. As soon as they reached the ground, Xiaofeng broke free from Xiaoya's arms. He could not forget what had just happened. But I'm your brother. Xiaoya waved her hand. That's nothing. I bathed you every day when you were little. I've touched every part of your body. That was when I was little. Don't worry, we're not kissing, it's legally permitted. Xiaoya stuck out her tongue and revealed a shocking secret. Ha! In fact, this happened a long time ago. Xiaofeng's parents were the city defense generals guarding Linjiang City. During a disaster, they picked up a baby girl. The city was in chaos at the time and no one knew whether the child's parents were still alive, so the two took the baby girl home and named her Xiaoya. 2 years later, Xiaofeng was born. At that time, the two of them actually wanted to take Xiaoya as a child bride. But not long after, the Jiang family took the initiative to propose marriage, so the matter was left unresolved. However, there were 2 suicide notes from Zhao's parents, one for Xiaoya and one for Xiaofeng. Xiaoya's suicide note mentioned her life experience, and it was from then on that Xiaoya began to have special feelings for Xiaofeng. So, I've treated you as my biological sister for over 10 years, and you want me to marry you? Xiaoya chuckled and said, we're family after all, why are you talking so awkwardly? Thinking back on what Xiaoya had done to me before, it had completely gone beyond what a real sister should do. So that's what was going on. Sister, what we're saying is, isn't it good to continue being siblings? That won't work. As your sister, I can only have you for half my life. Who will wash my clothes and cook for me when you get married? Xiaofeng. Who the hell should I marry as a man? Xiaoya put one hand on Xiaofeng's shoulder. Don't worry, sister will love you well. There is too much information, and Xiaofeng needs some time to digest it. Don't worry, I won't force you. After all, my only wish is for you to be happy. Xiaoya stood up and prepared to meet up with the other 2 members. Oh no, there's so much information. Xiaoya took out the communicator and found that it was full of call messages from the other 2 people. Angel received, there's no danger here, please return to headquarters. Angel is Xiaoya's code name in the hunting team. After all, her special ability is Seraph, and this name is very recognizable. The 2 people on the other side also breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Xiaoya's message. Although 2 domain-level beasts escaped, the beast tide was inexplicably resolved, and their mission was barely completed. Chapter 65 Xiaofeng's Training Method. Xiaofeng, how long has it been since we went camping like this? At this time, Xiaoya was playing with water with her feet by a river, looking at Xiaofeng who was barbecuing on the side, as if she was back in her childhood. I don't know, it's been a long time anyway. As far as they could remember, the last time the 2 of them camped so leisurely in the wild was when their parents were still alive. Xiaofeng tasted it and said, you can eat now. Hearing the signal that it was time to eat, Xiaoya also came back from the river, grabbed the barbecue and started stuffing it into her mouth. As expected, I still can't bear to give Xiaofeng to someone else. I'd rather stay by my sister's side for the rest of my life. Xiaofeng smiled but said nothing. By the way, does this situation count as being confessed to? But what should I do if my heart is not moved when my adopted sister, whom I have considered my biological sister for more than 10 years, suddenly confesses her love to me? I even thought of her being lazy and gluttonous at home, watching TV in the living room all day in just her underwear. We know each other too well, I can't do it. Xiaofeng explained helplessly. It's okay, I can get down there, at worst you can just stay down there. What did you hear just now? Xiaofeng looked at Xiaoya carefully. He couldn't tell whether she was serious or joking with her half-smile on her face. After a sleepless night, the two packed up and prepared to return to Kyoto. Because of the beast tide last night, many of the strange beasts nearby were also cleared out. But Xiaofeng, what's the origin of that big Buddha of yours? It looks so powerful. Xiaofeng had dark circles under his eyes and his mind was in a mess. Xiaoya felt distressed when she saw this. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't like me, Xiaofeng. Xiaoya stopped where she was, lowered her head and spoke softly. As long as Xiaofeng is happy, that's better than anything else. Xiaofeng felt a tightness in his heart when he saw that she was about to cry. Not really. I just can't accept it for a while. After all, no one can accept that a biological sister suddenly becomes a stepsister. Xiaoya looked up. Shouldn't a boy be happy? And I think I'm pretty good looking, right? At the same time, Xiaoya looked at the 36 on her chest. Aren't boys supposed to like bigger ones? Could it be that Xiaofeng is really a fan of flat breasts? Speaking of which, that little girl Jiangyu is the one for A. Although Xiaofeng didn't know what was going on in her mind, it must be something particularly H. Xiaofeng, what faction are you from? Since you can't figure it out, just ask directly. Xiaoya looked at him expectantly. Xiaofeng was suddenly stared at. What faction? Apple pie? Puff. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoya covered her stomach, feeling that Xiaofeng was so naive. At the same time, a bad thought formed in her mind. Xiaofeng, there seems to be sand in my eyes. Come help me blow it out. Xiaofeng was confused and first asked what sect he belonged to, and then said that there was sand in his eyes. Something is wrong. 102 out of 100 things are wrong. But he really didn't have any knowledge in this area. You know, he was still a virgin in his previous life when he suddenly traveled to this world. Even though I have accidentally visited some youth websites, I still know very little about them. But she wouldn't hurt herself, would she? With this thought in mind, Xiaofeng approached. Which eye? Just as Xiaofeng lowered his head to check, Xiaoya suddenly hugged Xiaofeng's head and gave him a big slap on the face. After a struggle, Xiaofeng looked at Xiaoya with a red face. What are you doing? Seeing Xiaofeng's reaction, Xiaoya also successfully made a judgment. This reaction. It's the Juru faction for sure. Nothing, just to promote communication between siblings. Xiaoya walked in front happily. She was not in a hurry for now, as she had to give him some time to adapt. After returning to Kyoto, the two went to Jiangyun to report. Are you hurt? Why is your face so red? Jiangyun opened his mouth and asked Xiaofeng. He's angry, leave him alone. Xiaoya pushed Xiaofeng away. You go out first, I have something to talk to this old man alone. Xiaofeng was forced to leave the office before he had gone far. You damn old man, you really think I dare not burn your beard, right? Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and the principal's office became a ghost in Xiaoya's hands. Jiangyun naturally couldn't be hurt by this kind of explosion, but the high temperature still set his beard a little on fire, making it look extremely uneven. What's going on? How dare you cause trouble in my Kyoto Academy? Upon hearing the noise, the deans of various colleges rushed over, wanting to see who was so bold as to cause trouble in Kyoto University. But when they saw the flames in Xiaoya's hands and Jiangyun's smoking beard, disperse, disperse. Tell the construction team to build another principal's office. It doesn't have to be too good, because it will probably blow up soon anyway. Apparently this isn't the first time. The corner of Jiangyun's mouth twitched. He had been growing a beard for decades. But when facing Xiaoya, he instantly lost his temper. I have to teach my disciples until they are fully learned, even if it means crying. It's a shame he has that talent. Besides, with the current situation of the human race, who can enjoy it every day? Isn't that you? I've seen so many beast waves and I've never seen you take action. What are you talking about? I am here to protect Kyoto and prevent evil spirits from invading Kyoto. Then I saw you coming out of Chunyan Pavilion last time. Jiangyun was silent. When did she see it? Ahem. I was just trying to understand the people's feelings. They were so enthusiastic about washing my feet, and I couldn't refuse their kindness. Xiaoya squinted her eyes, with an expression that said, keep making up stories. In short, Xiaofeng can't stay behind forever. The young eagle will always soar into the sky. You can't protect him forever. Besides, with his current strength, he can live well even without your protection. What kind of strength is he? He is only at the control level. Jiang Yun cursed in his heart. The last time he trained with him, he had to use his domain realm strength to knock him away. Is this the level of control? When he grows up, the human race will take off. Therefore, Jiang Yun did not intend to use the greenhouse flower cultivation method, as that would only waste Xiaofeng's seed. Let me tell you something too. I plan to have him join the hunting team and go around the country to solve the beast tide problem. Jiang Yun had a serious look on his face, which meant that he was not discussing anything with Xiaoya anymore, but was just telling her the result. Although it seems a bit like forcing things to happen, Xiaofeng is worth the gamble. Besides, he still had his own jade on him, and the power of a strike stored in it was enough for him to survive against strange beasts below the natural disaster realm. No! We can't let him do something so dangerous. Xiaoya clenched her fists. She had already lost everything and couldn't bear to lose Xiaofeng as well. If you want someone to deal with the beast tide, I'll go and clean it up, but don't let him do such a dangerous thing. Jiang Yun sighed. This girl is still so stubborn. I didn't say to let him go alone. When the time comes, you can pack up and go with him. Chapter 66 Feelings I Dare Not Face. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya immediately understood what Jiang Yun meant. I'm going back now. This girl. Still looking so hurried. On the other side, Xiaofeng came to the college competition venue. Because he came back late, the top 4 competition had already ended. Yanlin also noticed Xiaofeng coming over. What's the situation? Xiaofeng asked. Yanlin shook his head. It seems that we will be eliminated in the quarterfinals. Really? Where's Lulu? Why can't I see her? It's all because of you. Xiaofeng pointed at himself. What did you do? She had been hoping you would show up to cheer her on, but her team encountered a combat-type master. Even though they tried their best, they still couldn't make up the level gap. You, on the other hand, didn't show up the whole time. Xiaofeng scratched his face with his index finger. I was suddenly called out on an emergency mission last night. Yanlin sighed. She should be at Mingxin Lake now. Watching Xiaofeng walk away, Yanlin chuckled softly and said, You are a guy who doesn't understand women's hearts. Mingxin Lake. This is one of the few quiet places in the school. Not many people come here, so Lulu chose to come here. At this time, she took off her shoes and sat by the lake, stepping on the surface of the lake bit by bit. At that moment, I felt a mixture of emotions. Was it the resentment of losing the game? The disappointment of not being able to express my wish? Or was it the frustration of not meeting the person I wanted to see? You have such short legs and you're running into the lake, aren't you afraid of falling in? Xiaofeng bought 2 bottles of peach soda from a nearby convenience store and handed one to her while leaning against the guardrail. Lulu originally wanted to take it happily, but when she thought that he didn't come to cheer her up today, she hugged the guardrail in a huff. It's not short. Xiaofeng, amused, put the soda next to her. The opponent's level is much higher than yours. It's amazing that you have made it this far. But you can actually kill a transformation realm beast by surpassing your level. Xiaofeng turned his gaze away. Why not compare yourself with someone else? Compare yourself with me, a person who has the protagonist buff and full of cheats. Anyway, you've already opened up a precedent. From now on, support classes will also be able to learn combat techniques, and their status will rise accordingly. Lulu said nothing, picked up the soda beside him, looked at the bottle cap with a cat's eye, and handed it directly to Xiaofeng. Help me unscrew it. I don't want to. Last time I saw you beat a monster to death with your bare hands. Lulu. Do you understand a girl's heart? So didn't I buy you the peach flavor? Xiaofeng gave a thumbs up with an expression that said, I understand. Puff. Lulu was no longer obsessed with it and unscrewed the bottle and took a sip. Although he was very straightforward, he was also the most real person Lulu had ever met in this city. Compared to those so-called playboys, who are pursuing her on the surface, who knows how many things they are doing behind the scenes. Master, do you believe in love? Xiaofeng was confused and shook the soda in his hand. He didn't buy the wrong one. My father said he wanted to arrange a marriage for me, but the man's private life was very bad. He said it was to stabilize the man and that he would break up the marriage if he had the chance, but I didn't believe him. Lulu had been feeling aggrieved for a long time and finally found an outlet to vent his feelings. He blurted out everything that was in his heart. Because I'm his only daughter, he's always wanted to find a talented son-in-law. Although that man doesn't have a good reputation, his business abilities are highly recognized by my father. Tick, tick. Lulu's tears fell into Mingxin Lake like soybeans, and the ripples blew away the reflection of the moon. Since you don't like it, then tell your father. He should care about you too, right? No, he only cares about his business empire. Lulu was a little emotional and cried. Ever since mom died, his mind has been completely focused on business. He doesn't even treat me as his daughter. So, master, can you take me away? At this moment, Lulu was like a wounded kitten, looking at Xiaofeng with rippling eyes, longing for a belonging in his heart. Xiaofeng did not respond. After a while, Lulu lowered his head in disappointment, as if he already had the answer in his mind. Just when Lulu wanted to leave, the scene suddenly changed. It was the yard at home? Lulu looked at his hands. Why did they become so small? Alio, go wash your hands and come eat. Lulu looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him, and the tears in his eyes could no longer stop falling. Mother! Wu Xian picked up Lulu. What's wrong? Why is my little princess so crybaby today? Not only Lulu, but also the middle-aged man who was reading the newspaper in the yard suddenly stood up. Then he looked around, and when he saw Wu Xian and Lulu, his eyes were already red. Hubby, why is he like this to you too? Really, you're such an adult and still like to act like a spoiled brat? In reality, Xiaofeng appeared in an office in a high-rise building holding Lulu. The middle-aged man lying in front of him was Lulu's father Lu Li. Everything they experienced was just a beautiful illusion created by Xiaofeng using Tsukuyomi. Although it was only for one night, he still hoped that the father and daughter could heal the scars in their hearts. Because when Xiaofeng arrived, Lu Li discovered Lulu in his hand. That sense of urgency was impossible to disguise, and he cared about Lulu very much. I just made a mistake that many parents make, which is that since some point, I no longer know how to talk to Lulu. He wanted to give Lulu a complete and peaceful life, but he didn't know that Lulu didn't think so. Xiaofeng put Lulu on the sofa beside him, posted a do not disturb notice outside the door and left. Feelings you dare not face directly. Xiaofeng was lost in thought. He turned on his phone and made a call, the one he had once been afraid to face. Xiaofeng, I heard from my parents that I will be your wife from now on. When they were in elementary school, Jiang Yu had always been very close to Xiaofeng, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were inseparable. Fiancé, besides, we don't even know if we can actually get married yet, so stop pestering me, it's hot. In the hot summer, Jiang Yu also liked to hold Xiaofeng next to her to declare her sovereignty to the girls from other classes. Really? Xiaofeng is still shy. We were so sweet yesterday. I just invited you to drink a cup of honey tea, don't say it in such a way that it would cause misunderstanding. Xiaofeng, why don't you want to see me? Our engagement has been cancelled. Don't come to me again. We have no relationship anymore. No. That was my mother's decision, not my idea. Anyway, we have no relationship anymore, so stop clinging to me. Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng. Why, you don't want to see me? You're here. In the purple rice forest, Jiang Yu approached with uneasiness in his heart. When I saw that figure, all my worries were put aside. Here I come. Chapter 67 Choice. Jiang Yu sat restlessly and slowly approached Xiaofeng. This was the first time Xiaofeng took the initiative to look for him since he grew up. The two sat under the tree. Although the purple rice forest season had passed, they could still see some purple flowers while sitting under the tree. At this time, Jiang Yu also slowly moved closer to Xiaofeng, leaning his head against him. Xiaofeng, have you finally come to your senses? Yeah, I've come to terms with it. Then, Jiang Yu was excited. Could it be true? So I decided to take you in as my adopted sister. At this time, Jiang Yu's eyes turned into small black dots, looking like an emoticon. Ha! I realized that my feelings for you are only like a brother's feelings for his sister, so let's just be friends. That's impossible. I've even thought of a name for our 11th baby. Xiaofeng? Why would you even think of such a thing? Xiaofeng covered his head and looked at her with an expression of caring for a child. Be good, let's just be friends. If I marry you, our children will starve to death. Jiang Yu slowly lowered his head and could see the instep of his feet at a glance. When I looked up, my eyes were filled with sad tears. It'll keep growing. I'm still growing, so it'll get bigger. Jiang Yu made a self-deceiving statement, and then continued, and didn't Xiaofeng say before that it doesn't matter even if it's flat? Is there a possibility that I didn't want to discourage you because you were still young? Jiang Yu pouted, her face looking like a small ball. Is it because of Xiaoya? Speaking of Xiaoya, Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, and then he took Jiang Yu in his sight. I knew it. I don't care anyway, I want to make it big. Xiaofeng? What lewd words are you talking about? Did she say she wanted to marry you? Jiang Yu looked at Xiaofeng resentfully. How do you know? Oh no, you know we are not siblings? Nonsense. You two don't even have the same hair color. Uncle Xiao and Auntie both have black hair, so how could they possibly have a red-haired daughter? And my intuition as a woman tells me that she must be as greedy for your body as I am. The topic gradually became off-topic. Jiang Yu continued, anyway, I'm the one following the formal procedures, I want to be the boss. You Ping Yuan, you still want to be the boss? Why don't you go back and put more pillows under you? A female voice came from the sky. It was Xiaoya. After returning home, Xiaoya saw that Xiaofeng had not returned yet so late. She thought something had happened and went out to look for him. It turned out that they were having a tryst in this grove. And as soon as I arrived, I heard Jiang Yu's oath-taking speech. You two cancelled your engagement a long time ago, so why bother with formal procedures? Stop bothering my Xiaofeng, get out of here as far as you can. Who said it was cancelled? As the person involved, I didn't agree to it. The engagement papers have been torn up. Besides, I'm afraid my child will starve to death if he follows you. As expected of siblings, they even have the same complaints. Jiang Yu looked at her chest unwillingly, then looked at Xiaoya's 36. Xiaoya did not back down and held her chest high. I'll grow up. Xiaoya smiled. I feel a little thirsty. Then she took out a cup of milk tea, placed it between her chest cleavage, and sipped the milk tea, looking as if she was watching a show. Jiang Yu's tears fell down without any cost. I won't give up anyway. Jiang Yu fled the scene with tears in her eyes. As for giving up Xiaofeng? That's impossible. In the end, she will definitely be the one standing by his side. Snort! Xiaoya smiled proudly with victory, then pulled Xiaofeng home. I was planning to talk to her nicely. Xiaofeng said helplessly. He actually knew all about Jiang Yu's feelings for him. He originally wanted to make things clear this time, but he didn't expect Xiaoya to show up halfway. What's there to say? She's just after your body. Stay away from her in the future. Xiaoya said as she touched Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng. I think you are the greediest one. What are you talking about? I'm just worried about whether you're hurt. I almost believed it myself. I'll go home and clean it up this time. Xiaoya repeated Jiang Yun's words. Fuck, he must have a seizure. I'm the one in control. Xiaoya nodded in agreement. But I'm with you this time, so don't worry at all. Xiaoya smiled. Xiaofeng thought to himself, why do I feel like I only need to worry when you're around? However, Xiaofeng was also touched by Jiang Yun's words just now. The 9 tribes are threatening the human race on Blue Star. How can they survive if they don't become stronger? Xiaoya packed a lot of things that night. In her eyes, this trip was to go on a honeymoon with Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was hiding in the room, looking at the 2 pieces of map fragments in his hands. Yu Ming, your Moondog clan is in Crescent Moon Mountain? During this period, Yu Ming has been staying at home, acting like a watchdog. Why are you asking about this? I'm telling you, I won't betray my tribe if I'm hungry. Although there is a contract to suppress him, if Yu Ming doesn't tell him even if he is beaten to death, he can't do anything to him. Are you sure? Xiaofeng opened his Sharingan and stared at him. Needless to say, the threat he meant was obvious. The Moondog clan lives in Crescent Moon Mountain. The higher you go, the stronger they become. The strongest among them is the clan leader who lives on the top of Crescent Moon Mountain. He is my father. He is in the Divine Wrath realm. Yu Ming snorted coldly. It would be useless even if he told you. Even that old man Jiang Yun could not be a match for his father. Xiaofeng thought about it for a moment. Okay, then I'll go to your place. Xiaofeng opened the kaleidoscope, and the divine space floated. Xiaofeng left a letter on the bed and left with Yu Ming. Until late at night. Xiaofeng, do you think I look good in this outfit? Xiaoya picked up her clothes and entered the room, only to find that Xiaofeng had disappeared. Xiaofeng? Xiaoya saw the letter on the bedside, picked it up and checked it, then immediately ran outside to chase after him. Principal's office. Zhang Yun looked at the man in black cloak in front of him. He had a white striped mask on his face, and a pair of scarlet eyes were revealed in his two Magatama eye sockets. Is this your choice? To be honest, although he wanted Xiaofeng to grow up quickly, he had no time except this method. Don't tell Xiaoya about my whereabouts. I will try my best to get the other map fragments. This masked man was none other than Xiaofeng. He knew that the human race didn't have much time left. He actually didn't want to stand in the front, as he had already lived a tiring life in his previous life. But gradually he discovered that if he didn't work hard, the human race and the people he cared about would die in the disaster. Take this thing and crush it, and you can teleport to the city closest to you. Zhang Yun took out another jade stone. This was the only thing he had on him that he could give to Xiaofeng. He also hoped that before the disaster came, he could grow into a big tree to protect the human race. Thank you for your hard work, kid. Zhang Yun said the last sentence with a trembling expression, and Xiaofeng also entered the Shinwei space and left Kyoto. If possible, he didn't want to put this burden on a child, but he saw hope in Xiaofeng, the hope of the revival of the human race. This also means that Xiaofeng's growth path is full of twists and dangers, and there is even the possibility of death. But he couldn't wait, and neither could the human race. On the other side, Jian Yu was walking in the school with tears in his eyes. Suddenly an old beggar approached. Hey little girl, I think you have amazing bones. Thank you, no sales pitch. Shu Tian. Do I want to be a liar so much? Ahem, let me be frank. There's something about you that I admire. Do you want to become the strongest of the human race? In no mood. At this moment, Jiang Yu was like a little girl who had been heartbroken, and she had no other thoughts in her mind. I'm telling you, don't look at me like this, I'm also a strong man in the realm of natural disasters. Jiang Yu looked at him with suspicion. Could this disheveled and sloppy old man be a powerful person in the natural disaster realm? Huh, don't believe it? Shu Tian released his own aura slightly, and the land changed drastically in an instant, as if a typhoon was about to come. Girl, the wind in your body has a much deeper origin than mine. Learn from me. I won't let you surpass Zhang Yun in the future, but you can still reach the natural disaster realm. Then I can marry Xiaofeng? Shu Tian was stunned. Who is Xiaofeng? Why does it feel like the name is a bit similar to that of Jiang Laogui's little ghost apprentice Lao Deng? But in order to fool this apprentice first. Of course. When you become a strong man, he will be eager to come up and kneel down to lick your ass. Chapter 68. I can tell at a glance that you are not a human being. Field. Yu Ming, where is Crescent Moon Mountain? After coming out of the Shinwei space, Xiaofeng and Yu Ming started on their journey. The clothes he was wearing were handsome, but the mask was a bit too stuffy. I don't know how Obito managed to wear this thing for so long. Why should I tell you? Yu Ming turned his head away, obviously not wanting to take Xiaofeng back to his own tribe. Originally, he might have been ostracized if he returned to his tribe, but now he has become this guy's summoned beast and has been forced into a contract. This time, when I get back, the other dogs won't need to take action, the old man will tear me apart first. I know the bases of the other 9 clans. Can we not go to Crescent Moon Mountain? In order to save their own lives, they can only sacrifice other races. You seem afraid to return to your tribe? However, after thinking about it, Xiaofeng agreed to Yu Ming's suggestion. After all, it doesn't matter which tribe he goes to, right? Then I'll take you to the Void Cat's territory. Their clan specializes in space. Their sharp claws can tear through space and cause you harm. But you have that strange space. If you hide in it, no beast except their leader will be able to get in. What Yu Ming was talking about was naturally Xiaofeng's divine power, but because Xiaofeng's divine power only had one eye, he could only dodge and enter the divine power space. If he wanted to attack, he had to fill in the other eye. Quest 1. Find the wandering heir of the Void Cat and complete the Spirit Beast contract. Completing the quest will reward you with a large amount of experience points. 2. Obtain map fragments of the Void Cat race and complete tasks to receive a large number of system points as rewards. 3. Pull off a whisker of the Void Cat Chief to complete the mission and receive another Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan. Xiaofeng looked at the 3 tasks. The first 2 were normal, but what the hell was the third one? He could have just let me die, but he still gave me a task. Dog system. I'm only responsible for issuing tasks, I didn't force you to do them. If you keep scolding me, I'll raise all the prices in the store. Yu Ming saw that Xiaofeng's face looked strange, and thought that he had led him to the territory of the Void Cat, the enemy of the Moondog clan, and was discovered. He was talking about dog just now. Was he calling me? Xiaofeng stood up while Yu Ming was guessing in his heart. Then let's go to the Void Cat clan. Where is their territory? Hearing that there was no need to go back, Yu Ming wagged his tail and led the way to Xiaofeng. To the east. Xiaofeng took out the world map fragment and looked carefully to see which city it was. Not there, but here. Yu Ming pointed at the island in the corner of the map with his paw and said, "It's here. We won't be so close to those cats." Xiaofeng took a look and saw that this was Sakura country. Are you sure you're here? If this is the case, it will be troublesome. The portal device can only be used within China. If you want to go there, you can only cross the sea. The beasts in the sea are more ferocious than those on land. And their numbers are far greater. The Void Cats all left that island by crossing space, but there seem to be traces of your kind there as well. There should be a method for you to get there. Yu Ming is trying his best to trick Xiaofeng into going there. As long as he doesn't go to Crescent Moon Mountain, he can go anywhere. And with Xiaofeng's ability to stir up trouble, he will definitely be able to mess up the Void Cat clan. Isn't this a disguised way of doing good for the ethnic group? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaofeng turned his gaze to the system. System, is there any way to get through? Have. Xiaofeng was overjoyed and was about to continue asking questions. But why should I tell you, the system said in a mean way. You posted a task and didn't even tell me how to get there. Don't you want the business? Who told you this is my job? It's none of my business if you fail to complete the mission. Selling things in the system store is my job. I'm the Hokage system, not your babysitter. How many system points? I'm not that system. Is 1,000 points enough? The system's duty is to assist the host in reaching the pinnacle of the world. Host, let us join hands and become the overlord of Blue Star. I've already sent you the route. At the same time, Xiaofeng's system balance also decreased by 1,000 points. Check the route. Do I need to go to Shanghai? Yes, there is a strange beast in Demon City called the Big Mouth Whale. The oxygen in its mouth is enough for a person to survive for half a month. Host, you just need to control the Big Mouth Whale and enter it, and control it to swim all the way to Sakura country. Is there such a strange beast? Let's go, Yu Ming. Now that the goal has been determined, let us go to the Magic City first and then rest. Yu Ming was lying on the ground. Hadn't he just started to rest? Was he rushing on again? You are treating the animal like a dog. Yu Ming jumped onto Xiaofeng and lay on his back. It was impossible to hurry on their journey anyway. In this way, the man and the dog approached the nearest city. Because he had a universal portal card, Xiaofeng entered it unimpeded and then set his destination as the Magic City. A white light flashed, and the scene in front of Xiaofeng changed slightly. Hello, respected hunter, welcome to the Demon City. The person in charge here had already received news that an important person was coming. After all, not everyone has the qualification to travel nationwide, and with this outfit, he is obviously a member of the hunting team. Xiaofeng waved his hand, signaling them not to follow him, and then left. He didn't want his visit to the Magic City to be known to everyone. After all, he was hiding from Xiaoya. If she knew, she would probably catch up with him. It's not that I don't want to travel with her, but if I encounter danger, I can escape through Kamui, but she is different. After considering various factors, Xiaofeng decided to go on the journey alone. Xiaofeng had already understood from Jiang Yun's words that Jiang Yun's real purpose was not to let her deal with the beast tides in various places, but to improve her strength before the chaotic world began. I don't know what Jiang Yun would think when he knew that Xiaofeng was planning to go to the base of the Void Cat clan, one of the 9 clans, as soon as he went out. The streets of Shanghai are bustling at night, in stark contrast to Kyoto. How dare you, beastmen! How dare you trespass into our human territory! An angry roar was heard, and the space around Xiaofeng suddenly became dim. It's a barrier. At this time, Li Zhong walked in from outside the barrier. He is a psychic with special abilities and has a strong sense of spiritual aspects. At that moment, he noticed a strange and evil aura in the demon city. That aura was extremely similar to the evil god imprisoned near Kyoto. So Li Zhong immediately moved out of the barrier, and the evildoer was still in the city center. Xiaofeng was locked up in a barrier, and this scene happened. Monster, I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Chapter 69, The Millennium Killer reappears. Xiaofeng. You're not a human. I'm standing here as a living human being, and you're trying to lock me up with this broken barrier? Li Zhong smiled confidently. Monster, you thought I couldn't see through your disguise even though you were dressed like a human? Little did you know that your disguise is full of holes in my eyes. At this time, Xiaofeng and Yu Ming looked at each other. Do you know that idiot? Yu Ming pointed at Li Zhong with his claws. Xiaofeng covered his face. I don't know him well. Seeing that the other party was still gossiping in front of him, Li Zhong said unhappily, You dare to discuss conspiracies and intrigues even though I'm standing here. It seems that you don't take me seriously at all. Li Zhong first tentatively used some mental wave attack to test the opponent's strength. Yu Ming yawned. After all, he was a member of the Moondog clan who specialized in spiritual cultivation. This kind of spiritual fluctuation was like a drop of rain hitting him. The same was true for Xiaofeng on the other side. With his Sharingan activated, his mental strength was extremely strong, and this mental fluctuation could not shake him. It looks like a powerful monster. Set up the formation. Following Li Zhong's order, the deans of the Magic City Academy who came with him also entered the barrier and began to find their positions. Feng Sun. Liuwa. Du Eyes. As several people entered the formation, a Bagua diagram appeared in the barrier. Hey, aren't we leaving yet? Yu Ming was a little panicked. If he was in his prime, why would he be afraid of these things? But his strength now is only 1/10 of what it was. Don't panic, I've never seen these things before, just learn a little. Xiaofeng took out a bunch of melon seeds at some point and started eating them while watching them set up the formation. The Sharingan in his eyes was spinning wildly, carefully observing their every move. Open it, let's see how you can break through our formation. Several people said in unison. Among them, Li Zhong was standing at the door of escape. Even if Xiaofeng escaped by chance, he could stop him here. Unexpectedly, Xiaofeng smiled slightly and rushed towards the other side of the death gate. Li Zhong smiled. They were indeed an alien race and did not understand the mysteries of our human formations. The next second, the formation changed drastically. Another formation evolved with the death gate under Xiaofeng's feet as the center, and it was exactly the same as their Bagua formation. And the door of life under Li Zhong's feet at this moment suddenly turned into the door of death. He is learning our formation. One of them shouted, but they didn't dare to move at all. Once they moved, not only would their own formation be forcibly broken, but they would also enter the opponent's formation. Li Zhong also cursed inwardly. He didn't expect that this alien could perfectly replicate their formation after just one look. You should know that this formation is so difficult that you can't even get started without studying it for more than 10 years. Alright, put away the formation. I already said I'm not a strange beast. Xiaofeng took off his cloak and the white mask. When Li Zhong saw Xiaofeng's face, he was shocked. Xiaofeng? Xiaofeng nodded and said, So we are all family, let's remove the formation. Poor child. You've been possessed by a strange beast. Don't worry, I'll set you free right now. Xiaofeng. You would rather believe that I was possessed by a strange beast than to believe that I am the real me, right? Divine power. Xiaofeng entered the Shenwei space. When everyone saw Xiaofeng escape, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from his performance just now, this monster was quite powerful. Principal, is he the Xiaofeng you mentioned before? Several people lifted the formation and approached Li Zhong. Yes, that child is the most talented child I have ever seen in my life. It's a pity that I couldn't defeat that old ghost Jiang Yun. I didn't expect that old guy couldn't even protect a child and was actually taken away by a strange beast. Just as Li Zhong was looking regretful, a figure slowly emerged from behind him. Xiaofeng concealed his own breath and slowly approached the target using only his physical strength. As he approached, Xiaofeng formed a tiger seal with his hands. 1,000 years of killing. A pain that penetrated into his mind from the bottom up spread throughout Li Zhong's body and bounced away at an extremely fast speed. Xiaofeng shook his hands. You jump really high. The other deans also looked at the dean in shock at first, then they reacted. Catch him. Having said that, several people subconsciously protected their hips while chasing, and looked back from time to time, for fear of following in the principal's footsteps. After fleeing for a while, daybreak arrived. At this time, Xiaofeng was also surrounded by people on the rooftop of a building. Hey, aren't you a bit shameless for a bunch of you at the domain realm to chase after a student at the control realm like me? Stop talking nonsense. The principal has already said it, you're a monster in human form. Surrender now and tell us why we're in human territory. Xiaofeng's divine power space is not too big now, so he can only escape to a location 1 mile away at most. These deans are all at the realm level. If Xiaofeng didn't have the skill of divine power, they would have been surrounded long ago. Just when Xiaofeng was still hesitating whether to summon Susanoo directly. Stop! Li Zhong also rushed over at this time, but in the white sunlight, the bright red behind him was particularly eye-catching. This guy is human, for sure. Besides Jiang Yun, I've only seen this little bastard be so shameless in my life. Li Zhong said this with gritted teeth, but in his heart he still hoped that this guy was possessed by a strange beast, so that he could kill him. Because of that little bastard Xiaofeng, the hemorrhoids that I had for more than 10 years burst open. Xiao yeah, it's me. Can you help me contact the hospital where I had hemorrhoids last time? Yeah, it's a bit serious, it suddenly burst. Li Zhong calmly took out his mobile phone and reserved a VIP bed for himself before starting to deal with Xiaofeng. Didn't you follow Jiang Yun to the Kyoto Academy? Why are you in the Magic City? And what's going on with this thing? You are the one. My name is Yue Ming. Yu Ming bared his teeth and spoke unkindly to Li Zhong. But how could he resist Li Zhong at this moment? He picked her up and examined her body. This aura is indeed similar to that of the evil beast. Is it his offspring? Offspring. I am the evil beast. Yu Ming waved his claws to try to scratch Li Zhong, but it had no effect. Li Zhong just stared at Xiaofeng quietly for a while. Is that so? I understand. Just now, Li Zhong read Xiaofeng's spiritual information a little bit. This external spirit cannot provide core information, but he still knew that Xiaofeng was going to Sakura country, so he came to the Magic City to look for the toad whale. Okay, you guys go back first. Li Zhong turned his back and asked the people from the academy to go back first. Principal, but... Don't worry, he is indeed a human. No, I mean, Principal, your blood has spilled onto the ground. Do you want to buy some paper to wipe it off? Chapter 70. You don't want to. In the hospital, Li Zhong was lying on the bed, looking at Xiaofeng with malicious eyes. You guys, just come to the Magic City, why don't you give us advance notice? Suddenly, a breath broke in and I thought it was a strange beast. What's going on? The nurse came over calmly at this time, took off Li Zhong's thing and changed the dressing. Xiaofeng looked strange. Why are we talking here? Li Zhong got angry when he talked about this. Why are you here? Don't you have any idea? After changing the dressing, the nurse instructed, try not to disturb the wound. If possible, we can arrange surgery for you as soon as possible. No surgery. Xiaofeng looked at him with a squint. Is the principal of the Magic City Academy afraid of such a minor operation? Noticing Xiaofeng's gaze, Li Zhong explained. My body and hair are all given to me by my parents. Even that little bit of flesh is still a part of me, so just apply the medicine and it will be fine. The nurse laughed reluctantly. Hey, what's with that look in your eyes? I haven't settled the score with you yet. Xiaofeng took out his cell phone and pulled the principals of other schools into the group chat. God of Light and Darkness? Sunluo Giant Elephant, why did you drag us into this group? Rock, Bubbling. China's Strongest, why don't you spend your time outside gaining experience and instead play on your phone? The remaining person was looking at Xiaofeng in dumbfoundedness. What do you want to do? Xiaofeng slowly approached and took a full-body photo with his 300-megapixel mobile phone. Hey, Principal, you don't want your scandal to be known by the other elders, do you? Xiaofeng looked at the balance in his account and his smile became increasingly presumptuous. Woody Feng, I just want to say. I'm so handsome. God of Light and Darkness. Sunluo Giant Elephant. Rock, Speechless. The strongest in China, you die. Li Zhong looked at the group chat and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this little bastard was still trustworthy. Little did they know. Jiang Yun, who was far away in Kyoto, was still worried about how Xiaofeng was doing. How come this little bastard even sent him a private message? Inside was a photo of old man Li Zhong lying on the hospital bed, with the words Proctology Department written in large letters below. Message: I'm only telling you this, don't spread the word. That day, bursts of laughter came from Jiang Yun's office, almost non-stop. The same was true for several other people. Lao Guang, you are the best among these people. I will send you alone. Principal Zhong Yan, you're the most honest of all of us. I'm only sending this to you, so don't tell anyone else. Uncle you. You and I hit it off right away. I'm only telling you this information, and I'm not going to let anyone else know. After doing all this, Xiaofeng came to the bedside and comforted Li Zhong. Mr. Li, we are close friends regardless of age. Don't worry, I will never let more than this number of people know about your photo. Xiaofeng confidently extended 2 fingers. Li Zhong looked at him and smiled with relief. This child really kept his promise and would not let anyone else know. In fact, Xiaofeng was not talking about 2 people, but that the number of people would be controlled within double digits. Both of them nodded and smiled with great satisfaction. After leaving the hospital, Xiaofeng walked towards the beach. Li Zhong said that the beach whale, a strange animal, would only surface during the monthly sea hunting season. Now there are still several days before going to the beach, and Xiaofeng originally wanted to find a place to stay first. Classmate, are you also coming to the secret realm? A man and a woman were looking for something. Xiaofeng looked around and finally pointed at himself. Yes, aren't you here to explore the secret realm, classmate? A secret realm appeared along the coast of the Magic City. Li Zhong once led people there personally and found that there were few exotic beasts and abundant spiritual energy, making it very suitable for students to train. So the students of the institution were allowed to form their own teams and enter, and they only needed to pay credits. Our team is still short of 1 person. Classmate, you should be in the control realm, right? Join our team. This secret realm is of little significance to those above the transformation realm, so the majority of the students are in the awakening realm and the control realm. Naturally, they are unwilling to give up easily when they find a teammate in the control realm. Xiaofeng helplessly spread his hands and said, I don't have any credits. He wasn't even a student of the Magic City Academy. The credits of the 5 major universities were not transferable, so he couldn't use the high amount of credits he had accumulated at the Kyoto Academy. That's okay. We'll pay for you. Each of them grabbed one of Xiaofeng's hands and headed towards the secret realm. The minimum requirement for a small team is 3 people, and they just happened to have 3 people. After paying the credits, they came to a place similar to a teleportation device. This is the secret realm. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Asi, and this is my brother Alu. Aru smiled and waved as a greeting. Xiaofeng. Asi chuckled, and it seemed that he was a little angry because he was pulled here without permission. Not only is there abundant spiritual energy inside, but there are also many resources that cannot be bought outside. Suddenly, Yu Ming's nose moved and he stared in one direction. Xiaofeng noticed something strange about Yu Ming. Yu Ming, what's wrong? Yu Ming shook his head. It must be an illusion. Xiaofeng opened the system map and found that there was no other sign of life nearby except for a few people. Is it really Yu Ming who was having an illusion? The dog spoke. Si stared at Yu Ming with eyes wide open in disbelief. Could it be a strange beast? Then the person in front of me is not. I'm not that piece of trash from the beast god cult. This guy is my contracted beast. He used to be very powerful, but now his level has dropped. When people think of existences that collude with strange beasts, the first thing that comes to mind is the beast god cult, a notorious organization. As long as you kill it directly, you will not take any responsibility, but you will be rewarded. The prerequisite is to be able to kill. They don't know Xiaofeng's strength, but judging from his always calm performance, his strength must be strong. Seeing these 2 guys so scared, Xiaofeng was too lazy to explain and called Yu Ming to go in the same direction. Wait for us. As of now, Xiaofeng has no hostility towards them, and this secret realm has been explored by Principal Li Zhong, and there is no trace of powerful monsters. Even if Xiaofeng is really a member of the beast god cult, the 2 of them may not lose. With this thought in mind, the 2 of them chased after him. Hey, why did you agree to come to this mysterious place? This is the territory of the Deep Sea Clan. Yu Ming spoke at this time. Among the top 10 races on Blue Star, 7 are on land, 1 lives in the Sky City, and the remaining 2 races rule over 70% of the sea on Blue Star. As soon as Yu Ming came in, he smelled the scent of that race. The 9 races also had good and bad relationships among themselves, and the races in the sea and their land races had always been in a state of discord. Chapter 71, Changes in the Secret Realm. There's still a long time before we go to the beach. This secret place sounds great. It won't hurt to come and take a look. You rushed in without even knowing what the secret realm was like. But it's a shame that you humans could even break into this kind of place. Do you know how the secret realm was formed? Of course. This was created by the last bit of power our powerful beastmen used after their death. The beastmen have a very long lifespan, and only the powerful beastmen are unwilling to let their power idle in the world and turn into a ball of spiritual energy, so they built a small space on the blue star, which is also the secret realm. Secret realms are usually built by powerful beast tribes to pass on to future generations. This secret realm was obviously built by a powerful member of the Deep Sea tribe. I never thought it would appear in your human territory. Xiaofeng nodded, so this is the case. So, all the relics of that powerful man are also in here? Xiaofeng's eyes were full of stars and he looked like he was about to drool. That thing is useless even if you take it, give me back my strength. Useless? Then forget it. It's useful to me. Hey! By taking his things, I can at least recover to the strength of the realm. Then you will have a realm contracted beast, won't it be awesome? Xiaofeng touched his chin, it seemed to be the case. At this moment, Yu Eming's little dog eyes were full of wisdom. When I recover my strength, I will swallow you first. Xiaofeng, wait for us. ACI and Alu came from behind. Why don't these two guys leave? Originally, Xiaofeng thought that these two people would separate from him after coming in, but now they are following him? There are still some strange beasts lurking in here, and it will be safer if we stay together. Aru beside her also nodded in agreement. Yu Ming was unhappy. He had finally persuaded Xiaofeng to find the inheritance for him. What if these two guys ruined his plans? Boom! Suddenly, the entire secret realm shook violently, and the sky gradually darkened. Because there was no moon, the few people could only grope around blindly. Xiaofeng immediately opened his Sharingan. The surrounding environment did not change, it just became darker. The same is true for Yu Ming. He is a member of the Moondog clan and has lived at night all year round. His vision cannot be greatly affected by the endless darkness. But it was different for ACI and Alu. Their vision dropped to negative and they were groping around blindly. You dare to enter the secret realm without any preparation? Do humans nowadays enjoy seeking death? Yu Ming couldn't help but say. Xiaofeng took out the fluorescent stone that he had exchanged for credits at Kyoto Academy. Only with a light source could the two of them see the surrounding environment clearly. At this time, ACI and Alu were each holding one of Xiaofeng's thighs, and Alu's snot was almost touching him. Are you two done yet? The two of them let go of each other with blushing faces, and ACI said unwillingly. We were just not prepared. Who knew it would suddenly get dark? Roar! Before he could finish his words, a roar was heard from not far away. Pairs of green, gem-like eyes stared at the three of them, as if they were watching tonight's dinner. Name, Fishtail Leopard. Race, Hybrid. Introduction, a hybrid of deep-sea fish and land-dwelling beasts. They possess amphibious living habits. They have strong attack power but weak defense. Most of their levels are around the control realm, which is not too strong. It's just that the quantity is a bit too much. Didn't the principal say there weren't many exotic beasts in the secret realm? There must be 500 of them, right? ACI leaned against Alu, somewhat unsteadily. They hid in the cracks in time and space, so they were not discovered. Yu Ming pointed to the eye-like cracks in the sky. There are also endless streams of strange beasts emerging. Among them, a lanternfish even spoke. This is indeed the aura of grandfather. I am here. Xiaofeng used an identification technique. Name, Haideng. Race, Deep Sea Tribe. Level, Mastery Level 9 Suppressing. Introduction, one of the young masters of the Deep Sea clan. In order to find the inheritance in the secret realm, he ventured into the secret realm in cooperation with the Void Cat clan. Why are there still a bunch of little mice? Forget it, remember to clean them up. At Haideng's command, a group of hybrid sea creatures rushed forward. The sea creatures were huge in number, but their only drawback was that they could not leave the water before reaching the transformation realm. Unfortunately, this secret realm has great restrictions on them. Only the sea creatures before the transformation stage can enter. Even he has to suppress his realm before entering. However, there are as many cannon fodders as you want, half sea creatures and half land creatures. What should we do? So many strange beasts are dying. ACI looked melancholy, and Alu gritted her teeth and rushed forward. Hurry up and leave, I'll stop them. Swish. A gust of wind blew by, and Alu looked back in a daze, only to see a purple bone giant more than 10 meters tall standing there holding two swords. There is a person standing in the head, that is Xiao Feng. Stand away from me. If you accidentally injure me, I won't pay for my medical expenses. Xiao Feng rushed forward with two swords in hand. Facing a group of strange beasts that were only at the awakening realm and the control realm, killing them was as difficult as cutting a carrot. A large number of corpses piled up, but the crack in the sky continued to send strange beasts in. That crack was opened by the Void Cat clan. The only way to close it is to kill that cat or have it close it on its own initiative. Yu Ming reminded from behind. I see. Xiao Feng looked up and looked towards the crack in the sky. Amaterasu. A ball of black flame spread throughout the space tunnel and extended to another space. Amaterasu was essentially a flame born from space, and it continued to spread and burn to the other end of the space tunnel. Along with the tragic sound of a cat's cry, the tunnel gradually became smaller. Xiao Feng, be careful over there. ACI shouted from behind. It was the lantern fish rushing up with a trident in his hand. However, because the distance was still far, he was kicked away before he could get close to Xiao Feng. If you treat me like this, I'll summon the Deep Sea clan to destroy you. Haidang, who was kicked over, obviously felt very embarrassed. It's okay for you to hit me, but you kicked me in front of so many brothers. Don't I have any face? Go ahead and kill him. Under Haidang's command, not a single beast obeyed. What? Are they all dead? When he looked back, he found that a strange black flame had burned all his brothers to ashes, leaving no residue. Xiao Feng slowly approached Haidang at this time, the knife in his hand still dripping with the blood of those sea creatures. Brother, you two were not meant to be together, but it's fate that you ended up in the same secret realm. So, if you let me go, I'll let my father adopt you as his godson. Chapter 72. I am the young master, please let me go. Xiao Feng. Brother, I'll accept you as my younger brother, but please don't kill me. I'm the young master of the Sea Clan. Please let me go. I'm the young master. Bullshit, young master, there are at least 800 young masters in your sea tribe, if not 1,000, right? Yu Ming walked over and said contemptuously. The sea people are well-known studs. Their chief's wife alone has given birth to 9 children, not to mention the hybrids with other races. And this lantern fish is obviously one of those many hybrids. Who are you, and how do you know so much about my sea people? When Haidang saw that his situation was exposed, he panicked a little. He wouldn't think that he was useless and would kill me, right? No, I'm only 218 years old, and I've only met 97 sea creatures. If I were given another 100 years, I would not waste my time and plant 8,000 seeds. Just as Haidang closed his eyes to welcome death, Xiao Feng released Susanoo and stepped on Haidang's head. I won't kill you yet. Just be my mount for 2 days. Hey! Cut the weeds at their roots. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Yu Ming shouted frantically, but Xiao Feng dug his ears and ignored him. You want a mount, bro? I'm telling you, I'm a very reliable rider. I've been a professional mount rider for 200 years, and 97 sea creatures have praised my skills. When Haidang heard that he didn't have to die, he instantly turned into a dog-licking fish, and a pair of human feet appeared under his huge fins. It's the fat, hairy legs of a 40-something man. Brother, I'm amphibious. I'm perfect as a mount. He secretly thought in his heart that the strength of his domain realm was suppressed. After he got his grandfather's relics and left the secret realm, he would turn against him. Foolish human, you will regret your decision. Xiao Feng, this kid is waiting to devour you after leaving the secret realm, and you are still indifferent? The spiritual system of the Moondog clan is not just for show. Except for the pervert Xiao Feng, everyone else can read Yu Ming's thoughts as long as he wants, which is similar to Li Zhong's reading. Moreover, the voice of this fish is so loud that you can hear it without even reading it specifically. The small lantern above Yu Deng's head flickered rapidly, just like his heart. Don't talk nonsense. I mean it sincerely, bro. Yu Ming stared at him with his dog eyes. What kind of dog is this? How can it hear my thoughts? Why not just run away? Yu Ming was about to speak again to remind Xiao Feng. No, he won't betray me. Sharingan. Xiaofeng stood on top of Yudeng's head, opened his Sharingan and looked directly into his eyes. Yudeng was stunned for a moment, and then fell into endless darkness. Damn, I forgot you had this perverted skill. Yu Ming had seen Xiaofeng's Sharingan illusion. Even he, a member of the Moondog clan, could not resist that strange illusion. Otherwise, I wouldn't be forced to sign that indenture-like contract. Looking at this ugly puffer fish, Xiaofeng wouldn't contract him as well, right? I have an aesthetic obsession. I would rather stay in the seal of the evil beast mountain than see this stuff every day. Who wants a contract like this? I'm not very strong and I'm not good looking. I'm afraid of being laughed at by the enemy as cannon fodder. Only by standing on top of his head could he avoid seeing the big mouth of his fathead fish. Xiaofeng controlled the fish lantern and went towards ACI and Alu. Brother, why is there no sound? The battle should be over. The two siblings carefully raised their heads to see the situation on the battlefield, but when they looked up, they saw a fat fish head there. I smiled when I saw the two siblings, but this smile. It stinks like stinky tofu that fell into the sewer and was picked up and covered with durian and canned herring sauce. Two. As the two screamed, Xiaofeng's head popped out from the fish head. What are you two yelling about? Come up quickly. It seems that another attribute of this big head carp has been discovered, and scaring people seems to be a good choice. But it is more likely to accidentally injure friendly forces, so it is better to make it into chopped pepper fish head after it is used up. ACI and Alu gradually calmed down. You're not dead? Xiaofeng was speechless. It seems like you really want something to happen to me? The secret realm is now sealed off from the outside. Is there any way to control it? The secret realm was still dark, but with many more bright plants, it was not so dark that it was invisible. However, the secret realm was locked by the Void Cat clan. Although the crack was forcibly interrupted by Xiaofeng, the secret realm still did not return to its original state. From the fathead fish, I learned that this secret realm was sealed by them using a special method, and one can only enter but not exit. ACI took out the Guide to Self-Rescue in Secret Realms, a book compiled by Principal Li Zhong, which can be bought for only 50,000 yuan. Let me see. Don't be afraid if you encounter danger. Find a place to hide and wait for rescue. If you see a human team, shout for help. This thing costs 50,000 yuan? Zhang Yun is not as treacherous as him. Xiaofeng stopped ACI from reading any further and turned to ask Fathead Fish. Do you know how to leave the secret realm? Haideng replied blankly, we can only leave after we get my grandfather's relics. This operation must succeed. Where is the relic? Have no idea. However, we, the descendants of the Deep Sea clan, are connected by blood to our great-grandfather. As long as I am near his remains, the lantern on my head will shine brighter. Several people looked up and found that the lantern on his head was only emitting a faint light. We can only look around a bit. Xiaofeng and others sat on the head of the fathead fish. Because of its huge size, it could easily accommodate 3 people. I don't know what's happening with the other teams. ACI said with some concern. In addition to their team, many teams from the Magic City Academy have entered this secret realm. It is unknown whether those teams are encountering any danger now. Aru also comforted, it's okay, they are much stronger than us. The two siblings were arguing with each other, and Xiaofeng couldn't stand it anymore. Are you guys playing house? The two looked up at the same time and found that Xiaofeng's eyes were not harmonious at this moment. What happened to brother Xiaofeng? This world is cruel. Worrying about others presupposes you have the ability to protect yourself first. If I wasn't there just now, do you think you could have survived that situation? These two people are too idealistic. To put it bluntly, they tend to be a bit saintly. This kind of thinking must be nipped in the bud, otherwise one day it will harm teammates because of this idea. Xiaofeng's attitude towards the two of them was also very simple. If they didn't adjust their mentality, then he would have no choice but to leave them behind and find a way to open the secret realm by himself. There is nothing wrong with wanting to save more people, but the mistake is that this idea should not have appeared in them while they are on the battlefield. ACI and Alu lowered their heads. Seeing this, Xiaofeng turned around and continued to observe his surroundings. Chapter 73 revealed. That's why I said, why bring 2 burdens? Just the 2 of us are enough. Yu Ming came close to Xiaofeng and lay down. Xiaofeng subconsciously reached out and touched his head. Yu Ming's tail wagged. No, I'm not a dog. Yu Ming stood up angrily and said, I am from the noble Moondog clan, not a lowly beast like a dog. Xiao Feng glanced at his tail, which was still wagging, looking like a husky. Brother, there are enemies ahead. At this time, Haideng below spoke, and following his direction, a group of deep-sea monsters were searching for something in front. Work hard. When I become the first heir, you will all be my capable assistants. The one leading the group is a hairy crab? Name, Haixi. Level, Mastery Level 9 Suppressing. Race, Deep Sea Tribe. Introduction, one of the young masters of the Deep Sea clan, he came here to search for relics in the secret realm. Due to his crab bloodline, he cannot walk in a straight line. Are you not the only one here? Xiao Feng asked about Haideng below. There are a total of 23 young masters from the Deep Sea clan who have come this time. They all want to obtain their grandfather's inheritance so that they can improve the purity of their bloodline and rise in the heir rankings. Because there are so many young masters in the Deep Sea clan, the ranking of the heirs is also based on bloodline and strength. If the bloodline is not pure, no matter how strong the strength is, it will not be possible to squeeze into the top 10. Only the top 10 heirs are eligible to run for the position of the next patriarch. Therefore, this is why these young masters whose bloodline is not so pure are willing to take risks and come to the human territory to search for relics. Although the human race is not as good as the deep sea race, it is impossible for them to go to war with the human race just for a few young masters whose bloodlines are not so pure. So if they were caught by a powerful human, they would only be boiled into soup. Brother, I feel like my grandfather's legacy is somewhere around here. The lantern on Haideng's head was flashing at this time, indicating that what they were looking for was nearby. No wonder the hairy crab was ordering the animals to dig things, so this is what was going on. Brother Xiao Feng, we've made up our minds. Let's go and lure them away. ACI and Alu stood up and said. Xiao Feng looked at the two of them with a playful look. Are you sure? Seeing the two of them nod, Xiao Feng stopped trying to stop them. Then go ahead, but remember to lead it far away. After the two left, Yu Ming couldn't help but complain, are there so many fools in the human race now? They take on jobs that would lead to their own deaths. Xiao Feng just smiled at this. Those two people brought him quite a surprise. Who is it? The hairy crab saw the two humans who suddenly broke in at a glance, and immediately ordered his men to catch them. Didn't we just clean up the area thoroughly? Why are there still some humans left? Come and catch us, big crab. ACI made a face to lure the hairy crab to leave. The hairy crab took a few steps and returned to its original position. You want to trick me into leaving? I won't fall for it. Guys, catch her. The small shrimps and crabs put down the mud and sand in their hands and headed towards ACI. Seaside and was forced to flee. Ha ha ha, you want to trick me into leaving? No way. As soon as the words came out, the crab split into two halves from the face. Xiao Feng controlled Susanoo to retract the blade and dispel Susanoo. It turned out to be just a blue crab. I thought it was a hairy crab. Haixia never saw who killed him until his death, and I am a hairy crab, just a little green. Xiao Feng controlled the sea lantern and started digging at the brightest spot of the lantern. Soon a stone door appeared. There are two funnels on both sides of the stone gate, one is a fish and the other is a cat pattern. This thing seems to require the blood of the deep sea people? Yu Ming, bring me that crab. Yu Ming. I've already told you that I'm not a dog, don't treat me like a dog. But Yu Ming still went over and bit Haixia's body. Xiao Feng tried to drip the blood leaked from the sea into the funnel, and sure enough, the fish pattern became much brighter. But after all the blood in the sea was squeezed out, only a small part of it was still bright. It turns out that they are from the deep sea tribe with impure blood. Even so much blood won't work. Suddenly Xiao Feng turned and looked at Haideng. Being so fat, he must have a lot of blood, right? The fish pattern lights up on one side, but the cat pattern on the other. This cat should refer to the Void Cat clan, right? Yu Ming spoke. It should be. I don't know what's inside. It actually requires the blood of the heirs of two races to open it. Just when Yu Ming was confused. Come out, it's so boring hiding there all the time. Suff. A breeze blew by, and Eru rushed out from the bushes behind her. When did you find me? Xiao Feng spread out his hands. Secret. Xiao Feng had sensed something was wrong a long time ago, and when they made those saintly remarks before, if they were not mentally retarded, they were just acting. They wanted to act like human beings well so as to leave a good impression on me, but they didn't know that there is no such person among the human race nowadays who cares about strangers, because those saints have all died long ago. Sure enough, when Xiaofeng used the system to check, he found something unusual. Name, Aru. Race, Void Cat. Level, Mastery Level 9 Suppressing. Introduction, one of the heirs of the Void Cat clan, he chose to secretly leave the clan in search of a secret treasure. He is very powerful, so don't be deceived by his weak appearance. At this moment, Alu's true nature completely erupted. Humans are truly strange creatures. They were clearly acting according to the instructions in your book, yet I saw through them so easily. Alu's eyes gradually turned into dark blue cat's eyes, and a cat's tail stretched out from behind. With a shake, a space crack came towards Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng dodged with the help of Sharingan, and the tree that was hit seemed to be swallowed by space and began to collapse. Not bad, you managed to dodge it. This sneak attack killed countless enemies. No one except the Void Cat clan could see the spatial ability, so they could only dodge by instinct, but Xiaofeng could use the Sharingan to see the attack clearly. This is something that all the heirs of the Void Cat clan want to obtain. I am becoming more and more curious about what this thing is. Xiaofeng opened the kaleidoscope, intending to have a serious fight with Alu. You humans think you can get your hands on this thing? The power of this thing is beyond your reach. Aru moved. It attacked Xiaofeng in a pounce manner, and its limbs gradually turned into those of a cat, and every attack carried the power of space. This is the strength of our clan. Chapter 74, Feel the Pain. Bonus for the boss Miyadatsu Yuan. A blood mark ran across Xiaofeng's face. Although his attack method could be seen clearly, as a member of the Void Cat clan, his attack speed was also extremely fast. It seems the human race has also produced some existences that cannot be ignored. If it were people from other races, they wouldn't last a few moves under my hands. Yeah. Just as Aru was about to take the next step, she found that her body was suddenly unable to move. This is... Then when he opened his eyes, he found himself tied to a cross, and Xiaofeng was slowly walking towards him. Where is this? An illusion? Are you, the Moondog clan, planning to defect to the human race? Lu looked at Yu Ming angrily. Only the spiritual power of the Moondog clan could pull him, a member of the same 9 clan, into this illusion. Otherwise, could he, a mere human, rely on it? The identities of Yu Ming and the Moondog clan were known as early as when they first met, otherwise they would not have tried to pull Xiaofeng into the secret realm. In their eyes, Yu Ming was also a hidden existence among the human race. This is not my doing. Even our Moondog clan can't create this kind of illusion. Yu Ming stood aside and chose to ignore it. The Moondog clan and the Void Cat clan were not on good terms, so it was a good thing that they didn't take advantage of the situation. Xiaofeng took out a long sword and approached. Tell me what your purpose is, and I can relieve your pain. Although Aru felt a little fear in his heart, it was not enough to defeat him, the heir of the Void Cat clan. It's just an illusion. I will kill you when the illusion ends. Xiaofeng smiled without saying anything, but moved closer with the sword in his hand, and then stabbed the sword into Alu's body. Ah! Screams filled the entire illusion, with the scarlet moon in the sky being the only backdrop. It's an illusion, yes, but the pain is real too. How long can you hold on? In the blink of an eye, the wounds on Alu's body had healed. Xiaofeng repeated the previous action and approached from a distance with a sword. This time he thrust forward without hesitation. At the same time, another Xiaofeng appeared, also holding a sword in his hand, and stabbed it into another part of Alu's body. More and more Xiaofeng, more and more swords. Until it fills the entire space. The screams continued, and Yu Ming covered his ears with his claws impatiently. In the real world, only a few minutes have passed, but in this illusionary space, I can make you live for a month, a year, or even a lifetime. During this time, I will continue to stab you with my sword and make you feel pain. So, now do you tell me the truth? At this time, Alu began to feel fear in her heart, and the greater the fear, the greater the pain she suffered in the illusion. I won't tell you. If you have the guts to kill me, our Void Cat clan will not let you go. Before Alu could finish his words, Xiaofeng in the illusion stabbed a sword into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, all the wounds on his body healed. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Just keep feeling the pain. In reality, Yu Ming couldn't bear to watch it anymore. If you say to kill him, just kill him. Why torture him like this? This guy is indeed a devil. Your brother suffered so much, and you just watched? Xiaofeng smiled in one direction. At this time, a sea came over with a crab claw in his hand. The group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals chasing her were probably dead. This guy, like a Lu, was also the heir of the Void Cat clan. Name, ACI. Level, Mastery Level 9 Suppression. Race, Void Cat. Introduction, the only female heir to the Void Cat clan, and also the clan leader's favorite darling. This time, the Void Cat clan went to great lengths to find her. It seems that a Lu on the side is just a byproduct, and this AC is the designated successor of the Void Cat clan. I'd be ashamed to have that kind of loser as my brother. Now I'm actually quite interested in you. Do you want to come back to the tribe with me? I still have a while to upgrade to a natural disaster humanoid form. I can change into any type I like. Assie's words did not shake Xiaofeng, who had been wary of her. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not like him who can only attack by surprise. At this time, ACI also took off his disguise, and his human appearance slowly turned into a black cat, an extra large one at that. Although the mission seemed harmless on the surface, Xiaofeng knew that her claws could even tear open the void. You really don't know how to be humorous. A sea jumped down from a high place and walked towards Alu. Xiaofeng originally thought that she was going to help Alu set up a stall in the illusion, but who knew that the next second? Puff! Assie's claws used the power of the void to cut Alu in half with one claw. Only when she died did Alu escape from the illusion. Watching his sister kill himself with his own hands. Why? With a cold look in his eyes, ACI moved Alu's body towards the stone gate and dripped his blood into the stone pillar with the cat pattern. Otherwise, why do you think she sneaked out and took a loser with her? Aru's bloodline is not like that of the deep sea people, one is enough to open it. Boom! The stone door opened, and Asi turned to Xiaofeng and said with a smile, "Do you dare to join us?" Without waiting for Xiaofeng to answer, she jumped into the stone gate. Don't go, there must be an ambush. Yuming said anxiously, fearing that Xiaofeng would rush in a fit of impulsiveness. Xiaofeng walked to the stone gate and looked at the darkness below, which was like an endless abyss. How about you go explore the way first? Xiaofeng said to Yuming, who was standing beside him. Yuming? You are the dog. In the end, Xiaofeng decided to jump down and take Yuming with him. In mid-air, a sharp spatial blade appeared. Divine power. Xiaofeng relied on the divine power and barely avoided it when he saw part of his body moved into the divine power space. After landing, ACI looked at Xiaofeng with an evil smile. Not bad, you actually dodged it. Xiaofeng wanted to rush forward angrily, but stopped in time. Next second. Brush. A spatial wall flashed by, and a gully appeared on the ground. It was obviously a trap set by this guy. Pa pa pa. ACI stood up, transformed into an orc-like form and clapped his hands. It's really amazing. This is the first time I've seen an alien race that can dodge these two moves. As expected of the disgusting cat clan, they are still so disgusting. Yuming said with gritted teeth. ACI glanced at him. Who am I supposed to be? Isn't this the Dalmatian from the Moondog clan? What's the matter? You can't make it in your clan anymore, so you're going to be a dog for the humans? It hit Yuming's heart immediately. Believe it or not, I'm going to swallow you up right now. Don't do that. I can tell from your dog mouth that you've eaten a lot of dirty stuff. It stinks. As he said that, ACI covered his nose with his hands and pretended to look very smelly. The Moondog clan and the Void Cat clan have always been at odds with each other, not to mention that one of them is the son of the Moondog clan's chief, and the other is the daughter of the Void Cat clan's chief. Chapter 75 Recognition from the Boss. The two beasts bared their teeth, as if they were about to start fighting in the next second. At this time, Xiaofeng became the person caught in the middle. Xiaofeng, go ahead and kill him. I'll steal the Moondog clan's map fragment for you. You two want to kill me? Dream on. ACI wanted to enter the building in front first. We can't let her get the relic first. If she controls this secret realm, we won't be able to get out. Yuming exclaimed. Xiaofeng also understood this and lifted Yuming up. Hey, what are you doing? Of course, help me hold her back. Physical level. Xiaofeng used his strength to throw Yuming quickly towards ACI. Ah! When ACI looked back, he saw a dog's face very close to him. The next moment, the BGM sounded. Ajin fell in love with Ah Chang. Xiaofeng took this opportunity to rush over, and as he passed by, he didn't forget to complain, "I asked you to hold her back, why did you kiss her?" Joking aside, Xiaofeng did not slow down at all. After rushing in, he found that there was a huge bottomless pit inside. In the center is a suspended path. If you look closely, you can see a huge jade coffin on it. "Xiaofeng, you tricked me." Behind him, Yu Ming rushed in while frantically dodging Assie's sharp spatial blade. He didn't stop in time and kicked Xiaofeng into the deep hole. "Fuck, are you a pig?" While falling, Xiaofeng wanted to use the wood dragon, but he found that the pit was absorbing his spiritual energy as he fell. "How would I know there was such a big pit inside? Can't you summon a flying dragon? Why don't you do it?" "I tried it, it doesn't work. The Sharingan can still be opened, but no other skills can be used." Just when Xiaofeng was about to enter the Shenwei space to take shelter, a blue water bead appeared below. It's aura. Through the Sharingan, Xiaofeng could tell at a glance that the water droplet was full of spiritual energy, so he tried to move towards the center point while falling. If you fall into this position, you can touch it. Just absorb a little spiritual energy and summon the wood dragon immediately. That's what they thought, but when the man and the dog touched the water droplets, the surrounding environment changed drastically. Xiaofeng came to a place similar to a country field. Not far away, there was a man wearing white clothes and a bamboo hat. Why does this world feel so weird? Yu Ming didn't understand what was going on. There seemed to be only that person around, so Xiaofeng planned to go up and ask. "Excuse me, where is this place?" The old man wearing a conical hat turned around and found that he looked exactly like Master Turtle in Kung Fu Panda that he had seen in the TV series. The only difference is that there is no turtle shell. "Are there guests?" The old man put away his hoe and said to the two of them, "Come and have some tea. No outsiders have been here for hundreds of years." Xiaofeng was shocked but still followed him, and at the same time used his Sharingan to look around, but he didn't find anything unusual. "Didn't you observe? Or maybe the world itself is not dangerous." "Old lady, guests are coming, make 2 bowls of tea." Following Uncle Turtle, we came to a thatched house. A huge woman came out of the house. She must have been at least 2 meters tall. And it has a cat face. He actually looks a bit like the Aussie outside. Uncle Turtle, who was only half the height of Aunt Cat, put down his hoe, sat on the stone bench in the yard and invited Xiaofeng and Yu Ming to come over. "A descendant of the Moondog clan? He looks a bit like Yu's offspring." Yu Ming's ears twitched. "How do you know my father's name?" "You have to know that his father had become the patriarch of the Moondog clan 300 years ago. The only people who dared to call him by his name were people of equal status from other clans. And this soulless old man in front of me. Ha, my temper is the same as his. Back then, he kept saying that he would come to the deep sea to kill me after becoming the clan leader. How is he doing now?" Yu Ming lowered his head in disappointment. "I don't know either. He hasn't been back to his tribe for 200 years, so his father probably has forgotten about him." Seeing this, Uncle Turtle didn't say anything, but turned to look at Xiaofeng. "Human?" Xiaofeng nodded. "Why did you use a questioning tone? Could I be fake?" "The human race has produced a good material, but it will take some time for him to grow up. I hope you can let go of your hatred by then." Uncle Turtle said half a sentence without making any sense, then fell asleep with his head tilted back. This old man, why did he fall asleep again? Aunt Cat brought 2 bowls of hot tea and handed them to Xiaofeng and Yu Ming. "You must have entered this old man's secret realm to get here, right? Then there should be descendants of our 2 clans outside." Mrs. Cat wiped her hands, took off an earring from her ear and placed it on the stone platform. "This thing will get you out. Who on earth are you? We are just 2 little lives fighting for our lives in a world weary of. The war between races isn't that important. What matters is who is left by your side when you've accomplished everything." Mrs. Cat leaned on Mr. Turtle, and both of them smiled kindly. The world began to slowly dissipate, and all the spiritual energy converged into a point of light and went towards Xiaofeng and the pearl earring in Xiaofeng's hand. At this time, Xiaofeng's body was like a sponge, madly absorbing the spiritual energy of this world. Master Level 6, Master Level 7, Master Level 8. Host completed the hidden mission. The boss recognized you. You have been exempted from the realm breakthrough mission and received the reward, the 8 gates to Unjia. It continued until it reached the 6th level of transformation, and then it stopped, and this small world and the cat lady and turtle uncle in front of it disappeared. Above. ACI used her spatial ability to walk directly through space to the floating island in the center. In her eyes, the huge jade coffin was just a decoration. With one claw, the top of the jade coffin was opened, and two beasts were lying inside. It was exactly the Mr. Turtle and Mrs. Cat that Xiao Feng saw in the small world. Second Grandma, you made our search so difficult. Hundreds of years ago, this being, second only to the greatest beasts in the tribe, secretly ran away with the tribe's treasure. This was a major blow to the tribe. Although they had been searching for her whereabouts, they had never been able to find her. Until I heard that she seemed to have some friendship with the old turtle of the Deep Sea tribe, so the tribe cooperated with the beasts of the Deep Sea tribe. ACI got the news and brought Alu to the human city of Magic City first, just to get the treasure before the tribe. As long as I get the treasure house, everything in it will be mine. Are you afraid that you won't be able to become the next patriarch? Chapter 76 Assie's Past. Although a long time has passed, the bodies of the two beasts in the jade coffin are still intact. Mrs. Cat snuggled up to Mr. Turtle, and both of them left with kind smiles on their faces. Where are the treasures in the treasury? ACI searched frantically inside the jade coffin, but found no clues at all. By the way, Grandma said her earrings are a space treasure that can hold a lot of things. ACI looked towards her ears. No. How could there not be? ACI took a closer look and found that there were obvious traces of ear holes in her ears, which meant that someone had got there first? How is this possible? She clearly used that human to destroy the space cracks of the Void Cat clan, so it was even more impossible for those idiots of the Deep Sea clan. I must have missed something. By the way, maybe they are hiding inside my body. ACI raised his cat paw and looked at the corpses of the two beasts with a sharp gaze, and was about to take action. Roar! A wooden dragon emerged from the giant hole below, with Xiao Feng and Yu Ming standing above it. And this world seemed to begin to collapse after feeling the power of Xiao Feng's transformation. After cursing inwardly, Asi continued to try to attack them, but Xiao Feng quickly grabbed his cat claws. Xiao Feng took a look inside the coffin and was stunned. Taking this opportunity, ACI broke away from Xiao Feng and hid behind him. Human, stop meddling in other people's business. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. Xiao Feng ignored them and looked at Uncle Turtle and Aunt Cat in the coffins. Then he silently covered them with the coffin roof that ACI had destroyed. If I'm not mistaken, one of these people is your ancestor. Does it feel good to dig your own ancestral grave? Don't mind your own business, get out of here now. ACI used the space blade to force Xiao Feng back, but the next second. Divine power. Xiao Feng used his divine power to absorb all the sharp blades in space, and then release them in another place to attack Asi. ACI, who had no time to dodge, was hit on the arm and blood immediately flowed out. Well, I shouldn't expect a cat to be very reasonable. Xiao Feng spread his hands helplessly. What do you know? There has always been a winner and a loser. If I don't become the next clan leader, do you think my brothers will let me go? ACI didn't care about the injury on her arm. She couldn't care about too much when she sneaked out this time. Even though her father loved her very much, as the clan leader, her father also had to consider the clan. As long as she poses a threat to the tribe, she will be killed no matter how much she is loved. The only shortcoming of this plan was that she didn't expect that Aru actually had the Shadow Stone on him. This is a thing. The Child Stone will transmit the host's last moments before death to the Mother Stone. In other words, the scene of him killing Aru had been transmitted back to his race, and his plan had been exposed. Now her only option is to obtain the treasure house, and then cultivate until the entire race can no longer threaten her, and then return to this path. So, anyone who stands in my way will die. ACI waved the space blade frantically, wanting to use it to kill Xiao Feng and then go back to find the treasure house. But Xiao Feng's level has been upgraded at this time, and all aspects of his body functions have been improved. The divine power that I didn't dare to use continuously before can now be used continuously. Divine power. All the sharp spatial blades were sucked into the Shinwei space. Do you think you can escape if I release all these things now? Xiao Feng said to ACI with a smile. ACI gritted his teeth, never expecting that one day he would be threatened by humans like this. I will never surrender even if I die. ACI rushed forward like mad, and was about to touch Xiao Feng. ACI. ACI opened his eyes. Mother? The Void Cat in front of him was his mother. The patriarch had many females, and his mother was just one of the less popular ones. Mom, are you still alive? ACI hugged his mother in front of him with tears in his eyes. It didn't matter even if it was an illusion, as long as he could see his mother. AC is still so tearful, but we can't do that now. Today is your father's birthday party, and we must go and celebrate happily. Birthday party? No. Mommy, don't. I remember that day, my mother was killed during the birthday party because she angered an elder. It was on that day that my potential was revealed, which earned me the praise and love of my father. But so what? Mom will never come back. So she vowed to become the clan leader, and only she could hold her own destiny in her own hands. Mom, no. Let's not go, okay? AC tried to keep her by crying, but it had no effect. The scene in memory continues to happen. Just when my mother was about to be killed by the elder, ACI exploded. No, you're not allowed to hurt my mother. The huge energy destroyed the world. When ACI opened his eyes again, he had become a small black cat the size of a palm. There was also an extremely ugly collar around his neck. Hey, isn't this my little princess Cece? Why don't you call me mommy? Yu Ming rushed forward and challenged. At this time, AC had already voluntarily signed a contract with Xiaofeng, but the collar was put on her just in case. The restricted item that I bought with credits when I was in Kyoto Academy was originally a bracelet, but given AC's current size, it is also suitable to be used as a collar. Where is this place? Was that an illusion just now? ACI also reacted. You stinky dog, how dare you use illusion on me? Yu Ming said helplessly, I told you I can't do that. It's all his fault. At this time, Xiaofeng was controlling the wooden dragon to travel through this world that was about to collapse. Aunt Cat only said that the thing could take us out, but she didn't tell us how to use it. Xiaofeng was very anxious holding the pearl earrings in his hand. AC's eyes immediately caught sight of the earrings in Xiaofeng's hand. That's mine, give it to me. It instantly transformed into a clingy kitten and crawled onto Xiaofeng. Yu Ming. Okay, got it. Yu Ming came over reluctantly and took ACI aside. Because of the necklace restrictions, ACI is no different from an ordinary kitten at this time. Let me go, you running dog. ACI waved his 4 claws in Yu Ming's dog's mouth, but it had no effect. Don't make trouble. If Xiaofeng hadn't insisted on contracting you, you would have died just now. Like AC, he is not a good person. His method of dealing with the enemies is to adhere to the principle of leaving no trouble behind. Of course, it's fine once we become teammates. In the future, I will continue to work under Xiaofeng's Xiaodang, so that I may have more helpers when he turns against me. Chapter 77 Harvest Extra Chapter 4 Muming Tian. Every blade of grass and every tree in the secret realm was collapsing and falling into the endless abyss below. But Xiaofeng still couldn't find a way out. Child, drop some blood on it. At this time, the pearl earrings sent out a spiritual voice to tell Xiaofeng. It's Uncle Turtle's voice. Xiaofeng did as he was told. The pearl earring also changed, from a pearl to a small nail, and then was nailed directly on Xiaofeng's earlobe to become an earring. Both of our things are in there. We should make good use of them. No one should bother us again in the future. In a trance, Xiaofeng seemed to see the figures of Uncle Turtle and Aunt Cat. They were standing in front of him, and a blue teleportation light was there. Xiaofeng controlled the wooden dragon and finally rushed out before the secret realm collapsed. The outside world was already in chaos at this time. Have all the students come out yet? Li Zhong was standing here in person. He had clearly entered the secret realm to investigate. Apart from suppressing the level, there should be no other problems. Why did it suddenly collapse? There are still 3 students who haven't come out. At this time, a huge wooden dragon rushed out, and Li Zhong reacted in time to stop the wooden dragon. This wooden dragon looks familiar. Cough cough cough. At this time, Xiaofeng appeared in front of everyone with a cat in his left hand and a dog in his right hand. Principal, he is one of them. The people below recognized Xiaofeng at a glance. At this time, Li Zhong also covered his head, and seemed to understand why the secret realm collapsed. Jian Laogui, you bastard, you must have deliberately let him come to Shanghai to tease me. Huh, finally I'm out of that damn place. Xiaofeng had just breathed a sigh of relief when he was surrounded by a group of people. Li Zhong waved his hand to signal them to leave, and then he came up to Xiaofeng. What happened in there? Where are the 2 students who entered with you? Not long ago, the secret realm suddenly vomited out everyone from it, and now the secret realm suddenly collapsed again. Xiao Feng was the only one who came out during this period, so it was hard not to suspect him. Xiao Feng scratched his face, not knowing how to explain. Suddenly, an idea came to him. I have the right to remain silent. If you have any trouble, go talk to my supervisor. He then left Zhang Yun's phone number and tried to leave, but was stopped by Li Zhong. It's just a secret place, you're too stingy, Mr. Li. Li Zhong originally wanted to call Zhang Yun to discuss the issue of compensation. He already knew the situation of the two students who entered with Xiao Feng, but it was also a fact that the secret realm collapsed because of Xiao Feng. As a result, the phone call came. Anyway, I can't possibly pay you for it. Why don't you just come to Kyoto and take my life? I don't have any money anyway. He actually forgot that the person on the other end of the phone was the most shameless Lao Bidang in China. Li Zhong's veins bulged, but he couldn't really suddenly rush to Kyoto, right? After hanging up the phone, Li Zhong seemed to have aged a few years and called Xiao Feng over. I'll settle this account with you later. First, let me tell you what happened in the secret realm. Xiao Feng honestly told Li Zhong everything that happened in the secret realm, except the news that he had to move the treasure house. Who knows if he would make me lose money again if he knew that I had such valuable things on me. Li Zhong held his chin, tapping his fingers lightly on the table as he thought about something. Both the Deep Sea Clan and the Void Cat Clan are involved. What is in that secret realm that attracts them so much? This kid, since he became the final winner, it is impossible for him to be without anything on him, but isn't it a bit unkind to rob a junior? Sometimes I wish I were half as shameless as Jian Laogue. Okay, go back now. Don't cause any trouble in the Magic City during this time. Don't cause trouble, he said to several people very loudly, for fear that Xiao Feng would mistake the Magic City for the next secret realm. I told you it wasn't me. The secret realm collapsed on its own. Xiao Feng had no choice but to take the blame, but fortunately he got the things. After booking a presidential suite in a luxury hotel, Xiao Feng took a shower before starting to check the contents of the treasure house. Don't move, everything inside is mine. Even though ACI turned into a kitten, he still looked fierce and aggressive. But at this moment, her size posed no threat to Xiao Feng. If it weren't for the need to complete the system's task, he might have just left her there. Quest: find the wandering successor of the Void Cat. Complete. Gain a lot of experience. I was promoted to the next level in an instant. Name: Xiao Feng. Level: Transformation Level 7. Superpower: Sharingan. Skills: Sharingan, Amaterasu, Kamui, Susanoo, Would Release. Introduction: from a weakling to a weakling, Lao Lu has fought his way back to the top. Even though he's very strong, he still can't change his habit of being a weakling. Xiao Feng's face was filled with black lines when he saw this evaluation. He always felt that this system had a lot of opinions about him. Found a treasure trove, do you want to transfer it to the system warehouse? Is there this function? Yes. Xiao Feng then opened the system warehouse to check out the pile of treasures, many of which were spiritual treasures that could enhance the effects of exotic beasts. It is not very useful to humans, but if it is used by Yuming or ACI, it will probably not take long to cultivate a terrifying existence. However, the loyalty of the two beasts seems to be very low, so forget it. Although the psychic contract has been strengthened by the system, it still cannot change their loyalty. Once the loyalty becomes negative, the contract will become invalid. But the two beasts didn't know this. Name: Yuming. Level: Mastery Level 9 Recovering. Race: Moon Dog Clan. Loyalty: 49. Introduction: there has always been a rebellious spirit in this person. If he wasn't unable to defeat the host right now, he might have already launched a sneak attack. The other side. Name: ACI. Level: Awakening Level 1 Strongly Suppressed. Race: Void Cat. Loyalty: 9. Introduction: a cat who hates humans and wants to tear her host apart right now. However, if you give her a little benefit, you might get unexpected rewards. Unexpected gains? So Xiao Feng tentatively took out a dried fish from the treasure house. It seemed to be the corpse of a strong man from the Deep Sea tribe, which was dried by Uncle Turtle and intended to be eaten by Ant Cat. That is right, all the accumulations of the two of them were put in, so there is not only the treasure house of the Void Cat clan back then, but also many treasures that Uncle Turtle brought out from the Deep Sea clan. No wonder the two major clans are so crazy. When Asi saw the dried fish, his eyes lit up like stars. He didn't bother to scold Xiao Feng anymore. He rushed forward, bit the dried fish and started eating. What about me? What about me? Yu Ming urged anxiously, wagging his tail. Chapter 78, Going to the Sea in Advance. After searching the warehouse, Xiaofeng found a bone and threw it to Yu Ming. Yu Ming happily held the beasts and started chewing them. The loyalty of both beasts increased by 2 points. TSK TSK TSK, it turns out that the one who has food to eat is the dad. Xiaofeng sighed and fell asleep. You idiot, he's asleep now, and you're not going to turn against him? ACI stared at Yu Ming with shining eyes, trying to persuade him to join him. You think I haven't tried it? I've tried it before. If you get close to him with bad intentions, you'll be pulled into an illusion and tortured mentally. Until now, he still hasn't figured out why Xiaofeng has such powerful mental power. Logically speaking, even an S-level mental ability cannot compare to the racial talent of their Moondog clan. But he was like a grandson in front of Xiaofeng. Seeing that he couldn't fool the silly dog, ACI fell asleep holding his dried fish. After all, his current strength couldn't cause any substantial harm to Xiaofeng. At this moment, in a dark corner of the Magic City. Sir, something just happened in that secret realm, and the whole city is on high alert now. Wouldn't it be too reckless for us to stir up trouble now? A group of people wearing black cloaks gathered in this underground area. Each of them had a tattoo of a different exotic beast on their hands. If ordinary people saw it, they would definitely be scared. Beast God Cult. Are you the boss or am I the boss? But you're not the boss. I know everything the boss knows, and I can also do things the boss can't do. I should have been the boss. Everyone below was speechless. You are indeed the only one in the entire branch who dares to do such a dirty job as licking leather shoes. That's why he got the position of second in command. Alright, no need to say more, go and lure all the strange beasts in the sea here. The guards of the Demon City are all in the secret realm right now, so they won't have enough time to defend the seashore. Then we'll be able to catch them off guard. No one responded to the second in command's words. If you do a good job, I'll give you double your salary this month. Boss, you're wise. I will follow you all my life. Boss. Mighty. Boss. Awesome. The next morning. When Xiaofeng got up, he saw Yu Ming and ACI hugging each other. Is this love that transcends race? I took a picture with my mobile phone as a souvenir, definitely not to threaten them with the photo in the future. When Xiaofeng went out, he found that 2 people were following him, but from their clothes he could tell that they were from the Magic City Academy. How worried is Li Zhong about me that he even sent someone to watch over me? Do I look like the type of person who stirs up trouble? When Xiaofeng was feeling indignant, a familiar pattern appeared in front of him. Those 2 people had tattoos of strange beasts on their arms. Both of them were in the alley, looking around for something. Just when Xiaofeng was about to follow in to take a look, an alarm sounded on the street. Sea rushing warning. Sea rushing warning. Everyone, please take shelter quickly. Those with abilities at the control realm and above, gather at the gate of the Demon City Academy. The alarm sounded, but it seemed that no one around was panicking. Why are there so many days before this time? Who knows? Maybe those strange beasts are just too crazy. Forget it, let's go to the gathering. You guys go stay in the shelter for 2 days, then Dad will come pick you up. This is the same as going to the beach in advance, and it is the same as arriving a few days in advance with your girlfriend and relatives. Everyone has long been accustomed to it, and the strange beasts that come from the sea are not very strong. The Magic City already has a barrier facing the sea. They only need to hide behind the barrier to release skills and control supernatural props to kill the strange beasts. Every time the corpse of a strange beast killed at sea is obtained, it is a good fortune, so people don't have any aversion to this matter, and even look forward to it. Xiaofeng looked up and found that the barrier of the Demon City had been activated, and the 2 people in the alley had disappeared. We're going back to the academy to help out. Do you want to come with us? The 2 people who were responsible for guarding Xiaofeng came over and asked, how many credits is guarding Xiaofeng worth? Hunting sea creatures makes more money. Xiaofeng refused outright. He was still counting on the big-mouthed whale to take him to Sakura Country. No, if they kill them all, what will I take to Sakura Country? Thinking of this, Xiaofeng rushed towards the beach. At this time, at the sewage outlet of the Magic City. A group of Beast God cult members are waiting here. They took out basins of blood and poured them into the sea. The strange beasts in the sea rushed towards the Magic City frantically, with red eyes, and no one knew what had happened. This is a medicine bestowed by the beast god. It can stimulate the bestiality of all beasts. As long as we attract a good one, even the barrier of the demon city will not be able to protect them. With the evil laughter of the crowd. So, you're very brave? An unfamiliar voice interrupted everyone. Turning around, they saw a man standing there with an evil red color in his eyes. It's the Red Devil. An S-rank wanted individual. Xiaofeng was recognized at a glance. After all, he had single-handedly destroyed the beast god cult branch in Kyoto. Fengpu also carried a prop that could transmit the scene of his death back to the headquarters. Therefore, Xiaofeng was also known by the beast god cult and was directly put on the S-level wanted list. Just now when Xiaofeng rushed to the beach, he heard a group of people laughing. When he rushed over, he found that they were the guys from the beast god cult. It seems that they have something to do with the early arrival of the sea this time. Together? Xiaofeng asked. After all, it takes a lot of time to clean them one by one, and he also has to go find the beaked whale. Go! Go! The second in command commanded everyone to rush forward. It's a good time to try out the skills I just acquired. 8 gates of ninjutsu, open the gate, open. Open the door, remove the restrictions on the brain to achieve the goal of exerting 100% of the body's ability, overload the body's energy to increase attack and speed. At this time, a faint white smoke was coming out of Xiaofeng's body, which was formed by the rapid evaporation of sweat. In an instant, Xiaofeng came to the first person and punched him in the abdomen, knocking him into the sea. There was a sound of strange beasts in the sea, and the consequences for that person could be imagined. Then he appeared in front of the second person and kicked him, sending several people flying down with him. What's going on? The data doesn't say he's a body system psychic. What's with this weird speed? The second in command originally thought that Xiaofeng was just an illusionist, and wanted to use the human wave tactic. If that didn't work, he could let the people in front go first and then escape. But with such strange physical fitness, there is no way he can escape. Chapter 79 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. As expected, if you keep putting too much pressure on your body, you will still feel tired. They saw Xiaofeng's tired look, and instantly they were filled with hope again. Hurry! He's already tired. We have more people. One hit from each of us will tire him out. Everyone rushed forward. Xiaofeng looked at them in confusion. Is the only condition for joining the beast god cult that the IQ must be lower than 5? I didn't say I only have this one skill. 8 gates of ninjutsu, rest gate, open. Showman, remove the limit of physical fatigue, overload the body's energy to restore physical strength, and offset the fatigue caused by the energy consumption speed of opening the door. Then, Susanoo. A layer of pale purple skeleton appeared beside Xiaofeng, and combined with his scarlet Sharingan, he looked like a demon from hell. Devil, devil. Some of the timid ones didn't even have the courage to look into Xiaofeng's eyes. You bunch of cowards, if you don't do it, I will. As soon as the man turned his head, he found that Xiaofeng had rushed to him at an extremely fast speed. Facing Xiaofeng's smile, the man lowered his head and tweaked the corner of his clothes with his hands. I admit I spoke a little loudly just now. Then he was knocked to pieces by Xiaofeng's punch. Physically. Xiaofeng looked at the skeletal arm that appeared, and he didn't expect that the 8 gates could be used in conjunction with Susanoo in this way. If I could use the complete form of Susanoo and put on the death gate, wouldn't I be invincible? Host, wake up. With your current physical condition, you won't be able to kick the death gate until your whole body is broken. The system poured out a basin of cold water and brought Xiaofeng back to his thoughts. I'm just saying, it will work in the future. It's a good thing they were having a party in this narrow sewer, otherwise they would have scattered as soon as we met and I might not have bothered to chase them. The skeletal arm crushed the last man's head, and now only their so-called boss was left. Name, Wang Er. Level, Awakening Level 2. Race, Human. Superpower, Flattery. Flattering words can make the other party feel more useful. Introduction, the second in command of the Demon City Beast God Cult branch, he's actually a guy who only knows how to flatter the higher-ups and make promises to his subordinates. Brother, you are so handsome, brave, invincible, and cool. Killing me would really dirty your hands. Why don't you let me go? Wang Er is still trying to influence the other party by using his flattery ability. Xiaofeng really benefited from it, so he smiled and pierced his heart with the Chidori spear. After dealing with them, Xiaofeng observed the group of strange beasts on the sea, but he still couldn't find the beaked whale he needed. Isn't he not coming? When the sea creatures saw that there was another human being, they all burst out with their greatest strength and jumped up, trying to swallow Xiaofeng in one bite. Stop it, I'm looking for a beast. Xiaofeng had not yet used the 8 gates plus Susanoo mode at this time, and he slapped the strange beasts that jumped up and sent them flying with a slap. As the strange beast surfaced, it died. The strange beasts are angry and dare to make trouble for food. More and more strange beasts rushed out of the water and rushed towards Xiaofeng. The blood just now stimulated the beast's animal nature. It's a bit like a mixture of drugs, stimulants, and strong liquor. So the strange beasts all rushed forward. Veins popped up on Xiaofeng's head. I told you to leave me alone. Susanoo's full form burst the sewer pipe on the cliff edge, and a 10-meter-tall bone giant slowly grew blood vessels and muscles. Then he held 2 swords and attacked crazily on the sea. The blue sea was stained with blood, and the massacre was not over yet. I must kill a few more strange beasts later. I took out a loan to buy a brand new supernatural sword just to kill the monster this time. I'm hoping this trip to the sea will pay off. I went to the trial tower specifically to train, just to level up and kill more monsters. Everyone had just gathered from the Magic City Academy and was heading towards the beach. Look what that is. Xiaofeng's Susanoo was so huge that everyone had already seen this giant while still in the city. Is that a strange beast? But it clearly looks like a human. Giant race? But there has never been such a race. What is he chopping? A terrible thought came to my mind. Oh shit. Someone got there first. Everyone changed their leisurely pace and rushed towards the sea, fearing that if they were a step late, the strange beast would be gone. When they arrived at the beach, it was just as they had imagined. The corpses of the strange beasts piled up on the sea. Because they died under Xiaofeng's double swords, almost none of the corpses were intact. And the minced meat of this strange beast is not worth anything at all. Hurry up and grab them. If they're all killed soon, I wonder how you'll pay back the loan. Following the first person's shout, everyone rushed out. But that giant. Are you blind? Isn't that the guy the principal personally received yesterday? He's so impressive to be personally received by the principal, and yet he's already killed so many in just a short while. Xiaofeng was in Susanoo's head. Some people with good eyesight recognized Xiaofeng at once. Wasn't he the one who destroyed the secret realm yesterday? Now I am at the beach again, looking at the pieces of meat of strange beasts all over the ground. What a waste! As more and more people joined the battle on the beach, Xiaofeng's speed slowed down. I still haven't found any strange beasts like the beaked whale. Could it be that the system is fooling me? This kind of artificial sea hunting doesn't attract many marine species. Besides, garfish live in the deep sea and only occasionally come to this kind of beach to wander around. It's normal not to see them. The system came forward to explain. Xiaofeng released Susanoo, but wasting spiritual energy was not a solution. It would be better to search among the group of strange beasts. When the strange beasts saw that the giant who slaughtered them disappeared, they thought that Xiaofeng could no longer hold on and rushed towards Xiaofeng. Fuck, this guy has a taunt skill? We've got to get past all the monsters. One after another, strange beasts with bloody mouths opened pounced towards Xiaofeng, but Xiaofeng looked at them with cold eyes. Amaterasu. Black flames spread among the group of strange beasts. Xiaofeng stood on the water and watched all this quietly. It seems that there will be no beaked whales this time. Why not just change our destination? That's fire. Why can his fire burn in the sea? We're both human, so why is he so awesome, while I'm just a loser? At least you have one more character than him, which in some ways means you've surpassed him. Just as Xiaofeng was planning to let Amaterasu continue to burn all these annoying sea beasts, a cry attracted everyone's attention. It's a big-mouth whale. Chapter 80 Deep Sea Palace. The beaked whale let out a low cry and began to devour the corpses of the sea creatures on the beach. To him, this pile of rotten meat is a delicacy. The big-mouthed whale. Killing it will earn you hundreds of millions. You're killing a transformation realm beast for no reason. It's so huge. The damage you'd do with your sword wouldn't be as much as the damage you'd do to your wife with that toothpick. Although it hurts, what he said is an irrefutable fact. At this time, Xiaofeng was standing on the sea and rushed up without waiting for everyone to react. Look who's getting on. They all knew Xiaofeng's strength, and if it was him, he might really be able to. Xiaofeng rushed towards the big-mouthed whale quickly, and then jumped into his mouth. Being eaten. Fuck. Even his awesome dick got eaten. I'd better run. The crowd was frightened and fled in all directions. Money is important, but what's the use of it if you lose your life? Should I leave an inheritance to my wife so that she can find a gigolo? You have to beat your own child. With this idea in mind, everyone fled to the beach. Xiaofeng was not swallowed like other pieces of meat in the beaked whale's mouth. Instead, he stood at the beaked whale's tongue and looked around. Ah, it seems I forgot to control this guy. Susanu. The beaked whale was still eating food leisurely when it suddenly felt like something extremely large had entered its mouth. I can't take it anymore, my mouth is going to split. Puff. Xiaofeng came out of the mouth and came in front of the toucan whale. This guy's eyes were so small. Xiaofeng came to one side. Sharingan. The beaked whale was still wondering what it was going to do. Suddenly, the world spun around and the beaked whale turned into a whale that could only make the sound of Baba Aba. After installing something similar to a monitoring device on the whale's head, Xiaofeng returned to the whale's mouth again. The Sharingan does not have the ability to share vision like the Rinnegan, and can only control the actions of the harpy. So we need to rely on this device to see what's happening in the deep sea. At the same time, inside the hotel, Yueming opened his eyes in a daze. Why did it feel so soft? When he opened his eyes completely, he found that the dead cat ACI was lying in his arms, meowing from time to time. Yueming felt a chill. After shaking off ACI, Yueming looked around. Where had Xiaofeng gone? Forget it. Anyway, when he arrives, he can use the summoning spell to summon us directly. On the other side, Asi, who was woken up by the shaking, rubbed his eyes with his cat paws with hazy eyes. Where am I now? After seeing Yueming, the dead dog, Asi instantly woke up and immediately hugged his dried fish tightly. Etc. How come the piece of dried fish that was so big yesterday has become so small? Damn dog, did you steal my dried fish? Who wants your food? It stinks. I won't eat that cheap food. ACI glanced at the bones under Yueming's feet, his eyes full of contempt. I don't know who is the one who eats cheap food. A cat and a dog were about to wrestle together when a man suddenly appeared in front of the two animals. This guest is really something. He actually forgot to bring his two pets. There are also some rich people among the human race who keep 1 or 2 weak exotic beasts as pets. Since Xiaofeng's room automatically expires, someone is responsible for cleaning it. As a result, I suddenly saw Yueming and ACI fighting with each other. In the blink of an eye, the two beasts disappeared. Why? Are we missing? You were clearly here just now. The waiter looked confused. At this time, inside the mouth of the big-mouthed whale. I say, you two, you shouldn't be like this when you love and hate each other, right? Yueming was pressing on ACI at this time, looking in an indescribable state. The two beasts that were suddenly summoned here also reacted, and Yueming hurriedly left that position. No. Alright, stop explaining. They say the beastmen often create new races. I never thought you two, with your high intelligence, would still be unable to show off to the common people. He controlled the toad whale and went deep into the sea, but Xiaofeng forgot that he didn't know which way to go to reach Sakura country. So we can only go to the deep sea. What appeared before Xiaofeng's eyes was a magnificent palace. Fuck. Why did you come to the territory of the Deep Sea Clan? Yueming widened his eyes in disbelief. I didn't know. I just kept letting the beaked whale keep moving forward, and ended up here. I just wanted to ask if you knew it. Turns out this is the territory of the Deep Sea Tribe. What the hell? Turn around and go back. Since I'm here, wouldn't it be a big loss for me to just leave like this? You haven't even entered yet, what are you losing? I'm already at their doorstep. If I don't move something from their treasure house, how am I going to compensate for the effort I put into getting lost here? Yueming no longer knew what Xiaofeng was thinking about. One of the top races among the 9 clans, even the Moondog clan doesn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of the leader of the Deep Sea clan. How dare you, a mere human? Xiaofeng didn't care about that and controlled the toad whale to rush in. There is a thin layer of oxygen film outside the entire palace. Although they are deep-sea creatures, they are not the only ones living inside. Other land races will also live here. Palace 11 was attacked by a large-mouthed whale. In the deeper waters, a black dragon was staring at the large-mouthed whale in the picture. the big-mouth whale has been controlled. It should be in his mouth. Let the third brother go and take a look. As the black dragon spoke, everyone bowed in response. Yes, Patriarch. I don't know which tribe this little ghost is from. It has been many years since he came to the Deep Sea Palace to seek death. Deep Sea Palace number 11. The beaked whale rushed in and broke the city wall. Alert! The alarm spread rapidly. At this time, Xiaofeng put on a white mask and a cloak, concealed his own breath, and used his divine power to leave the mouth of the beaked whale. When he came to a group of animals, Xiaofeng was still so conspicuous. Because in the eyes of strange beasts, those who can transform are all big strange beasts in the realm of natural disasters. In an instant, many strange beasts that could speak human language came in front of Xiaofeng. Senior, would you like to know about full body massage? Senior, my place is more delicious. A group of deep-sea creatures with eyes all over their faces or tentacles all over their bodies were hanging around Xiaofeng. He really wanted to kill these things that had polluted his eyes in the past 2 days. That's the big-mouthed whale. A giant python appeared outside the palace, as if it could penetrate the entire palace in the next moment. The 2 beasts that had originally surrounded Xiaofeng also left. It's the third young master. The third young master is here. Chapter 81. Can what intellectuals do be called stealing? The third young master? Xiaofeng used the system to check it out. Name, High AO. Level, Domain Level 7. Race, Deep Sea Tribe. Introduction, the third heir of the Deep Sea clan. His strength is average, but he has a mouth that can devour everything. The so-called third young master opened his python's mouth and swallowed the big-mouthed whale in one gulp. You should know that the size of the toucans is slightly larger than the complete Susanoo. His mouth is not even 1/3 the size of a large whale, yet he can swallow it in one gulp? This is his racial talent. It's also for this reason that he has some fame within our race. Yu Ming said in a low growl. Apparently he had some unpleasant memories with that python. Xiaofeng, you've seen his strength, but he's only third among the heirs of the Deep Sea clan. There are many who are stronger than him. Why don't you leave? Yu Ming looked at Xiaofeng at this time, and it was unknown what he was thinking in his eyes. You haven't even picked up your things yet, why are you leaving so early? Xiaofeng smiled at him. He was not the kind of person who would back down when faced with a little difficulty. Besides, it was just a giant python. Was it that scary? Yu Ming loyalty plus 10. A system voice prompt appeared, and Xiaofeng looked at Yu Ming. Do you have any grudge against him? Yu Ming's eyes were gloomy. Well, he devoured my adoptive mother. Yu Eming's mother died when she gave birth to him, and the spots on his body also symbolize that he is an ominous existence. His father, the clan leader, disliked him, and other clan members would beat him up whenever they saw him. Only his foster mother raised him from a cub until one day. I don't know what's wrong with Yue. She actually ran to the beach to look for sea grapes, and ended up being encountered and swallowed by the third young master of the Deep Sea clan. Oh, I told you that no one who gets involved with that guy will have a good ending. The clan leader is really something. He actually didn't kick him out of Crescent Mountain. At that time, Yu Ming had just passed his cub stage. Just because he said, I want to eat sea grapes, his adoptive mother went to the beach to find some for him. Result? I didn't expect you to have such a story. Xiaofeng touched his dog's head and said. Yes. So could you please stop touching my head? I've told you several times that I'm not a dog. I'm from the noble Moondog clan. Yes, Yu Ming of the noble Moondog clan. Although he changed his words, his hands still did not stop. Puff. Ah, see on the side laughed out loud. It looks like one dog, but it's actually 2. Unlike us noble void cats, we never do meaningless things. Just as Ah Si was licking her fur gracefully, Xiaofeng picked her up and walked towards the palace. It's so conspicuous, the palace's treasure house must be there. Yu Ming, do you want to do something? Xiaofeng lowered his head and said to Yu Ming. System store. It's almost a spider web. System, give me the detonating talisman. 10 systems, 1 for each. You can order as many as you want. The system said speechlessly, I haven't been to the store for such a long time, but when I come here I only buy these few things? Still want me to serve you personally? I want a lot, can you give me a discount? How much can you take? I just want to buy a few 100 million and give it a try. System. Big business. 100 million, right? I'll give you a huge discount. You only need 0.1 system points to buy one. 100 million tickets equals 1 million system points. The damage of one of these things is just a small explosion at the awakening level. 1 point of the system can actually buy 100 of them, but as a system, it is reasonable for me to make a few $100s, right? When Xiaofeng heard the price, it dropped 100 times, and judging from the sound of the system, it seemed that he had made a lot of money. But Xiaofeng didn't want to argue with him at the moment. Anyway, he had millions of system points on him. Exchange. Ding. Exchange successful, has been placed in the system warehouse. Yueming, let's go. I'll teach you how to blow up the deep sea palace. Yueming Golian was shocked. This guy is so daring. Hey, don't bring me along when you guys mess around. Send me into that dimension of yours. I don't want to go crazy with you. ACI wanted to break free, but Xiaofeng held him tightly. You are now the perfect size to go out for some fresh air. Remember not to let other beasts in while we go change things. Ah, see? I am now at the awakening stage, and you want me to stop them? Please don't make it sound so grand as to commit suicide. He ran all the way to the palace. Because most of the strange beast's attention was attracted by Hai Ao, and with Xiaofeng's divine power, he slipped in easily. Ah Si stood weakly in front of the door, curled up in the corner and prayed that no strange beast would come. Inside the treasure house, Xiaofeng excitedly opened the treasure chests one by one, but his expression gradually became cold. Can these things be called a treasure trove? There are a bunch of spiritual plants that are only 200 or 300 years old. You should know that the treasures that Lady Cat gave him are probably thousands of years old. Just be content. This is just a small hall in the Deep Sea Palace. The real palace is at the bottom. The Deep Sea Palace of the Deep Sea Clan is divided into 13 palaces. The deeper you go, the more prosperous the palaces are, and the more powerful people there are. The 11 palaces where Xiaofeng and the others are located are almost all the palaces at the end. But what Lady Cat took away was the entire treasure house of the Void Cat clan, which is definitely not comparable to the treasure house of a small palace. Isn't this just comparing the local richest man with the world's richest man? After hearing Yuming's words, Xiaofeng nodded, and at the same time thought to himself that one day he would empty all their other 12 palaces. Open all the boxes in the treasure house and put them all into the system warehouse. Give you something back. Xiaofeng took out the detonating talismans and put them all in. As long as someone opened the treasure chest again, it would explode immediately. The explosion will then affect other detonators. At this time, Xiaofeng finally understood a little bit of Daidara's thoughts. Art is a blast. But after cramming a few million into the treasury, it could no longer hold anymore. There is still so much left, we can't waste it. Xiaofeng used his divine power to take Asi away from the door and went to another room together. As long as there was an empty room, Xiaofeng would stuff millions of detonating talismans into it. When this big project was completed, Xiaofeng took out the props given by Jian Yun. This jade stone allows him to teleport to the teleportation device of the nearest human city. Just when Xiaofeng was about to inject spiritual energy, the huge gem above the palace attracted him. Name, Dragon Ball. Introduction, the Deep Sea Clan only has 13 treasures. For some reason, Xiaofeng couldn't control his emotions anymore when he saw the words only and limited. Yueming, let's go steal that bead. No, it can't be called stealing. What cultured people do is called taking. Chapter 82, The Little Girl Killer Physical Version. Yumingu's eyes were stunned. That thing is the most precious treasure of the Deep Sea tribe. Even if you blow up their palace, they will only hunt you forever but will not cross the border to other races' territories. But if you steal that thing, they will hunt you down endlessly as long as you remain on Blue Star. It can be said that for the Deep Sea tribe, these 13 gems mean more to them than the fragments of the map of the Blue Planet. I'm going to be hunted anyway, so I'd be at a loss if I didn't bring anything with me. As he said that, he rushed to the top of the palace. Unlike other places, there are beings at the realm level guarding the bottom of the orb. It's useless even if I say so. 2 realms are guarding here. What can you use to snatch them? Who said that? Divine power. Xiaofeng walked into the Shenwei space, calculated the distance, and then used Shenwei to open a hole. Looking at the precious pearl so close to him, Xiaofeng seemed so small in front of him. It didn't seem like anything special when I looked at it from a distance just now, but now I realize that this orb is almost as big as the 7 Dragon Balls in the Dragon Ball mythology. The duration and size of the use of Shenwei are very demanding on spiritual energy. Xiaofeng immediately took out a pile of magic cores for absorption, and then turned on the Sage mode to replenish. Divine power. It was Xiaofeng's first time to display such great divine power, and it was very difficult for him to do so. Outside, the two elders suddenly noticed something strange. What's going on with this strange spiritual energy fluctuation? Could it be that there are more enemies outside the palace? No, look at the orb. I saw a huge black vortex behind the orb slowly swallowing the orb. Oh my Poseidon King! Why is there a black hole at the bottom of the sea? Don't just stand there, go get the orb out. The two beasts rushed over to try to rescue it, but in an instant, the orb was swallowed into the divine power space and the entire palace became dim. No! In the Shenwei space, Xiaofeng was lying next to a huge gem. This thing was like a small sun, very dazzling and emitting high temperature. Can all these things summon a dragon? They don't seem to be of much use to anyone except Zhao Ming. You can complain as much as you want, but you can't give it back. There is no reason to return the precious pearl that I stole with my own ability. After bringing Yuming and ACI to the Shenwei space, Xiaofeng started to go out alone. Because he no longer had the pearl, the outside world and the entire palace became extremely gloomy and dark. Hai Ao glanced at the original location of the orb above the palace and let out a series of roars. Who is it? The huge roar shocked the surrounding strange beasts so much that they all covered their ears. Third young master, the treasure house. One of the strange beasts warned, will the treasure house also be affected? Hai Ao's eyes widened and he quickly headed towards the palace. The two most precious things in the entire palace are the pearl and the treasures in the treasury. If they are both lost, what will I take back to report to my father? I'm afraid it was made into snake soup that night. The two strange beasts on the top of the palace were also in a panic, preparing to go to the treasury to steal some things and then run away. The person who was guarding the pearl ended up losing it, so needless to say, their ending was inevitable. You'll die sooner or later, so you might as well go to the treasury to get some valuables and then go to other races' territories to have some fun. Just when they arrived at the treasure house, Hai Ao also arrived. Who are you? Hai Ao doesn't know them, but they know Hai Ao. If he knew that the orb they were guarding was stolen, he would be sentenced to death in advance. We are responsible for guarding the treasure house. Anyway, the strange beasts that were actually guarding the treasury were knocked out by them, so they are the guards of the treasury. Hai Ao looked at the strength of the two and found it reasonable. No one has ever entered the treasure house, right? The two beasts shook their heads like rattles. Hai Ao nodded in satisfaction and pushed the door open. The treasure chests were still there, and Hai Ao opened one at random. Why are there so many small talismans inside? Does the palace still have such treasures? While Hai Ao was still confused, he didn't realize that the detonating talisman in his hand had begun to shine red. Boom! Xiaofeng held his breath and watched the explosion cover the entire palace in the sea, with a satisfied smile on his face. Then he took out the jade that Jiang Yun had given him and used it. Teleport! It seems that they are going to sacrifice the girl from the Suzuki family tomorrow? Yes, that girl has no father or mother, and sacrificing her was agreed to by the whole village unanimously. The man sighed and said, if the teleportation device is still working, maybe we can escape to the city where the witch is protecting us and live there. Suddenly, a shining blue light came from the ruins, quickly attracting the attention of the people around. Xiaofeng covered his head with his hands. The explosion just now even affected the nearby sea area. Which city have I been teleported to? Suddenly, Xiaofeng felt his butt go soft, as if something was pressing on it. He spread his legs and saw a little girl with a childish face fainted there. Congratulations to the host for earning the title Child Killer. Comment, scum, you're so cruel as to kill such a young child. Xiaofeng. You have so many dramas. Fortunately, Xiaofeng knew healing skills and temporarily stabilized the little girl's injuries. Name, Suzuki Harurin. Race, human. Level, unawakened. Introduction, an orphan girl living in Pola village, raised by the old lady of the Suzuki family and has lived here ever since. She is gifted but has not yet awakened. A guy who hasn't awakened yet? Judging from the system's evaluation, if this little girl awakens, her supernatural power will at least be S level. There are two types of human awakening. One is to awaken using the awakening stone like Xiaofeng, and the other is to awaken with a probability at the moment of life and death. However, the human race is growing stronger and fewer people are awakening using the ladder. Looking at this little girl's name, has she already arrived in Sakura country? I didn't expect Jiang Yun's props to be so useful that they could even teleport this broken teleportation device over. Xiaofeng glanced at the transmission device behind him that was covered with dust and couldn't help being surprised. It was like an old computer that had been sitting in a warehouse gathering dust for 10 years, and you took it out today and found that it suddenly worked. It hurts. Suzuki Harurin opened her eyes, and at that moment she seemed to see her breasts. Grandma, are you here to pick me up? Before she could finish her words, a strange man's face suddenly appeared in front of her. Are you awake? The sudden fright made Chunlan faint again. What the hell, it's so scary. Xiaofeng spread his hands helplessly, put Chunlan on his back and walked outside. At this time, the outside of the ruins was already crowded with people, and one of them was an old man walking over with a cane. Where are you taking our sacrifice? Chapter 83. A pitiful and pathetic person. Sacrifice? Are you referring to the little girl behind me? Xiaofeng simply looked at the villagers around him and found that most of them were ordinary people who had not awakened. This would never exist in China. Even in a backward place, there should still be an awakening stone, right? Is there not even an awakening stone in this place? Sir, although I don't know how you got to this Polo village, please return our offering to us. The old man put down his crutches and made a sitting position for Xiaofeng on the ground. The other villagers who were holding hoes also put down their tools and knelt down to worship Xiaofeng too. They were just ordinary people, but Xiaofeng could tell at a glance that they were powerful people with special abilities. After all, to be able to come to the wild alone, one must have some strength, unless there was something wrong with their brain. Why didn't they ask for help? I just said that unless you have a normal brain, you would not help a group of strangers for no reason and risk your life. Xiaofeng took 2 steps back in confusion. Release quest, rescue Suzuki Harurin. Complete to receive the reward, Sakura Miko's intimacy plus 20. What the hell is this reward? What is a witch? What is the relationship between this girl and the witch? After issuing the task, the system continued to operate as usual and ignored Xiaofeng, allowing him to decide whether to do the task or not. At this time, Chunlan on Xiaofeng's back woke up and found that all the villagers had knelt in front of them. Uncle Village Chief, what's wrong with you? Chunlan jumped off Xiaofeng's back, went to the old man and helped him up. When the old man saw Chunlan wake up, he looked at her with complicated eyes, rubbed her head and said, "Go back and clean up. You have to leave a good impression on the adults tomorrow." Chunlan heard this, her face visibly lost. She lowered her head and softly agreed, Just as the villagers were about to leave, Xiaofeng grabbed Chunlan's arm. Will you be my sister? A glimmer of light appeared in Chunlan's lifeless eyes, and she stared at Xiaofeng curiously. Younger sister? Well, I will treat you as family. You don't have to be bullied or wronged anymore. If anyone bullies you, just beat them back. Xiaofeng's words undoubtedly struck Chunlan in the heart, as if all the grievances of the past few years came rushing out. Tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes. No one had ever cared about her since her grandmother passed away. A few days ago, everyone suddenly came to her house and showed great concern for Chunlan. Until she discovered that she was the chosen sacrifice this time. But since I've received so much kindness from everyone, I still have to repay everyone. But when the sacrifice was approaching, Chunlan realized that she didn't want to die. She was only 14 years old. In her life, she had never left Polo village to see the scenery outside, had never been to the big city that her grandmother talked about, had never admired the flowers under the cherry trees, and had never eaten delicious food. She also wants to live her life like an ordinary person. She also wanted to get married, have children, and then die of old age, instead of dying as a sacrifice in a place like this. I don't want to die. Chunlan cried and hugged Xiaofeng's waist, venting all the grievances she had suffered over the years in this way. Hey, don't meddle in other people's business. A strong man nearby took out the fork in his hand and stabbed Xiaofeng. Roll. Xiaofeng opened his Sharingan and just glanced at the man, who then fell to the ground and fainted. Demon! The devil has come to the village. Someone suddenly shouted, and the people around him became panicked instantly. Stop making noise. The village chief slammed the ground hard with a wooden stick to stop all the noise from the people around him. Xiaofeng looked at this guy. Name, Yamadano. Race, human. Level, transformation level 1. Introduction: The village chief of Polo Village, a pitiful and pathetic man. Young man, you hold in your arms the hope of our Polo Village. If you want to take her away, I don't mind making a deal with you. You go outside and get some help to save the people in our village, so Chunlan won't have to be sacrificed. How about that? Although he thought Xiaofeng was powerful, he was just one person after all. But seeing that he can appear here, there must be some special means of teleportation. As long as they go to Tokyo City to seek help, they may still be saved. At this time, Chunlan was a little drowsy because she had been crying for too long and was too sad. She leaned on Xiaofeng and carried him on his back. Xiaofeng smiled and said to the village chief, "That's your business, it has nothing to do with me, but if you want to attack Chunlan, I don't mind letting you die early." Then he carried Chunlan away as if no one was around. Walking on the road in the field, there were still many people following Xiaofeng from behind. Their eyes were full of hostility, but they did not dare to take action. After all, even the strongest village chief didn't take action, and just now Xiaofeng knocked Jiro next door unconscious with just a glance. After finding a pretty good place, Xiaofeng put Chunlan down. Would release, 3 rooms and 2 halls technique. Huge trees emerged from the ground and quickly formed the shape of a small cabin. When the villagers behind saw this, they were so scared that their legs went limp. Witchcraft. He knows witchcraft too. It seems that this village has been cut off from the outside world for a long time, and even superpowers are no longer known. At night, when Chunlan woke up, she found herself lying on a soft big bed with a piece of bread and a glass of milk beside her. Really? Am I dead after all? Chunlan shed tears of sadness. Since she was dead, she had to eat her fill. He grabbed the bread and started eating. Tasty. A piece of fluorescent stone in the center of the wooden house illuminated the room. After eating, Chunlan began to daydream. In the picture books we read as children, the princesses also lived in houses like this, right? Then I can become a princess in my next life. I don't know if you can become a princess in your next life, but remember to wash the sheets. Xiaofeng walked over and said with a lollipop in his mouth. I can't believe that a grown-up like him still wets the bed. Hearing this, Chunlan blushed and looked towards the bed where she had just slept. Ah! Village chief, they will come tomorrow. If we can't hand over the sacrifice. The village chief sighed, then stood up and said, I'll go negotiate with him again. If that doesn't work. Feeling the aura from Xiaofeng, the village chief actually knew that it was impossible for him with his old bones to defeat him, but he could not give up on the group of villagers behind him. Under the gaze of everyone, the village chief walked towards the grove where Xiaofeng and the others were. Chapter 84: Pulling the Hook. Whoa, this is so delicious. Chunlan was only eating ordinary bread, but she acted as if this was heaven. But it can be seen from her that she must have suffered for a long time. Big brother, where are you from? Why did you come to Polo Village? In Chunlan's eyes, Xiaofeng must be the person from the big city that her grandmother mentioned, but her grandmother said that people from big cities will never leave the city, right? This big brother is such a strange person. Xiaofeng smiled without saying anything, but handed her a glass of water. Eat slowly, there's more. Suddenly, a message came from the small trees that Xiaofeng had placed on the outskirts of the woods, indicating that someone had broken in. Xiaofeng frowned and said to Chunlan, you eat first. I'll be out for a while. Xiaofeng was about to leave when Chunlan dropped the bread in her hand and hugged Xiaofeng's hand. Don't want. Xiaofeng looked over and found Chunlan pleading with a pleading look. Do not leave me. Grandma said she would be back soon, but all she saw was her cold body. Don't worry, I'll only be gone for a while. But Chunlan still held Xiaofeng's hand tightly. This sense of dependence was the only feeling of protection she had ever had since suffering grievances for a long time, and she was unwilling to lose it. Xiaofeng had no choice but to hold her hand and walk out. TSK, I really misjudged you, host. I never thought you would let such a young girl become dependent on you to satisfy your perverted thoughts. Xiaofeng is now immune to the system's trash talk. When we arrived at the outskirts of the woods, the village chief was tied up with vines in a particularly shameful way. The summoned creature's actions are their own, please do not blame the summoner. Xiaofeng covered his face and controlled the vines to let him go. Where did he learn this? I have never controlled vines to tie people up like this before. I've already said that summoned creatures will also undergo subtle changes based on the summoner's personality, so host, you are a pervert. Xiaofeng. Are you here to get her back? Chunlan hid behind Xiaofeng, obviously a little afraid of this so-called village chief. I'm not here to ask for help this time, but I want to beg you to save us. The village chief put down his stick and knelt down to kowtow to Xiaofeng. Chunlan felt a pang of sadness in her heart as she looked at the village chief who no longer had the dignity he once had. Big brother, can you help them? Don't you hate them? Xiaofeng asked back. I don't hate it, I just feel a little disgusted. Xiaofeng smiled and said, That's right, there is no such word as hate in the world of children. I should have told you that I have no obligation to help you. Xiaofeng squatted down and looked at the village chief. Yes, I was presumptuous in this matter, but we can exchange it for anything. As long as you can save us. With such powerful strength and still so young, he must be a child from a certain family. Maybe it really can. What can you possibly have that will tempt me? He now has some villages that are so dilapidated that they don't even have awakening stones. What conditions can he use to make him agree? I want to trade a secret with you. Secret? Yes. So you must first promise me that you will save everyone in our village. Then I have to hear whether your secret is worth it first. The village chief looked at Xiaofeng, he was also gambling. If Xiaofeng knew, would he? Our village is located in the southern part of Sakura country. Sakura country has 4 great guardians, each guarding the 4 remaining large cities. And we in Polo village are actually descendants of the resurrected witch. The 4 guardians? Resurrection of the witch? Does it mean that the 5 principles of China are guarding the place? The village chief continued, the Witch of Resurrection was once the most powerful witch over 100 years ago. Her power could bring about earth-shattering changes on the battlefield. And most powerful of all, she could pull the dead back from hell to fight for her. What does that have to do with you? Do you think that as her descendants, you can possess the same strength as her? Upon hearing this, the village chief said dejectedly, Our village is actually just a cage held captive by the alien beasts. Because we have their blood in us, to the alien beasts we are equivalent to the most precious and high-quality food for humans. As long as you are willing to save us, we are willing to submit to you and fight for you. We are willing to serve you to the king of the underworld. No wonder this village doesn't even have an awakening stone. It turns out that the strange beasts have kept them in captivity, snatched away all the props and cut off their connection with the outside world. Who is the other party? The village chief was very happy. His willingness to ask this question showed that he was willing to help us. The other party is the Phantom Fox clan, a subordinate race of the Void Cat clan. Our annual sacrifices are also prepared by them as tribute to the Void Cat clan. It seems that the Void Cat clan has a profound influence on the entire Sakura country. The Moondog clan of China is only confined to a corner of Crescent Mountain in southern China, while the Void Cat clan here has indeed become a local tycoon. The 4 guardians you mentioned earlier, why didn't they protect Sakura country well? Alas. They talk about protecting Sakura country, but they've already exhausted all their strength just to maintain the cities they're guarding. Now, the entire Sakura country, except for the 4 big cities, is made up of small captive villages like us. It's just that because we are high-end ingredients, we only offer sacrifices once a year, while other villages have to offer 2 children a month. Xiaofeng probably already understood the situation, but he could only save them temporarily, not forever. I think the teleporter can be repaired. Why don't you guys fix it? We wanted to too, but the first thing the monsters did was to break the teleportation device, then captured all the people who made the supernatural items and could repair them. They never came back. Well, actually I know how to fix it a little bit. Chunlan stretched out her hand tremblingly. Actually, I originally wanted to go see if I could fix the teleportation device so that we could all escape together, but Big Brother suddenly appeared out of nowhere. So that's what it is. Then you go and try to see if you can fix it first. I'll go check with the Phantom Fox clan. Daybreak was about to begin, and the appointed time for the sacrifice was approaching. Chunlan held Xiaofeng's hand reluctantly. Big brother, you must come back. Chunlan stretched out her slender hand with her little finger slightly bent. Let's make a pinky promise. Xiaofeng smiled, squatted down and also stretched out his little finger. We'll make a promise and stick to it for 100 years. Anyone who doesn't keep his word is a puppy. Chapter 85 I want to invest. The villagers were standing at the entrance of the village with nervous moods, and a group of standing foxes came in from the entrance outside. It was the only entrance and exit, and was guarded by many strange beasts, so it was almost impossible to force your way in. Where are the offerings this year? The leading fox walked into the village arrogantly, and everyone around him was filled with fear. I say, where is this year's offering? Seeing no one answering, the fox showed its ferocious fangs. When dealing with disobedient animals, you must educate them properly so that they know who is the master. Here it is. In the distance, Xiaofeng came back wearing a white robe. I am this year's sacrifice. The fox looked at Xiaofeng. Why haven't I seen you before? You have to know that he is in charge of this village, and he knows exactly how many children are born there every year. Where did this person come from? The only entrance and exit has been controlled by their clan, so it is impossible for them to sneak in. Could it be that I really remembered it wrong? Why do you have so much spiritual energy? The foxes suddenly became alert and surrounded Xiaofeng. It seemed that if Xiaofeng dared to move, he would die under their fangs. There's not much spiritual energy left and you can only be used as a sacrifice? Xiaofeng spread out his hands. What he said seemed to make sense. The leading fox signaled the phantom fox behind it to retreat and led Xiaofeng out of the village. After the beasts had gone far away, before the villagers could react, the village chief had already pulled a few people in front of him and said, "Go door to door in the village and tell everyone to pack up and gather at the portal tonight." Several people were overjoyed when they heard this. Could it be that the portal had been repaired? But that person. He was naturally talking about Xiaofeng, and the villagers all understood that Xiaofeng was buying time for them. The village chief opened his eyes wide and a few beads of sweat appeared on his face. The phantom foxes are in trouble. On the other side, Xiaofeng was taken by the phantom foxes to their base. The more the leading fox looked at Xiaofeng, the more he felt something was wrong. No sacrifice had ever been so calm in the face of death. The lightest one also cried all the way back, but Xiaofeng not only did not make a fuss on the road, he even looked for other phantom foxes to chat with. Does this look like someone who was about to be sacrificed? Just as a group of foxes were about to reach the tribe, a dark figure stopped them. Who dares to stop our phantom fox clan? A little fox stepped forward and showed its ferocious claws, but was knocked down by a punch from the leading old fox. You kid are trying to kill yourself. Miss ACI, may I ask what you want to do for me? The Phantom Fox clan was originally a subordinate of the Void Cat clan. As ACI was the beast most likely to inherit the position of clan leader within the original clan, the other subordinate clans naturally wanted to curry favor with him. The Void Cat clan would never let the news of ACI killing his own kind leak out. They only allow themselves to deal with traitors. Because even if they are traitors, they still have their noble blood flowing in their bodies, and they are not allowed to be killed by monsters of other races. Asi touched the spot on his neck where the collar used to be and looked at Xiaofeng with a playful expression. This human is not bad, it would be best to take him back to Hot Pot. How could the leader not understand this? Once the successor candidate accepts the benefits from their subordinate tribes, it means a relationship of shared success and shared loss. Okay, Master ACI, we will take care of this human and bring him to you right now. ACI covered his face with a slight smile and left here first. Quick, all of you take this human to the kitchen now and have the chef slice it up quickly and send it to Miss ACI. Several foxes hurriedly lifted Xiaofeng and headed towards the kitchen. Remember to slice the meat from the thigh and belly, that's where the meat is the freshest. Phantom Fox Tribe. This is a city that exists inside a mountain, but the mountain has been hollowed out. Tens of thousands of phantom foxes live in this mountain city. Xiaofeng shook his arms and glanced at the pile of flesh and blood behind him. If I didn't know you were my contracted beast, I would have thought you were going to slice me to pieces. At this time, ACI also returned to his original size and stood at the gate. I've already told you that this cat is impossible to tame. You might as well give that thing to me instead of giving it to her to eat. I'm your first contracted beast. Although Yuming has grown a lot, he is still far behind ACI. If Asi eats that great rejuvenation pill, she can recover all her strength immediately. If you eat it, you can only recover 30% at most. It's about maximizing the benefits. That's because she's too weak. Yuming's peak strength is at the natural disaster realm, while ACI is only at the domain realm. Besides, the treasure house originally belonged to the Void Cat clan, and most of the things in it are for the Void Cat clan, so ACI is more suitable for medicinal properties. But are you really confident in taking this thing? ACI was playing with the collar that Xiaofeng had put on her neck before, and there seemed to be a hint of danger in her eyes. You have no reason to betray me, at least not now. Asi must be unable to return to her race for some reason now. It may be related to her previous killing of Alu. Otherwise, she would have used the spatial power of the Void Cat clan to escape the moment she escaped. Furthermore, the treasure trove of the Void Cat from hundreds of years ago is still in her system warehouse. ACI cannot give up this treasure trove that can make her the strongest person. The two beasts had been staying in the Shinwei space before, so she knew that I must have hidden the things in a place only I knew. Considering the above points, it is impossible for her to betray. Ah, C snorted and then walked to the back. Don't forget what you promised me, I want 7. What ACI was talking about was naturally the thing that Xiaofeng discussed with her before the action, which was to steal the treasure house of the Phantom Fox clan as well. Although they would give 30% of their profits to the Void Cat clan every year, how many races would actually do that? It would be good enough to get at least one, and the rest are naturally rare treasures. As for why I agreed to her 7? By then, all the treasures will be stored in the system warehouse. Wouldn't it be me who decides how much to take out? Isn't it unreasonable for me to charge billions of yuan in storage fees? Because I just used the Sharingan to look at the memories in the minds of those foxes, and the treasure house is hidden on the bottom floor. The keys are kept by the Patriarch and 2 elders respectively, so 3 keys are needed. But divine power restrains all gates. All the way down, the guards were controlled by Xiaofeng using the Sharingan and entered the illusion space to continue carefully standing guard. Host, I want to invest. Seeing how profitable their banditry was, the system wondered why it was still a profiteer. Couldn't it have been robbed faster? You're not even buying in. I have to pay system points for the storage and use of the warehouse. What are you going to use to buy in? I can provide a map. Anything worth more than 2,000 system points will be displayed on the map. I only charge 10%. Chapter 86 Fox Gold. Are you robbing money? 1% may not seem like a lot, but if you get a treasure worth 1 million system points, it would be a lot if you were charged 100,000. Host, think about it, this can improve your efficiency in making money robbing. As long as you need it, I will immediately search for all the valuable treasures around you on the map for you. After a golden dot appears on the map. That way. Xiaofeng led the 2 beasts into an inconspicuous dilapidated house. What are you doing here? To find the treasure trove. ACI said anxiously. After this, the tribe will know my location and will definitely send beasts to hunt me down. If I don't get more resources as soon as possible, how can I become stronger and survive? Just follow me. It is said that foxes are cunning. They even deceived their own people about the location of their treasure. The real location is under that dilapidated house. I found a secret passage behind a bookshelf and there was no guard after I entered. If a dilapidated house was guarded by a guard, it would arouse suspicion. How do you know the real treasure is here? Ah, C was shocked. He had too many secrets. If he wasn't human and cooperated. That's not right. Why should I bother about whether he is a human or not? Anyway, I'm being hunted by my tribe. I might as well stay with him and wait until I become stronger before going back. ACI loyalty plus 10. Xiaofeng looked at a C. What had he done to suddenly increase his loyalty? But it's not a bad thing. After Xiaofeng used his divine power to enter, a large amount of spiritual energy pressed down and rushed madly into the bodies of the man and 2 beasts. Move everything in first. No matter what it is, except for the ceiling and floor tiles, put everything else into the Shinwei space. You mean, Miss ACI has come to our tribe? Yes, Elder, don't worry. I will definitely treat Miss ACI well and let her leave a good impression on our species. Snort. Growing up, he punched him on the head. Are you still from the Phantom Fox clan? You're just a dog for other races. The beaten Phantom Fox murmured, we are relatives of dogs. We were planning on escaping from the Void Cat clan, but you've just delivered yourself to them. It is true that the strange beasts respect the strong, but that is only on the surface. If they are given an opportunity, they will turn against them without hesitation. Remember, don't let her leave our territory. The elders already had a murderous intent in their hearts and must not let the Void Cat clan know their intentions. Once they break free from the control of the Void Cat and reach the other side of the sea, they can find a place to become their own tyrants. Because Sakura country has scarce land and most of it is sea, its territory is also occupied by the Void Cats and the Sea People. If they want to get out of the Beast Headland, they have to develop elsewhere. Elder, what do you mean? Are you from our Phantom Fox clan? How can you be as dumb as a pig? Kill her. I remember there was a pig beast uncle living next to my house when I was a kid, but he was later eaten by my dad. Elder. Now find her and kill her. All of a sudden, the entire Phantom Fox clan began to move out. Assie's strength is at the realm level, and dozens of realm level Phantom Foxes are dispatched. In order to be absolutely sure, the elders of the natural disaster level are dispatched in person. Xiaofeng in the treasure house suddenly received a prompt from the system. Post a mission, survive. Completion rewards, a large amount of experience points, 30 points of intimacy with Assi, and a pair of underwear from the Phantom Clan Elder. Xiaofeng was confused. What the hell? When everything is moved, retreat immediately. In the Shinwei space, ACI fell into deep thought as he looked at the 10 treasures in front of him. She thought that since Xiaofeng agreed so readily, he would definitely eat some oily food, but after you drank up all the oil residue was mixed with rice and only 2 grains of rice were left. Xiaofeng coughed twice. I can let you choose first. I'll scratch you to death, meow. Did you find it? No, I remember she was in this place before. Several corpses of our own kind were found in the kitchen. The flesh and blood in the kitchen looked at the beasts with gloomy eyes. He was worthy of being the heir of the Void Cat clan. He discovered their affairs so quickly and killed their members. Pass the order, the entire clan should search for that Void Cat. A kitten that is not yet an adult is trying to escape from us? ACI was holding several treasures in his arms to improve his strength, and his eyes were full of resentment towards Xiaofeng. Okay, stop playing, it's time to leave. The people in Polo village were still waiting for him. Although Xiaofeng gave them some magic cores before leaving, there were so many people in the village, and he didn't know if those magic cores would be enough. Xiaofeng, there's a mess up there. Yuming pricked up his ears and noticed a large number of footsteps on the ground, but these footsteps were scattered and noisy, probably looking for someone. Not long after they left the site of the Phantom Fox clan, they began looking for someone. Needless to say, who they were looking for. Discovered? In that case, let's leave. The two beasts stayed in the Shinwei space, while Xiaofeng put on a mask and entered the Phantom Fox city alone. Shinwei space is another space centered on Xiaofeng, so as long as Xiaofeng moves, the space inside will also move. So Xiaofeng just needs to escape from here, and everyone will be safe. Xiaofeng tried his best to suppress his breath and wanted to leave secretly. Because most of the people living here are from the Phantom Fox clan, it is impossible for Xiaofeng to sneak into the team. He was recognized at the first sight. You can only escape carefully. Just as Xiaofeng was stepping back, he seemed to have bumped into something. Xiaofeng turned around and saw an old man with a cane staring at Xiaofeng straight ahead. Name, Fox Gold. Level, Natural Disaster Level 3. Race, Phantom Fox. Introduction, the Great Elder of the Phantom Fox clan, a kind fox who works hard for the development of the clan. Like the third elder of the Phantom Fox clan. Humans have actually come here too. I don't know what those guards are doing. Hujin naturally didn't know the relationship between Xiaofeng and ACI. He just saw this little bug while looking for ACI, so he came over to clean it up. Then he slapped Xiaofeng and sent him flying dozens of meters away, just like killing a fly. Hujin shook his hands and planned to continue looking for ACI. Suddenly his eyes turned and stared at the figure in the dust. Still breathing? The smoke dissipated, revealing a purple skeleton. Even with the protection of Susanoo, Xiaofeng was not much better off. His ribs were broken and he was coughing up blood. Black stripes slowly spread across Xiaofeng's face and entire body. Sage Mode. Chapter 87 Survive. Oh. An interesting expression appeared on Hujin's calm face. This human seemed to be a good toy. It's a pity that he has to go find the kitten now, so he won't play with you. Hujin controlled a stone in his hand, and with a casual flick, the stone flew towards Xiaofeng like a bullet. With the help of the Sharingan, Xiaofeng could barely see the location, and dodged to the side while enduring the severe pain. You can actually dodge it, interesting. You're only at the transformation stage, yet you're such an interesting toy. I can't let you grow up. Hujin's eyes turned from casualness to murderous intent. As long as they were not geniuses of their tribe, they would be killed immediately if they met them. His wish is to create better conditions for the future of the ethnic group. Xiaofeng slowly stood up after his body healed quickly. Hujin was surprised. His attack just now seemed casual, but it was not something a little guy in the transformation realm could withstand. This human being must not be allowed to stay. Hujin rushed forward and reached Xiaofeng in the blink of an eye. Tsukuyomi. Xiaofeng tried to use illusion, and in an instant, Hujin was controlled. Success! The next moment, Fox Jean broke free from the illusion. It's been years since I've been caught in an illusion, kid, you're pretty good. Xiaofeng widened his eyes and quickly retreated. However, it's a pity that you are not from our tribe. Hu Jin flashed behind Xiaofeng and grabbed Xiaofeng's head with a withered old hand. Goodbye, little mouse. He originally thought that Xiaofeng was just a small bug, but unexpectedly it was just a mouse. However, it was all the same to him, it just took a little more effort. The surrounding stones stabbed towards Xiaofeng at Fox Gold's summons. At the critical moment, Xiaofeng escaped into the Shenwei space. This aura. Although it was only for a moment, Hu Jin sensed the breath of ACI coming from the other side of the Shenwei space, coupled with this spatial ability. It seems that another little mouse has been found as well. In the Divine Might space, Xiaofeng lay on a stone in the shape of a long letter, gasping for air. For the first time, he felt death was so close to him. I originally thought that after my strength increased, I would have a little say, but in the face of absolute strength, I am nothing more than a harder-to-kill bug. Host, your heart is changing. The system sensed something strange in Xiaofeng's heart, and this couldn't go on. Have you overlooked one thing? From the time you awakened your powers, you've only been training for half a year. And that fox is an old fellow who has lived and trained for hundreds of years. Just by surviving him, you, the host, have surpassed all humans. Xiaofeng remained indifferent, covering his eyes with his hands, and no one knew what he was thinking. Host, I've tried my best to persuade you to charge on time. Besides, you have so many things in your warehouse. Even if you pick up the explosive talisman, you can kill him. Xiaofeng's mouth twitched, as if he remembered something. I forgot I had that thing. System, exchange a life-saving skill for me. You can't afford that thing now, I recommend this to you. Substitute wood. Introduction. After the master recognizes the master by dripping blood, when the master's blood bar reaches 1 drop of blood, the master will exchange positions with the substitute. There is no space limit. In other words, the substitute wood can be used even if it is placed in the Shenwei space or other secret realms. Fuck, why didn't you take out this awesome thing earlier? That's because I didn't think you would buy it. It's just a life-saving tool, how expensive can it be? 499,999 system points. How much more? Forget it, I'll give you a discount, 490,000 system points. Why don't you just go and rob it? What are you talking about? Don't I need to make money running a system store? Do you know how expensive I buy it at? Selling it to you for 490,000 is like losing money. Xiaofeng's heart was bleeding. Although it was a life-saving item, it was too expensive. But because of the next opportunity, I can only grit my teeth and buy one. Following the system's instructions, Xiaofeng dripped blood and found a place in the Shenwei space to put down the substitute Mu. As for the purchase price of this thing? 10,000 system points for one. As a system, doesn't it take effort for me to purchase goods from the system headquarters and then open a system store by myself? If the profit is not more than 50 times, then what is the difference between me and losing money? Alas, I only made 480,000 yuan, and it's another day of losing money. That's Xiaofeng, right? Yes, it's him. How come you've become so lame after not seeing you for a while? Yu Ming and ACI were lying on a big rock in the Shenwei space, eating the spiritual treasures feed that Xiaofeng had fed them before. Xiaofeng left the Shenwei space without saying hello to them, and his position was locked by Hu Jin as soon as he left. The distance of several hundred meters was reached in an instant. The girl from the Void Cat clan is in your hands? This time, Hu Jin did not take action directly, but wanted to discuss it with Xiaofeng. You leave her here, and I'll let you go, how about that? Aren't you a subordinate tribe of the Void Cat clan? You look murderous and don't seem to want to save her. So, are you planning to kill her as a sacrifice to resist? Humph, that has nothing to do with you as a human. Anyway, if you leave her here, I can let you leave Phantom City alive. Xiaofeng spread out his hands, opened the Shenwei space, and took something out of it. Seeing Hu Jin's expectant look, Xiaofeng also took out his hand. She doesn't want to come out, and yet she gives you this thing. A black ball was thrown over, and Fox Gold cut it with one claw, and a large amount of black smoke spread out with him as the center. This is something from the treasure trove of the Void Cat clan. It can turn the surroundings into darkness, so they can act as predators and tear their prey apart. Fox Gold waved his claws wildly, but was unable to disperse the smoke. It is impossible to sense it through spiritual energy, because this black fog is made up of spiritual energy. Oh no, that human is going to run away. Don't worry, I won't be able to escape unless you die. Being chased by a natural disaster realm cultivator, it wouldn't take long for him to be caught up, so Xiaofeng had a bold idea. Kill him. It is naturally impossible with Xiao Feng's strength, and Yu Ming's strength has not recovered yet, so he naturally cannot do it either. But there happened to be something in his warehouse that could do that. The power of Jiangyan's attack, which contains the power of Jiangyan's attack, is enough to kill any existence below the level of Natural Disaster 3. Jiangyan originally gave it to Xiaofeng when they went to the evil beast hill last time, intending to use it on Yu Ming, but it ended up being used until now. A dazzling light flashed, and the entire Huanling city was reduced to ruins along the line of Fox Gold. A faint smoke emerged from the ruins. All the beasts didn't know what had happened. They only knew that half of their phantom city was gone. All the phantom foxes suffered heavy losses. Detection shows no signs of life in Fox Gold. Survive, mission accomplished. Rewards awarded. Gain a large amount of experience points and upgrade the host's level. Name, Xiaofeng. Level, Transformation Level 9. Race, Human. Superpower, Sharingan. Introduction, a cockroach who gradually becomes stronger. He has already begun to step into the realm of the strong. But he still can't change the fact that he is a weakling and stingy. The breakthrough mission has started. Chapter 88. He and I are brothers. The huge noise did not hurt Xiaofeng. He originally thought that he would be affected by this powerful move, so he bought a life-saving prop in advance. Xiaofeng didn't have time to check anything, he only saw what seemed to be a foot in the thick smoke. Then he immediately left Huanling City and headed towards Paluo village. Hu Jin was the great elder of the Phantom Fox clan. After his death, the Phantom Fox clan would definitely undergo some changes. Taking advantage of this period of chaos to leave would be the best option. In Polu village, the villagers were all looking at the teleportation device expectantly, and it was actually repaired by Chunlan. Everyone line up and go in one by one. Chunlan held the magic cores that Xiaofeng had given her before in her arms, and placed them one by one next to the transmission device, for fear of wasting any spiritual energy. Great, we can finally escape from this place. We are not animals anymore. Here we go, to the big city. Everyone's face was filled with smiles that had been suppressed for a long time. The village chief was very happy to see this scene, but he still couldn't help but look at the Phantom Fox clan's territory and worry about Xiaofeng. Inside the Phantom City. What on earth just happened? Without a single commotion, half of Phantom City was wiped out. The Phantom Fox tribe also suffered at least tens of thousands of casualties. The clan leader Hu Nu was transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged man. He slapped the table, and the whole table cracked. Chief, we don't know what happened. There wasn't even a sound of an explosion. It's like half of Huanling City suddenly disappeared. Where's the Great Elder? The Great Elder has died a heroic death. We found one of his feet in the ruins. Fox clenched his fists angrily and smashed against the wall. Now was the time when he needed manpower, and one of the top fighters died. Where's the second elder? Is he still slacking off at this hour? We didn't see the second elder. Just when Fox was about to get angry again. Is the patriarch still angry? Third elder. The fox under his command finally saw a glimmer of hope. If he stayed here any longer, he was afraid that his life would be in danger. The third elder waved his hand to signal the beasts to retreat. Ant. Hu Nu lost his previous anger and respectfully gave up his seat to Hu Ling. Under the current circumstances, offending a mysterious and powerful person is not a good thing for us. Do you understand? Hu Ling did not sit in Hu Nu's seat, but sat in a seat beside him. That is the position of the clan leader, and even if she is Hu Nu's aunt, she cannot overstep the line. I understand, Auntie. I'll give the order right away to stop them from searching. As the clan leader, everyone else can act recklessly, but you can't. Every decision you make could determine the survival of the Phantom Fox clan. You can't be like your brother. Aunt. Hu Ling stopped talking and didn't say anything else. So I must escape from the control of the Void Cat clan. In their eyes, we are nothing more than their slaves. Aunt, you must be on my side, right? Fox looked at Foxbell with longing. The latter whispered, of course, we are a family, and I want to avenge my brother too. But right now, the most important thing is to put the safety of the entire tribe first. Have you packed everything down there? It's almost done. We've already communicated with the Sea Tribe. Now we just need to move to the place called Huaxia Polu Village. All the villagers have been evacuated, and now only the last magic core is left. But the village chief and Chunlan were still there. The village chief sighed. You better get in quick. I'm already half buried in the earth, and I don't have many years left to live. You're different. Haven't you always wanted to see the big city? The village chief said as he was about to push Chunlan in. I don't want to, I want to wait for Big Brother. She was naturally talking about Xiaofeng. The village chief didn't know how to persuade him, so he sat cross-legged on the ground and waited with her. After waiting for a long time, a dragon roar was heard from the originally quiet village. The village chief was so scared that he stood up, and his originally old body burst out with spiritual energy again. Go! Chunlan was still hesitating because she didn't know if she could see Xiaofeng again after this time, and she didn't want to lose him again. Why are you being so humble? If you don't leave, I'll leave. Xiaofeng's wounds had healed by now, but his clothes were still stained black and red by the blood. Big Brother. When Chunlan saw Xiaofeng, she didn't care how dirty he was. She rushed up to him, hugged him, and buried her head in his arms. Let's go. Xiaofeng took out the magic core and was about to leave. Where are you going? A handsome young man holding a folding fan stood in front of the portal. Name, Fox Silver. Level, Natural Disaster Level 2. Race, Phantom Fox. Introduction: the second elder of the Phantom Fox clan is a guy who doesn't care about worldly affairs and just eats for free. He is a love rival of the first elder and also likes the third elder. My brother was killed by you, right? Huing narrowed his eyes and didn't know what expression was in his mind. I didn't even notice that someone was following me all the way. Don't be nervous, I'm different from my older brother who's an excitable person. I'm a democratic person. So, how are you going to die, little one? It turns out that your democracy is to let the other party choose how to die. Can I choose to die of old age? The atmosphere was quite tense, so Xiaofeng asked tentatively. Ha 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 ha. Funny little guy. If it were any other time, I would definitely let you go. But the one who died was my own brother. My brother. I must avenge him. Jianyan only gave me one piece of jade, so I can only use substitute wood for the rest. But the village chief and Chunlan. Wait, that smell, you have her stuff on you. When Huin approached Xiaofeng, her nose moved a few times, and she knew that Xiaofeng had something of hers. Hand it over and I'll let you go. What? Xiaofeng randomly searched for 2 items from the Phantom Fox clan's treasure house in the system warehouse, but Huing shook his head. It's not something this vulgar. Then Xiaofeng discovered the system reward. Why was this garbage in his warehouse? Then take it out and throw it away. Hu Yin's originally narrowed eyes suddenly widened. That's it. Foxine grabbed the black lace panties and put them to his nose. This is the third elder S. Xiaofeng's hands froze in place. This thing seemed to be a reward from the system before? Is this how it is used? While Fox Silver was intoxicated, Xiaofeng quickly threw in 2 magic cores to activate the teleportation device and entered. Seeing that the few people had left, Huin regained his composure and gently waved his claw to destroy the teleportation device. Chapter 89 Sakura Miko. Brothers? Even if that old guy was not killed by Xiaofeng, he would find an opportunity to kill him. It would have been fine if he had not just competed with me for the woman, but he also relied on his status as the chief elder to order the tribe around all day long, and even the new chief, who knew, dared to say a few words to him. For him, there is no place for him in this Phantom Fox clan anymore. As for letting Xiaofeng go, this kid was already to his liking, so it didn't matter whether he killed him or not. It was definitely not because of the panties in his hand. The other side. The other side of the portal brought the 3 people to a big city. Why are there still 3? What's going on today? The guards took the 3 people away and did a simple information registration. Then the villagers who had not awakened their superpowers went to arrange for their awakening. This is Tokyo City, one of the 4 major cities in Sakura country. 1/3 of the country's population lives here. Every once in a while, some of the remaining people in the wild are teleported back, but not as many as today. Hundreds of people, the whole village came in? The village chief was happy to see that everyone had finally awakened, and he also did not forget the agreement he had made with Xiaofeng. Sir, come and see. Another one awakened to summon the dead. The people in charge of awakening it were already numb. This ability wasn't exactly great, but it wasn't bad either. It was only B level, but with hundreds of people in the village, more than half had awakened this ability. It was a bit terrifying. It's enough to form an army of dead summoners. It's soul control. His ability is soul control. This ability is enough to be ranked as an S-level existence. It can control the soul of the dead, and even the living, as long as you have the strength. Hurry up and report a witch. The village chief secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there were still a few people with pure blood, and their clan's bloodline was preserved. When it was Chunlan's turn, she grabbed Xiaofeng's arm. Go ahead, I'll wait for you here, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Chunlan nodded and then came to the awakening platform. Put your hand on the awakening stone and don't let your mind wander. Chunlan did as she was told, and then a shining white light emanated from the awakening stone. The entire awakening stone shattered. Chunlan looked at the awakening stone with horror. She couldn't afford to pay for such an expensive thing. The people responsible for the awakening are amazing. Who would have thought that there is someone who can actually break the awakening stone into pieces? Switch over a bigger one. Then an awakening stone twice as big as the previous one was placed on the table. Don't worry, this was our mistake and you won't have to pay for it. Can you try again? The man was slightly excited. One of the 4 guardians of Sakura country had already grown old, but the next successor had not been found. Could it be that today? Chunlan carefully put her hand on it again. Agree, a flash of white light. Yes, it's resuscitation. This ability has only appeared once in the history of Sakura country, and that was the ability of the strongest guardian in history, the resurrection witch, 100 years ago. Different from the previous soul control, which forced the dead to submit, resurrection means the dead voluntarily worship her as their master. The most famous incident was when the 4-island city was massacred by the Void Cat clan. The resurrection priestess single-handedly repelled the Void Cat clan and even resurrected hundreds of thousands of people in the entire city at the cost of her own life. But after that, they suffered defeat after defeat, and in the end only these 4 big cities were left. Chunlan didn't understand what this meant, but she always felt that the looks of these uncles in front of her were a little strange. He was so scared that he jumped off the stage and hid behind Xiaofeng. Mission completed, rescued Suzuki Harurin, gained Sakura Witch's favorability plus 20. At this moment, the cherry blossoms fell, and many people in the square knelt down from the bottom of their hearts. A beautiful woman holding an oil paper umbrella slowly descended barefoot on the cherry blossoms in the air, and finally came to Xiaofeng and Chunlan. Name, Haruno Sakura. Level, Natural Disaster Level 6. Superpower, Sakura. Introduction, Sakura Miko, the guardian of Tokyo City, the first of the 4 guardians of Sakura country. Look at you, I feel like I've known you for a long time. Ying held Xiaofeng's face. She treated everyone else equally, so why did she stay on this strange man's face for so long today? I always feel like I have seen him before. Little sister, do you want to study with me? Ying finally turned her gaze to Chunlan, squatted down and spoke to Chunlan. Because Sakura is wearing a kimono, but this kimono is not the traditional way of wearing it. From Xiaofeng's perspective, he could only see the scenery of the deep-sea trench, accompanied by scattered cherry blossoms. After having a cup of tea, you can enjoy the scenery. Chunlan lowered her head and looked at her tattered clothes and shoes, which looked completely out of place with the beautiful sister in front of her. Ying reached out to touch Chunlan, but was dodged. I thought Chunlan was shy, but in fact she was afraid that the mud on her body would stain Ying's hands. How about it? Do you want to become like your sister? Chunlan looked up at Xiaofeng. Even her big brother was fascinated by him. She also wanted to. Can I become as beautiful as my sister? Ying took this opportunity to pinch Chunlan's face. Well, you have a good foundation. Maybe you will become more beautiful than your sister in the future. Chunlan smiled and said, then I'll go. Ying covered her mouth with her hands while laughing, and said to the others, let's put them in the city. As for this young man, I guess he is not from Xiaoying country, right? Ying glanced at Xiaofeng and said. Yes, I came from China. China and Sakura country are separated by a vast ocean, and there are countless ferocious sea beasts in the ocean, making it basically impossible to cross. Ying didn't care how Xiaofeng came here. They were all human, and she always felt like she had seen him before. How about staying in my Sakura city first? The most important castle-like small mountain town in the entire Tokyo city is where she lives. There is actually a formation eye there, and her task is to inject spiritual energy into the formation eye every day to maintain the barrier of the entire city. Xiaofeng had no other place to go for the time being, so he agreed. Is the situation in China also critical? On the way, Ying broke her usual habit and took the initiative to chat with Xiaofeng. It was obvious that she would not even take the initiative to chat with other people, and she might not even pay attention to what they said. No, life over there is pretty good. Xiaofeng didn't understand why she asked that. But didn't you leave your hometown to come here? Oh, I'm traveling around. Along the way, Xiaofeng recounted the events of how he destroyed the secret realm in the magic city, blew up the palace under the sea, and wiped out half of the fantasy city. Ying couldn't help but doubt herself, wondering if letting him stay was the right choice. Chapter 90 Leaving. China hasn't suffered any harm at all? Ying's eyes sparkled, and she wanted to continue asking. Well, it's already late today, why don't you go back first? It was already late at night. After dinner, Xiaofeng had originally planned to count the treasures of the Phantom Fox clan. Unexpectedly, Ying came over in her pajamas and looked shy. Just when Xiaofeng thought that a certain plot was about to unfold. Please tell me about China. Ying was holding a small pillow in her arms, lying on the quilt and listening to Xiaofeng talk about China. After all, Xiao Ying had lost contact with other countries outside the ocean too long ago. Even in China recently, only Xiaofeng came after all these years. But it was late at night and Sakura still didn't seem like she was going to leave. Could she be planning to stay here? There are only 2 quilts in this room, and Chunlan is already sleeping on one. You can't. Oh, it's already so late. Why don't we sleep here tonight? Sakura glanced at the night and said, her room is quite far from here, and the whole Sakura city belongs to her, so it doesn't matter which room she sleeps in. I don't know why, but I would never behave like this towards a man before, especially the first time I met him. Is it because of curiosity about Huaxia? Or is it because of curiosity about him? Xiaofeng was also confused. She actually planned to sleep here? An indescribable picture flashed through Xiaofeng's mind. Actually, there's a secret compartment here. If you open it, there's a bed inside. Sakura said as she pulled a bed down from a wall in the corner. As a guest, you should sleep on the bed. After saying that, Ying went to sleep on the tatami quilt beside her and hugged Chunlan. Xiaofeng looked at the bed in front of him with a round face. That's it? The next morning, Ying got up early and went to the central location to replenish spiritual energy for the barrier of the entire city. Should we also try the Chinese method of building a wall? It would also allow the people in the city to train themselves to kill monsters and level up. However, Ying quickly put this idea behind her. They had not fought with the strange beasts for a long time. Even she only practiced in the castle. Except for going out of the city to hunt strange beasts when she broke through the realm, she almost never left the city. If it were anyone else, they would just become food for strange beasts. I really want to see the outside world. Ying was lying on the floor. Her innate talent and status meant that she could not leave this city. Even if it perished, she would live and die with this city. This was her duty as a guardian. The appearance of Xiaofeng was like a jumping fish appearing on the originally calm lake, jumping around in the small lake in her heart. What should I ask today? Or are you asking about China? But I also want to know about him. Otherwise, ask them all. Ying pushed open the door and Chunlan was kneeling there, tears streaming down her cheeks. Big brother doesn't want me anymore. Seeing Ying coming, Chunlan went over and hugged Ying with a note in her hand. Sakura took it and took a look. I'll leave Chunlan in your care. See you later. It was a very short sentence, with no other description, so Chunlan thought that Xiaofeng didn't want her because she had done something wrong. Don't worry, Chunlan. Big brother is just doing what he should do. We will see each other again in the future. Really? Chunlan's tears stopped and she looked pitiful. Yes, definitely. Ying looked into the distance, she always felt that she would see Xiaofeng again. In an unknown forest in the wild. Why did your clan come to us so quickly? There was a simple reason why Xiaofeng was in such a hurry to leave. The Void Cat clan came to his door. How should I know? Anyway, I don't think we can stop our clan if we stay in that city. Why don't we go to China? We have to escape first. Where in the entire Sakura country is safe? How can there be any safety? Those 4 cities still exist only because our clan didn't take action. If a real war breaks out, there might not even be any human left on this land. C licked his cat's paw and said, "Got it, let's go to the Void Abyss." "Isn't that your base camp? You want me to go there?" "No, there is a space tunnel I left there that can take you directly to the Magic City. The only danger is that even if the Void Cat clan sends someone to kill her, several elders and the clan leader will definitely be in the clan. In the past, she was the heir of the entire tribe, so naturally she didn't need to worry about anything else. But now the tribe has started sending people to hunt her down. If she breaks in now, she will be in great danger of death. But if you don't go, you won't even have this last life." After weighing the pros and cons, he headed towards the Void Cat clan's territory, the Void Abyss. "Will your father hold back a little because of you?" Jiang Yun said that the patriarchs of the 9 major clans were at a level even higher than the level of natural disasters. At that level, he was afraid that he would not even have a chance to escape if he met them. "Don't worry, if you meet him, you'll die painlessly, because in the blink of an eye, not even a trace of you will be left. But he has a habit of leaving the abyss every time the moon is full, and going somewhere unknown. So all we need to do is sneak in at that time." Finally, there is some news that can be considered good news. The Void Abyss is located in a place called 4 Islands, far south of Sakura country. There is a 4-island city not far away, which is also one of the only 4 cities left in Sakura country. It is also the place where the resurrection priestess sacrifices herself. Tonight is the night of the full moon. Is your father really not in the abyss? When we arrived at the vicinity of the 4-island city, we found that the exotic beasts around here were much scarcer, because less than 100 miles away was the territory of the Void Cat clan. Don't worry, this city has some kind of agreement with our clan. At least we don't have to move during this period. But if we hide in it, the meaning will be different. Assie's words instantly dispelled Xiao Feng's idea of going in to take a look. "Then go ahead, but before that, you have to deal with the ones behind you first." C licked his paws and his body expanded to several meters. "Dog, you've eaten so much of my food, you should do some work. I told you not to call me a dog. I'm the moon dog." Yu Ming was equally huge, twice as big as ACI. Name, ACI. Level, Domain Level 8. Race, Void Cat. Introduction: the eldest daughter of the Void Cat clan, wanted by the Void Cat clan for killing their heir, Aru. Name, Yu Ming. Level, Domain Level 9. Race, Moon Dog Clan. Introduction: heir of the Moon Dog clan, but disliked by his race due to the spots on his body. It was discovered that he had escaped into human territory and was sealed away by the strongest of the human race at the time, becoming his host's contracted spirit beast. Chapter 91: Breaking In. C, come back with us to your tribe and explain. Maybe the tribe leader will give you a lighter punishment because you are his blood. There's no good outcome for betraying your race, so just surrender. 3 or 4 pitch-black void cats were standing and walking there. They were the backbone of the clan. Go back? To die? There was a flash of danger in Assie's eyes, and he swung his claws to create a sharp spatial blade and attacked the beast opposite. The void cat on the opposite side dodged and grinned. ACI resisted arrest. According to the order of the Great Elder, he was killed on the spot. The other void cats no longer concealed their auras, and all the power of the realm in their bodies erupted. The strength of the Calamity Realm is the top combat force even in the Void Cat clan, so it will not be used to capture traitors or anything like that. It is enough to dispatch these few domain realm masters. There are 3 of them. If ACI encounters them alone, there is really no way he can do anything. But let me make it clear first, the weakest one is mine. Before Yu Ming could finish his words, he pounced on the weakest void cat. Although he had not fully recovered, his current strength was more than enough. Then I'll leave the strongest one to you, master. ACI turned around and spoke softly to Xiao Feng, but the word master gave him goosebumps. As a noble void cat, you actually recognize a weak human as your master? See, you are going to disappoint us. The void cat wanted to attack ACI from behind, but was stopped by Xiao Feng. Fire style, great fireball technique. The leading void cat retreated. Human, I advise you to stop meddling in other people's business. Since you heard her call me master, how can it be a trivial matter? Xiao Feng opened his Sharingan and rushed towards the other party. Name, Axing. Level, Domain Level 8. Race, Void Cat. Introduction: a member of the group that's hunting down Asi. Under the guidance of the Elders Council, he wants to kill Asi directly on the road. So even if Asi surrendered and went back with them, they had no intention of bringing Asi back alive to the tribe. Xiaofeng couldn't help but complain, "Your circle is really messy. Stop talking nonsense. How dare you, a tiny human, go against our clan? Prepare to die." Small? Xiaofeng grinned and said, "Is this big?" Su Sanu. Under the full moon in the sky, a huge bone giant appeared and then gradually evolved into a physical entity. Compared with Xing in front of him, it was like an adult trying to step on a mouse to death. Xiaofeng raised his foot and stepped towards Axing. Space Blade. Xing wanted to use the power of space to break it, but was diverted by Xiaofeng using his divine power. How is that possible? No one has ever been able to withstand the spatial power of our clan. This was a kind of arrogance and self-confidence, but what he didn't expect was that Xiaofeng could actually divert his attack. With one kick, Xing, who had no time to dodge, was stepped into the ground. He was spitting blood but still refused to give up. "I want you dead." Then he waved his claws wildly to cast the spatial blade, hitting Xiaofeng's Susanoo again and again. Hit it! This time Xing laughed out loud, "Their clan is invincible." Then, a confident voice appeared in his ears. 8 gates of ninjutsu, gate of life, open. This is the relatively safe door that Xiaofeng's body can withstand for the time being. If he goes any further, he will hurt his body. But just being in this state is enough. Li Lianhua. Xiaofeng used vines to replace Xiao Li's bandages and threw Xing into the air. Li Lianhua continuously hits the enemy in the air at a speed close to teleportation, and finally uses the bandage on his arm to pull the enemy towards himself, using 2 opposite impulses to create the strongest attack. Under the huge impact, Xing's bones were broken. Lying on the ground with his last breath, he still stared at Xiaofeng with unyielding eyes. "Do you know the consequences of going against our clan? You will be doomed." Xiaofeng walked over coldly, and calmed his breathing after the 8 gates were released. "If you're dead, how will they know I exist?" Xiaofeng cast Tsukuyumi. He knew that these void cats must have a secret that could tell them what would happen before they died, so he cast Tsukuyumi to let Xing wait until they left before committing suicide. This is also the reason why he wanted to keep Xing alive. At the same time, there were 2 other battlefields. The shameless Yu Ming easily killed the opponent by relying on the level suppression and the spiritual power of the Moondog clan. The battle on Asi's side ended quickly. The opponent didn't want to kill ACI, but ACI fought him with murderous intentions. Although they couldn't tell the difference after several encounters, a small flaw was enough for ACI to kill the opponent. The blood of her fellow tribesmen gushed on Asi's face, but her expression was silent and cold. After dealing with the pair of tails, the man and 2 beasts headed towards the void abyss. The deeper you go into the abyss, the denser and colder the surrounding spiritual energy becomes. Aren't you cats the most afraid of the cold? Why did you build your nest so cold? Aren't you afraid of freezing to death? Although Yu Ming had a thick layer of fur, he was still shivering from the cold of this spiritual energy. That's why it works as training. All void cats are born to face this kind of cold. If they can't endure it, they don't deserve to live. It is also because of this reason that my mother was left with a root of illness after giving birth to me. ACI withdrew his thoughts and continued to lead them. The abyss is very large, so there are many entrances to the Void Cat clan. As for the guards, no beast would be willing to enter this hell, naturally. After sneaking in, ACI found a stone containing the power of space, which should be enough for them to complete another teleportation. If that's the case, then hurry up and go. Otherwise, why are you waiting like an idiot? Yu Ming said anxiously, "Dog's life is more important, do you understand? Don't you want that map fragment?" ACI said to Xiaofeng with a smile. "Do you know where it is?" In fact, the most fundamental reason for coming to Sakura country is to look for map fragments, but he gradually lost himself in the experience of robbing again and again. No, it is the experience of taking the treasure house. If you can get it, that would be the best. That thing is in my father's room, but he's not here now. Go get it. He already knew the locations of all the treasures in the clan, but he couldn't get them because the elders were guarding other places. But on this full moon night, his father was definitely not in the clan. If that was the case, then... Hey, stop trying to get yourself killed. Can't we just escape early? Yu Ming was so sad that she couldn't even cry. Are all your lives worthless? Why don't you cherish them? Don't worry, he's definitely not here. Otherwise, with his strength, his awareness would have spread throughout the entire tribe. He wouldn't have been unaware of us sneaking in. Chapter 92 The Real Truth. Xiaofeng thought about it and agreed to Asi's proposal. Yu Ming, is there no one who considers my feelings? ACI led Xiaofeng through the abyss. Their residence was on the cliff, and traveling between all the caves required the power of operating space. This was also to train the tribe to use power. As the patriarch, he naturally lives in the lowest level, which is also the coldest place. Yu Ming's nose was running. Even when it snowed heavily at the foot of Crescent Moon Mountain, it had never been so cold. It's right in front. ACI led Xiaofeng into a huge cave, and then ACI searched the cave for a while and soon found a lot of treasures. That old guy's things are still hidden in these places. Ha ha ha, they all belong to me. ACI smiled and searched around. Generally, no beasts of other species would approach the chief's territory, so there was no need to worry too much. Here, this fragment is for you. In a small treasure pile, ACI found a map fragment. It was useless to her, so she handed it to Xiaofeng. After looting the entire place, ACI took them to the teleportation site again. Go! ACI and Yu Ming jumped in one after another. When it was Xiaofeng's turn, a huge breath pressed him so hard that he couldn't move. This aura is even more powerful than Zhang Yun's. After searching so many things from under my bed, I feel relieved to leave now. A terrible thought appeared in Xiaofeng's mind. Asi's father, could he be here? My real body is not here, but I can't hide your actions from you little guys. Just when Xiaofeng wanted to use the kaleidoscope to try to break the restraint by force, doing so would cause great harm to him. I'm not interested in you. You won't even fill my teeth if I eat you. As for that fragment, you can take it if you want. I only have one request, treat Asi well. In a trance, Xiaofeng's body was untied, and in an instant Xiaofeng jumped into the teleportation device. The scene changes, familiar city, familiar faces, familiar. Why are you here again? Li Zhong felt a strange feeling coming from the direction of the portal. After the last incident, he came here to guard it just in case. As a result, Xiaofeng, who had disappeared for 2 days, came out again? This kid hasn't left the magic city yet? ACI and Yu Ming were a little curious as to why Xiaofeng hadn't come out for so long, and they felt relieved the moment they saw him. Forget it, since it's you guys, just go away. Li Zhongjiang sent the people around him away and left Xiaofeng alone. Tell me the truth, was it you who blew up the palace in the sea the day before yesterday? Li Zhong hooked his arm around Xiaofeng's shoulder and whispered. Xiaofeng came back to his senses and immediately knew what was going on. He shook his head and said, I don't know. It's not me. It has nothing to do with me. Li Zhong. I was just suspicious at first, but now I am sure it is you. Remember, you can't show that bead to anyone other than me and Lao Jiang. From the perspective of human beings, Li Zhong also stands on Xiaofeng's side. Why should you return something you stole with your own ability? The main goal is to be fearless, not timid, and shameless. Oh, right, Lao Jiang just came to me and told me that your sister is in the magic city looking for you, and told you to fend for yourself. Moment. Xiaofeng's hair stood on end. What did you say? Before he could finish his words, a familiar voice, tinged with anger and a hint of crying, came from the sky. Xiaofeng. Xiaoya opened her 6 wings in the sky and rushed over from Kyoto at full speed. Tell Jiang Yun that I've definitely removed his oxygen tube. After leaving these words, Xiaofeng ran in one direction without hesitation. But how could he outrun Xiaoya, who was flying in the sky with all 6 wings open? When the brother and sister met again, they were not as loving as they had imagined. Only. It's going to break, it's going to break. My waist is about to break. After needing Xiaofeng for a while, Xiaoya asked angrily, why did you leave me alone and run away? Well. There are quite a lot of aspects involved. Let me think about how to write it. You've grown wings, you can't even figure out who your older sister is. The 2 beasts who were watching the show on the side realized their status in the family again. They no longer had to please Xiaofeng. As long as they could make Xiaoya happy, he would be a younger brother. Old man Jiang is the same. He actually kept it a secret from me the whole time. He even smashed all his antiques, sold all his treasures at a low price, blew up his office, and burned his beard before he told me. Xiaofeng. Jiang Laogue, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. I really didn't expect Xiaoya's destructive power to be so great. But I'm glad to see you're okay. Xiaoya hugged Xiaofeng and resumed their previous intimacy. Xiaofeng resolutely accepted this kind of situation where he would give her a beating before giving her a sweet reward. Sister, lend me your phone. Xiaoya handed the phone to Xiaofeng with a puzzled look on her face. Old Jiang, are you hiding something from me? Or, are you not telling me the truth at all? There was silence on the other end of the phone. Come back to Kyoto. Beep. Xiaofeng's face looked grim. He took out the substitute wood from the Shinwei space and handed it to Yu Ming and ACI beside him. Find a safe place to hide. You. Xiaofeng pulled Xiaoya into the portal again. After the scene changed, they arrived at the Kyoto portal. Jiang Yun had been waiting here for a long time. Xiaoya, go back first. I want to talk to him alone. Xiaoya looked at the two people worriedly. One was her younger brother, and the other was her master. But the atmosphere seemed very strange. Sister, go ahead and remember to buy me a beef burger on the roadside. After Xiaoya left, Xiaofeng opened his Sharingan and looked directly at Jiang Yun. Name, Jiang Yun. Grade. Race, human. Ability. Introduction, a dangerous existence that does not belong in this world. Are you Jiang Yun? Or rather, are you his true form? Jiang Yun smiled and said, not bad, you figured out my true form? You're truly the chosen one born of this planet. Who are you? Didn't the guy inside you tell you who I am? Does he know the system? This planet was originally just a useless ball, but it became nothing more than the board chosen for the game played by the 10 adults above. Game? The 10 great clans I told you about before really exist, but I didn't tell you their true origins, right? They are actually a race chosen by 10 adults from another world, and my own race is merely the descendant of one of those adults. This game earned the adults a valuable gift. It's a shame that the human race was almost the first to be eliminated on this battlefield. So, you showed up? Chapter 93. The troubled times are about to begin. No, I'm not that capable. It was that lord who used some tricks to cause civil unrest among the other races. Xiaofeng thought carefully. Hundreds of years ago, Yu Ming went to the human race alone as the heir. Uncle Turtle and Aunt Cat also left the race with the race's treasure during that time. Are these all? This clone was originally only used to guard the 5 formation centers of the human race and summon a powerful soul from the outside world to reincarnate as a human. But something unexpected happened during the summoning process. The originally summoned soul did not appear, but you appeared before my eyes. The soul from the outside world, could it be? System? I originally wanted to make up a story to let you dream of becoming a savior, and then have you represent humanity to defeat other races. How did you know this? Really? So that's how it is. Xiaofeng smiled wantonly. Actually, I didn't know this, but thanks to you for telling me the truth. The breakthrough mission unveiling Jiang Yun's true identity has been completed. Breakthrough is imminent. A powerful spiritual energy surged into Xiaofeng's body, and the huge barrier disappeared at that moment. Realm of Domain. It can form a posture that maintains invincibility by using itself as a domain. I originally thought your true identity was at most a foreign spy or something, but I didn't expect it to be even more shocking than I imagined. Jiang Yun sighed. He didn't expect that she would tell him the truth. Just when Jiang Yun was about to take action, Xiaofeng had no intention of escaping. Why don't you run away? Why should I run away? You didn't mean to kill me. You gone, as the person assigned to help the human race win, there is no way he can kill his hope unless he doesn't want to live either. On the other hand, although Jiang Yun is just a clone, he still has a human heart. Okay, I can't continue making up stories. Actually, it's because the substitute is not outside, so no matter how I act, I can't die. Ha, you really guessed it right. For nearly 100 years, I have been protecting the human race. From the initial purpose, it gradually became a desire to protect them even without orders. Protect those weak families. Unfortunately, I'm restricted. My highest level is only the natural disaster realm. If I break through to the divine wrath realm, I'll attract the attention of other masters. By then, the entire blue planet might be razed to the ground by their wrath. So you're pinning your hopes on me? Now it all makes sense, except that everything was just because of a board bet made by those few people. It makes people very unhappy. I originally wanted you to grow up quickly, but I didn't expect you to expose me first. Jiang Yun withdrew the air pressure and returned to his seat to make a cup of tea. It turned out that all the tea had been burned by Xiaoyan not long ago. The things your sister damaged will be deducted from your account. Xiaofeng? Why? Because I don't dare ask her for it. The scene was silent for a while. Why can you say such cowardly words in such a strong tone? So this map thing is fake too? Xiaofeng took out 4 pieces of map fragments. No, that's true. When I saw the 4 pieces in Xiaofeng's hand. Fuck. Where are you from? There is one in the secret realm that Uncle Turtle hid in Aunt Cadet's treasure house, but it was only recently discovered by Xiaofeng when he was sorting it out. It should be the one belonging to the Deep Sea clan. Another one was stolen from the nest of ACIS father, a member of the Void Cat clan. The other 2 were one system reward and one given by Jiang Yun. So, in just 2 days, you got 2 fragments? Xiaofeng nodded. As expected of you, the chosen one of Blue Star. You've even acknowledged me before I even gathered all the fragments, yet you've proactively let them come to you. Jiang Yun attributed everything to Blue Star. Then go collect the other fragments, and the human race will have another powerful weapon. Collecting all the fragments was an impossible thing in the eyes of those above them. After all, the 9 clans were not just for show. It just so happened that they all held the idea that the other 8 clans are not just for show, so although they treasured the map fragments, they did not cherish them too much. Why don't you go and get the fragments of several other races? Jiang Yun asked tentatively. I don't even know who the other races are, what do you want me to do? Jiang Yun thought this made sense, so he began to explain to Xiaofeng, besides the human race, there are 9 other major races among the 10 major races. They are the winged race in the sky. Because they can fly, their combat power is generally stronger than that of land creatures. Only the 2 races in the sea can compete with them. The Deep Sea clan and the Magma clan in the sea. The Deep Sea clan, including all creatures in the sea, can be collectively called the Sea clan, and the more noble ones are still the Deep Sea clan. The extremely high temperature of the Magma clan allows them to live comfortably only in the volcanoes on the seabed, so they are also considered the most low-key race. The races on land are the Moondog clan, the Void Cat clan, the 3-headed Dragon clan, the Grass Ape clan, the Soul-devouring Bug clan, and the Light clan. After explaining the advantages of each race, Jiang Yun also kindly gave Xiaofeng a map. It's so detailed. You haven't prepared it a long time ago, have you? Xiaofeng said speechlessly as he looked at the map in his hand. Well. Actually, I had planned to have you steal maps from other races. Suddenly there was a loud noise and the whole Kyoto was shaken. Jiang Yun frowned and looked up at the sky. Alas, I still didn't catch up after all. What? The chaotic world has begun. The adults once agreed to let the 10 major races grow up for a period of time. They originally wanted to cultivate some people who were qualified to take on the great responsibilities of the human race during this period, but they still couldn't buy you time. They knew the cheating method that the adults used to send me down, so they started the chaos in advance. Next, the 9 major tribes will leave their own territories, and the human race's city walls will disappear. Xiaofeng looked carefully and found that the city wall of Kyoto was disappearing visibly. The troubled times have really begun. Xiaofeng, I don't know what the rules of their game are, but as long as there is one last human left on Blue Star, we haven't lost. So, you must survive. After Jiang Yun finished saying all this, he rushed in one direction. That was the big formation of Kyoto City. The city walls were gone, but there was still the formation they developed themselves. Chapter 94, The Southernmost Land 2-in-1. In Kyoto, people saw that the walls that had protected them for generations were gradually crumbling. What happened? The walls are disappearing. At the same time, terrible sounds were heard from one forbidden area after another in certain places on the blue planet. Under the sea, terrifying creatures emerged from the magma one after another, and the strange beasts in the deep sea also fled in all directions. All the hidden races left their original territories and headed towards the center of the blue planet. Yueming and ACI also had a memory in their minds that did not belong to them, telling them that they should go to a place. At the same time, Xiaofeng did the same. It seems you've already found the route. The core of the blue star is hidden there. Only the heirs of 10 powerful races can know the route. It seems the blue star has already regarded you as the future of humanity. So all the other races are heading in that direction? Jiang Yun nodded. It should only be the first level. As for what happens next, You will know when the time comes. Ding, mission released. Get first place in the first level and push the human race to the top of the rankings. You showed up? What on earth is he talking about? You have your own consciousness, right? Faced with Xiaofeng's series of questions, the system did not respond further. Then a text appeared. The system bug has been fixed. We are very sorry for the host's bad experience. The compensation reward has been placed in the system warehouse. Although the voice is still the same, it is not as emotional as before. It's like a cold robot. The adults above have repaired all the holes on Blue Planet that shouldn't exist, and naturally yours is no exception. I hope I can see you again in that other world, child. Zhang Yun was emitting white light at this time. He was also one of the bugs. From the moment he was repaired, a force began to expel him out. Originally, he wanted to help the human race to reach the center of the formation and open the barrier to protect the human race for a while longer. But still, although he tried his best to control it, how could he resist such a powerful force? But as a master, giving a gift to your apprentice before leaving is not cheating. Zhang Yun smiled and put his hand on Xiaofeng's shoulder. A huge amount of spiritual energy poured into Xiaofeng's body, and layer after layer of realms disappeared in front of him like a thin piece of paper. It is very difficult to advance to a higher level in the realm. It may take an ordinary person 10 years to break through a small realm. Although it seems a bit like forcing things to happen, Xiaofeng's aura is now constantly improving. The heirs of that race are so powerful that they may have reached the level of natural disasters. Although I cannot raise your realm to that level, I believe that with your strength, you will be able to crush them and become the final winner. This is Master's last wish for you. The white light dissipated, and Zhang Yun disappeared from this place as if he had never appeared. Xiaofeng's level also rose to domain level 8. At this time, all the deans outside and senior officials from China came over. Principal. The wall is gone. Yan Lin, Yan Hua, He Chang. Many high-ranking people from Kyoto gathered here. Xiaofeng whispered, he has already. Principal, what should we do? Xiaofeng raised his head. You ask me? Yes, Principal, now the walls are gone, what should we do? Xiaofeng was puzzled. Why were they all asking me? I'm not. Suddenly, Xiaofeng felt a special spiritual energy from his body. He finally knew what Zhang Yun's special ability was. Is this the reason you passed your spiritual energy to me? Give the order to go out and maintain the spiritual energy transmission at the center of the formation and control the surrounding beast tide. I need to go somewhere. Xiaofeng came to the portal device. Principal, where are you going? The southernmost land. In the Shunwei space. You should have felt the call as well. Don't you plan to go back to the tribe to help? ACI licked his cat's paw and said. Yuming lay on the ground, his eyes filled with an unknown thought. There are so many strong people in my race, and I am no longer a threat. Although he spoke in anger, it was true. He had been imprisoned for so many years, and no one from his race came to rescue him, leaving him to face life and death here alone. It's better for this ethnic group not to go back. Because of the disappearance of the wall, the human world fell into chaos. Fear surged into everyone's hearts. Many people thought that it was a chaotic time and they might as well do things that they had never dared to think about before. It was difficult to maintain public order, not to mention the invasion of strange beasts. The low-intelligence monsters rushed into the city to enjoy these delicious buffets. Screams echoed across every land. The same is true for Sakura country. The walls and barriers that once protected them are now useless. Having no battlefield experience, they were like children holding kitchen knives in the eyes of the monsters, not knowing how to use that power. Overnight, the 4 major cities were almost completely captured. Because the 4-island city is close to the Void Abyss, low-level monsters dare not approach it, but the Void Cat clan has also arrived at this time. Human. I haven't had snacks like this in a long time. The first thing many Void Cats do when they arrive in the city is to go on a killing spree, swallowing many humans. Don't forget your business. There are 3 remaining heirs of the Void Cat clan. In this racial confrontation, only the heirs of each race can participate. The 2 races ranked at the top will have their lands permanently closed, and they will be locked up and left to die. Even though the Void Cat clan is considered a decent existence among the 10 clans, other races cannot be underestimated. And their destination is the southernmost part of China. It was originally the center of the blue planet, but unfortunately, the natural environment made it impossible for any species to survive in such low temperatures. Even the most tenacious Zerg cannot do it. At this time, Xiaofeng arrived at a city some distance away in the extreme south through the teleportation device. Here alone, the temperature was already minus 90 degrees Celsius. Xiaofeng put on a thick fur coat and infused his whole body with spiritual energy to keep himself warm. The ultimate goal of this trial is to reach the central location of the southernmost land. Braving the wind and snow, Xiaofeng entered the depths of the snow. Kyoto. Although the barrier's protection allowed them to barely defend against strange beasts, there were always some that slipped through the net. Kyoto was also in chaos at this time. The trial tower was now emitting a dazzling light, and it drilled into the ground again. No one pays attention to this phenomenon anymore. Led by Shu Tian, everyone from Kyoto Academy stood on the center of the Kyoto formation and began to provide spiritual energy. At the same time, Jiang Yu also joined the guerrilla team and hunted the surrounding strange beasts with the students of Kyoto Academy. There's a beast in the control realm over there. Notify the seniors and have them come over. We need to control him first. All students have clear division of labor. Lower grade students are responsible for the weaker monsters and auxiliary work, or for holding back the monsters. The senior students will then be responsible for hunting. Sisters, come with me. In the crowd, Lulu led the auxiliary class and wandered around Kyoto. Highly destructive supernatural props that could not be used in competitions before are now also being used. She took out all the supplies in her house and went to hunt the strange beasts that broke into the streets. Generally speaking, exotic beasts that are not large in size are quite powerful. In addition, students often go to the wild to practice hunting exotic beasts, so they can be at ease in such sudden situations. Under Lulu's command, the auxiliary class once again shines in Kyoto. Feng Rou, go to the combat squad and assist. Zheng Yuan, go and treat the wounded. Other sisters with higher levels, come with me. Let's hunt the monsters. This is happening in all human cities. Inside the house, Xiaoya squatted on a chair with the hamburger still on the table. Fraud. He must have done something dangerous again, alone. The person who was once behind him now began to protect others. Xiaoya stood up. If that was the case, she couldn't be too much of a drag. At least Kyoto couldn't fall into the hands of the monsters. Many elderly people who had been in seclusion, represented by the senior officials in Kyoto, have opened their doors one after another. That's the previous principal. And that one. He's the previous head of the Ministry of Defense. He was the last captain of the hunting team. As one strong aura after another rushed out all over China. Shu Tian also laughed out loud while standing on the highest formation point in Kyoto. Who said the human race has no more guardians? Even if that old ghost Jiang is gone, there are still these old bones holding up the sky. It won't collapse. With their joining, the situation in China gradually became clear. The top few alien beast tribes did not join this war. Instead, it's heading towards a place where no living things live. Xiaofeng walked with difficulty in the extreme south, and every step consumed his spiritual energy. Although the cold wind around was made of spiritual energy, it was also extremely cold and I dared not absorb it at all. If the body inhales too much, it might turn into an ice sculpture. At this moment, the huge smoke in the distance attracted Xiaofeng's attention. Fortunately, the system's identification function is still there. Name, Karst. Level, Natural Disaster Level 1. Race, Magma Clan. Introduction, one of the heirs of the Magma Clan, his body temperature can reach tens of thousands of degrees. This changes depending on his mood, and even under normal circumstances, he always maintains a temperature of 3,000 degrees. Such a terrifying number. No wonder they have to live at the bottom of the sea to control their physical condition. If they were on any land, they would be a walking little sun. The smoke was formed by the reaction of high temperature and the surrounding ice. At this time, Xiaofeng's body was almost frozen, and an idea came into his mind. Then he headed towards the Magma tribe. Representatives of other races are now also relying on their own methods to enter that place. The Deep-Sea clan sneaked into the southernmost land in the sea, the Zerg relied on their huge numbers to protect their heirs from sneaking in, and the Void Cat clan used the power of space to cut through space and teleport. After reaching the center, the Magma clan looked around and found that there were no other races. I'm number one. He was the only one from the magma tribe who came, and the rest of the tribe were sleeping in the volcano under the sea. If his father hadn't said that he was woken up by an adult from another world and kicked out of the volcano, he would have been sleeping soundly now. But when Yenshan looked behind him, why did he still smell the presence of a member of his tribe? Xiaofeng saw the other person turn around. "Brother Yen Rong, it's me. Yen Feng." Yenshan scratched his not-so-bright rock head and said, "Brother? But how come I didn't know when my father gave birth to a younger brother? And why is this younger brother so small?" In fact, this is Zhang Yun's ability. Confusion. It can deceive the other party's perception, which is different from Xiaofeng's illusion. The illusion is to bring the other party into a fantasy world and create a virtual picture. Zhang Yun's confusion caused confusion in the other party's cognition, and over time, this false thing became a fact. It's no wonder that group of people in Kyoto mistook him for Zhang Yun. This special ability can change their perception of themselves, and now Xiaofeng has changed Yanqi's perception of himself. "I am his younger brother." Yenshan couldn't come up with an answer no matter how hard he thought. Finally, he simply gave up thinking about it. He had the familiar aura of his tribesman on him. He must be his younger brother. "Brother! Let me hug you." Seeing a creature over 3000 degrees Celsius coming towards him, Xiaofeng immediately dodged. Yan Shang saw that he failed to hug Xiaofeng and did not consider that he had hidden away, but continued to hug him. Seeing that it was not working, Xiaofeng immediately created a wooden giant. The moment the karst touched the wooden giant started to burn. "Brother, the temperature is not good, why is it so low?" Although the burning temperature of the wood giant is also quite high, it is still far lower than that of the magma clan. "I have caught a bit of a cold lately. It's really a pity that Yin Yong has a small brain. He didn't notice that Xiaofeng is so small. How could he hold him?" After the wooden giant burned, the karst also found an open space around it and melted the snow. "Brother, sit down. There are other tribes that haven't arrived yet." Yankarst took out a piece of rock from his body and started eating it. Really self-digestion? Perhaps seeing Xiaofeng's eyes, Yankarst took out a rock that was several times larger than Xiaofeng, with a little volcanic mud on it. "Brother, let's eat together." When Xiaofeng saw this kind of food, he quickly shook his head. "You eat, I'm not hungry." "Is that so?" Yanker continued eating on his own. At this moment, a violent vibration occurred, and a black shadow slowly emerged from the ground. Xiaofeng felt the powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy, but Yenshan didn't seem to take it seriously and continued to eat. A dark shadow on the ground rushed out. "The second prince of the Undersea Palace has arrived, everyone get out of the way." Chapter 95 Gathering. The sound came from under the ground, and the black shadow gradually grew larger and broke out from the thick ice. A creature that looked like a dragon but was dancing on the ice. "I am the first beast to arrive here." The corner of Xiaofeng's mouth twitched. Is this guy in the late stage of middle school syndrome? There's no hope. Open a new account. Name, High Air. Level, Natural Disaster Level 1. Race, Deep Sea Tribe. Introduction, the second heir to the Deep Sea clan. He has strong strength but a weak mind, making him easily fooled. Is this really a competition among species, not a meeting of idiots? A rockhead and a waterhead. Oath. Can use would release to transform into a wooden head. High Air looked around and found Yin Karst and Xiaofeng. Although the Magma clan was an old neighbor of the Deep Sea clan, they had been living in seclusion in an underwater volcano, so it was not easy for them to show up. "Who are you?" Yin Yang was eating stones and ignored High Air. Seeing that someone dared to ignore him, the second young master, High Air, increased his pressure. "How dare you ignore me?" The pressure from the natural disaster realm had no effect on Yenjia at all, and he was still eating happily. As for Xiaofeng standing aside, because of its small size and low level, it was simply ignored. High Air was furious and summoned a huge water ball from his mouth, and a column of water attacked the karst. The moment the powerful water column touched the karst, it was evaporated into water vapor by the high temperature of his body. Yen Yong was very unhappy about being influenced by others while eating, so he grabbed a piece of yen rong from his stomach and threw it directly at High Air. "Humph, with this speed, can you hit me?" High Air held his head with his claws and dodged with a slight twist of his slender waist. Only. The 1,000-year-old iceberg that was hit by the ball of molten flames exploded at that moment. Boom! High Air looked back stupidly, and a tiny piece of ice hit his face. This power. If it gets hit, it will be destroyed immediately. Speaking of which, my third brother was crippled by an unknown powerful explosion. Could it be this guy who did it? Various ideas flashed through his mind, and finally High Air came to the best conclusion. You two met each other through fighting, so it's fate. How about we become sworn brothers? From now on, I'll be your big brother, and you'll be my little brother, and we'll live happily ever after. But Yen Yong didn't give High Air any chance to speak. He grabbed Yen Rong's body again and threw him towards High Air. Huge continuous explosions sounded. High Air lay in front of the karst. Brother! If you need me in the future, just tell me. If I frown, I'm not my father's biological son. Yenja's little rockhead didn't think too much, and now that he was full, he felt a little sleepy. Brother, call me after the meeting. This was naturally said to Xiao Feng. After all, he now completely regarded Xiao Feng as a member of their tribe. Yen Yong fell asleep, and Xiao Feng felt something was wrong. He was afraid that he could not deal with High Air by himself. Who knows? High Air came to Xiao Feng and transformed into a human form, becoming a handsome man of about the same height as Xiao Feng. He then shouted, "Second brother. I am our eldest brother's half-brother." The big brother he was talking about was naturally Yen Karst, who was already asleep. The reason he didn't notice Xiao Feng just now was entirely because the aura emanating from him was too weak. But he overlooked one thing. All the strange beasts that can transform into human form are above the natural disaster realm. Moreover, Xiao Feng could hide his aura, so even he couldn't detect it. Maybe when his true form is revealed, he will be even more powerful than the big brother next to him whom he just recognized. Xiao Feng was a little confused. This guy's head must be full of water. But it would be beneficial for me to continue like this, so I might as well just keep acting like this. Xiao Feng pretended to step forward and help High Air up. Brother! We're family, don't be so formal. If a normal person were to watch the show, he would definitely be confused. Why can three people of different races get along so harmoniously? Moreover, the lowest ranking human being has a hidden leadership position. What race are you and our eldest brother? Why haven't we seen a group like yours that is made entirely of lava? When you go out, doesn't anyone tell you the characteristics of other races? High Air shook his head. Ever since he told his father when he was a child that he wanted to be a space beast when he grew up, and then got his favorite 2 slaps in the face, his father seemed to have never cared about him again. However, the direct descendants of the Deep Sea clan are determined by blood purity and strength, so even if High Air's brain is not very good, it cannot change the fact that he is the second heir of the Deep Sea clan. The purpose of sending him here was to prevent something unexpected from happening to the first-in-line heir, so High Air would become the first-in-line heir. If the Deep Sea tribe were to be handed over to him in the future. I'm afraid that not all beasts were sent to space to become space beasts. However, they were afraid that this guy would bring shame to the Deep Sea clan, so they originally planned to send the third young master. Although his strength was a bit weak, his racial talent was also very strong. However, a few years ago, the third young master was hit by an explosion of unknown cause, and not only him, but the entire Deep Sea Palace number 11 was almost blown up. Although the Deep Sea clan was frantically searching for the real culprit, the main culprit had long since disappeared, and even their orbs were stolen. My father said that there is a faint connection between our royal family and the orb, so we can sense it when we get close. He also told me to pay attention to whether it was done by other tribes when I come here. Hey, what race are you guys? Is it you who created such a powerful explosion? Xiao Feng pretended to be calm. How dare you, little brother, doubt me and my big brother? Xiao Feng opened his Sharingan and pretended to be angry. The strange effect brought by the Sharingan really scared High Air. He quickly waved his hands and said, No, I'm just asking. Actually, I've always disliked the third brother. He can't even transform into a human form, yet he always likes to show off. This explosion must be because God couldn't stand it anymore and struck him down. Have you heard of the Magma Clan? The Magma Clan? Isn't he an old neighbor of their Deep Sea clan? There is a volcano at the door of his palace. It is said that there are several magma clans lying inside. If the temperature of the magma was not too high, he would also like to go down and take a look. So, you and big brother. Xiao Feng didn't say anything, but he didn't say that he was from the Magma clan. As time passed, the Zerg also arrived here. Next is the Void Cat clan. The Grassy Ape Clan. Chapter 96, Entering the Secret Realm of Assessment. As more and more strange beasts gathered, many of them directly transformed into human form. Although it looks like a disgusting human, it has to be said that this body is indeed much more agile. At least in a one-on-one battle, such a body can release 30% more of their power. Even the weakest one is at level 6. Where are the Moondog Clan representatives? Are they going to abstain? And the tribe in the sky hasn't arrived yet, and they're still so arrogant. The several ethnic groups are hostile to each other and have already started to mock and ridicule each other before the fight even begins. I'm afraid the human race won't be able to produce anything special. With the wall gone, the human race might even become a rare food. Everyone we eat will be one less. It's just a pity that's such delicious food. As he spoke, the heir of the Grass Ape Clan saw Xiaofeng. Human? Xiaofeng was between karst and high air, so at the beginning no strange beasts discovered his existence. However, the faint fragrance emanating from Xiaofeng made many strange beasts drool greedily. Until... Hey, you perverts, why are you staring at my second brother? He's not gay. High air stood up to defend Xiaofeng. These guys were staring at Xiaofeng and drooling. It was obvious that they were a group of people with ulterior motives. Were they not interested in female exotic beasts at all? Oh no, I think I'm a man too, they won't. The strange beasts could smell the fishy smell on high air from a long distance away. Deep sea people? Then I'll give you some face. The Grass Ape Clan turned around and began to seek alliance with the soul-eating Zerg clan. Although the soul-devouring Zerg are relatively weak, their strange racial talent of being able to devour souls, coupled with their reproduction speed, is simply another kind of bug. The soul-eating Zerg were the largest, with a total of 23. Just now, a soul-eating insect gave birth to another one. It is well known that the winged people are arrogant, but their strength is there after all. But the representatives of the Moondog Clan haven't shown up yet. Are they planning to abstain from voting? At this moment, in the Shinwei space. Xiaofeng, let me out. Yueming stood up and left the Shinwei space. Yueming, who had suddenly arrived, returned to his normal size. His more than 10 meters tall body attracted the attention of all the beasts. Hey, isn't this the abandoned prince of the Moondog Clan? They also knew a little about Yuming's affairs. Although he was the direct heir, he was not doing as well as an ordinary beast in the race. Moreover, it had been sealed for hundreds of years for trespassing into human territory, and had always been the laughingstock of other strange beasts. You stinky monkey, if you still want that mouth of yours, shut it. The strength emanating from Yuming. It's a level 2 natural disaster. It said that this guy has been sealed for hundreds of years and his strength has been reduced to only 1/100th of what it was. Yuming wiped the traces from the corner of his mouth and glanced at Xiaofeng behind him. He threatened the beasts, before you touch him, you have to get past me first. High air opened his eyes wide, his eyes full of admiration. The brother I recognize is so awesome. He conquered the air with his personal charm as soon as they met. The other strange beasts also looked unhappy. What was the origin of that human? The Magma Clan, the Deep Sea Clan, and now even the Moondog Clan. Zhongxie, how about you test his bottom line? Zhongxie is the strongest soul-eating insect, but they are not stupid and know that they are being used as bait. Monkey, go by yourself if you want to go. We still need to continue breeding. They have only one highest biological command, and that is to reproduce. Seeing that they were not fooled, the Grass Ape went to the Void Cat Clan. After all, the Void Cat Clan and the Moondog Clan had always been at odds with each other, so it should be easier to persuade them to rebel. Forget about it, monkey. We all heard it. Just like the bugs, we won't be the bait. Although Xiaofeng's apparent strength was only at level 8, the fact that he was able to make people from those races stand in front of him meant that the secret he held was probably the biggest among them. They would not go up and die in vain just to test his ability and strength. The Sky Clan is too slow. Are they not planning to participate? Having said that, there was a hint of gloating in his words. The last 2 races would be eliminated. It would be great if we could take this opportunity to directly eliminate the strongest winged people. At this moment, a huge ice block in the glacier broke open, and a ball of white light appeared there, and the spiritual energy overflowing from it could be felt. That's where they're heading. Brother! Brother, wake up! We are about to enter the secret realm. High Air recovered his original form and swayed Yin Karst's body, but it was too hot and almost burned his claws. Yenshan opened his eyes in a daze. Several other races had already entered. Although Yenshan's strength had reached the level of natural disasters, his clan could not transform into human form. Their super hot bodies are weapons. After Yanchi woke up, several people entered the secret realm. Later, Xiaofeng teased Yuming, "Are you reluctant to see your tribe sealed away?" "Humph, their lives are none of my business. I just want to see how the other races stack up and protect you." "Then I should thank you?" Yuming raised his head and ignored Xiaofeng. At this time, ACI also ran out and dived into Yuming's thick fur. "What are you doing here? How about that? It's too boring to stay in that space alone. I might as well go out and play." Yuming had returned to his original size at this time, so even if ACI, who was nearly half a person's height, burrowed into his fur, outsiders would not be able to notice anything, and the smell on Yuming's body could just cover up the smell of ACI. "My three brothers are not easy to deal with. You'd better be careful when you go in, don't let them trick you." Finally, it all drilled into Yuming's fur. Entering the secret realm, 3 straight passages divide the area into 3 areas. Is this to let them make a choice? Xiaofeng couldn't discover anything even when he opened his Sharingan. "Brother, go this way." Yen Karst pointed to a tunnel and then walked into it. Since it was just a random choice, Xiaofeng and the others just followed him in. As you walk further, the air around you becomes hotter. When walking out of the tunnel, a huge volcanic group appeared here. "Brother, it's delicious." Yenjia squatted down and took a piece of lava and handed it to Xiaofeng, but Xiaofeng refused it. Yen Rong scratched his head. Doesn't his brother like to eat this? At this time, Yuming behind was breathing heavily, and the hair on his body was like a sauna. ACI couldn't stand it anymore and crawled out again. The one who suffered the most was High Air. If it was just low temperatures, he could still bear it. After all, the temperature in the deep sea was very cold, and living there for many years made him accustomed to low temperatures. But this kind of volcano won't work. It will become dried salted fish. Let me go back. High Air went towards the passage he had just come from, wanting to leave this damn place. The passage disappeared, and at the same time, a sentence appeared in everyone's mind. Reached the end. End? Xiaofeng looked around and found a white light at the top of a volcano. It should be there. But the road is full of volcanic lava, and the extreme temperature is simply unbearable for ordinary people. Xiaofeng was also sweating profusely at this time, and his brain's thinking was gradually slowing down due to the influence of the surrounding environment. By the way, I saw a few cooling treasures in the treasury of the Deep Sea Palace. When he took out one of the ice-like objects, the temperature around him dropped a lot, and High Air breathed a sigh of relief. But why does the aura of this treasure resemble the things in his old home in the Deep Sea Palace? Forget it, never mind. As long as it's cool, that is fine. After hanging the piece of ice around Yuming's neck, Xiaofeng stepped directly on his head and sat down. Pippy Dog, let's go. Hey! I'm the young master of the Moondog clan. A lowly race like the Pippy Dog isn't even worthy of licking my ass. After complaining, Yuming still carried ACI and Xiaofeng up the mountain. Brother, wait for me. I will die without you. It is only cool around Yuming. Once you leave that area, you have to endure the high temperature around you. Karst, who was sitting in the magma, didn't understand, isn't this temperature just right? He picked up a few stones and stuffed them into his body as food and followed. The spiritual energy emitted by the huge volcanic group is also enormous, but no one present except Karst can absorb such high-temperature spiritual energy. Thump! The largest volcano erupted at that moment. Lava and boulders erupted from the crater indiscriminately in the volcanic group. With the first volcano, the second, the third. Until the entire volcano group erupts. Chapter 97 Battle. Damn beast, all the volcanoes are erupting. High Air fled in all directions, and Yuming gritted his teeth and shouted at Xiaofeng. Pay close attention. Xiaofeng grabbed Yuming's hair, and the next moment he felt his whole body flying up. Yuming can actually fly? It clearly has no wings. It's just the innate ability of the Moondog clan. It can change gravity, so it gives people the feeling of being able to fly. ACI explained it this time. Brother, don't abandon me. High Air transformed into his original form, and a 10-meter long dragon snake wrapped around Yuming, and the gravity suddenly increased dramatically. Change back quickly. It was immediately crushed into the crater nearby. High Air transformed into human form again, but it was too late. At this time, a pair of giant rock hands appeared. Yu Ming jumped with the help of those hands and finally escaped from the predicament. Do you want to commit suicide and take us with you? Xiaofeng, who had escaped from the crisis, scolded High Air. This guy is so unreliable. High Air, who was scolded, curled up and trembled. Go ahead and scold him, just don't throw him down. The crater, where the karst stands. I waved to my brother as he walked away. There are so many delicious foods, but my brother doesn't like them. The volcanic eruption is a feast for the magma clan. The flames melted under high temperatures are the most delicious food, and even under such high temperatures they will not be harmed at all. Xiaofeng had no choice but to go somewhere else first. When they arrived at the white light, High Air was the first one who couldn't bear it and rushed in. Then Xiaofeng and Yu Ming went in. After entering, the temperature indeed dropped a lot, but it was still very hot. Moreover, the area that was originally surrounded by volcanoes has now turned into a barren desert. What the hell is this place? I want water. Give me water. High Air is about to collapse. If he continues like this, he will really fail. Why is there a desert after passing the volcano? Yo, isn't that the little human and his lackeys? Xiaofeng turned around and saw the grass monkeys and soul-eating insects. TSK, how come the second prince of the Deep Sea clan is almost dried up? Does he want some water? The grass ape took out a flour bag from his hand, and inside it was a small ball of pure water. Water! I want water! High Air rushed over to get the ball of water, but was stopped by the grass and wood ape using vines. That won't work. Unless you're willing to punch that human over there, I'll give you the water. High Air was stunned. With a dry mouth, he looked back at Xiaofeng, then at the water in Kaomuan's hand. Ah! I can't take it anymore. High Air transformed into a beast and attacked Xiaofeng with his tail. Seeing this, the grass ape also showed a satisfied smile, but at this time High Air's mind fell vertically from a high place and bit the water in the grass ape's hand. He swallowed it directly in one gulp, and his tail did not hit Xiaofeng at all, but instead raised a cloud of sand mist beside him. TSK. Seeing this, the grass ape got ready to attack. There were more than 20 soul-eating insects on their side, so were they afraid that they couldn't defeat them? He didn't dare to attack this human race before because of the magma clan. The high temperature on that guy's body restrained him and the soul-eating insects, so he didn't dare to act rashly. But now they are the only ones left. What about High Air, the Deep Sea tribe? Don't forget that he is a member of the Grass and Wood Ape clan. A person with wood-type talent. So what if they are from the Deep Sea tribe? They are just a group of stallions who rely on numbers. Myriad things. The trees grew rapidly in the desert, and soon dozens of emerald green trees appeared. Only their Grass Ape tribe could summon so many trees in such a harsh environment. They have the advantage of terrain and numbers, and they also have the upper hand. How can I fight that little human on the opposite side? High Air also bared his teeth as if he was ready to fight. He was not afraid of a monkey and a group of insects at all. But the violent shaking of his feet betrayed him. Brother, I'll be cheering you on from the back. High Air retreated to the back, transformed into his original form and twisted his body around to cheer for Xiaofeng. Why don't you go and help? Didn't you say you wanted to protect my second brother? But Yu Ming was also lying next to him, looking like he was about to fall asleep. Where did the posture of protecting Xiaofeng just now go? Yu Ming changed to a comfortable sleeping position. Why go? If you get hurt accidentally, he won't pay for the medical expenses. That guy is such a stingy guy. Accidental injury? Oh. Is second brother going to take action? Is he finally going to reveal his true strength? High Air has always believed that Xiaofeng was hiding his strength. Now facing a strong enemy, is he finally going to take action? The eldest brother is so strong, the second brother must not be much worse, right? But the grass monkey on the opposite side was laughing like crazy. Ha 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 ha. I told you humans are just humans, just a bunch of toys for us to play with. Abandoned, right, humans? The grass ape still wanted to play with Xiaofeng wantonly, so he controlled the vines in his hands and slowly approached him. Seeing that Xiaofeng did not resist, the grass ape smiled and tied Xiaofeng up in an instant. Die! At this moment, the vines suddenly became uncontrollable, and at the same time, black stripes began to appear on Xiao Feng's face. What's going on? How is it possible that the vines are out of control? Is there something unusual about this desert? Ron. This powerful spiritual energy burst out from that human. Can grass and trees shake a tree? Sage mode is activated. Xiao Feng opens the Sharingan and summons Susanoo. If Xiao Feng was only 1/3 of the height of the grass ape just now, then now he is not even as tall as the knee of the complete Susanoo. Holy crap, is this my second brother's true form? He's so handsome. The middle-level dragon behind him had already worshipped him to an unparalleled level, and even Yu Ming's mouth twitched. Why pick on this guy who has so many tricks on him when you can pick on anyone else? If Xiao Feng's aura was not indeed that of a human, Yu Ming would not have dared to believe that he was a human. Susanoo was seen clapping his hands together. Wood release, tree world arrives. The originally short trees seemed to be summoned by Xiao Feng and began to grow for the second time. The huge trees are still extending, turning this area into an oasis. Seeing that something was wrong, the soul-eating worm hurriedly explained. I don't know him well. Then they flew out of the woods. Because the soul-eating insects can adjust their body size and are only the size of ants at their smallest, Xiao Feng did not choose to spend the effort to catch them. Instead, looking at the grass ape that was as big as a cub, Xiao Feng squatted down and said with a smile, "Do you want to let you run for a while first?" Looking at the huge size, the grass ape was dumbfounded. Isn't he human? Why is it so big? No, there must be a problem somewhere. Yes, it must be. Chapter 98 The Three Void Brothers. You must be from the Moondog clan, right? How could a human possess such power, and that Yu Ming was so close to him? I've heard for a long time that the Moondog clan has a strong control over mental power. Now it seems that they have already controlled this little human ghost a long time ago and transformed it into such a creature. We grass monkeys and you Moondogs are not mortal enemies. I can provide you with the location of the Void Cat clan. Can you let me go? 3. Seeing that Xiao Feng did not react, Chamu Yuan gritted his teeth and raised the stakes again. I haven't yet provided many herbs unique to our race to your Crescent Moon Mountain. I'm only targeting the human race, not you. 2. We, the alien beast tribe, are one. 1. The blade swung down, and the grass ape wanted to open his own territory, but it was too late. When he opened his own territory, he found that the other half of his body was moving away from him. Why? Is this possible? I thought it was so amazing, but this is it? He even wasted his spiritual energy to open the tree world. If he had known this earlier, he would have just killed him with one blow. Behind him, High Air's mouth was big enough to swallow a pearl. This is too cool. Although that plant ape is only at level 9, to be honest, it might not be possible to kill him with one strike even in his home turf at the bottom of the sea. This shows that Xiao Feng's true strength is too powerful. Yu Ming also stood up and approached, coming to the body of the grass ape and intending to seize his magic core. No! Xiao Feng released Susanoo and jumped down from a high place, holding a green magic core the size of a head in his hand. You're here? Fuck, your hands are so fast? It was indeed impossible to snatch even a tiny bit of money from him right under his nose. You have so many magic cores, give me one. Yu Ming also wanted to get it in this way, but was despised by Xiao Feng. After a few people left, some small black spots appeared here again. It was the soul-eating insects that had shrunk. Although the grass ape is dead, his body and soul are still there. It usually takes 7 days for the soul power to transform into spiritual energy and dissipate. But the soul power within 7 days is a great tonic for the soul-eating insects. After eating the soul of this herb ape, the number of soul-eating insects successfully exceeded 100. Moreover, the weakest one has already broken through to the realm of strength, and the strongest one has even sucked the brain of the grass ape clean, and its strength has skyrocketed to the realm level 9. Brother Yuan, you can rest assured and die. I will definitely help you avenge your revenge when I have the chance. Walking aimlessly in the desert is not a solution. At least there are signs in the volcanic group, but here there is not even a place to show the way. Even as they were talking, a huge sand vortex appeared under their feet. The enormous suction force and speed sucked them all into the passage below. It's you guys. There was actually a huge palace under the sand. And the 3 Void Cat brothers are here, in front of the gate. Name, Ada. Level, Natural Disaster Level 1. Race, Void Cat. Introduction, the first heir to the Void Cat clan. Also the eldest son of the direct lineage. Name, Al. Level, Domain Level 9. Race, Void Cat. Name, Ah-san. Level, Domain Level 8. At this time, Yuming shook himself to get rid of the sand on his body, but accidentally threw out ACI, who was hiding in his hair. ACI? When several Void Cats saw a C, their faces became gloomy, but when they thought that a C had already escaped, they couldn't help but smile. A C, I didn't expect you to be hanging out with humans, and even hanging out with the Moondog, the mortal enemy of our Void Cat clan. Do you really think your father won't kill you? Asen said. Even if she is a direct descendant, she is not the only direct descendant of the Void Cat clan, so it doesn't matter if she dies. Moreover, the news that she killed Alu is spread throughout the tribe. Although his father wants him to return to the tribe to explain, the elders will not let her go. As long as they kill ACI now, the position of clan leader will definitely belong to them brothers. Space Blade. Asen took the lead and attacked ACI with a sharp spatial blade. Divine Power. A spatial distortion absorbed Asen's attack, and only then did he see Xiaofeng, the human, again. How could mere humans possibly crack the innate skills of their clan? This is impossible. Space Blade. Asen, who didn't believe in evil, used the Space Blade again, but it was absorbed by Xiaofeng's divine power. Give it back to you. The Shenwei space opened, and all the spatial blades that had just been sucked in came out. Asen tried his best to dodge, but the spatial blades hit the door behind them and were offset. Damn it, what kind of skill is that? It can actually absorb the skills of our Void Cat clan. Why should I tell you? Xiaofeng said, you should know what this place is. You all look like you don't welcome others to come in. Is there some treasure behind the door? Asen bared his teeth and wanted to rush up and bite Xiaofeng. A mere human being actually dares to question them. Xiao-san, don't act on impulse. Ada transformed into a human form and stopped him. He said to Xiaofeng, go straight in the maze behind. Then turn left, right, and you will be out. This is our business. We don't want to start a war now. They even know the exit, it seems this place has a lot to do with them. Xiaofeng asked to see who was standing beside him. Do you know where this is? Ah, Si shook her head. She didn't know this place either. Maybe it was those elders who told them. After all, she was not very popular among the elders in the tribe. Yuming said, no matter what it is, it must be something good. Otherwise, why are they so nervous? Listen to me and sneak in. Xiaofeng glanced at him. Is this still Yuming? When did he become so brave? I'm very brave when facing the Void Cat clan. But how do we get in? High Air asked a fatal question. It seems that they are also looking for a way to get in, otherwise they would not have been outside for so long. Moreover, the Void Cats have a natural talent for space. The sharp space blade that hit the door just now did not leave any trace. It seems that this door is specially designed to prevent the power of space. Brother, what are they underestimating? Are they not going to leave? Then let's kill them. If the three of us join forces, how can we be sure we can't kill them? Who can you kill? That dragon and that dog are both in the Calamity Realm. What can you two guys in the realm do? Ada covered his head. Sometimes he really doubted whether he and they were born from the same parents. Why was he so stupid? Chapter 99 Inheritance. There must be some treasure of the Void Cat clan in here, otherwise, with their personalities, they would never let me go after seeing me. ACI looked at the door with a mocking look on his face. It seems that he also wants to get what's inside. I just don't know how to open it. At this time, High Air said, could it be that they use their racial talents to enter? To enter our clan's ancestral land, we must devour creatures several times larger than ourselves. I almost burst my stomach at that time. Racial talent? In other words, this door is actually opened by the power of space? It's just that the Void Cat clan has gradually become more and more aggressive over the long years, and all of their spatial power has been used to attack. Maybe Shenwei can get in? The theory is correct, but I don't know if it will work. Xiaofeng led them to pretend to retreat first. Seeing that the troublesome guy finally left, Ada's face was still unfriendly. These guys might come back suddenly when we open the gate, so be careful. But brother, we still don't know how to open this door. Yeah, big brother, we've already wasted a lot of time here. No matter what method we use, we can't get in. Ada held his chin and thought carefully. This place was told to him by the elder, and everything else was correct except that the gate could not be opened. The elder only said that it could be opened by using racial talents, but they used the space blade without leaving any trace on the door. This is very intriguing. Is it simply the power of space? A long time ago, the Void Cat clan used the power of space very extensively, and only a small branch of the clan used the power of space to attack. But as the number of natural enemies around increased, that branch became stronger and stronger, and finally became the main branch. Now everyone in the tribe is practicing attacking skills, who would still use the pure power of space. C waved her cat claws. Her mother was once a descendant of that main lineage. Therefore, she also possesses pure spatial power, otherwise she would not be able to create that kind of teleportation device in her own nest. That means you can enter that place. Xiaofeng tried using the divine power space just now, but the power of only one divine power I was not enough to successfully enter. Moreover, when Xiaofeng wanted to buy another Shinwei Eye in the store, he was told that he could not buy it. The annoying task of pulling out a strand of ACIS Father beard is still in progress. If it was the previous system, they would definitely add a lot of extra money before selling it to Xiaofeng, but the current system. The prize mission is in progress and cannot be purchased. The system task was stuck there so Xiaofeng couldn't purchase it. He originally thought he had to give up, but ACI said she could get in. But we still don't know what's inside. Something that can make them so excited shouldn't be that bad, right? A few people discussed it together and then decided to do something. Xiaofeng, Yuming, and Hai Er were each responsible for one, while ACI took advantage of this time to enter. Yuming, I'll leave the strongest one to you. Huh? Why? Last time it was me, this time it's your turn to show off. After discussing countermeasures, several people left the Shinwei space. Look, big brother. As soon as Asen saw Xiaofeng and his companions coming back, he knew that they were planning to come back and steal things from them. Why, are you guys also interested in things of our race? Ada signaled his two younger brothers not to act rashly. But Yuming blew a ball of mud directly over and hit Ada in the face. Ada pinched the mud on his face and subconsciously put it in front of his nose to smell it. What an indescribable stench this is. My piss plus the stinky mud I just dug up nearby is perfect for your stinky face. Ada's face twisted. You're looking for death, you bastard. After changing into his original form, Ada rushed forward and swore. Tear Yueming into pieces. Yueming was not stupid, so he immediately headed in the other direction. As for the remaining two void cats, Xiaofeng and Hai Er smiled at each other. You don't come over here. Ada reacted quickly. When he turned his head, he saw ACI standing in front of the door, and his hand was about to touch the door. It was as if I was called upon to blend in. Inside the door was a void space. ACI opened his eyes and found groups of white void cats. Is this the ancestral land of their clan? But why would it appear in such a place? Soon, Asi saw a face that was very familiar to her. Mother! Asi chased after him, but no matter how hard she ran she couldn't catch up. Until the illusion dissipated, an old-looking void cat was there facing ACI. Really? Why do all these cats come to me? Their talents are a little lacking. Now the Void Cat clan doesn't even have a decent one? Seeing the old man talking to himself, Asi asked, where is this place? Why are there so many souls of our Void Cat clan? The old man lightly tapped with his finger, and Asi instantly felt the space on his body become extremely heavy, and he fell down all of a sudden. This is the power of space. So letting their lineage control the tribe back then was complete nonsense. But it seems you still have a little of my blood in you? It seems I should be your great-great-great-great-grandfather. After removing the pressure from Asi, the old man said to Asi, the spatial power of the Void Cat clan isn't just for attacking. If you're pursuing something trivial, the Void Cat clan will probably cease to exist in the near future. But it seems that the current clan leader is also a smart guy. He knew to fuse his bloodlines and give birth to you. However, your awakening is incomplete. You were forced to awaken when your spirit was stimulated, right? Although I don't know much about ACI, I was able to tell almost everything about his life in just one conversation. Who the hell are you? Me? Just an old man. I was trusted by everyone and sat in the position of clan leader for 2 years. Suddenly, the old man transformed into a human form and said to Asi with a smile. I am the 4th generation clan leader, ACI. Asi's eyes widened. How many years ago had he existed? He was actually here. Come to think of it, your name and mine are quite similar. But there's no point in talking about that now. Let me tell you the true power of the Void Cat clan. True power? Now, come with me. This place was originally prepared to prevent the extinction of our lineage's inheritance. It's fate that I've waited for you, little fellow, to come here. Chapter 100: The Transformation of AC. ACI followed and found that the environment here was different from the dark and damp void abyss. Even though this was a fake world, it was full of warmth and light. In the tribe, other people have always told her that only the strong can survive, so even if it means stepping on the blood of her fellow tribesmen, she will not hesitate. But now an old man, who was once the patriarch of the clan, told her that all that was unnecessary. Time in here flows differently from that outside, so just follow my lead and learn from me. ACI took ACI into a place where a long period of training was waiting for her. Outside. Damn it, that bastard actually got in. When Ada came back, he banged on the door angrily, but to no avail. Then he turned his gaze to Xiaofeng. It's all because of these guys. The inheritance should be his, not that bastard. As long as he obtains the inheritance, the position of patriarch will definitely be his. But now this bastard has to go in. That's right, she definitely won't get it. How could such a useless person be recognized? Only he is the orthodox of the Void Cat clan. He is the one who should receive the inheritance of the clan the most. It shouldn't be that bastard, there must be some mistake, it's impossible, impossible. Ada madly attacked the gate with the spatial power in his claws. Inside the gate, ACI laughed. And there's such a diligent little fellow who keeps replenishing our energy. And AC behind him had obviously begun to transform into a human form. This is a breakthrough. She's not very talented, but she's very understanding. This girl is somewhat similar to my daughter. Ada outside the door roared and destroyed wantonly, and several of his attacks were directed towards Xiaofeng. Fortunately, I dodged it in time. Second brother, is this guy crazy? He doesn't even care about his brother? Forget it, let's retreat first. We don't know how long it will take for AC to come back. High Air nodded, then took Xiaofeng and ran in another direction. At this time Yuming also came over. Here. Since there is no way to deal with the opposite door, let's focus on this group of people. Ada came towards Xiaofeng, transformed into his original form and pounced towards them. Yuming arrived in time and knocked Ada to the ground. The two beasts fought in this small space. Ada used the power of space, but Yuming dodged it. Yuming also used mental power to try to control him. Ada was controlled for a moment, but broke through with his strong willpower. Now he is blinded by anger and wants to cause destruction everywhere. Brother, it's us. Al and San were terrified. Why did the eldest brother look at them with such a terrifying look? Brothers, I need your help now. The two void cats were already injured, and I didn't know what else to do. How can we help my brother? Brother, just tell us. We will definitely help you defeat these foreigners. Ada slowly approached, and his body became bigger and bigger. Smiling, he said, then become part of my brother's strength. Xiaofeng frowned. If this happened to a low-level, unintelligent beast, he might understand it, but Ada had already transformed into a human form and was very intelligent. As Ada swallowed, an unprecedented power burst out from his body. Ha 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 ha. I am the strongest void cat. The sharp blade in space was slashing everywhere, and Yuming was also attacked continuously. Soon he became a very tattered place. Quick, go into the Shunwei space and hide. Confronting him head-on now would simply be courting death, so we should avoid his attack now. Innocent. Ada swung out the sharp blade in space, trying to tear the people to pieces. It's too late. Divine power. Several sharp spatial blades were directly sucked into the Shunwei space, but there were too many of them and Xiaofeng could not absorb them all. Yuming also tried to make his body as small as possible to avoid more attacks. But this is not a solution. We still have to find an opportunity to enter the Shunwei space. However, the increasing number of spatial blades made the surrounding rocks become extremely loose. Oh no, this place is going to collapse. Ada was already crazy at this time. He was determined to kill them without any regard for what would happen. At this time, the door opened. A young girl walked out from inside. The girl took light steps and just tapped the space around her to stabilize it. Brother, you're still as disgusting as ever. With the power of ACI, a feeling of nausea came from Ada's mouth, and the two void cats were vomited out by him. Having experienced life and death, Al and Asen no longer had the arrogance they had just had. When they saw Ada, their faces were filled with fear. Seeing Asi was more like seeing a life-saving straw. Asi, save me. I'm your brother. We're blood relatives. Asi made a sound of tut. If it wasn't for the purpose of reducing Ada's power, she would actually prefer them to be slowly digested and wait for death in Ada's stomach. It seems like you've inherited your race's legacy. Who would have thought it would be you, a bastard, who would end up inheriting it? Ada was unwilling to accept it. Why? He is obviously the one that the tribe has the highest hopes for, the elders are also the most optimistic about him, and his strength is also the strongest. This shouldn't be the ending. Actually, I couldn't believe that someone like me could be chosen, but now I know that compared to you, I'm like a lotus in the mud. ACI clenched his fist and punched towards Ada's body. This blow was accompanied by the power of space. Ada wanted to dodge, but he felt that no matter how far he was, he could not avoid the seemingly light punch. Until Asi's fist hit him lightly, and a hole appeared on his stomach. How is it possible? Nowadays, the Void Cat clan focuses too much on strength, and there are actually many fragments left over from space travel in their bodies. But now there is no Void Cat to control it. As the fragments become larger and larger, ACI only needs to concentrate these fragments, and then they can be infinitely magnified, eventually reaching annihilation. It can be said that ACI, the only one who controls this power now, is the natural enemy of the entire Void Cat clan. Al and Asan had finally survived, and they definitely didn't want to die again. They begged Asi for mercy. Asi, please forgive me. We will never cause any harm to you again. Yes. We will fully support you in becoming the clan leader, so please spare our lives. ACI smiled. Of course, you two are my dear brothers. ACI walked over without even looking at them, but when she walked over, Al and Asen suddenly looked at their stomachs and saw a big bloody hole. Chapter 101, Land of Inheritance. ACI came to Xiaofeng. Why, don't you recognize me? Name, ACI. Level, Natural Disaster Level 3. Race, Void Cat. Introduction. After receiving the inheritance of her race, her strength has increased dramatically. She is no longer the same Asi as before. Yuming transformed into a human form and came to Asi's side for comparison. Yuming felt relieved after discovering that the other person was shorter than him. ACI smiled slightly, then his veins popped out and he kicked Yuming. Don't be so arrogant, you stinky dog. ACI waved his hair and used the power of space to send everyone up. As the battle below ended, the area just now collapsed. Are you really Asi? Why do you feel different? Asi smiled and said, oh? What's the difference? Asi should be a more annoying kid, and he always has a stern face. He will not take the initiative to help like he did just now. Yuming analyzed seriously. ACI smiled, then gave Yuming another big shake. Okay Yuming, stop analyzing. She really is Asi. It contains the heritage of your clan, right? ACI looked at the place that had just collapsed and briefly recounted what had just happened inside the door. They didn't expect that this secret realm actually contained the heritage of their clan, and Karst seemed to be enjoying itself in the volcano before. Could this be the place of inheritance of the 10 major races? Just as they were thinking, a flash of white light passed by and took them away. The huge sound of collapse also attracted many things, such as some small black spots not far away. Upon closer inspection, they were soul-eating insects. The bodies of Ada and the others were buried under these sand piles. The soul-eating insects threw away the sand and began to move towards their bodies. After a flash of white light, this time they entered a place similar to a canyon, and the sky was also pitch black. In this situation, it would be fine for Xiaofeng to open his Sharingan, but it would be the same for ACI in high air. Brother, why is it so dark? I can't see you. ACI directly drilled into Yuming's fur, and the Moondog clan could see very clearly even in the dark. Yuming, do you think this place is? Could this be the place where the Moondog clan inherits their heritage? I don't know. No one has ever told me this, and my body doesn't react at all. What was your feeling at that time, Asi? ACI crawled out from the fur. She found that she liked this place more and more. It was soft and warm. I felt like there was a calling to go there, a sense that I belonged there. According to what ACI said, Yuming tried to sense it, but there was no response. This desolate place has little spiritual energy, let alone any inheritance. Forget it, let's get out of here first. After High Air transformed into a human form, he was thrown on Yuming's back. Why am I the only one walking here? Xiaofeng sat on Yuming's head, ACI lay in his hair, and High Air lay on his back, shivering. Don't worry about so many details. You are carrying the hopes of our entire team. Yuming was unhappy, but still rushed out of the canyon. Shadow bullet. In the darkness, a black energy ball flew towards Yuming. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been hit. Boom. When the explosion sounded, High Air trembled even more. Even if the seabed was dark, the palace orbs had to illuminate it. But now, there was not even a moon. Yuming and Xiaofeng looked carefully and found that it was a creature with 3 heads. 3 evil dragons? The 3-headed evil dragon did not give them a chance to react. The middle head once again spewed out a black energy ball towards Xiaofeng and the others. Unlike last time, this time the left and right heads also released lightning and fire moves respectively. Wooden ingot wall. Xiaofeng reacted in time and used wood release to team up and use their moves. The 3-headed evil dragon discovered that Xiaofeng and the others could see in the darkness, so it turned around and went back. Yuming wanted to chase him but was stopped by Xiaofeng. It seems that this is not the inheritance of the Moondog clan, but that of their 3-headed evil dragon. ACI said with a smile. Among these people, only ACI knows more about the other races. Otherwise, one has been sealed for hundreds of years, one is the idiot in the family, and the other just knows the names of other races. C continued, like the Magma clan, the 3-headed evil dragons don't like to transform into human form, because their 3 heads each have their own thoughts, and generally the strongest head will take over the thoughts of the middle head. But when the left and right brains become stronger than the middle brain, a replacement will occur, which is a strange phenomenon. Moreover, their clan is born without sight, which means they have no eyes. No eyes? Several people were shocked. There are such strange creatures? Strong but blind? But their spiritual perception ability is very strong. Even without eyes, as long as there is a little spiritual energy, they can sense things within a radius of several kilometers around themselves. At the same time, they are the most difficult race for the Void Cats to deal with, and they can easily dodge the sharp blades of space. So, this space must be their inheritance. Is this a warning for us not to interfere with it? But there is no portal to teleport to the next place. Does it mean that I can only leave after his inheritance is completed? Leave it to me. ACI transformed into a human form and released the power of space around him, opening a passage to another secret realm. ACI, who possesses the power of space, can now be called another kind of bug. When everyone entered, the 3-headed evil dragon in the distance looked up and found that their spiritual energy fluctuations had stopped. Death was definitely impossible, so they left? This is good, as it saves them from having to be wary of outsiders. Just as they were carefully sensing the inheritance of this space, behind them. On the other side, Xiaofeng and his companions suffocated instantly after entering a space. It's actually in the sea. At this time, High Air, who had been in a slump for a long time, finally found his home ground. He transformed into a dragon snake and carried several people to the surface of the sea. On the sea, several people breathed in the air greedily. It went without saying that this must be the place where High Air was passed down his legacy. A sea, the next place. High Air said aggrievely, "Brother, please don't abandon me. I'd like to, but your inheritance must be at the bottom of the sea, right? There's not even an island around here. If you go down, won't we all be dead?" Chapter 102 Wood Spirit. It sounds like this is the case? Sea was soaked all over and opened another portal. After everyone left, High Air dived into the seabed again. It seems that this place is composed of multiple secret realms, and each secret realm contains the inheritance of your clan. Xiaofeng began to think about what the human race's heritage was like. This time we arrived at a forest. This should be the inheritance of the Grass Ape clan, right? But when I think of the corpse of the Grass Ape, it is impossible for that guy to come here. The surrounding leaves rustled, as if welcoming Xiaofeng? What is going on? Xiaofeng felt the spiritual energy in his body begin to surge, and produced some kind of reaction with the surrounding trees, just like the inheritance ACI mentioned. Could it be that this is actually the place where the human race inherits? But Xiaofeng soon found out why. Wood release. Hashirama's wood release energy is like a prince who was lost outside the forest. Now that he has returned, the tree people are welcoming him. It was as if the Grass Ape clan was a pirated version and he was the authentic bloodline. In the center of the forest is a towering giant tree. Even if Xiaofeng uses all his spiritual energy to grow a tree, he may not be able to reach that level, right? Feeling the call, Xiaofeng headed towards that direction and walked slowly. The trees along the way seemed to be paying homage to Xiaofeng. Yueming and ACI also followed behind, but when they reached the giant tree, a vine appeared in front of Xiaofeng, so Yueming and the others could only wait below. The moment Xiaofeng grabbed the vine instantly tied Xiaofeng up and pulled him back towards the tree canopy. When Xiaofeng came to his senses, he was already on a huge branch. At this time, a big sister with green hair slowly opened her eyes. Not bad, this time the monkey is finally not as ugly as before. I'm not. Xiaofeng was about to explain that he was not from the Grass Ape clan, but the green-haired girl turned her hair into vines, wrapped around Xiaofeng, and pulled it back towards her. At the moment when they were about to touch, Xiaofeng felt his mouth soften, and then the green-haired girl disappeared. In her place, there was a green tattoo on Xiaofeng's arm. It turns green when spiritual energy is activated, and black in normal state. Following the green-haired girl, another old man hurried over. "Princess, you're mistaken. He's not from the Grass Ape clan." But it was too late. The girl had become a part of Xiaofeng's power. This giant tree was also grown from a seed in the body of the first generation of Grass Ape when it died. Many lives have evolved from this tree, among which the Tree Spirit clan has a very strong control over the wood element, so the Grass and Wood Ape clan began to collect rent from them. The Muling clan is required to hand over the most talented person of their generation to be integrated into their bodies to increase their wood-related talents. But the monkeys in the past were all extremely ugly. This time, Lu Ling found that Xiaofeng was good-looking, which was just what she liked, so she signed the contract directly. Xiaofeng could also feel that the wood release in his body was continuing to develop in a good direction. After completion, his wood release would be able to be upgraded to another level. The old man looked at Xiaofeng in amazement. "Princess, please come back soon. This isn't the man. He's a human, not a plant ape." Before Xiaofeng could even open his mouth, the tattoo on his arm spoke, "I've already signed the contract. There's nothing I can do. Let father choose another sister to contract with the Grass Ape." In short, she would rather choose Xiaofeng than Monkey, at least he is more pleasing to the eye. The old man sighed helplessly. What was going on? Why would the giant tree mistake Xiaofeng for a member of the Grass and Wood Ape clan? Could it be that his wood-related talent is stronger than the racial talent of the Grass Ape clan? How is this possible? The wood-related talent of the Grass Ape clan is the most powerful among all the races he has ever seen. Can you show me your wood-type abilities? The old man asked Xiaofeng. After all, Princess Green Spirit had possessed him, and he needed to confirm whether he had the ability to protect their princess. Wood ability? It must be wood release. Xiaofeng activated the wood release sage mode and found that the flow of spiritual energy was smoother than before, and the power was also much stronger. The old man immediately felt Xiaofeng's power. This power is indeed stronger than that of the Grass Ape clan. And the most important thing is that this kid looks much more pleasing to the eye than the Grass and Wood Apes. Even if the Grass Ape clan transformed into human form, they would still look hairy and weird, which was completely inconsistent with their clan's aesthetic standards. If I didn't live under the big tree of their ancestors, I would not cooperate with them. I can only go back and inform the king and select another wood spirit. You don't have to worry about the Grass Ape. After all, he died in the secret realm ahead. Dead? The old man was shocked. Although his clan was ugly, they were very powerful. Who could kill? Suddenly he looked at Xiaofeng. How could he know? Even without needing to express it in words, the old man understood what he meant. He smiled and said to Xiaofeng, "Okay, respected guest, I'll take you down." A thick vine stretched out, wrapped around Xiaofeng, and began to move downwards, not retracting until it safely reached the ground. Yu Ming and the others had been waiting here for a long time. How's it going? Xiaofeng stretched out his arm and revealed Green Spirit's tattoo, which was a huge tree. The Wood Spirit Clan. Yu Ming exclaimed. You know? At this time, Green Spirit had fallen asleep because he had just merged with Xiaofeng, and Xiaofeng's wood escape ability was gradually changing without him noticing. Although the Wood Spirit Clan isn't the most powerful wood-type race, they are certainly the most gentle. They can resonate with any plant, providing an affinity for the wood element. Yu Ming once heard others say that no race or plant could achieve 100% resonance, but the Wood Spirit Clan could enable its host to reach this number infinitely, and even break the limit to 100%. But wasn't the Mu Ling clan wiped out long ago? There are still some Mu Lings here. If other clans knew about it, they would definitely come frantically to snatch them away. After all, being possessed by a wood spirit is equivalent to having an additional wood-related talent skill. And it is a very powerful wood skill. Are there any more wood spirits up there? Xiao Feng also understood the powerful auxiliary effect of the Mu Ling clan. No wonder they lived in such a place. Don't even think about it. Unless they lower the vines to take you up, you'll have no choice but to cut down the tree. Yu Ming glanced at the huge tree in front of him and swallowed. Forget it. Chapter 001, Thoughts, Leave, Guilt, Ideas, and Voting. Hello everyone, I'm Durian. Actually, how should I put it? Well, I always feel like I don't know what to say, because the performance of this book is not very good. Although I had some mental preparation, it was still quite difficult. Because I was born to write daily light novels, the early plot is not too exciting, which should be fatal for an exciting story. However, there are still many friends who are willing to stay and read it. I think everyone is complaining all the time while reading it. Why is it following this trend? Why did the 9 clans suddenly appear? Why did they let the evil beast go? Why is it getting more and more garbage? This is also the reason why I don't dare to face the comments. This is my first time writing a cool article, so my experience and writing style still have few major problems. As a new writer, I feel that as long as I keep writing, it will be over. But what I wanted more was to show the story to everyone rather than writing it to satisfy myself. I could barely hold on to a decent performance in the early stages, but it really got worse and worse in the later stages. You should have noticed that I wanted to switch to the Wanjia flow. Well, I also got inspiration from other novels. This book actually started because I was busy and wanted to find something to write, so I ended up writing it. Many of my friends are probably still waiting for my next book, Genshin Impact, based on the previous book. To be honest, my previous work on Genshin Impact was not like this. I wanted to write a good story for everyone, but my writing skills were limited, and I didn't go in the right direction. In short, for various reasons, I felt very sorry for everyone. I've let down everyone's expectations of me, and I've let down the friends who supported me in the previous book, as well as some of the friends who have been with me since the beginning. My mind is a mess today and I don't know what to think. I just want to relax, so I'll take a day off today. I will speed up the pace of the story of this book, but it will not end badly. I think I should not write a cool article next time. I still have a lot to learn. I should start from what I am good at, then crawl, then walk, and finally run. Actually, I originally wanted to write daily light novels, but I haven't fulfilled the promise I made to my old friends about Genshin Impact. Because of the bad ending of the previous book, everyone must be very unhappy with me. So the next book should be about the daily life of Genshin Impact, but there will be no main or side storylines. It will just be pure daily life, with the characters of Genshin Impact and some simple settings in Genshin Impact. As expected, I still want to write something that will make everyone laugh when they read it. But please don't laugh at me if you read this chapter. I have really tried very hard. Well, laugh all you want, I'm a loser. I will continue writing this book, even if it is intermittent. I will not let it end badly. I will complete the ending according to my own ideas. So please let me have a rest today. I will work hard, I will do my best. If it doesn't work out, I'll give ACI to you. In addition, if there are still friends who have read the old book, or friends who want to watch Genshin Impact, you can vote below. Because I originally planned to start the next book with Inazuma, but I was very upset about what a certain country that was the reference of Inazuma, which was not doing so well, had done recently, so I rejected it. Therefore, the starting point needs to be rescreened. 1. Mondstadt. 2. Li Yue. 3. Shumi. 4. Fontainebleau. Just leave a comment. Friends who like to read this Naruto novel don't have to worry, it will be updated and completed normally. Chapter 103, Castle Above the Clouds. When the tattoo on Xiao Feng's arm gradually stabilized, a ball of white light appeared on the huge tree trunk again. After a few people walked in, they suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness. Ah! Xiao Feng reacted in time and opened his Sharingan to open the entrance to Kamui. Go in quickly. After Yu Ming and ACI went in and Xiao Feng was about to go in, a figure quickly appeared and rushed towards Xiao Feng. Then he picked up Xiao Feng and headed towards the clouds in the sky. I haven't seen you for a few days. Xiao Feng has gained weight. Xiao Feng looked back. Xiao Ya? That's right, the person who came was Xiaoya, who was supposed to be in Kyoto. Why are you here? I don't know either. I was originally in Kyoto hunting exotic beasts, but suddenly I felt a voice calling me over, so I came here. Call? Could it be that she is also one of the people chosen by the human race? Damn, it turns out I'm not the only one. Above the sky is a cloud. The magical thing is that you can step on these clouds and they will not be affected, just like the feeling of stepping on soft sand. Do you know where this place is? Xiao Feng asked. I don't know. I only know that I entered a secret realm and ended up here. And the further I fly, the more I get down, the more strange it feels. It's like if I touch the ground below, I'll be trapped there forever. What I mean is that there is actually a piece of land below, but we can't go up there. Could this place be the heritage of the human race? Walking on the clouds, but there was nothing else except white clouds, Shaya also said. I have been walking in this place for who knows how long, and just now I heard your voice. I didn't expect it was really you. Xiaoya hugged Xiao Feng and whispered in his ear. First you left me to wander around outside by yourself, and now you're doing something so dangerous. Haven't you ever thought about what would happen to me if something happened to you? I'd be worried about you too. You're my only family. If something happened to you, Seeing Xiaoya like this, Xiao Feng couldn't help but lower his head. I'm sorry. I fooled you. Xiaoya suddenly laughed out loud and gently touched Xiao Feng's face. You're lying. You're stronger than me now. What else should I worry about? But where is the teacher? Even after such a big incident, he's nowhere to be found. The barrier in Kyoto is now being maintained by some of the old seniors. I'm really worried about what might happen. Xiao Feng didn't know what kind of emotion she had just revealed, but I promise, I won't die easily. This is my promise to you. Seeing Xiao Feng's expression, Xiaoya smiled and said, Why are you being so formal? It's not like you're proposing. Xiao Feng scratched his head. Is it really that grand? But I don't hate it. Xiao Feng briefly talked about what he knew from Jiang Yun. After telling Xiaoya some of it, her expression changed slightly. Really? No wonder I always felt that there was something wrong with that old man. But we have to deal with the external threat first. These alien beasts are very powerful, but their heirs are probably not that good, right? Xiao Feng nodded. Although their heir was considered a genius among ordinary people, he was still far behind him. But he also knew that he was able to improve his strength so quickly because of the system. At this time, the surrounding clouds were still changing with the wind. Xiao Feng opened his Sharingan and carefully observed his surroundings. These clouds are made up of spiritual energy. It was also a very powerful spiritual energy, which was now absorbed by a powerful force over there. The clouds formed a wall, which then became clearer and clearer. Until it finally turned into a castle. A castle above the clouds. Xiao Feng, did you do this? Xiaoya stared blankly at the castle. It had not been there when she had been walking around, but it appeared as soon as Xiao Feng arrived. Xiao Feng shook his head and said, No, but now there is no other choice except this one. Xiao Feng came to the gate of the castle and used Susanoo to try to push the door open, but no matter how hard Xiao Feng tried, he couldn't push it open. Susanoo, complete form. By unleashing the full power of Susanoo, he could even compete with the beasts in the Calamity Realm, but he couldn't push open this door? Squeak! The door opened, and it opened as soon as Xiaoya's hand touched it. Hate it, Xiao Feng, you're such a good actor. I thought this was a heavy one. At this time, Xiaoya's highest level was only domain level 3. No matter in terms of level or spiritual energy, she could not be stronger than Xiao Feng. In other words, this door recognizes Xiaoya? But why did the castle appear here only after this person arrived, instead of Xiaoya breaking in alone? Many questions popped up in Xiao Feng's mind, but Xiaoya had already entered during this period. Xiao Feng, come quickly, there are things in there that look like our childhood memories. Xiao Feng released Susanoo, but his Sharingan remained open, constantly watching the changes in the surrounding environment. Once you enter, it's completely different from the environment outside. Inside was a toy house, filled with all sorts of toys for human children to play with. What are these? Xiao Feng, don't you think this is very similar to what we played when we were kids? Xiaoya rummaged through the toy houses and finally found a pink teddy bear. Just when Xiao Feng thought this was Xiaoya's toy. Xiao Feng, look at your childhood wife. Xiao Feng? When you were little, you always slept with this stuffed bear in your arms, and you even said she'd be your wife when you grew up. Jiang Yu was so angry that she tore your bear into pieces. Xiaoya's eyes were full of memories. Afterwards, you kept hugging me and crying, so I reluctantly agreed to be your wife for a few days. Xiaofeng couldn't find these memories in the original owner's recollection. Could it be that they were forgotten because it was too long ago? Xiaofeng smiled awkwardly, but why would the layout of their childhood home appear here? Entering the next room, the style suddenly changes. Is it a ruin? There was a bloody bow in the ruins. Xiaoya walked up and picked it up, then smiled at Xiaofeng and said, "Let's go to the next place." Xiaofeng nodded, and the next room was the wilderness. Next one, number 2 middle school. Next, Kyoto Academy. Next up, the evil beast hillside. These were like their memories, as they were now in the cave that was originally flooded with water. But the difference is that there is an extra door on the side. Chapter 104 Gabriel. Seeing this place, a blush appeared on both of their faces. This place is where he saved Xiaoya. Let's go to the next place. The next place is nothingness. There was no picture, only endless darkness. Fortunately, the other person was here too and not alone. Where is this place? Even the Sharingan couldn't see clearly. Xiaofeng walked to the front. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, no reaction of life, it was truly a void. Xiaofeng, if one day your sister is gone, will you miss me? Not here? Then I can go find you. Xiaoya also showed a happy smile on her face. I know Xiaofeng will come looking for me, but what if she never finds me? Then keep looking. Xiaofeng didn't know why she suddenly said this, but there must be something he didn't know yet. Really, idiot. Tears flowed from the corners of Xiaoya's eyes, and the surrounding environment changed drastically. The empty darkness shone again and turned into the castle in the clouds before. Xiaoya also underwent changes. Her wings increased. 2 wings, 4 wings, 6 wings, 8 wings. If Xiaofeng remembered correctly, her limit should be a 6-winged angel. What's going on? Xiaofeng, if she hurts you, remember to beat her back. When he closed his eyes again, the aura on his body changed drastically. The 8-winged angel woke up from her sleep when she saw the human in front of her. Humans, are you here seeking refuge again? What will be the sacrifice this time? The heads of your own kind? Your own hearts? Or the magic cores of those so-called alien races? At this time, Xiaoya's eyes were dull and her tone was cold, as if she was seeing Xiaofeng for the first time. What? Stop playing. Xiaofeng approached her, but was repelled by the hurricane created by the wings behind her. Human race, you dare to blaspheme my great Gabriel, do you want to die? A blazing blade appeared in Gabriel's hand, and she killed Xiaofeng with one blow, but there seemed to be a strong obsession in her heart that affected her thoughts and prevented her from hurting Xiaofeng. What's going on? The puppet string hasn't broken yet? Seraph Gabriel looked back. What was inside those doors was the last obsession in the heart of this puppet. What a hassle, I have to clean it up myself. Hey, where are you going? Xiaofeng, who had fallen down in the distance, stood up. He understood what was going on. This is not the heritage of the human race, but the Sky Clan that is missing among the 10 major races. They are not winged people, but angels. A derogatory term for angels is winged people. And Xiaoya should be one of their interlopers. Like herself, another soul entered the body, but did not choose to merge with Xiaoya's soul. Instead, it planned to completely destroy Xiaoya's soul and replace it. Gabriel ignored Xiaofeng and continued to move in that direction. The temperature of the blazing blade in her hand became higher and higher. She only needed to eliminate those things that were in her way. Stop. Xiaofeng stood up. It turned out that those were all Xiaoya's memories from childhood to adulthood. If even those disappeared, Xiaoya would no longer exist. Gabriel would not stop because of the cry of a small insect and continued to move in that direction. I said, stop. The 8 gates of ninjutsu opened, and Xiaofeng rushed over to block the way. Human, you are not worthy to stop me. The obsession in his heart prevents Gabriel from using the blazing blade. Is it really the puppet's obsession that is at work? Just a puppet. Gabriel took back the blazing blade. Even if she didn't use it, she still had a way to kill Xiaofeng. The surrounding temperature rises sharply, this is the realm of Seraph. Kid, if you don't want to be fucked, get out of here. Unlike the previous volcanic secret realm, this realm cannot be resisted by external forces at all. Field? I can do that too. Xiaofeng used his own domain. To be honest, this was his first time using a domain, and this was the only way to break through other people's domains. What's going on? Why is it so hot? A green color appeared on her arm. It was Mu Ling, the princess of the Mu Ling clan. What are you doing? This princess is about to be roasted. A green barrier opened and added to Xiaofeng's territory, and the temperature in this space also dropped. Phew, it's much cooler. Gabriel glanced and saw the Wood Spirit clan? It is a good auxiliary tool. The contracts signed by the Wood Spirit clan are not life and death contracts. In other words, after Xiaofeng dies, this Wood Spirit will be ownerless. Being able to withstand the attack of his own territory, his bloodline must be considered superior among the Wood Spirit clan, perhaps even royal. This human really brought me a lot of surprises. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak to stop me. Gabriel's aura exploded, jumping to level 5 of natural disaster. The number of wings on the back has increased again, making it a 10-winged angel. Xiaoya once said that every time she added a pair of wings, her strength would double from the original basis, which means that she is now 5 times stronger than before. It's already very powerful for humans to have achieved this. It's a pity that they have become a stepping stone for our clan. The surrounding spiritual energy began to become restless and began to form a spiritual energy explosion. Green Spirit exclaimed, "You're playing tricks. How could you do this?" Gabriel smiled softly. "I am a seraph from the angel clan, not one of those saints. I won't reason with you." Boom! The explosion sounded, and the entire cloud shook. But everything inside the door remained unaffected. In front of the door, a purple bone giant began to slowly transform into a human form. Originally, this move was just a theory. "Seraph, you're very strong, right?" Gabriel saw that Xiaofeng could still stand up. How could this be possible? Even some middle-level angels in the angel clan could not withstand the explosion just now. "I don't want to kill my sister, so please don't die." 8 gates of ninjutsu, 6th gate of Jing, open. Ever since he obtained the 8 gates, Xiaofeng had been thinking about whether he could use the 8 gates when activating Susanoo, so as to deal with enemies whose strength gap was too great. But I didn't expect that the first time it appeared, it would be used on my own sister. Gabriel's heart tightened. Was this a sign of danger? How is that possible? The spiritual pressure of that human is not that strong, not even half of mine. But why does my instinct tell me that it is dangerous? I am coming. Susanoo was emitting spiritual energy that was evaporating rapidly, and the amount of spiritual energy consumed was enormous. Chapter 105 Battle against the Angel. Don't use it so fast. Your body won't be able to handle it. The green spirit seemed to be parasitic in Xiaofeng's body at this time, so she could also feel the changes in Xiaofeng's body. Don't worry. Would release Senjutsu. Sage mode is activated, and a large number of magic cores are taken out again. Due to the increase in level, those low-level magic cores can no longer provide much use. I took out the magic core of the grass ape and was absorbing it a little bit. Ah! What are you doing? The green spirit exclaimed, then summoned a vine to pick up the magic core. What a waste! If you have this thing, take it out sooner. To put it in understandable terms, it means buying a car worth tens of millions to run a DD order that pays 10 yuan per trip. Green Spirit took out the power from the magic core and finally integrated it into the tattoo. Xiaofeng could feel that his wood escape had become even more powerful. And it's not just trees, even other plants have a little more connection. Wood style, wood dragon technique. Xiaofeng summoned 5 dragons at once, trying to trap Gabriel. Naive, do you think this toy can stop me? The obsession in her heart prevented her from using the blazing blade against Xiaofeng, but the same could not be said for other creatures. He swung the blazing blade in his hand and cut the wooden dragon into several pieces. Not bad, but can you withstand this punch? Gabriel's eyes widened. When did he get behind him? At such a speed, even I couldn't see it clearly. How could such a huge thing pass by so quickly? Is this really a speed that mortals can achieve? Susanoo's punch hit Gabriel right in the middle, and with one punch from above the clouds, the entire cloud layer was pierced. During the fall, Gabriel's body could no longer move, but his mind was still thinking. Ha! I was hit so hard that all my body functions were damaged? I'm a high-ranking angel among the angels, the Seraph Gabriel. How could I be beaten like this by a human? During the descent, the number of wings behind Gabriel increased again, reaching 12 wings. The body also lost its ability to move under the powerful spiritual pressure. The angel returned to its original form, and the puppet's body also slowly changed. Eventually, it will turn back into an angel's body. The angel's body is immortal, and even if only one finger is left, it can be resurrected after a period of time. Gabriel, with his powerful recovery ability, flapped his wings and flew towards the clouds again. Be careful, she's coming up. Green Spirit felt the powerful spiritual energy coming from below and immediately told Xiaofeng. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Standing in front of the huge hole, Xiaofeng controlled Susanoo and took a deep breath. Towards the peacock. The fist wind, combined with the spiritual energy, became a powerful means of attack, heading towards the downward direction. Gabriel's eyes were filled with red, like a meteor shower. Human, you really do know how to surprise me. The blazing blade in his hand also regained its former power, and Gabriel alone withstood this storm that was like a meteor shower. Wow! Come on, fuck her to death. While watching, Lu Ling used his spiritual power to speed up Xiaofeng's spiritual energy recovery. At this time, Xiaofeng's body was like a big pipe. The spiritual energy entered Xiaofeng's body as quickly as water. Before it stayed there for long, it was squandered by Xiaofeng using his skills. However, this situation also put a huge strain on Xiaofeng's body. If it weren't for the powerful self-healing effect of the magic, Xiaofeng's body would have exploded long ago. Green Spirit, on the other hand, took good care of Xiaofeng's body and defended the last bit of energy, otherwise if he really died, he would not be able to escape. The wood spirits are also extremely proud creatures. They will only recognize the partners they choose. If their original partners are killed, most wood spirits will choose to commit suicide to prevent the other party from getting them. Therefore, the Grass Ape clan also successfully ascended to the position of leader of the wood-type ability race by relying on the originally extinct clan. Your body can't bear any more load. It's already very close to its limit. It is certainly powerful, but so are the dangers it brings. Not knowing whether Xiaofeng listened to him or not, Green Spirit could only continue to repair Xiaofeng's body silently. Gabriel below was already getting impatient. These attacks could not cause any harm to her at all. Conviction. Gabriel injected all her powerful spiritual energy into the blazing blade in her hand, and now the blazing blade was like a sun in her hand. As she swung the knife, the clouds in the sky were cut in half. Next to the cut where Xiaofeng was, one of Susanoo's arms was also cut off. As Gabriel flew up, he saw Xiaofeng's appearance. I have to say, I should encourage you. A mere human can force me to spread my 12 wings. Even some high-level angels can't do it. I acknowledge your strength, so you don't have to die. Go away. Gabriel retracted the blazing blade. From the beginning to the end, she never took Xiaofeng seriously. She continued walking towards the door of memories. She had to destroy the puppet's last fantasy. A mere puppet, just a tool used by the angels to descend, can also have its own consciousness? Joke. Gabriel suddenly stopped. Human, I told you, get out of here if you don't want to die. Xiaofeng stood in front of the door, his hands spread out, his kaleidoscope eyes fixed on Gabriel. Give my sister back to me. Green Spirit was extremely panicked at this moment. She had never seen such a powerful spiritual pressure in her life. What kind of race could have such a monster? The 12 wings behind Gabriel spread out, and finally the powerful spiritual energy wave urged the entire cloud again. If this puppet could not withstand more powerful power, she would not say more to the human in front of her. In that case, then go to hell. The blazing blade reappeared in her hand. After the battle just now, the puppet had almost no control over its body and it was impossible to stop her. The 12 wings were activated at the same time, flying quickly towards Xiaofeng. Just as the blazing blade was about to hit Xiaofeng's eyes and pierce his head, Gabriel stopped. What did you do to me? Gabriel's body could not move. This was not the puppet's consciousness, but the human in front of him was playing tricks. Other gods. The stripes of the Mangekyo Sharingan in Xiaofeng's eyes increased again and became more complicated, and blood flowed from the corners of his eyes, but Xiaofeng didn't care about that. Sister, come back. Xiaofeng stepped forward and hugged Xiaoya. Let me go. The puppet's consciousness has completely disappeared. It will never appear again. I am the judge of the angel clan, the Seraph. I am not a lowly human. Let me go. Put. Chapter 106. Xiaoya is back. It's so dark, where is this place? Xiaoya walked alone in this place, without light, without feeling, and without family. This was a dream she often had when she was a child. She rarely had these dreams since she was adopted by her parents, but this dream appeared again during this period. You are our puppet, you should not have your own thoughts. You don't deserve feelings. Whenever Xiaoya enjoyed the warmth of her family and liked Xiaofeng, there seemed to be a voice in her mind telling her this. This is not what she should have, she is just a puppet without emotions. But she's not. I'm Xiaoya. I have my own feelings, I have my own family. I have someone I love. No matter how Xiaoya roared, there was no movement around. I'm so scared. I don't want to stay in this kind of place. Xiaofeng, I'm so scared. Xiaoya fell to the ground and cried. She didn't want to stay in such a place anymore. She didn't want to be someone else's puppet. How great would it be if she could just be an ordinary person? Just as Xiaoya's last consciousness was about to fade away. Sister, come back. Xiaoya used her last bit of strength to open her eyes. This was Xiaofeng's voice. Above the dark space, a small ball of light is the only light in this darkness. The ball of light slowly fell and finally reached Xiaoya's hand. When she blinked again, the surrounding environment had changed. This is a water surface, and in the center there is a person tied with chains. She looks exactly like Xiaoya, except that the 12 white wings behind her are particularly conspicuous. Human, don't come over here. If you dare come over here, I will kill you. Xiaoya hesitated and was frightened by the momentum and took a step back. Gabriel grinned. He was indeed just a puppet. Even if he was tainted with weak human emotions, he was still just a plaything. But the next moment, Xiaoya plucked up the courage and slowly approached with the ball of light in her hand. Hey, don't come over here. I'll kill you. I'm not afraid. If I had to stay in that kind of place for the rest of my life, I would rather be killed. Don't come over here. I want to see Xiaofeng. The moment Xiaoya and Gabriel touched, their spiritual space underwent drastic changes and began to collapse. Outside, the clouds also began to slowly break down. Hey, stop hugging me, run away first. Lu Ling tried to hold Xiaofeng back, but she couldn't move him with her own strength. Suddenly, Xiaofeng felt his body tighten. He looked over and found that Gabriel's eyes were not as cold as before. Sister? Tears flowed from Xiaoya's eyes, and she hugged Xiaofeng tightly and cried bitterly. I thought I'd never see you again. Xiaofeng also hugged Xiaoya. Very good. In fact, when Gabriel was knocked down from the clouds by him just now, he had already entered the system store to buy the other god. The magical skill that can forcibly change other people's consciousness becomes even more powerful after being blessed by the system. At this time, Xiaoya's consciousness came back, but it was not alone. It was more of a fusion of two souls. Xiaoya and Gabriel were now the same person. Xiaofeng, are you okay with your injuries? Although Xiaofeng's injuries did not show up on his body, the pressure from Gabriel's spiritual energy must have caused considerable damage to Xiaofeng's internal organs. Don't worry, he won't die as long as I'm here. The green spirit cat turned into a spirit elf and appeared. The clouds are about to collapse. Do you two still plan to stay here and make love for a while before leaving? Xiaoya's face suddenly turned red, and she picked up Xiaofeng and walked towards one direction. Don't worry, because Gabriel, no, it should be my ability that has awakened, so now I can unfold up to 12 wings. Let me let you feel it too. Then, Xiaofeng felt what the speed of light was. The kind without any protection. When he arrived at the next teleportation light point, Xiaofeng had already tried his best to cover his stomach. He couldn't defeat Gabriel in the fight just now, and now he died heroically due to vomiting. Are you okay? Green Spirit looked inside his body. Who made him squander his spiritual energy like that just now? His body has reached its limit. It's a relief that he didn't explode and die. What should we do now? It's okay, just let him get some sleep. The powerful wood recovery power in his body is helping him repair himself. Mu Ling also returned to Xiaofeng's body to help him maintain the recovery of his internal organs. Enter the light spot and reach the next secret realm. After a long time, Xiaofeng opened his eyes again. I stood up dazedly and scratched my head. Where is this? When he saw that the surrounding environment was actually a jungle, or to be more precise, a primeval forest. I must be still asleep. Then I lay down and planned to go back to sleep. Ouch! a Tyrannosaurus Rex bit towards Xiaofeng. At that moment, Xiaofeng activated Susanoo and split it in half with one blow. His eyes were gloomy as he said, "The identification is complete. This is not a dream. Is this still in the secret realm? Xiaofeng, wake up." At this time, Xiaoya had fully recovered, and it seemed that because of the awakening of her angel bloodline, her body had become much smoother, her skin was white, and even her breasts seemed to have grown a little bit. Xiaoya rushed forward and hugged Xiaofeng. Let go, I can't breathe. This is where the huge trouble lies, it's easy to suffocate." Xiaoya let go and showed Xiaofeng the results in her hand. Look, Xiaofeng, this is the extinct pterosaur they talked about on TV. At that time, the spiritual energy of Blue Planet had not yet revived, so the animals on the ground were still the same as before. Is this also in the secret realm? Yes, after entering from that white spot, we arrived at this place. Xiaofeng, this meat is delicious. Do you want to try it too? Seeing that Xiaoya had already lit a fire to grill meat, Xiaofeng covered his face with his hands, not knowing what to say. You'll get upset if you eat it raw, so you'd better roast it over fire. After a simple use of fire escape, the pterosaur meat was roasted to perfection. Xiaoya took a bite with shining stars in her eyes. This ancient delicacy is so delicious, it's countless times better than those exotic beasts. Because all the animals in the world have been transformed into strange beasts by spiritual energy, their meat is not as delicious as it used to be. Instead, it tastes like chewing on a leather shoe. Except for a few rare races of exotic beasts, it seems that human meat is the most delicious among all races, so this is why exotic beasts like to fight with humans. However, Xiaofeng had never eaten it, so he didn't know whether what they said was true or false. Come and try it. Xiaoya tore off a large piece of meat and stuffed it into Xiaofeng's mouth. It's delicious. Right. When Xiaoya turned her head again. Where is my meat? Chapter 107 Test. I saw the roasted pterosaur being carried away not far away. No way you're stealing food from me. Xiaoya summoned her wings and rushed towards her food. No one was allowed to snatch her food. Later, Xiaofeng used the Sharingan to observe the surroundings. The spiritual energy in this world was very scarce, even non-existent. Is it really still that secret place full of spiritual energy? With doubts, Xiaofeng followed. Xiaoya discovered that in this secret realm, her strength was not even 1/10 of what it used to be. Otherwise, how could those natives in front of her possibly outrun her? Etc. Natives. Xiaofeng, there are humans in this secret realm. Although she didn't catch up, Xiaoya still clearly saw that the people resisting the dragon below were clearly a group of humans. Xiaofeng opened his Sharingan and looked around, but still found nothing unusual. How long have we been here? Just about an hour. I was originally staying by your side, but I saw a pterosaur and went to catch it, and then you woke up. In other words, I stayed in that place for more than an hour, and the environment in the secret realm was also very confusing. Then let's go to their tribe first. Them? Since there seems to be human life here, there must be tribes living here. After all, humans cannot survive alone. Although those people carefully concealed their tracks while fleeing, Xiaofeng's Sharingan was no decoration. After checking several times, he found some clues. Come on, this way. Xiaofeng would not be so foolish as to follow them on a detour. They took a detour on purpose, but from their tracks he could tell which direction their ultimate destination was. As long as we head in that direction, we will definitely find their tribe. On the other side, in a tribe. Just as Xiaofeng said, there is a backward tribe here. Men go out hunting, women fish or weave clothes around, and the elderly are the most respected people in the tribe. Because the old man has lived for so long, the knowledge in his brain can always save the tribe from danger. You mean, there are two strange people in that forest? And they can spit fire from their mouths? The two strongest men came to the patriarch to report what happened during the day. Although humans can hunt some large animals through numerical suppression. At that time, no matter how many people there were, they couldn't do it. And it's the pterosaur, the overlord of the sky. Because they had never tasted such a delicacy and had not caught any other prey today, some people could not resist the temptation and secretly stole the roasted pterosaur back. The chief looked worried. Could it be someone from another tribe? That would be bad. If we were discovered, there might be a war. There are very few strong men in the tribe now. If a war breaks out. It's okay, chief. As long as we don't get discovered, that's all that matters. The sturdy man smiled. I hope so. At this time, Xiao Feng and Xiaoya were silently watching the tribe from high in the sky. Xiao Feng, why don't you just go down? Xiao Feng shook his head. This secret realm is different from the previous ones. Not only is the spiritual energy ridiculously scarce, but there are also so many creatures. In the previous secret realm, apart from them who entered the secret realm, there were only the Wood Spirit clan of the Grass and Wood Ape clan, but their number was also very small. The animals Xiao Feng saw along the way were just like those in the Stone Age in his previous life. And if I'm not mistaken, this should be the place where the human race inherits, but what are the conditions for inheritance? Xiaoya just said that when she accepted the inheritance of the Angel clan, it was more like the inheritance took the initiative to find her and wanted to erase her consciousness. The place of inheritance of the Grass Ape clan is also where the Wood Spirit clan took the initiative to find Xiao Feng. How can we pass on the legacy to this place where there is almost no spiritual energy? Xiao Feng planned to observe this tribe for a while before making a decision. Xiaoya had no objection to this. She was happy as long as she was with Xiao Feng. I have observed it these days and found that life in the tribe is very simple. In the morning, the strong men in the tribe will go out hunting. There are only old people, women and children in the entire tribe. The men would not return until evening, bringing with them the game they had hunted the day before. It wasn't until a few days later that an accident happened. A saber-toothed tiger appeared in the tribe, and a group of old people rushed forward without fear of death. Originally Xiao Feng was planning to take action, but he finally discovered the rules of this world. That is, you cannot interfere with the life and death of these people. In the end, 4 old people died, the saber-toothed tiger left as if it was full, and the women began to clean up the mess. Until the men came back the next day, the number of men who went out hunting was reduced by half. For several days, the saber-toothed tiger did not appear. That day, Xiao Feng covered himself with a black cloak and tried to enter and contact them. But still blocked by the rules. Can't we have direct contact? They met Xiao Feng, who had hunted some prey and placed it at the gate of their tribe. The difference this time was that they found the prey and took it back. In other words, can it be guided indirectly? Xiao Feng probably understood the rules of this secret realm. Since then, Xiao Feng did not choose to continue hunting prey and sending it over, but instead diverted the river nearby. Everyone was shocked and frightened by the flood and left the tribe, but Xiao Feng used rocks to block their way, and the flood stopped at that moment. People were trapped there with no food. A wooden splinter floated in the water and watched the fish jumping out of the water. One of the smart people picked up the wooden splinter and successfully caught the first fish. This was also their first step to success. They were no longer afraid of the river. Instead, they settled down beside the river. They also accidentally discovered a very delicious food during an outing. After burying it in the soil, more food will grow in a few months. The tribe often encountered natural disasters during this period, but they accumulated lessons every time and could deal with it calmly the next time it happened. And as the last ancient man Xiao Feng saw died of old age, big movements took place in the entire secret realm. The game is finally over. Xiaoya has also adapted to this kind of life at this time. Although many years have passed, Xiao Feng said that the passage of time in this secret realm seems to be different from that outside, so the spiritual energy is so scarce. In the center of this land, a human has been waiting there for a long time. Xiao Feng walked over and said without much hesitation, "This game is to test whether this person has leadership ability, right?" Chapter 108 Choice. You are an interesting kid. The old man was not angry. Instead, he felt that the kind of person who dared to scold anyone was the most suitable. The human race doesn't need any soft persimmons now. I am. You are Shujo, the second-generation saint of the human race. You are extremely powerful and have suppressed other races single-handedly. Shujo. How the hell did you know that? Name, Shujo. Level, Divine Wrath Level 4 before death. Superpower, Power Enhancement. Introduction, the second-generation saint of the human race since the revival of spiritual energy, and also the strongest in the world. He once suppressed other races and led the human race to a glorious moment. Xiao Feng repeated it again, but he didn't expect Shujo to burst into tears after hearing this. I knew my contribution to humanity was worthwhile. After all this time, there are still people who remember me. I'm truly so touched. Shujo was about to rush forward to hug Xiao Feng, but was stopped by Xiao Feng, who covered his face with one hand. Don't come near me, you smell like a stinky old man. Shujo's subordinates were despised by their juniors. Senior, shouldn't you give me the inheritance and let me go to the next place? Xiao Feng asked. All the previous secret realms were like this, except that Shujo looked confused. Isn't it? Shujo rubbed his head, shifting his gaze as he said, well, you know the spiritual energy in this secret realm is very scarce. Treasures and inheritances will eventually dissipate into spiritual energy to nourish this secret realm. Xiao Feng's veins popped up, and he grabbed his neck and said, so all my efforts during this period have been wasted? Xiao Feng, how can you do this? Shujo originally thought that Xiaoya wanted to stop Xiao Feng. You can't strangle him like this, you have to pinch his aorta to let the blood out. Shujo. You two are more devilish than the other. Wait. Who said you didn't get anything? Hearing this, Xiao Feng stopped what he was doing and listened to what he was going to say next. Haven't you gained valuable experience? After all, you've made a significant contribution by witnessing the creation and development of a tribe. So, are those your last words? Open the Sharingan and execute this guy immediately. Wait a little longer. Xiao Feng stopped clenching his fists and saw Shujo tilting his head 45 degrees in an extremely cool manner. Can you not hit my face? After a while, Shujo, one blue and one purple, finally spoke, if you weren't younger than me, I wouldn't want to fight you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to even hit me with a finger. Xiao Feng rubbed his fists, and Shujo suddenly stopped talking, while also telling him everything. This secret realm was built during the heyday of the human race, and where there is heyday, there will naturally be dusk. In order to prevent any accidents, a lot of resources were used to create this environment, and some humans also lived there. When I died, I was also buried in this land. However, my expectation eventually became reality. The human race fell into decline and even forgot about this secret place. Without the nourishment of spiritual energy, everything in this secret realm began to gradually lose its vitality. The few remaining humans used arcane rituals to summon my soul, and I used my own spiritual energy and the few remaining resources to transform this secret realm. This is also the reason why spiritual energy is so scarce, because all spiritual energy flows here are kept to the lowest standards. The original intention was to create a shelter for humanity, but it ended up becoming a prison isolated from the world. Shujo's spiritual energy has been used to maintain the secret realm for many years, so there is very little left. Otherwise, do you really think Xiao Feng can beat him up? But to save face, Shujo still said seriously, so this secret realm is the inheritance. Boy, can you shoulder the future of the human race? Compared with the dozens or hundreds of people in the secret realm, the human race outside is tens of thousands times more numerous. Everything Xiao Feng did in this secret realm was guided by Shujo. What the human race lacks now is a leader. Even though we are not the strongest, even though we cannot fight with the leaders of other races, the human race needs this light. This ray of light is called hope. Shujo stopped joking and looked at Xiao Feng seriously. Are you ready to shoulder the fate of tens of millions of human beings? Xiao Feng swallowed his saliva. Shujo's words had similar meanings to Jiang Yun's instructions, but could he really shoulder such a heavy responsibility? I can see you're confused. To be honest, it's a very helpless choice for us old guys to leave this kind of thing to a child, because you are our only choice. It is an indisputable fact that the human race has become weaker and weaker over the years. Xiao Feng has finally waited for someone who can restore the glory of the human race in the future, but Xiao Feng is indeed too young now. I won't force you. Come back to this place when you have made your choice. A flash of white light passed through the eyes of the two people, and Xiao Feng and Xiaoya came to the top of a mountain, but they had already separated. At the same time, on another mountain peak, Yan Karst was sleeping comfortably. A sea was also there opposite him, and Yu Ming was next to him. But now Yu Ming's hair had changed a little, from the previous black and white to pure white. The last black shadow that appeared was a dense swarm of soul-eating insects. At this time, the number of soul-eating insects has reached a terrifying stage. Even if the size of thousands of insects is suppressed, the mountain still cannot accommodate them. The soul-eating insects glanced and looked at Xiao Feng's position. The number is still too small now. After he grows up for a while, the ranking will be reshuffled. He, the soul-eating worm, will be the final winner. Of the 10 major races, the only ones gathered here now are Xiao Feng of the human race, Xiaoya of the angel race, Yu Ming of the moondog race, Acai of the void cat race, Yan Karst of the magma race, Hai Air of the deep sea race, Guangyao of the light race, and finally the soul-devouring insect race. Among them, Guangyao is a very short man with a pair of transparent wings behind him. He looks a bit similar to the Mu Ling clan. Green Spirit said, in fact, they are the Light Spirit clan, but they have powerful attack methods, so they did not end up like us. The original rule was to eliminate 2 places, the Grass Monkey Clan and the 3-headed evil dragon. I killed the grass ape myself, but who could it be, the 3-headed evil dragon? At that time, he saw that the 3-headed evil dragon had already begun to accept the inheritance. Before Xiaofeng could think about it, the distance between the several giant peaks began to narrow rapidly. Chapter 109, Behind the Scenes. What is going on? The sudden change startled Xiaofeng. Although he knew that this was only the first level of the test, why would it continue so soon? When all the giant peaks came closer, all the beasts looked at the other races around them with unfriendly expressions, but there were also exceptions. For example, Xiaoya ran over and hugged Xiaofeng immediately, while the strange beasts around them each set up their own camps, waiting for the next test. Xiaofeng came to Yuming and found that he was still sleeping. He looked at ACI beside him, and ACI was just sitting there. He has been sleeping since he entered the secret realm. He should still be absorbing the power in his body. ACI also didn't understand why the Moondog clan's inheritance would be that. Aren't they a race that calls themselves Moonlight? Also still sleeping is Yen Karst, who has been sleeping since he came from the volcano and has no idea what has changed. At this time, a ball of light appeared in the center, about the same size as the Deep Sea Tribe's orb. Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. This thing must be very valuable, right? The next moment, a figure appeared in the light ball, but the figure was blurry and did not seem to be a human. Welcome everyone, my dear chess pieces. All the animals looked at him unfriendly. Who is this guy? Who are you? Guanyao spoke first, saying that they were not anyone's pawns. If the person who said this was just hiding behind the ball of light, he wouldn't mind finding him and killing him. A little light elf, you have a really bad temper. Let me give you a little warning. The words sounded easy, but the next moment, the gravity of the ground increased dramatically. It's as if the gravity on my body has increased 100 times. All the beasts lay on the ground, as if surrendering to the person in front of them, and the arrogant light elf also fell to the ground. Only Xiaoya was not affected. She looked at Xiaofeng with a worried look on her face and said, Xiaofeng, are you okay? Why do you look so miserable? Seeing Xiaoya like this, the people in the light ball couldn't help but ask curiously, what happened? Did you fail? Gabriel's personality is not like this. That guy's personality is very annoying, but his strength is real. If we fail, we will have to send another one over, which is very troublesome. No, the aura is correct, but the souls have merged? And isn't Gabriel's soul the dominant one? There was actually a fusion of the angel soul and the puppet soul, and the puppet soul was dominant? Is this really the angel clan he chose? How did they end up on that planet and become so lame? You bastard, you're secretly putting pressure on the race we chose while we're away, right? Then, after several blurry figures appeared, the gravity on Xiaofeng disappeared. Hey, who told them to be disobedient? I'll teach them a lesson for you. Who the hell asked you to teach me a lesson? We were supposed to choose a local race, but you went so far as to pass on the angels from this world. That's blatant cheating. Who said I was cheating? You only said to choose the local race. It makes sense for our angels to reincarnate on Blue Planet, right? Besides, look, that body is now mostly filled with souls from that world. Upon hearing this, several people checked Xiaoya's body and found that it was just as he said. How is this possible? They know exactly how powerful the angels in this world are, yet they are suppressed by the native souls of the lower world over there? Is there any special reason? And if this is considered cheating, then may I ask, Old Nine, what do you mean? Everyone looked at a man with a cane, and there was another figure behind him. Xiaofeng's eyes widened. The breath of the person behind him and the spiritual energy on his body made him feel familiar. It was Jiang Yun. So, that person chose the human race? Ahem. Second brother, I'm already so sick, so it's okay to let me go, right? The boy's voice was very weak. It was no exaggeration to say that he might die at any moment. It's the same excuse again. It's been so long. Can't you try a different one? Well. Second brother, I haven't told my sister-in-law about your last visit to Xiangyu Tower. The next moment. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, don't be so polite. Cheating once or twice is nothing. A game without cheating can't even be called a game. The others were speechless, but this was just a game to them, so there was no need to take it too seriously. What a shame. I even specially selected someone with subtle dragon bloodline, but he was eliminated in the first round. Who told you to pick a blind man? Look, I also chose a dragon with dragon bloodline. Isn't that good too? What do you care about that python? Fifth brother, please don't make me laugh so hard that my stomach hurts. The conversation between several people fell into their ears without reservation. You must be kidding. I'm not your toy. The light elf burst out with its amazing aura and rushed towards the ball of light. Seventh brother, I told you to pick a more useful one. If you don't even have a brain, you probably won't survive to the end. As that person gently tapped him, Wang Yao's body began to expand like a balloon, and then bang! Didn't anyone ask for my opinion? I would be very sad if my light elf was killed in an instant. Isn't this returned to you? As he spoke, a small ball of light came out from the light ball, went to the previous position, and then transformed into an identical light elf. This time, there was no more light in the light eyes, only infinite chaos. To be fair, I didn't change his rank. How's that? Isn't that fair? Xiao Feng glared at them. This group of guys gave him a very unpleasant feeling. That's it, let's move on to the next stage. Next stage? Everyone looked over there. What on earth were they planning to do? Ahem. In that case, let me explain the rules. From now on, your race will be fully developed. However, if you want to win the upcoming struggle, you will need more than this. Strive to become the best winner. The rules are explained, applause. Everyone. Seeing still no response, the man in the light ball snapped his fingers, and everyone's hands clapped uncontrollably. That's right. The ball of light gradually dimmed, the giant peak began to collapse, and everyone returned to the cold glacier they once were. The light elf still had a dull look in its eyes as it watched one side fly over there. Chapter 110 The Wrath of the Insects. The light elf kept muttering, "For the master. For the master." They looked like puppets, and there was a hint of fear in everyone's eyes. If they had resisted just now, would they have become like this? As for unity? This is a ridiculous plan. All races are only concerned about their own group and they cannot trust people of other races. And even if we form a united front, can we really defeat that guy? That existence whose strength is unknown. For the first time, there was confusion in Xiao Feng's eyes, because he had just used the system for experimental identification. But a message came out that it cannot be identified. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. What kind of existence are those people? And Zhang Yun was also there, which means that they were the masterminds behind the revival of Blue Star's spiritual energy and the racial war, right? Xiao Feng. Seeing Xiao Feng's embarrassed expression, Xiaoya didn't know how to comfort him. After all, anyone would feel very unhappy if they knew that they were just a toy for the person behind them. What is even more frustrating is that we can't defeat the person behind the scenes. I'm fine. Let's go back first. I don't know what's happening in the human city now. As for Lava, High Air, and Yuming, they were still sleeping. But just now, the mysterious person in the light ball had already transmitted the rules of the game to their brains. Yuming was brought into the Shinwei space by Xiao Feng, and High Air was kicked into the 10,000-meter deep sea by him. As for the lava, the high temperature of several thousand degrees on his body alone did not pose any danger. Xiao Feng always felt that the death of the three-headed evil dragon gave him a feeling of dirtiness. Could it be that there were other Lao Lu besides him? Xiao Feng left only after doing all this. As for Asi, she also followed Xiao Feng. Although she was no longer afraid of her own people now, her father was in the realm of divine wrath, and she didn't want to gamble her life on him. After Xiao Feng walked past, a black shadow appeared there. The soul-eating insects split into a group and pounced towards the karst. Before they got close, they were swallowed by the high temperature and turned into small black dots. Unwilling to give up, they sent another group to dive into the deep sea, but before they could dive 2,000 meters, they were crushed into debris by the water pressure and eaten by the creatures in the water. Damn human, how dare you meddle in other people's business? Obviously, if he devoured some powerful races, maybe his descendants would be able to purify it again. At this point, it is not difficult to see that there are some special creatures among the soul-eating insects. Some soul-eating insects have a little green on their heads, while some soul-eating insects have mutated and grown 2 heads. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a Zerg. Then the soul-eating insect headed in the direction Xiao Feng left. There are a lot of humans, and he doesn't believe that Xiao Feng can protect them all by himself. It has been a long time since he last sucked human brain marrow. The smell really made him feel like he was floating in the air. Kyoto. The barrier can only provide too little help. Now many strange beasts have spread into the city, and everyone is facing slaughter. Just like the end of the world, they can only resist powerful monsters, and the remaining monsters need to be resisted by ordinary people themselves. But how could they have fought against strange beasts? 90% of them were only in the awakening realm, living within the walls their entire lives, and were completely unprepared for the sudden change. The top brass had already worked very hard just to maintain the barrier protecting Kyoto. Even if they allocated some of their resources to rescue people, a bucket of water could not put out a fire. Is there really no hope? Where's the principal? Why hasn't he taken action yet? Yeah, where is Principal Jiangyun? Everyone was questioning, but only Shu Tian knew that the old man was probably discovered. Everyone, unfortunately, I have to tell you a fact. Shu Tian originally wanted to tell this secret. What do you know? The principal is busy with important matters. Yan Hui gasped loudly against the barrier. The barrier absorbed a lot of his spiritual energy, making it difficult for him to even speak. The principal won't abandon us. Hold us all. Wait until he comes back. Following Yan Hui's roar, everyone burst out with a powerful spiritual energy, blocking out all the strange beasts that wanted to break in. Shine for the lost people. With a flash of white light, everyone's spirit and strength were restored a lot. It's Yan Lin. China's highest level is also the strongest support. I'm responsible for supporting everyone, so please try your best. Let's wait for the principal to come back. Yan Lin's special ability is light. She can heal and recover through the exposure of light. However, recovering so many people at the same time puts a great burden on her body. But with so many people working hard, who is she to complain? Now is the time for humanity to unite, there is no time to complain. In the cities below, there are also many people with slightly stronger strength who have formed civilian teams to rescue people and hunt strange beasts, and among them, students from various universities are particularly active in the cities. They cannot maintain the barrier and can only help ordinary people among the people. The students of Kyoto Academy even tried their best to gather everyone in the academy, because the academy has a small barrier, which is considered the safest place in Kyoto. The others continued to look for the lone person outside. At this time, everyone looked up and felt a familiar breath. It's the principal. Great! The principal is finally here. But when the figure really emerged, Xiao Feng appeared in front of everyone, and everyone was stunned. Isn't this the principal's aura? Why is it this kid? At this time, Xiao Feng had completely mastered Jiang Yun's abilities, so if he didn't actively use them, he wouldn't be mistaken. However, there was indeed still some trace of Jiang Yun sent on the spiritual energy. Hey, what's with that look on your face? I came back with good intentions to save you, and you're looking at me like that? The main thing was that everyone had expressions that said I'm going to die and there's no hope, which made Xiao Feng feel that he had fought so hard to get back but still had to be treated like this? Xiaoya on the side burst out laughing. She didn't expect that Xiao Feng was being disliked. Xiaoya, you're here. Just in time, go and clear out those strange beasts on the streets. Everyone was relieved to see Xiaoya. After all, Xiaoya had been active in Kyoto for several years and was definitely more reliable than Xiao Feng, whose name was barely known. Chapter 111. The sapling has grown into a big tree. Ha ha ha. Xiao Feng, you're being disliked. Xiaoya's loud laughter at this time quickly attracted the group of strange beasts outside the barrier. Most of them were strange beasts in the realm and already possessed intelligence. That human dares to laugh at them? Dozens of strange beasts pounced on the siblings. Seeing the dire situation, everyone inside the barrier shouted, "Run!" Among them, there's even a terrifying existence at level 9. Although the Xiao siblings are very talented, we still need to wait for them to grow up. Now facing so many strange beasts, there is no way I can defeat them, at least I can escape. Hey Xiao Feng, I'll clean up these soldiers first, okay? Well, I leave it to you. What flavor do you want? Smell? Xiao Feng pointed at the most difficult beast over there and saw that the spiritual energy fluctuations on his body had reached the level of natural disaster. Sheep. I want cumin. Xiaoya transformed into 8 winged wings, which were enough to deal with this group of guys, and after fusing with Gabriel's soul, her strength also made a qualitative leap. After transforming into a blazing blade, he rushed out in a posture invisible to the naked eye, piercing through the strange beasts in an instant. This is the strength that only a natural disaster realm can possess. Has she grown to this point? Everyone in the barrier was stunned. Although they had seen Xiaoya take action before, it had never been so outrageous. And didn't she just reach the realm this year? How did she suddenly jump to the Calamity realm? The strange beasts below were basically cleared out, leaving only a sheep-headed beast. In order to better destroy the barrier, he did not choose to transform into a human form. Now that all your younger brothers have been killed, if he doesn't do anything, how will he get younger brothers to follow him in the future? Human. Do you know who I am? The sound of the sheep-headed beast quickly attracted the response of a group of humans below. It was the beast god cult. In other words, this sheep-headed monster is also one of them. You are the most crazy in Qingqing grassland, Mr. Fiangyang? Xiao Feng asked back. Boiling sheep? Who is Fiangyang? Why does he sound so weak? The sheep-headed beast turned its head to look at the humans below. The people of the beast god cult use secret methods to transmit messages and then learn the truth. I'm boiling, you big-headed ghost. Little devil, die. The sheep-headed monster fiercely used its horns to attack Xiao Feng. The careful human race would only be turned into meat paste under such an attack. Be careful. Everyone was worried about Xiao Feng, except one person. Xiao Feng, don't beat the meat too much, otherwise it will burn easily and won't taste good. Well, let's try it a few times first. Would release, immortal technique, Buddha on the top. With a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy, a lifelike wooden Buddha began to grow from the ground. Xiao Feng at this moment is no longer the same person as before. The spiritual energy he has now is enough for him to use this move. And with the blessing of the Wood Spirit Clan, his power will only be stronger. Wow! How did you do it? You have such a strong talent for the wood element. There is such a talent among the human race. Could it be that you are actually a member of our clan who has been reincarnated? And you even left behind some kind of racial talent. This is the first time I've seen anyone other than us use the wood element to this degree. A giant Buddha grew up, and everyone's eyes lit up. What happened? What is this big Buddha? Could it be that the Buddha has come to pick them up? Xiao Feng stood on top of the Buddha's head, controlling it to attack the sheep-shaped monster. Hey! This is too unfair. I only have 4 hooves, how many hands do you have? The only response he got was Mu Fo's fist. Smoke and dust spread everywhere, and the whole land seemed to be sinking. And that sheep-headed beast had long since become a pile of things that could no longer be called a living thing. How is that possible? Lord Sheep God is a being at the level of a natural disaster. How could your giant Buddha possibly break through the god's defenses? Those guys from the beast god cult still refused to change their minds and thought it was impossible. Impossible? Are you looking down on my Wood Spirit Clan? It's just a defense-breaking effect. We Wood Spirits can also heal, increase speed, speed up recovery, and other effects. We are truly the strongest support. Green Lingqi roared, saying that all the credit went to Xiao Feng alone. She was the one who contributed the most. They can't hear you even if you called him like that. Xiao Feng said helplessly that he was the only one who could hear Green Spirit's voice at this distance, so it would be useless no matter how much he shouted. Everyone was shocked. It seems that Xiao Feng only reached the mastery level when he entered school? And because he was accepted as Zhang Yun's disciple, almost everyone has seen this kid with their own eyes. He is indeed a genius with a beautiful body. But some genius was just timid yesterday, but today he can beat up those who are stronger than them. The contrast is too great. Just as Xiao Feng was preparing to roast the mutton on the ground, a group of black spots appeared not far away. Human. It's human. Soul-eating insect. They actually followed us to Kyoto. There's food down there. Is this to welcome us? Ha 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 ha. As the soul-eating insects get closer. Amaterasu. A black wall of flames appeared over there, and all the soul-eating insects were burned to ashes the moment they touched Amaterasu. This flame can burn the soul. Retreat. The soul-eating insects lived in a group. When Amaterasu touched one, all the people in the group would be affected. Soon the whole group of soul-eating insects were burned to ashes. Xiao Feng also took back Amaterasu and began to roast the mutton below with ordinary flames. The soul-eating insect died so easily? How is it possible? This was only a small part of their group. They originally just wanted to find out more information about Xiaofeng, but they didn't expect that the information they found out would be a bombshell. This is not something they can solve at all. Boss, what should we do now? High in the sky, the soul-eating insects are still hiding there, but the strength of the first batch of soul-eating insects has reached a terrifying level. The groups of soul-eating insects he met were the result of their efforts, and the inheritance he received was accelerated reproduction. That's right, the only advantage of insects is their reproduction speed. No matter how fast humans can produce one, they can only give birth to one per year, but these soul-eating insects are hermaphrodites and can give birth to 10 of their kind in one day. Moreover, the offspring of the soul-eating worm do not depend on themselves, but on nutrients. As for the stronger the nutrients, the stronger their offspring will be. Even giving birth to a being stronger than the original body is not impossible. Chapter 112 Destroy the Country. Damn that human. That damn human. It's all because of him, it's all because of him. But if we eat him, we will definitely be able to produce super strong offspring. Maybe even the legendary king can be born. There is only the queen among the soul-devouring Zerg, and the king exists in the Zerg's memories, but they never know whether it is real. But if I eat that guy's brain and absorb his soul, maybe I can really. At this time, Xiaofeng had already roasted the meat on the ground, and summoned 10 wooden dragons and 10 wooden men to cleanse the remaining strange beasts in Kyoto. Let the teleportation device open and then go to other cities to carry out rescue. I told you he would definitely be the savior of mankind. I've always been optimistic about him. I was the one who showed him the way when he first entered school. The scope of damage in Kyoto can be considered the smallest. Because there were students from Kyoto University, the people did not suffer too much loss. But even so, the death rate is still 30%, and it will be even higher in other cities. And there was a steady stream of news that some smaller cities had been destroyed. Now we should prioritize rescuing cities with larger populations, namely the 4 major cities. Magic City. Not only do we have to face strange beasts on land, but even strange beasts in the sea are ready to move, attacking the barrier of the Magic City all the time. How's the request for help from Kyoto? Li Zhong is now in control of the life and death of this demon city, and even his old bones can't bear it. Jiang Yun, what the hell are you doing? Here we are. Support is here. With the exclamation, everyone welcomed hope. Support has finally arrived. They no longer have to fight monsters. Li Zhong was very happy. Great. How many people have come to support us? Just 2 people. Yes. Jiang Yin is here, right? Is it him and Yen Lin who are here? If it's just the 2 of them, they can handle this. Principal, it seems that it's not them, but Xiaofeng and Xiaoya who came. Because the 2 of them had been to Shanghai some time ago, their appearances and everything were remembered. Sending them over for support now would be ridiculous. What the heck is Zhang Laogue up to? He's at this critical moment for humanity's survival, and he's not taking action himself. Principal Li, you get angry too easily. I can feel your hemorrhoids about to burst from a distance. Hemorrhoid. Rupture. Everyone couldn't help but cover their mouths, trying not to laugh too loudly. Hey! Didn't we agree to keep it a secret? What the hell are you doing now? What do you mean? Xiaofeng said arrogantly, that contract was based on the fact that I am weaker than you. Now. I think it is entirely possible to draw up a new contract. Li Zhong smiled lightly and said, just you, a little brat? I'm afraid you don't even know how much it weighs, and you still want to negotiate terms with me. I'm one of the strongest people in China who has practiced for decades. Do you think you can beat me? Xiaofeng pointed at the strange beast in the natural disaster realm behind him. How long will it take you to kill him? Li Zhong saw that strange beast, a level 4 natural disaster, right? If it's in good condition, in a one-on-one situation. Half an hour. Before he could finish his words, a loud noise was heard outside the barrier. When Li Zhong turned around, he saw a purple giant appear in front of him. He held a short knife in his left hand and the head of the strange beast in his right hand. Then I'll be in charge from now on, is that okay? Without waiting for Li Zhong to agree, everyone else nodded in agreement, fearing that they would be beheaded if they were a second late. Li Zhong and his team continued to be responsible for the barrier, while the civilian team hunted weak monsters in the city. As for the slightly stronger monsters outside, Xiaoya was responsible for dealing with them. Time was running out, so he rushed to the next city. After the crisis in Magic City was resolved, everyone began to move to Kyoto. Because there were no restrictions of walls, Kyoto could now expand outwards, and even if several times more people came, it could accommodate them. Xiaoya rushed to other cities, and Li Zhong also joined the rescue. Outside Kyoto, the soul-eating worm looked at these delicious humans and wondered whether it should take action now. No, if we attack now, we can only eat these ordinary humans. What's the point of satisfying our appetite? If we can recreate the former king, then we can lead the Zerg to the peak. So we can't do anything now. We have to wait for that guy to come back. It has to be him. During this period of time, he will set up all the arrangements near Kyoto, waiting for the little devil who was ruining his plans to take the bait. What happened to China at this time is also happening in other places on the blue planet. The human race is not unique to China. At this time, Sakura country was like a hell on earth. The strange beasts in the sea tribe grew legs and began to attack towards the land. How is it possible? How could a deep-sea beast grow legs and become so ferocious? Amid the screams, Sakura held her scepter in her hand and guarded the last piece of pure land here. I won't let you pass. Xunlan looked at Ying's body. She had obviously lost so much blood, but she was still standing there. Sister, please don't do that. You'll die if you keep going like this. Sakura looked back and saw that the hundreds of people there were already the last ones left in Kyoto, but they were still the ones she, the Sakura Miko, should protect. As long as there is only one person left, then she has not lost. As Ying rushed forward, facing the endless strange beasts, she could escape alone with her powerful strength. But her goal is only to protect the people behind her. A group of people were surrounded by strange beasts. How could Ying stop them alone? As a strange sea beast broke through Ying's defense and rushed into the crowd, the remaining people began to flee in all directions. Why, you're supposed to protect us. With fewer people, shouldn't you be able to protect us better? Aren't you the strongest Miko? Are the words of a dying man good? This is true, but this is only true for those who still have kindness in their hearts. In their eyes, a witch is nothing more than a bodyguard who is responsible for protecting them after they pay them. The entire city's resources were given to her, but what did she protect? Nothing can be protected. At this time, a lobster monster with huge claws on its hands walked over. Miko? Only pathetic creatures like you think you can stop us with just one person's barrier. A true barrier is used by all four of you guardians. Do you know? It was this kind of quarrel that separated the four cities in the beginning, and this also doomed you to death. Chapter 113 The Regretful Zerg. Ying bit her lip. At least send her away. The final burst of spiritual energy enveloped a little girl in the crowd. Elder sister? Xunlan felt this warm spiritual power, which was the same as her sister's spiritual power. Sister, what's wrong with you? Xunlan, live well. As long as you are alive, your sister has not lost. Using up all the spiritual energy in my body should be enough to teleport her to China. I hope that China will have enough energy to save this child at this time. After doing all this, a giant pincer pierced Sakura's chest. Really? You're already half dead, and you're wasting your energy to send a little ghost away? Crabmon couldn't understand human emotions and thought it was a foolish act. Instead of living for himself, he wasted his time on a waste. Ying fell to the ground, and in a daze she thought of Xiaofeng's face. Still, I didn't get to see you again. In Sakura country, Tokyo City fell, and the Sakura Miko, one of the four guardians, also died in this battle. Tens of thousands of miles away, a ball of light brought Xunlan to this continent. Xiaofeng felt a little nervous for some reason. He subconsciously looked towards the sea. What happened there? Xunlan was lucky. The city she came to was one of the ones that had just been snatched back by the monsters, and she was also arranged to be teleported to Kyoto for refuge. Although China is vast in area, with the efforts of everyone and 3 days of sleepless work, all the registered cities were finally rescued. However, by the time support arrived, most cities had already become a paradise for exotic beasts. Xiaofeng was exhausted when he returned to Kyoto. Although he was no longer exhausted from facing high-level exotic beasts, the physical fatigue and consumption of spiritual energy were enormous. Have a good rest. Xiaoya came over and hugged Xiaofeng. She used to coax her spoiled brother like this when he couldn't sleep. During this period, she also understood that Xiaofeng had tried very hard. The entire Chinese human race had now gathered in Kyoto, and it was a blessing in disguise that not too many cities were lost and destroyed. As for those empty cities, they can only be given to the monsters temporarily, but they will be taken back when they recover their strength. At this time, the soul-eating insects in the dark can also move after sensing Xiaofeng's breath. One after another, soul-eating insects quietly crawled to the human brain, controlled it, and headed towards Xiaofeng. Xiaoya suddenly sensed something and looked into the distance. It seems like I really can't rest. Xiaofeng, take a rest first. I'll deal with him. Xiaofeng shook his head. He should be the one to do this kind of thing, and the bigger the noise, the better. In today's chaotic world, people's hearts are dead, and they urgently need an outlet and a light. And Xiaofeng is the light in the darkness. He will lead the entire human race through this difficult time and become everyone's hero. Damn it! What's wrong with those guys over there? They're like zombies. No matter how hard we attack, we can't stop their advance. What's going on? Go find the teachers. Just when everyone was at a loss, wooden dragons rushed over from a distance and drove the group of zombies out of the barrier. I really didn't expect that you would chase me here. After Xiaofeng stepped on a soul-eating insect to death under his feet, a dense group of insects also flew out from a distance. They were exactly that group of soul-eating insects. The number has become even greater. Moreover, there are actually several soul-devouring insects in the natural disaster realm alone. All of you go back and let them guard the barrier well. Xiaofeng said to the guards behind him. This is no longer a level they can reach. If they stay here, they will only die if they are affected. After the crowd dispersed, the zombies revealed their true faces from their heads. Soul-eating insect. It devours the souls of living things and feeds on their brains. It is an extremely dangerous and terrifying creature, and its reproductive capacity is also very strong. Even if there is only one, the sales can reach 5 figures or even more in a month. There should be hundreds of thousands of soul-eating insects in front of him. With such a large number, even Xiaofeng doesn't know how to deal with them all at once. It's not that we can't handle them, it's just that the number is too large. If we miss a few, we will still be in big trouble in the future. Angel Aurora. The entire open space was wrapped in a ball of sacred flame, surrounding the soul-eating insects and Xiaofeng. The temperature of this flame filled with sacred power could reach 5,000 degrees. Except for the soul-eating insects in the natural disaster realm, the other insects had already been burned and started screaming. Why are the angels here too? The angels could be said to be the nemesis of their clan. Divine power and unparalleled combat capabilities. It's not even comparable to dirty bugs. But I'm not your opponent. After Xiaoya set up the barrier, she watched the show from the side holding a bag of potato chips. She knew that Xiaofeng was afraid that the insects would run away, so if that was the case, she would create a space for them. Thank you. Xiaofeng used Amaterasu and carried out his massacre in this enclosed space. How is that possible? With so many of us, how could we not be able to defeat you alone? The soul-eating insects attacked desperately, but were all killed by Xiaofeng with one sword. No matter how many bugs there are, they are still bugs. How can you expect energy to change and produce a qualitative change? Xiaofeng summoned Susanoo and rushed into the insect swarm to start killing. Under the influence of Susanoo, the soul-eating insects were unable to resist at all. Don't panic, surround him. There are hundreds of thousands of us, and we're afraid of just one guy? Having said that, no soul-eating insect was willing to go up and die again. All living things have an instinctive fear of death, and they are no exception. The wall of flames behind them blocked their retreat. Wait. We can discuss this. We can cooperate with you humans. Crack, Xiaofeng killed several soul-eating insects with one knife. Our mother body will not let you go if you do this. Another knife. Don't do this, don't come over here. Xiaofeng got closer and closer, and the knife in his hand never stopped. Why would they want to mess with this guy? This guy is a devil. He is not a human being at all, he is a demon. Chapter 114 The Patriarch of the Deep Sea Tribe. After resolving all this, Xiaofeng's spiritual energy began to fade. Cheers were heard throughout the entire barrier. Too strong. Is this really the same guy? He should be our junior, right? Why is there such a big difference between people? Whatever, we are saved. The whole Kyoto welcomed a victory after a long time. This was a long-awaited ray of light in the haze. Back in the city, both of them were surrounded and everyone was cheering. Apart from These guys who betrayed humanity should all be executed. What beast god cult? It's clearly a cult. All the beast god cult members who had taken advantage of the chaos were arrested, without a single one being spared. The beast god is the god who will lead us to the pinnacle. What do you ants know? Seeing that this group of people still refused to repent, everyone became angry and rushed forward, wanting to skin them alive. Etc. Seeing Xiaofeng coming over, everyone consciously made way for him. They still respected this hero who had just saved Kyoto. You don't want to save them? Seeing Xiaofeng call for a stop, the people around him couldn't help but wonder if he wanted to let these human traitors go? Save? I just want to make use of the waste. Xiaofeng smiled, then used his Sharingan to control several people. Tell your master that the barrier of Kyoto has been broken. Let them all come over. Everyone was shocked. This is no joke. At least several of the strange beasts behind them have reached the natural disaster realm. It's very dangerous. Only Xiaoya covered her mouth and smiled. With that amount of people, they were just delivering food. After letting a few people go, Xiaofeng left the rest to them. Now they also need an outlet. At this time, this group of beast god followers showed up without knowing the consequences. Isn't this courting death? When I returned to my original home, this place has long become dilapidated. Even after being trampled by strange beasts, it is already very good that the original shape can still be seen. The only thing that hadn't been destroyed in the room was a photo frame. The photo inside was taken when Xiaoya had just been admitted to Kyoto Academy and took it with Xiaofeng. Xiaoya smiled as she looked at the photo, wishing that time could go slower back then. Everything else was pretty much destroyed, and there was nothing left to clean up. As soon as she walked out of the house, Xiaoya saw a little girl who looked like she was looking for someone. Little sister, who are you looking for? Xiaoya squatted down and asked. I just saw Big Brother coming this way. At this time, Xiaofeng also walked out of the ruins of his home. Everything in the house was destroyed and there was no room for rescue. Big Brother. Xunlan rushed over and hugged Xiaofeng's legs. Xunlan? Why are you here? Sistering. Yeah. After knowing what happened over there, Xiaofeng was powerless to do anything. He had already done his best to save China. If there was a device that could teleport over long distances, perhaps it could still be saved. But it's too late to say anything now. At this time, a huge spiritual energy fluctuation came from the east. Feeling this fluctuation, Xiaofeng could feel that the gem in his divine power space was also fluctuating. Is the Deep Sea clan making any big moves again? Although the relationship with high air is pretty good, it doesn't mean that all sea creatures are like that. Being able to feel the fluctuations of the orb, does that mean that the Deep Sea tribe will also start to move out? Xiaofeng, do you want us to go to the Bo family? Xiaoya patted Xiaofeng's shoulder, her eyes full of anticipation. If we ask where Xiaofeng learned those operations from, then Xiaoya can be said to have made an indelible contribution. When it comes to stealing houses, launching surprise attacks, and robbing treasure houses, Xiaoya is even better than Xiaofeng. It's just that Xiaofeng's divine power allows him to move freely among various alien beast tribes, while Xiaoya gradually stopped doing those things for the sake of her own safety. But now that she has obtained the power of the angels, Xiaoya feels that the feeling of loneliness in her heart has returned. After explaining the barrier of Kyoto, the two of them headed towards the East China Sea. At this time in the Deep Sea tribe, High Air has regained consciousness and returned to the tribe. Great, I've actually recovered a bit of my dragon bloodline. Many people are amazed at the changes in High Air, except for a few. If the other heirs had known that this trial was not dangerous but a kind of inheritance, they would never have let High Air, such a fool, go. But everything has become a foregone conclusion. High Air has obtained the inheritance and his bloodline has recovered. If High Air in the past could only be regarded as a strange beast that was neither a dragon nor a python, then now he has become a real dragon. Second brother, congratulations. Hai Xing is also a dragon, but his bloodline was awakened by himself, instead of obtaining a trace of dragon blood like High Air. He also felt regretful in his heart. If he had obtained that bit of dragon blood, his bloodline would have been able to recover a little more. A Jiao going upwards becomes a dragon. If he could become a real dragon, wouldn't the Deep Sea tribe be his prey? I don't know if the dragon blood in that fool High Air's body has completely merged. If not. At this time, something strange happened in the Deep Sea Palace, and all the orbs in the palace emitted a powerful aura. What's going on? No one knew what was going on, but the 11th palace was still dark. Everyone looked at the third brother Hi-Ao, the giant python. Hi-Ao's body was covered with scars at this time. He lowered his head and didn't know how to face his father who would come over soon. At this time, a powerful aura appeared and everyone bowed their heads respectfully. Father! The person who came was an old man who had transformed into a human form. I heard that the reason why he had always been in human form was because his original form was too big. If he were to reveal his true form, even the huge first palace would not be able to accommodate his existence, so he handled things in human form. Except for the first heir Hai-Shing and the second heir Hai-Air, no one else has ever seen his father's true form. Before the deep sea chief even sat down, Hai-Ao fell to the ground and admitted his fault, saying, "I have betrayed my father's trust. Father, please punish me." The patriarch ignored him and sat leisurely in his position as patriarch. He had so many descendants that he couldn't recognize them all. "What's his name?" Replying to father. "He is the third heir, Hai-Ao." Hai-Shing stepped forward and replied, "Oh, it's him. In that case, chop it up and feed it to his brothers and sisters." Chapter 115, Misunderstanding. Hai-Air, tell me what happened in the secret realm. In the Deep Sea tribe, there are only two people whom Hai-Yuan treats as children, one is Hai-Shing and the other is Hai-Er. Because only the two of them have the bloodline that has broken through to become a Jiao and is about to break through to become a dragon. Hai-Yuan gave the two of them a meaningful look. Their Deep Sea clan has been pursuing the existence of Jackie Chan, but he found that wanting to become Jackie Chan in this world is nothing but a dream. The Jialong is already their pinnacle. Until hundreds of years ago, a mysterious man found him. Cooperate? He, Hai-Yuan, would never be a pawn. What race war? All he wanted was to become a true dragon. Gather all the orbs. These orbs are the most precious treasures of their Deep Sea clan. What are the map fragments? Once their orbs are gathered, they can purify their clan's bloodline again. And he can also break through the shackles of blood and become the supreme. The precious pearls were moved to this palace, and the 12 pearls emitted a dazzling light. Boss, come here first. Hai-Yuan's words were like an order to the Deep Sea tribe. Hai-Shing didn't dare to ask too many questions and just walked over. Dare to resist? Did you see the example just now? Hai-Shing walked to Hai-Yuan and thought something was wrong, but then he saw a bloody mouth open and swallowed Hai-Shing. Although Hai-Shing has the strength of the natural disaster realm, he is not strong enough under the Sea Abyss divine wrath realm. After swallowing it in one gulp, Hai-Yuan didn't forget to burp. He could feel his blood being purified again. Son? He has no shortage of sons, or rather, he gave birth to so many sons just to serve as nourishment for himself. As long as he devours 3 descendants whose bloodline has returned to their ancestral home, his bloodline will be enhanced again, and this time he might even be able to become a real dragon. It's a pity that all his descendants are a bunch of idiots. After such a long time, only one person has reached that level. Fortunately, Hai-Er's bloodline improved after he went to the secret realm, reaching Hai-Yuan's requirements. After swallowing all the remaining ones, it should be enough. My children, become eternal beings with your father. All the deep sea creatures wanted to escape, but the 12 dragon balls around them were like the magic weapon of the abyss, blocking everyone inside. Hai-Er also fled desperately downwards. I don't know if he's not very smart or is really stupid. Others all try to escape to the surface of the sea, where they have a chance, but he thinks it's easier to hide underground, so he escapes. When Hai-Yuan saw this scene, he suddenly wondered whether eating him would affect his IQ. However, the most urgent task is to devour the other sea creatures first. As for Hai-Er, it is impossible for him to escape even if he escapes to the bottom. There's volcanic lava all below, and there's no way to retreat if he goes down. Hai-Er came to the crater and praised himself for being so clever. He thought that as long as he hid inside the volcano, his father would never be able to catch him. But when he looked down at the burning eyes, he reacted. If he went in, he would have been scalded to death in the lava before his father arrived. By the way, isn't big brother from the Magma clan? Thinking of this, Hai-Er shouted loudly, "Brother! I am Hai-Er. Are you back? Save me." The Magma clan is sleepy and spends most of their time sleeping in the volcanic lava. Their personalities are relatively good among the 9 clans, but the only thing they hate is not wanting to be woken up while sleeping. Suddenly, the volcano erupted and magma sprayed indiscriminately on the seabed. Fortunately, Hai-Er dodged in time and avoided it. Damn, who disturbed my sleep? A group of members of the Magma clan walked out of the volcanic lava, and High Air swallowed his saliva. Everyone, misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? You were the one who woke us up, right? Believe it or not, I'll chop you to death. High Air was very tactful and knelt down in front of the other party. His movements were so skillful that it made people feel distressed. I'm Yen Yon's younger brother. Brothers, please be kind and let the elder brother save me. The beasts were stunned. The opponent had already knelt down. Should they still fight? Let us fight, the other party will kneel down, it doesn't feel good. But if I don't fight him, he has just made a harsh statement. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I don't fight him? Wait, did he just say karst? You said Yen Rong went to participate in some secret realm and hasn't come back yet. Forget it, since you know Yen Rong, I won't beat you up. Get lost. Seeing the other party driving him away, High Air immediately stepped forward, changed his posture and knelt down. Brothers, please be kind and save my life. Then High Air told everyone what had just happened. The people of the Magma clan didn't expect that Hai Yuan could actually say such a thing. If I were to eat it, I would definitely dip it in some sauce. It would be too fishy if I eat it raw. I might want to add some lava stone to it, it's delicious. High Air. Is this the problem? Brothers, is there any way to get me out of this place? The surrounding sea areas were trapped by the pearls, and he definitely couldn't get out of the sea. On the sea surface, Hai Yuan was eating his brothers and sisters. Fortunately, he had enough brothers and sisters, so he could hold on for a while longer. Yes, you can just enter from one volcano and exit from another volcano, right? High Air's face froze. He was from the sea tribe. Swimming in a volcano? Isn't this telling Sharingan to jump into the frying pan? You see, people have the ability to avoid water, right? It can also be used against magma, but it seems that only beasts above the natural disaster realm can do it. Are you strong enough? High Air was overjoyed. That's fine. He can do this. But if he fails, he will die in the volcanic lava. But when he looked up, he saw the blood on it. Damn, I'm going to die anyway, at least it'll feel better if I die in my own hands. Afterwards, High Air continued to chant the spell and cast the water avoidance skill on himself. For safety, he put on several layers. Then, under the gaze of many magma tribes, he jumped into the volcanic lava. It's not the end, but another beginning.